Super Necromancer System. Written by John Dover. Chapter 1 Prologue, A Dark World. It happened right at the start of the year 2001. Right on dot with the clock striking midnight and heralding not just a new year, but a new century and a new millennium. Huge crowds gathered across the world to celebrate modern human history graduating to this new age. It was a time of new beginnings. And a time of new disasters. Something, even now, nobody really knows how it happened or what it was, but something came from space. Not aliens, nothing as dramatic as that. Something far, far less personal. At least, if it was aliens, then humanity could have rallied together. Maybe they could have brought their scattered pieces, all their different ideals and borders and peoples, together to make something whole if only there was some definite target they could see and hate together properly. But whatever happened on this new year, well, there was no rhyme or reason for it. It was just pure chance. Pure chaos. The incident known as the altering. A solar flare, maybe? Still a topic of debate even now, 100 years later. Some scientists postulated that it was the leftover emissions from a far-off star that had gone supernova. Whatever it was, it washed over the world, filling the skies with auroras of countless colors that felt so horribly alien that some went insane gazing at the phenomenon, dooming them into wide-eyed comas that they never awoke from. Almost 40 million people fell into this eternal sleep and never woke up from it. 40 million sounds like a lot, but in the global scheme of things, it was just over 0.5% of the world's population. Those, arguably, were the lucky minority of minorities, for they did not have to live through the chaos that came next. As strange auroras of madness-inducing patterns and seemingly impossible colors lit up the sky, electronics failed all across the planet. Energy grids grew faulty. Vehicles went haywire. Technology, the defining crown that humanity prided itself on wearing, slipped off its head and broke its owner's toe. But that was not it. Not even the least of it. Technology recovered back to normal after just a month or two, but the altering had left behind a far more permanent marker for humanity, carving this reminder deep into their bodies. Individuals all across the world began to develop powers. Powers that corresponded with spontaneously manifested growths in their bodies. For some, these powers affected them little. Perhaps they could send out sparks from their fingertips. Or maybe they could make a pebble float with their minds. For others, it came to define their lives, twisting their bodies into monstrous forms or rendering their minds unstable. For further others, it made them something far, far beyond human. Forgive the rather on-the-nose wording, but one could even say they became superhuman. People with marvelous powers that let them soar through the skies faster than jets, lift entire buildings, engulf entire cities in flame or flood, or build technological wonders only seen in the realm of science fiction films. All of these powers came from those tiny little pebble-sized growths that would come to later be known as the alter organs. With the mass spread of powers, chaos and turmoil naturally followed as no government entity had any way to regulate this strange new phenomenon. It did not take long before particularly powerful altered individuals sought to use their powers to rule the world around them. Naturally, other altered individuals rose up to meet them, starting the age-old conflict between villains and heroes. Clashes between heroes and villains left the world in mass disarray. Some alterhumans desired to keep the status quo, wishing for peace in the world and for humanity to progress. Others saw their newfound powers and believed themselves worthy of taking a piece of the world for themselves. Still others, driven mad or delusional by their strength, became little more than unpredictable forces of nature. Yet, it is telling that this period of human history is known as the Age of Villains, for more often than not, it was the villains that won out against the heroes. For almost 50 years, alterhumans fought and triumphed and won and lost in cycles, but no side could ever triumph, and the endless conflict made many believe the world was to break under its pressure. Major governments collapsed. The threat of global nuclear annihilation came and went. Countless millions died. But it all ended with the emergence of those developing powers far beyond even all others. Superhumans among superhumans. Godlike beings that shone shoulders and heads above even ordinary alterhumans that made the average, Unenhanced humans seemed like a defective, broken product. Among these mighty beings was Vanguard, a paragon of might who donned the first proper costume and cape, hearkening to superhero tradition that previously was only in the domain of fiction. With overwhelming strength, he brought peace bit by bit to the world, for no villain could ever challenge him. After 3 hard-fought years, Vanguard ended the age of villains in 2040 by striking down Zahak, the mightiest villain of all, whose power to freely take, manipulate, and alter powers made him worth 1,000 alter-humans by himself. Yet Zahak's death was not the end of it. When Zahak fell, quite literally, into the depths of the earth, some say a volcano, others say a fissure or even an underwater trench, something in him, perhaps it was the stolen powers of countless many, exploded outwards, infusing with the earth itself. From the end of the greatest villain known to man came the beginning of the greatest crisis known to man, the monstering. Monsters known as variants emerged from the villain's corpse, seemingly binding with the planet, and soon, they proliferated around the entire world, spawning from the dirt or seas with unique powers of their own. In attempting to beat back the variants, heroes and villains alike had to band together, and in the end, after 10 grueling years, the strongest variants were beaten back to a few select deep rifts in the world, though the threat of variants spontaneously spawning all across the world never truly ended. The monstering left humanity with just half its populace and much of the planet inhospitable. The struggle to survive became intense, but with heroes and villains working together, humanity stood through it all. The Alter Agency was formed to regulate supers, and the Panopticon, a coalition of technology-oriented alter-humans, was formed to consolidate progress and development, and with these 2 organizations, societies restructured in the new and harsh world. World governments formed again, and a sense of normalcy returned. Now, 50 years later, at the turn of 2100, the start of yet another monumental century of human, no, superhuman history, the world seems to rumble once more with the echoes of chaos. Vanguard's disappearance in 2090 catalyzed a return of villainy that only ever simmered beneath the public eye. But now, crime and villainy has started to return ever stronger, taking advantage of Vanguard's absence. On top of this, variant spawning rates have accelerated dangerously, as if sensing Vanguard's loss, threatening cities all across the world at a rate not seen since the monstering began. This is the world where Aldrich was born into. A dark world full of monstrosities and rising villains without any powers of his own. Though, as he would find out later, he would not be so powerless after all. Chapter 2: To be a hero. When Aldrich was a child, he always dreamed about being a hero. It was a thoroughly uninspired dream, considering basically every single kid ever thought about being a hero at some point. Largely unsurprising considering that it was practically impossible to escape hearing about heroes in this day, an age of hero worship. Aldrich heard about 1,000 different bedtime tales about how the great hero Vanguard vanquished villainy with his invincible fists, saving countless lives as he ended the age of villainy. When he grew older, he constantly saw heroes on the telescreen with their colorful costumes and capes and big muscles and big smiles. He saw as the heroes carried people out of burning buildings, and when scary variants showed up, how they swooped in to beat the monsters down and save the day. Heroes popped up in holographic or talk shows or social media or streaming sites. Anywhere they could get exposure, they got it. But most importantly, Aldrich wanted to be a hero because of his parents. They were both heroes, though not particularly famous ones. His dad could shoot flames from his hands, and though he could light up a car or melt through a wall, he wasn't anything like the big-shot heroes like Blue Blaze who could melt building-sized variants into ash in seconds. Aldrich's mother was the exact opposite of his father, being able to control water, though again, just like his dad, not to any super notable degree. His parents might have just been average heroes to the general public, but because they were his parents, they were the biggest heroes ever to Aldrich. They seemed so much larger than life, standing tall and strong and raising him to respect justice. They told him about how justice was what heroes believed in, that at the end of the day, though it might take some time, it was a force that made things right and people smile. Raised on a healthy diet of justice and heroism and capes and costumes, Aldrich wanted desperately to be a hero. Unfortunately, though, Aldrich soon came to the crushing realization that he had no powers. 90% of humanity were either born with the alter organ, the mysterious little mass that was responsible for superpowers, or developed them by the age of 10. Anyone that reached the age of 10 without showing any signs of hosting an organ was categorized as a dud, so called because they were defective, a human being that failed to work properly in this day and age where powers were instrumental to surviving against variants. Aldrich was a complete freak of nature, in the rare 5% of the world population in all the wrong ways. In a society that valued superpowers and their ability to contribute to humanity's survival variants, Aldrich was considered dead weight. A relic of the past that should have been exterminated. His genes were tainted and unevolved. Nobody would ever marry him. Nobody would ever associate him. Aldrich was literally a subhuman in this new world where altahumans were the new stage of human evolution. Forget being a hero, nobody would even hire him considering that every single job out there had someone whose alter power made them better suited for it. Needless to say, throughout most of Aldrich's youth, he was relentlessly bullied for his lack of powers, often coming back from school with cuts and bruises and tears and a hurting heart, but through it all, his parents supported him as well as they could. They tried to raise him with good and upstanding and heroic values, telling him to keep his chin up, to try and see the good in things, to never let go of his dreams, but even this came to a premature end. On Aldrich's 13th birthday, he spent the night alone in his house, waiting for his parents to come back from a mission hunting down variants let loose by a powerful criminal organization on the rise known as the Trident. Then came the one memory that defined Aldrich's being down to the very core. At midnight, telescreen in Aldrich's living room buzzed on by itself and a foreign feed broadcasted on it. He saw both his parents strapped down to iron chairs in a dirty, grimy, bloody cell. They were beaten, bruised, and scarred, their once colorful red and blue costumes torn and broken apart. He could only watch numbly as a red-masked man addressed Aldrich, telling him that this was the price for his parents acting against the Trident. Aldrich watched as multiple men began to break his parents down piece by piece. Fingernails torn off, then the fingers ripped off. Skin cut and burnt and ripped apart, and then flayed. Electric shocks, acid poison that made pain worse than poison that hurt. For what seemed like an eternity, Aldrich saw his parents dismantled like meat at a butcher's shop, their screams of pain interlacing and giving voice to their suffering. That was when the feed cut off and police and heroes barged into Aldrich's house, tearing his wide-eyed, still body away from the telescreen and taking him to the hospital. Aldrich did not cry that night, nor did he ever cry again. Something deep within him had broken, and whatever had sealed those cracks up was something cold where once there had been warmth. Over the days there was an attempted search for Aldrich's parents and the villains that had killed them, but nothing worked out. Aldrich realized then that there was no such thing as justice in the world. At least, not in the sense that his parents had believed in. Justice was not some omnipresent force that calculated everyone's karma and meted out a fitting punishment in time. No, justice was not a force, it was an action, and only those that had the power to hammer it down could make justice real. Aldrich let vengeance consume him, fueling him to become the hammer that would strike justice down through the skulls of those that deserved it. But how would he put down these villains? He needed a hero's license to try and even start to track villains without having heroes start hunting him down for being an unlicensed vigilante. But no hero academy would ever accept him without powers. Thankfully, luck worked for him at least once in his life. His parents bequeathed him a good sum of money to live off of for a few years and a birthday letter telling him that as insiders in the hero industry, they knew of an upcoming new government program called the Frame Initiative that was to be instated in 3 years. It was basically a welfare program for people with no powers like Aldrich wherein they could apply to hero academies to train in mechanical power suits called frames so that when the time came, even the worthless 5% of powerless humanity could get drafted to fight variants. Among those in the Frame Initiative, outstanding individuals could even become licensed heroes. His parents had written him nothing but encouragement in that letter, praise that he had made it so far, and support. It hurt to hold that letter, to read it while hearing their voices in his head, but he took the pain to heart and let it fuel him. The Frame Initiative would be rigorous in its selection. It chose those with both the best physical fitness and mental aptitude to take orders and make heroic decisions. Aldrich trained his body for 3 years, honing it to a sharp knife's edge, mastering martial arts and sculpting his muscles to their max. But his mental evaluations made things difficult for him. He was far too willing to kill, far too willing to put down scum, and far too willing to disobey orders when he thought that the sacrifices of the few for the good of the many had to be made. One time, when an evaluating alter tried to reach into Aldrich's mind to figure out his mental profile, Aldrich had made her suffer a mild seizure from, presumably, how irregular or broken his head was. Needless to say, none of the top-tier or even mid-tier academies would ever consider Aldrich despite him scoring in the highest percentile on every physical fitness metric. Still, Aldrich managed to get into an academy willing to take him in. A no-name, small-time academy called Blackwater. The academy had little information surrounding it, making it immediately suspicious, but it was willing to see past Aldrich's poor mental evaluation. Thus, at the age of 16, Aldrich entered into a hero academy just as he had always dreamed of doing when he was little, though where before he had wanted a license to save, he now wanted a license to hunt. Chapter 3 to Blackwater. September 30th, 2116. Today was the big day. The day that Aldrich would leave for Blackwater Academy, the very first step of a long, and no doubt hard journey to avenge his parents. Aldrich woke up at 5:30 in the morning, 30 minutes before an officer was scheduled to pick him up. Precisely as the clock struck 6, an academy officer showed up to his apartment door, making his presence obviously known by slamming his fist into the door several times in what was the most violent knock Aldrich had ever heard before. Aldrich was ready and packed. His apartment, the house had lived in for his whole life, was cleaned out to complete emptiness, ready for another renter to move in. Blackwater would provide food and board for the 4 years it took to graduate, so what he packed was mostly personal stuff that had some kind of emotional weight to them. Memorabilia from his late parents that included a family picture with Aldrich and some trinkets from their hero costumes. His birthday letter that had gotten him to get into this academy in the first place. Also his personal gaming rig that he sometimes used to de-stress after training. There was a small collection of games on the rig, mostly solo RPGs because Aldrich did not really like playing online and interacting with random people online. Among the RPGs he played, there was one in particular that was his favorite. A strangely hidden but amazingly fun game called Elden World which he had picked up at a rundown game store, a store that had long since closed down and been bulldozed away. At first, Aldrich had thought the game was just a piece of junk. Some unfinished, buggy monstrosity considering that almost no games were sold in disc format anymore. To further fan the flames of suspicion, the disc that stored the game was unmarked and unregistered on any network, meaning that in all likelihood, it was some kind of indie development that never made it to the light of the public market. Aldrich had zero hopes for it. Sometimes he liked to trawl around no-name game shops for old retro games from the early 2000s era, and sometimes he struck trash, and sometimes he struck gold. This, though, he had thought was trash. Surprisingly, the game was a shinier shade of gold than any he had found so far. Elden World was highly fleshed out and basically complete, and Aldrich had sunk in hundreds of hours of gameplay in it. Most of these hours, Aldrich spent maxing out his Necromancer game character all the way up to level 100, but he did not stop just there. Afterwards, he obsessively min-maxed his stats and equipment, trawling through the most obscure corners of the game to find materials and upgrades to make himself as overpowered as possible. Eventually, Aldrich could beat anything with zero challenge, and though some people thought that was boring, he enjoyed it. The feeling of being strong. Maybe it was the constant years of feeling powerless that made Aldrich want to be as strong as he could in the game. A type of escapist fantasy, he supposed. Aldrich opened the door to his apartment, sliding this smooth metal entryway open with a mechanical click. Standing in the doorway was a tall, black-uniformed man staring down at him with sharp, squinting black eyes. The man looked down at his iPhone, presumably to check some details. "Are you Aldrich Yom?" said the man. Student enrolled in the Frame Initiative for Blackwater Academy? Yes, said Aldrich simply. Show me some ID, said the man. Aldrich held up his iPhone, and Darius scanned it with his own phone's camera, logging Aldrich's Electronic Citizen Identification Card, CID, matching his identity to a worldwide database maintained by the Alterhuman Agency in cooperation with world governments. Good. My name is Darius Fletcher, and I'm a Blackwater officer here to take you in, said the man, his voice tired and unpleasant. He looked down at Aldrich with dead eyes that made it abundantly clear that he thought Aldrich was not worth his time. Nice to meet you, said Aldrich respectfully as he held out a hand to shake. Darius swatted the hand away with enough force to make Aldrich's sting with a bruise. Don't touch me, you dirty, powerless maggot, said Darius. And from now on, you will address me only as Officer Fletcher. If you do not, you'll wish your mother never popped you out of her rank, cunt. Aldrich nodded. There was nothing he could do about this type of abuse, and honestly, he was prepared for it. He had been bullied and looked down on his whole life thousands upon thousands of times. Going to an academy would only ever make that 100 times worse. So far, this was just as Aldrich had calculated. Abuse he was willing to take and stomach to get his hero's license. Follow me, said Officer Fletcher curtly. Equals. Aldrich followed the officer in silence outside his apartment building to a bulky, armored hover car that looked like it could seat about 6 people. It levitated by the sidewalk, the whirring of its anti-gravity engines grating against Aldrich's ears. Get in, said Officer Fletcher as he tapped his phone, causing one of the bulky doors of the black metalled car to open up. The insides of the car were lit in dull red with 2 rows of seats facing each other. Aldrich sat himself inside wordlessly, noting the presence of other people around him. Fellow students, it seemed, judging by how young they looked. The car door closed as the officer made his way up to the driver's seat separated from the passenger compartment by a metal grate. Felt like a prison car more so than military transport. Hey, you're part of the Frame Initiative too, right? A young man, probably around 16 like Aldrich, with wide doe eyes and curly black hair smiled at Aldrich from the seat across from him. Yeah, said Aldrich simply. He looked around to see that there were a total of 3 other students in the car. 2 guys and 1 girl. All probably part of the Frame Initiative. Great, said the curly-haired guy. He held out his hand for Aldrich to shake. My name's Adam, by the way. It's incredible to see that there are so many of us without powers. My whole life, I thought I was the only one. Felt totally cursed. You feel what I mean? Aldrich stared at Adam's hand for a few seconds before shaking it. Aldrich was not the energetic type, but he was not an asshole either. Yeah, said Aldrich, and that was all he said. Granted, he wasn't the talkative type either. Shut the fuck up back there, came Officer Fletcher's rough voice blaring through a sound system. Everyone in the car flinched except Aldrich. My day is already down the sh** to driving you worthless drains on society. I prefer my drives quiet, and if I hear one peep, one little fucking whisper, I promise that when you get to Blackwater I will make your lives more of a miserable living hell than it already is. Somebody's not having a good day, huh? Whispered Adam. Aldrich ignored Adam to get the kid to shut up for both his safety and Aldrich's own. He crossed his arms and leaned back into his seat, staring at the depressingly red-tinted ceiling of the car before closing his eyes to get some more much-needed sleep. Chapter 4 Blackwater and Bullies. Blackwater Academy was located on the east coast of the United States, its compound located right beside a massive crater gouged out by an A-class variant 20 years ago. The academy got its name from the blackened waters in the crater. Remnants of the monster's blood and corpse that had sunk deep down to the ocean floor below. The crater itself formed a natural harbor leading out to the Atlantic Ocean, and a small port city called Haven stood there, presumably being the main source of supplies and people coming in and out of Blackwater. All in all, Blackwater was quite isolated. Almost eerily so. Getting to Blackwater consisted of a 2-hour-long drive followed by a 1-hour-long helicopter flight over vast swathes of overgrown forests infested with variants. Forests like these were commonplace after the monstering as variants spawned consistently throughout the world, with certain areas spawning them at enough rates that clearing them out and settling cities in was too difficult to maintain. You try to run from Blackwater, and variants will eat your powerless asses before you can count to 10, said Officer Fletcher from the pilot's seat of the helicopter, making the obvious observation that ran through everyone's heads that much clearer. Yeah, thought Aldrich. This place was definitely more a prison than an academy. After landing in Blackwater, Aldrich and the 3 duds that comprised the Frame Initiative were given uniforms, led to their dorm rooms, and barked orders to unpack and be out at the training grounds by 3 in the afternoon or suffer severe consequences. Notably, the dorms for the Frame Initiative students were segregated in their own little, run-down barracks infested with enormous cockroaches and non-functioning heating or cooling. It was obvious this was a building meant to be demolished that had been repurposed for the Frame Initiative students. Wouldn't do to have duds with those with real powers, after all. As if to remind the Frame students what the Academy thought of them, the actual student barracks was visible from their windows, and it was a proper 3-story building with a sleek, modern cubic design that seemed surprisingly advanced considering the fact that Blackwatch was supposed to be a small academy. Well, at least we get a place to ourselves, said Adam as the group of 4 Frame students roamed around the hallways of the tiny barracks. Adam was the only one with any energy in him, actively swatting down cockroaches here and there with a stick when he could. The heating's broken, and it's nearly winter, said Jake, another Frame student. They know we have no powers. We're going to freeze to death before we graduate at this rate. It's all good. I brought extra blankets, said Adam. Come on, less gloom and doom here, folks. Together, we'll make it through this. How do you stay so optimistic? Said Elaine, the one girl that was part of the powerless group. I don't know, said Adam. But what I do know is if I wasn't optimistic, I would have gone insane years ago. Or maybe I am insane, and I don't know it, heh? Aldrich remained mostly silent, as did Frank, the last of the Frame students, though where Frank stayed quiet due to fear highly evident from his barely contained trembling, Aldrich's quiet was more observant. Calm. Footsteps from across the hallway, footsteps that did not belong to any of the Frame students, made everyone stand on alert. So this is where the duds live, said a tall, built guy with slicked-back black hair and sharp, predatory gray eyes. A student, it seemed, from the black uniform distinct from the officers' uniforms in that they lacked any stripes beneath the white wave crest on the uniform's breast. Behind him, 3 more students followed. What a dump! But then again, a dumpster is the best place to throw out trash, no? Said the guy as he strolled forwards with a cocky smile and hands in his pockets. His companions laughed at his comment behind him. These were students with powers. Adam stood in front of the Frame group with confidence that Aldrich just shook his head at. Aldrich knew from experience that standing up to bullies like this only made you a bigger target. He wondered how Adam, a dud just like him, had managed to even survive by being confident like this. You guys lost? These aren't your dorms, said Adam. The slick-back student walked right up to Adam, their faces just a few inches apart, and stared down at him. Then, a blur of movement followed by a cracking sound of impact. Adam fell backwards, clutching at his face to stem blood pouring from a broken nose while he groaned in pain. He had been struck by an attack was too fast for the human eye to perceive. None of you duds seem to understand, said the leader of the student bullies. All of you are here to fill up a little diversity quota so that the academy can get some more funding. Overall, you're still just as worthless as you are in society. Those of us with powers, proper powers, we own you guys. You will not talk back to us, and you will do what we tell you to do like obedient little dogs. That said, we'll try not to dirty ourselves with this place too much. We'll only be coming around when we want to let off some steam, are short a few bucks here and there, or just feel like fucking with you. Can't fight without a sucker punch, huh? Said Adam as he shakily stood up only to eat a powerful kick to the stomach that sent him rolling several meters back, this time silent as he grit his teeth through pain while trying to stop himself from vomiting. Or you end up like him, said the leader. He smiled. Oh, and just to make this really fucking crystal clear from the beginning, you try and bitch and moan about us, and all the officers here will just laugh at you. Nobody gives a damn about duds like you. Plus, I might as well make this clear from the start. I'm the son of this academy's head, I'm untouchable, and so are my boys here. Basically, unless we outright kill you, nothing will ever happen to us. Understand? All the students remained in silence. This time, all of them were silent in fear except, of course, Aldrich, who just stood in the back and minimized attention to himself. Good, said the leader. He scanned his sharp eyes around the room, his smile growing manically wider as he indulged in the fear he inflicted. When his eyes landed on Elaine, he nodded to himself as he stared at her like a piece of good meat. Elaine shivered. And you're not bad looking. Shame you're a dud, said the leader. But my boys and I can be surprisingly open-minded when it comes to girls like you. If you want to come to our dorm and hang out, I wouldn't mind being nice to you. The leader stared down at his watch. Oh, evaluations are about to start. His sadistic smile grew even wider as he eyed everyone expectantly. I very much look forward to seeing you all at the training grounds. With that, the leader waved a callous goodbye and strolled out with his posse, leaving Aldrich as the first to tend to Adam because Aldrich was the only one calm enough to tend to the down man. Your stomach will be bruised for a couple of days. That nose won't set properly either, considering how badly broken it is, said Aldrich as he inspected Adam. Fuck, said Adam. He smiled a bloody smile. Good thing I'm already ugly as sin. Broken nose won't change a damn thing. Aldrich could not help but ever so slightly smile. Ha, got you to smile. Think I wouldn't notice? Said Adam. Be quiet, said Aldrich as he rolled his eyes and called out to the rest of the room. Anyone have first aid supplies? If not, I have some of my own. I brought a medkit. I'll go get it, said Elaine as she rushed to her room. I don't want to do this, said Frank, the quiet kid, his fear finally spilling over and making him talk. First chance I get, I'm going to quit this program. This isn't what I signed up for. Yeah? Adam stood up as Aldrich supported him. And then what? Crawl back to society where you'll get sh*t on anyway? Where you won't even get hired to sweep the streets or unclog the sewers because there's an altar out there with a power for it? This is our only shot of ever making it big. Feel free to waste it if you want. But I'm staying, and when I graduate, I'll be a hero and make enough money to stay off the streets. You feel me, Aldi? Yeah, said Aldrich, wondering when Adam found it comfortable enough to call him Aldi. Regardless, Aldrich did find respect for Adam. The guy's words were packed with genuine determination that Aldrich could relate to, though where it came from was different. For Aldrich, his determination came from his drive for vengeance. For Adam, it seemed like the guy had been homeless and this was his only ticket to getting off the streets. Either way, it was evident that the two of them had the highest drive out of anyone in the group by a long shot. Jake seemed to just be your average guy, and average was not going to cut it here. Frank seemed like he was too soft. Someone who, even as a dud cast down by society, had not suffered too much hardship. Probably was a spontaneous dud like Aldrich, meaning that his parents had powers but he had unfortunately popped out with none. Regardless, seemed like Frank got enough sheltering from his parents that this was not the right place for him. In a way, Aldrich would have been like that too, if his parents had stayed alive. Elaine, surprisingly, Aldrich could see some strength in. Despite the leader of the bullies blatantly harassing her, she, though visibly fearful and unnerved like the rest, still managed to stay composed enough to get a medkit when asked. Regardless, Aldrich only hoped that determination would be enough to get them all through what seemed like would be 4 years of pure suffering. Chapter 5 Combat Evaluation. The training grounds were quite impressive, to say the least. They were largely located outdoors and consisted of several 500-meter radius rings lined with towering metal walls that served as arenas. The walls were made of thickly reinforced metal, but their design was sleek and futuristic with blinking lights of various colors dotted around their surface, indicating the status of various moving pieces of tech within the walls. Aldrich stared at the arenas while standing in a single file line with the rest of the frame students. They were, as expected, separated from the rest of the main student body, but a cursory glance gave Aldrich an estimate that there were approximately 200 or so normal students. In terms of numbers, Blackwater was small, as most decently ranked hero academies operated with student bodies numbering well over 1,000, with only the highest tier academies like Shield and Invictus having small student bodies due to a difficulty to get in. Most likely, Aldrich figured that Blackwater had so few students because they lacked funding for being too low tier. At the same time, he could not shake off the sense that something was wrong. The arenas were built with state-of-the-art technology, with many of them capable of terraforming simulated combat terrain. Some of them had built-in obstacles and battle drones undergoing auto-repair and maintenance beneath them, ready to surface whenever the arenas were activated. A low-tier academy like Blackwater should not have been capable of funding any of this. "Listen closely," came a thunderous voice that Aldrich recognized as belonging to Officer Fletcher. The officer had his arms behind his back as he shouted at the neatly ordered crowd of students. "Because I won't say this again. We already know your powers and your AC count." Aldrich noted this. Blackwater had a record of every single student's ability, and their alter cell, AC count, meant that it was possible to pull up student profiles and figure out who was dangerous and who was not, provided Aldrich could get into the system somehow. AC count was especially important because it determined how capable an alter's power was to respond to training and growth. High AC counts also granted natural amounts of superhuman strength, durability, speed, and a minor healing factor regardless of whether the power it granted affected those traits or not. But cell count and a bullet point summary of your powers doesn't mean sh*t out there where you'll be fighting for your fucking lives against variants or other alters. Combat is where we really determine your worth. Where you really use those powers you were born with. Today's evaluation will test your ability to fight." A slight murmur ran through the crowd of students as they heard this. Some were nervous. Some were happy to fight. Every single frame student other than Aldrich, however, gulped down a ball of nervousness, because how the hell were they going to fight superpowered students when they had not even taken a single class yet on how to use their frames? Hell, they had not even seen their frames yet. "Where you place in this evaluation will determine which class you are put in," continued Officer Fletcher. "And believe me, what class you are in will be the difference between living like kings and ants. Classes range from A to B to C to D to F. If you're in A, then good, you're worth the food and space your sorry asses are taking up here. Below that, though, you better train real fucking hard. Depending on which class you're placed in, you'll get access to more of our equipment, direct training, more credits for treatment at the infirmary, and authorized days off to the nearby town to do whatever the fuck you want. Hell, if you manage to place in Class A, we'll even give you a monthly stipend for you ungrateful little sh*ts to spend on whatever you want." Officer Fletcher turned and walked up to a control panel standing outside of the nearest arena. He put his palm on the screen, and it turned on with bright green lights, analyzing his handprint. A holographic projection of a keypad and several screens detailing functions for the arena lit upwards, and he began to fiddle with them, causing the arena to creak and groan as several large mechanisms started to rev up and were in its walls and underground. "Now then, on to the details of this combat evaluation. It's going to be real simple, a good old free-for-all fucking beatdown." Officer Fletcher grinned, showing a rare sign of emotion and anticipation of seeing violence. "There are 200 of you, and I will split you into 4 equal groups across 4 arenas. The arenas will run an algorithm based on all your recorded power profiles and cell counts to assign what it determines to be the fairest groups, but again, this evaluation is your chance to prove that you're worth more than your basic cell count." "Excuse me, sir," said Adam. Aldrich sighed and shook his head, knowing that Adam was going to be taking some more abuse. All heads turned to Adam, at the insane man who was willing to speak up when nobody else did. "What about us?" said Adam as he motioned to the frame students. "We have no cell count or power profile. How do we fit into this?" Officer Fletcher cracked his neck and walked up to Adam. Adam looked straight into the officer's eyes as the Academy superior stared him down. "Someone's already fucked you up, huh, kid?" said Officer Fletcher as he noted Adam's bandaged nose. "Well, I won't mess with your face, at the very least, though, got to say, there isn't much to save there." The officer put his hand on Adam's shoulder, seemingly at first in a nice gesture, but then Adam started to scream in pain as the officer's hand glowed a bright white, encasing itself in searing hot heat that sizzled through Adam's uniform and melted into his flesh. Adam knelt into the ground, clutching at his smoking shoulder while gritting his teeth to prevent himself from crying out more. Aldrich just shook his head at Adam while the other framed students cringed and looked away in palpable fear. "None of your powerless fucks are to ever, I repeat, ever, talk to me unless prompted. Let this idiot be a lesson to you all," said Officer Fletcher. "But I'm feeling generous today, so I'll answer his question. Your frames are inside the arena you will be assigned to. You can pilot them when the fighting begins." But how do we use them?" said Adam, still managing to speak up even as Aldrich desperately wanted to tell him to just shut the hell up for once. This time, the officer did not further abuse Adam, being evidently bored of it, and shrugged. "Fuck if I know. It's up to you powerless pieces of trash to figure that one out." With that, Officer Fletcher turned around and strolled back to his control panel, pressing a few more holographic buttons to bring up a large projected board full of student names. Beside the student names were green circles and numbers ranging from 1 to 4. Officer Fletcher pointed at the board. "Look for your name and report to the corresponding arena number beside it. The arena will constantly scan for your biosignatures to determine whether you are capable of fighting or not. Once you're knocked out or deemed incapable of continuing to fight, that green circle will turn red and you will be transported out by drones. How long you last, how many hits you dish out, how many hits you take, and footage analysis of what strategies you use will all accumulate points to determine your class position. A leaderboard will be projected showing who has the most points, and at the end of 90 minutes, the fighting stops and the leaderboard finalizes. Now get to it, maggots!" Chapter 6 Frame Perfect. As it just so happened, Aldrich and the rest of the frame students ended up in the same arena, arena number 1, making the total number of students in that arena from 50 to 54. However, the algorithm that calculated power fairness literally determined all the frame students to be zero threat, hence why adding them to an already full arena changed nothing. "How do I even move in this thing?" groaned Adam, only his face visible from the upturned helmet of his frame power suit. He was in a fixed T-pose state like an unloaded game character, and already, other students were laughing at him. Aldrich looked at his frame towering in front of him. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid suit of segmented black metal plates. Thick coils of wiry dark gray cable were visible under the plates, functioning as a shock-absorbent layer and a flexible mesh that acted like the muscles that supported the suit's 400-pound, 180 kg, weight. A nondescript, round black helmet with a rectangular, glossy blue ceramic and duraplastic faceplate stared down at Aldrich. Aldrich put his hand on the frame's chest, and it read his handprint. A robotic, gender-neutral voice rung out from the frame. "Identifying. Access to Subject 1 granted." The frame opened up with hydraulic clicks and the release of pressurized air, bidding Aldrich to step in and let the metal envelop him in a cold embrace. "Subjects, huh?" said Aldrich. "That's all we are to this world. Damn, you got it to open up properly? I must have jammed it or messed up something. And who made you subject number 1, huh?" said Adam. "Come on, hop in and figure this damn thing out so you can help me out." Adam groaned as he struggled against his suit, but he was stuck in his frame, not knowing how to operate it at all. Mostly because Adam had not actually accessed his frame properly. He had just kicked the suit until it opened up, registering an emergency access. But because he had not scanned his biosignature on it first, the frame did not recognize him as a proper owner. Hence why Adam was now basically just trapped. It was obvious that Blackwater did not give a single damn about the frame students. They were just there to fill up a diversity quota, as the leader of the bullies had said. Now that they were enrolled, the Academy got their nice fat slice of government funding for hosting frame students. Hosting did not mean training or even remotely caring for, though, and Aldrich knew that Blackwater fully expected everyone to drop out or drop dead, whatever came first. Ah, look, the duds can't even use their crutches. Looks like their heads are as disabled as their powers are. A student pointed at Adam, causing many to join in a round of mocking laughter. Dumbass thought they actually belonged here. With us, when we have real powers, said another. Don't mind them. Alters are the next stage of human evolution. Sooner or later, nature will weed the weak like them out, said a girl who crossed her arms together in a posture with a scowl that indicated she had probably not laughed at a joke for her entire life. Makes me sick even breathing the same air as them, said a muscle-bound, serious-faced student. Adam heard all of this and snorted. They won't be so cocky once I punch their faces in. And you're going to do that how? By T-posing? Said Aldrich. You step in this suit and try to figure it out, complained Adam. Christ, I don't even know how I got this thing to open up. Suddenly, a voice blared throughout the arena. Officer Fletcher's voice. The arenas are now active. The arena started to shake, the ground underneath rocking and rolling up and down as if a massive earthquake was dancing beneath it. The walls surrounding the arena, already a dozen meters tall, started to look even more imposing as they trembled, their metal structures heavily groaning as they started to light up with bright white circuit patterns. Then, a dome of pure, translucent energy projected from the walls, sealing the entire 1,000-meter diameter of the arena shut in a force field. Almost miraculously, Aldrich saw as the entire arena covered over with a holographic grid pattern that rendered out the outline of a rocky landscape with large boulders, deep fissures, and floating stone platforms. Hard light environments are rendering. Do not move a single muscle until the environment is finished rendering, came Officer Fletcher's orders. Well, at least I can do that with no issue, said Adam in his frozen T-pose. Aldrich watched as the grid-patterned outlines filled in with solid color, creating the floating rocks and giant boulders with near-perfect realism. He knew that hard light technology existed, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own two eyes. Hard light tech allowed for entire environments to be simulated under a controlled force field. The largest hero groups and academies used this kind of tech for their training to simulate real-life combat scenarios as accurately as possible. Granted, hard light constructs could not mimic objects perfectly, only controlling for basic physical properties like texture, hardness, and mass, but even then, this was expensive tech easily costing hundreds of millions of credits. What the hell was Blackwater, an academy ranked well near the bottom, doing with it? How could they even afford it? Aldrich did not have time to ponder that question before Officer Fletcher's voice roared through the intercom again. You now have 30 seconds before combat evaluation begins. Take that time to position yourselves in your new environment. Once the buzzer sounds, all of you are enemies. And just to make this clear, hiding and running will not rank you high. You will get the most points by incapacitating other students, so get fighting. Almost immediately, Aldrich could feel stares all over him and the rest of the framed students. They were all sitting ducks. Easy points. A large holographic timer appeared in the sky, counting down from 30. This is insanity, said Frank. He pushed up his glasses and frantically looked his frame up and down while shivering at the predatory glares of all the other students resting on him, sensing his weakness. Yeah, have to agree, said Jake. We don't know how to pilot these things. What the hell do they expect us to do? Doesn't mean we can't try, said Elaine. She had been watching Aldrich from before, and she copied him, putting her hand on her frame and causing it to open up. Aldrich knew how to use the frame. He knew it very, very well. In fact, his gaming rig had virtual reality support that had a frame combat training simulation downloaded on it. It was a program that was not released to the general public. One that his parents had managed to secure with their hero industry connections before they were killed, wanting to give it to Aldrich so he could have a head start before the initiative was rolled out. The thing was, though, Aldrich was not willing to tell the other students how to use their frames, even if he did feel bad for them. telling them when the other students were eyeing them would only paint a bigger target on his back. And he wanted them to underestimate him. Aldrich stepped into his frame, and so did the other students. They would get overloaded with several floating screens containing massive amounts of information that would be impossible to read through in 30 seconds, meaning they would have no idea how to use any of the suit's weapon systems. But at the very least, they could move around properly, unlike Adam. Adam was just screwed at this point, immobile until he was pried out of his frame manually. The blue faceplate snapped over Aldrich's head, temporarily blinding his vision before his eyes adjusted. The world around him was slightly blue-tinted and, as expected, a dozen different screens floated in his vision, introducing him to the frame's functions, offering him a tutorial, and so on. Aldrich ignored them and just looked up at the timer in the sky. 20 seconds. He heard as the other frame suits fell heavily to the ground, the students inside of them not knowing at all how to move in them with all the sudden weight around them. Ha! Look at them! They can't even walk properly! Aldrich stayed still, intentionally trying to seem like he could not move. And look at that one, he can't even move! So, how are these points claimed? Do we just knock them out? Or do we just have to break their suits? Why not both? I'll enjoy ripping them from their metal shells. Like eating crab. Ought to be just as easy, too. 10 seconds left. Aldrich heard as two of the frames started to run away shakily, one of them constantly tripping. Come back here! Aldrich heard footsteps as several students ran out to chase the runners. You okay? Said Elaine from her frame. Yeah, said Aldrich. You and Adam can't move, but I'll try and help as best as I can, said Elaine. Aldrich appreciated the gesture, but he had no time to respond. The counter read 0, and the buzzer sounded, blaring out across the arena. You're mine! Aldrich saw a student leap up in the air with a cocked fist, his entire arm transmuting into solid layers of dense, hard green crystals. From the confident smile on the student's face, it was obvious that he thought he would smash right through Aldrich's helmet and beat him bloody and unconscious. Elaine tried to help, but she stumbled and dropped to a knee, and used to the weight strain that frames placed on the body. Boosters 4-5 engage, said Aldrich rapidly, making sure his voice was not projected. Hidden thrusters in the heels of his frame's suit shot out jets of flame, boosting his movement. Aldrich used his martial arts training to predict the crystal fist student's punch and spun to the side. The student smashed his fist into the ground, shattering the ground underneath. Just as the student's confident smile started to fade away into surprise, Aldrich grabbed the kid by the arm. In response, the student covered his entire body in thick crystals, prepared for any punch. Aldrich instead used the kid's arm as a lever and threw him over his shoulder. Hydraulics clicked and pressurized air vented from Aldrich's frame joints as he slammed the student full force into the ground with an expert judo throw. The student's crystal armor shattered as he gouged out a solid crater in the dirt, the shockwaves of impact permeating through his armor and into his body. He gasped for air like a landed fish, the breath knocked straight out of him. Aldrich kicked the student in the head with just enough force to knock him out. "H-ha!" said Elaine in complete disbelief as she stared at Aldrich annihilating a student with proper powers. "What? How?" Elaine's surprise was not limited to her. It spread among the altar students. "WH, what the fuck?" said a bewildered student. That frame kid, he knocked out Dorian with a single hit." "Yeah, beat them up," said Adam enthusiastically. "Always knew you had it in you, Aldi." "Shut up. You powerless cockroaches just got lucky," said the formerly surprised, now angry student. He fired a blast of red energy from his hands, hitting Adam square in the face, knocking him out and tipping his T-posing frame over. Aldrich used this moment of distraction that Adam bought. "Boosters 4-5 maximum output. Engage left flare," said Aldrich. He sped towards the surprised student and held out his left hand. A blinding white flare emerged, acting like a flashbang. The student winced and held his arms out to protect himself. His hands started to shimmer with waves of red energy, charging another shot. Aldrich used his maxed-out boosters to circle around the student and slam a roundhouse kick into his ribs, dodging twin red beams while sending the student flying back with shattered ribs, completely incapacitated. "Initiate unit scan and full-scale view," said Aldrich, and the localized interface AI complied. He saw a screen in the side of his vision mapping out red dots where other students were. There were still a good dozen students surrounding him. Full-scale view started, giving Aldrich a 360-degree range of sight, making sure nothing blindsided him. But to deal with a crowd like this, he needed more firepower. "Available weapons systems report. No weapons systems installed," came the AI's response. "SH*T," said Aldrich. He knew that finalized frames were to be fitted with various forms of crowd control arms and munitions, but it seemed that these were prototypes lacking any real weapons. "That fucker's dangerous. Take him out." A student wildly pointed at Aldrich. Aldrich took in a breath through his teeth. This was it for him if they ganged up on him. He had no weapons. Maybe he could take down 2 or 3 more, but now that the element of surprise was gone, proper alters, especially strong ones, would make short work of him. The ones he had knocked out so far were complete fodder. Weak kids with powers they had not trained at all to their maximum potentials. "Relax, you idiots," a voice came from above, belonging to a student floating in the air with crossed arms and a wide, sadistic smile and slicked back hair. "It's just a dud in a metal can. The fuck are you so afraid of?" The leader of the bullies from back at the dorm again. And he looked like a proper superpowered alter threat. There was just an aura of threat about him that made it obvious he was multiple grades above the regular student power level. This was the kind of superhuman power that Aldrich would never be able to beat. Chapter 7 Ghost. "Holy SH*T, it's Seth Solar in the flesh," came the awed voices of alter students as they looked up at the cocky slick-back creep like he was the second coming of Jesus. Aldrich observed carefully. Of the dozen alter students that had circled around him, 6 were preoccupied staring in awe at Seth, gawking at him. The other 6 immediately turned tail and started to run, not caring to break Aldrich apart and take his points. This meant one thing: Seth Solar was dangerous. As predatory and dangerous to his fellow alter students as he was to the duds like Aldrich. Aldrich carefully assessed what he could do against Seth, and in all likelihood, he realized he could do nothing. The Solar surname was one that almost everyone knew. Alter organs and their powers had some hereditary component to them, and the descendants of strong heroes would likely get similarly strong powers related to ones from their parents. As a result, powerful top heroes formed dynasties where their descendants took up their capes, power, and influence. The Solar family was one of these dynasties. Its head and strongest member was Solomon Solar, a hero of incredible power that stood at rank 15 out of the Superboard 100 that determined the heroes with the most influence throughout the North American continent. Solomon Solar's ability was called Sunlight Overdrive, and with it, he could absorb solar energy into himself at immensely increased efficiency, using it to make his body insanely strong, fast, and durable. Not to mention he could fly at supersonic speeds and blast out intensely hot beams from his eyes. If Seth Solar had inherited even 1/100th of Solomon Solar's powers, then there was nothing Aldrich could do against him. Not now, not ever. There was a rumor that the Solar heroes had a specific weakness that crippled them, but whatever it was, the Solar dynasty had hired top-end PR firms and net security companies to scrub any trace of it from the globe net. Seth shook his head at the 2 limp alter students that Aldrich had beaten up. "Imagine an alter losing to a dud dressing up in a tin can. The sheer disgrace of it. And all of you dash." Seth sneered at the 6 alters surrounding Aldrich. "How have you not beaten this dud yet? All of you are just as pathetic as these powerless, unevolved idiots." Seth shot downwards like a comet, white bolts of energy crackling around his black uniform bodysuit. He moved so fast he was nearly impossible to perceive with the human eye, barely even a blur, and when he landed in front of Aldrich, he gouged out a massive crater with a rumbling impact and shockwave that sent both Aldrich and every alter in the vicinity tumbling backwards. Aldrich immediately flipped in midair, showcasing a level of agility with the bulky frame suit that was nothing short of masterful, and landed back on his feet. Even in the face of overwhelming power, he would not give up. The altar students, however, were far less trained, and they had fallen flat on their backs, groaning at the impact. Pathetic, spat Seth as he heard the altar students complain. He then disappeared in a flash, reappearing beside every individual altar student for just a moment to unleash a powerful blow in their guts that rendered them completely immobile, making a couple vomit, knocking others out entirely, and shattering ribs here and there. Seth then appeared directly in front of Aldrich with a wide, nearly manic smile. That whole process of beating down 6 altars had taken Seth just one split second. This was power. Unimaginable, God-given power from birth. Aldrich hated that kind of power. The privilege of the strong who had everything since they were literal babies. That kind of privilege made these superpowered scum feel special and entitled beyond measure. So? You must think you're hot stuff, beating trash-level altars like that. Come on, here's a real challenge, said Seth as he waved his hand in front of Aldrich's faceplate. I'm right in front of you. Do something, you useless fucking waste of air! Aldrich engaged the thrusters in his right arm and sent out a solid boosted right straight into Seth's face. Seth tanked the hit with his head straight on. The sound of cracking impact echoed through the air, and when Aldrich withdrew his hand, he found that the metal around his fist had warped as if they had hit an impossibly hard surface. Seth smiled at Aldrich, not a single hair on his head harmed. Yeah, that's what I thought. No matter how hard you try, this is all you amount to. What? You thought you could actually train to be as good as us? You thought working hard could make up the difference between us? Said Seth. Between someone born strong and, well, whatever the hell you are? Seth thrust out his open palm, smashing into Aldrich's chest before he could even react. Aldrich felt like a truck had crashed into him, sending him hurtling a dozen meters backwards, skidding across the dirt in his bulky frame. Red alert lights flashed in Aldrich's vision, and he saw a diagram of his frame suit highlighted in the corner of his vision. Large red patches over the frame's chest and stomach area indicated critical damage. Aldrich struggled to get up, but the impact had not only shattered some of his ribs, but it had also damaged the hydraulic support systems and metal fiber muscle weave of the frame to the point where the power suit was now little more than dead weight. All he could do was shakily get back on one knee. Elaine stumbled in front of Aldrich, her arms raised up in a guard. Can you stand? Said Elaine. I can hold him off for a couple of seconds, but I can't guarantee anything more than that. Oh, look at you. You're that girl from before. Lots of spirit in you, heh? Seth licked his lips. I like that. But I won't beat you up. Don't want to ruin your face, after all. Plus, if it isn't obvious enough already, none of you are worth my time. I just wanted to show you ants how useless it was to think you were worth anything in this world, said Seth as he crossed his arms and started to levitate in the air. Ghosts, deal with them. I'm going to crush some altars more on my level. With that, Seth flew away, leaving Aldrich and Elaine alone with Adam still unconscious. Ghost? Said Elaine as she looked around, trying to figure out where this ghost was. Based on obvious context clues such as the fact that this guy was not visible, and he was called Ghost, Aldrich figured this was an invisible enemy. Scanning systems. There's thermal imagery, sound-based radar, and AC scans, said Aldrich with a cough as he grit his teeth and held down the massive amounts of pain burning at his ribs and stomach. He tried to get his frame scanners to start working, but Seth's hit had broken most of his suit's functions. Got it, said Elaine. She moved more fluidly now, getting used to her frame surprisingly quickly. There you are, said Elaine as she used her frame scans. She rotated around and threw out a roundhouse kick aimed right at the head level of a human-sized enemy in front of her. However, her kick just went through plain air. Sorry, but that won't work on me, came a quiet voice from seemingly nowhere. Aldrich watched as little ripples, distortions in space, formed around the metal of Elaine's frame legs. Then, the metal crumpled and tore apart in arm-sized holes. Elaine fell heavily down face first, her movement disabled. A male figure became visible, filling out from translucent ripples in space. A lanky, gaunt-looking man with pale skin and white hair with feral red eyes. Invisibility is just one thing I can do. But I can also phase through matter. And when my matter gets superimposed on existing matter dash. Ghost knelt down and shoved his hand into the back of Elaine's frame suit. His arm phased through the metal as if he were dipping it into water. My matter always wins out. Ghost's arm phased back in, and when it did, any metal around it warped and broke apart. This caused critical damage to Elaine's frame, and her suit whirred down, the power shutting off. Aldrich observed. He always observed, trying to figure out weaknesses for later. He noticed that Ghost had phased his entire arm through the frame, but though he twisted apart any metal in the way of his arm, Elaine's living, organic body was unharmed despite the fact that Ghost's arm had phased through it too. That meant that Ghost could not use his phasing ability to harm living matter. Soft, said Ghost as he sat on Elaine's prone frame and used the hole he had gouged out to start running his fingers across the skin of her exposed back. Elaine could do nothing but remain still, her frame encasing her in a metal prison now that it was depowered. The boss told me to spare you, but not him dash. Ghost got off of Elaine's back and stared at Aldrich. He scooped out metal from Aldrich's chest area, bearing the heavily bruised skin from Seth's strike. Ouch. That has got to hurt. What is that? 2 broken ribs? Well, another won't hurt, will it? Ghost pressed his finger into Aldrich's ribcage and applied pressure until he snapped one of Aldrich's ribs. Aldrich exhaled painfully, but he did not cry out or make any sounds. He was used to pain, highly tolerant of it, and he knew that to bullies and lowlives like this, any sign of weakness was just an invitation for more pain. Boring, said Ghost. He shrugged at Aldrich's lack of reaction. No screaming, no crying, no begging. Whatever. Ghost pushed Aldrich and tipped him over, leaving him incapacitated. See you losers later in the F class. Frame students in F, kinda fits, huh? Ghost chuckled as he casually strolled away, turning invisible. Chapter 8 Friends. The combat evaluation ended about as expected. Aldrich and the rest of the frame students were placed right into the F class with nobody else joining them. Which made it obvious in hindsight that the F class was made especially for the frame students to segregate them even further. Aldrich and Adam spent their time in the infirmary after combat evaluation. Drones opened up their frame suits and evacuated them from the arenas with many an observing altar student, what few were left conscious, laughing at their misfortune. The infirmary was a fairly sizable 2-story building at the edge of the Blackwater compound, marked by its bright white metal walls and the gleam of a glowing green cross sign. Like most things in Blackwater, the infirmary was decked out with state-of-the-art equipment, and like most things in Blackwater, Aldrich and the frame students were not allowed to access it fully. Instead, they were corralled into a repurposed basement where they only had access to basic medical equipment that looked like it belonged to a shoddy outpost camp in Variant territory. Here, in beds that were hard like rock, under flickering lighting and with skittering shadows that probably were rats, Aldrich and Adam rested, bandages wrapped around their respective injuries. Elaine was there with them, though she had no injuries because she said she felt safer there than alone in her dorm. Understandable, honestly, with how blatantly creepy every altar seemed to be towards her. A nurse, a woman wearing a white mask with sunken-in, sleepless eyes, shifted in and out, checking in on vitals wordlessly, evidently not wanting to talk to them at all. "Where are the others, miss?" said Adam as he sat up, his injuries comparatively light. Made sense considering the fact that the only hit he had taken was a blast that had knocked him out. "They're upstairs," said the nurse as she pointed to the cracked stone ceiling above with a stylus while clutching a thin gray iPad to her chest. "Damn, why do they get to be up there while we're stuck down here, huh?" said Adam. "The other 2 are in intensive care," said the nurse. "You are lucky to be down here. Means you at least have the energy to talk like that." "Oh," said Adam. Aldrich stared at the cracks in the ceiling wordlessly. He had heard what happened to Frank and Jake, the frame students that had ran. They had been chased down and mercilessly hunted down by alters that smelled their fear, and they were savagely beaten again and again as the altar students tried to fight for who got the knockout points. Meanwhile, because Seth and his crew had personally dealt with Aldrich, Adam, and Elaine, no other alters wanted to compete against Seth and tried to claim they had beaten Aldrich and his little group. In a way, Seth's cruelty had saved them from further harm. "I doubt they will stay here," said the nurse. "Blackwater will probably discharge them considering the severity of their injuries, and I doubt they can afford to call in a restorer." It was a known fact that among altar powers, ones that healed the body were extraordinarily rare. Powers that healed the self were not that uncommon, but healing others manifested in such rarity that any altar that could heal even little cuts on others was guaranteed a lifetime of wealth and employment. Altars capable of this were categorized as restorers, and their services cost fortunes to hire. Medical technology had advanced to the point where anything short of death could be healed, but recovery still took time and effort, neither of which Blackwater was willing to spend much on duds. And it was a sick joke to even suggest a framed student hire a proper high-end restorer to heal their wounds instantly. The nurse sighed and shook her head before staring at Aldrich, Adam, and Elaine. "You three should consider leaving, too, before this place eats you up and spits you back out in broken pieces." "Fuck that," said Adam. "I get rich or I die trying." "Well, I'm not really here to give life advice, so you do." The nurse shrugged before she left, walking upstairs to tend to patients upstairs. After a brief pause, Adam spoke again. "You were insane out there, Aldi. You beat the sh*t out of a couple of those altar idiots. Did you see how stupid that guy looked before you knocked him out? I could replay that moment in my head 1,000 times over." "Same here," said Aldrich. "Why didn't you tell us you could use the frames?" said Elaine. "Why didn't you tell us how to use them earlier?" Aldrich did not say anything. "You wanted to keep your skills hidden, right? Make sure they underestimated you," said Adam. Aldrich raised a brow, surprised that Adam could parse this despite seeming so dumb. "You know, it's just natural. If you're good at something, you keep it to yourself, especially when you're powerless like us," said Adam. "I don't put it against you. It's just the way the world is. Every advantage you can take, you take." "I suppose," said Elaine with a sigh. "You're right. I just thought that for framed students like us, all we've got in this academy was each other. I was willing to fight for you too just because you were duds like me. And we can still be allies," said Aldrich. "You're right. We need allies here, and no altar is going to associate with us. In the future, it will be optimal for us to work together. If you suspect my trustworthiness, then think about this. How could I have known our first test was going to be a free-for-all bloodbath? If I had known beforehand and had time to piece together a plan, I would have informed everyone and created a strategy that maximized our strengths and covered our weaknesses. But I can't see the future like some alters can I?" "Yes, I don't really blame you," said Elaine. "It's like Adam said. When you're a dud like us where everyone in the world seems to be out to get you, it's just natural to take the advantages you can. I just had a bad gut reaction, but I've thought through it. Anyway, considering it looks like we're going to be the last 3 framed students left, let's get to know each other," said Adam. He smiled at Elaine. "So, what are you all in here for? Why are you guys so desperate you're willing to get your asses kicked 10 different ways just for a chance to graduate from this sh**thole?" Elaine and Aldrich remained silent for several seconds. Aldrich spoke first. "My parents were heroes. They were killed by the Trident. I want to get a license to hunt them down." Adam whistled. "Damn, that's pretty hardcore. I can see why you've got so much drive behind those dead eyes of yours. And you, Elaine?" "My parents weren't heroes, but they were alters," said Elaine. She started to nervously run her fingers through her long locks of red hair. "When they realized I was a dud, they disowned me and threw me out to the wastes." Aldrich felt a twinge of sympathy for her. The wastes were considered areas ravaged by variant activity where the truly desperate settled, forming ragtag, tiny towns and cities where poverty and desperation filled the air. It was a known practice that alters that lived in neo-cities, proper walled cities where wealth, heroes, and protection against monsters were concentrated, would often throw their dud children out to the wastes in the rare chance that they'd birth one to hide the shame and burden of raising a powerless child. "That's fucked," said Adam sympathetically. "How old were you?" 5, I think. "It was so long ago, so I don't remember much," said Elaine. Adam shook his head. "The world hates us, what can I say? I'm the same deal as you. Parents had powers, I had none, so they threw me out. I survived in the wastes working odd jobs, scrapping for metal and broken tech here and there and, of course, stealing when I could." "How'd you survive?" "An old techno took me in," said Elaine. "I might not have had powers, but I did have a knack for coding. I helped out at his shop when I could. Tried to earn my keep but keeping drones running." Technos were a class of alter that were capable of manipulating technology in some enhanced capacity. That Elaine could help out a proper techno meant the old techno either pitted her that much, or she was just that naturally talented. "Sweet, so you're smart," said Adam. Elaine shifted uncomfortably, unused to praise. "I do what I can." Her eyes cast down. "Randall, that's the name of the guy that took me in. He's getting old. His memory's fading and his powers don't work for him anymore. I don't want him to die in the wastes all alone, work to the bone like that. I want to graduate from here, become a hero, and get him a place to live in a neo-city where he can spend the rest of his days in quiet. That's the least I owe him." "You've got a good heart," said Adam. "Way better than mine. All I see are credits. Hell, if I turn into a hero, I'm going to get a place by myself all to myself, one that doesn't smell like trash and fire, and buy myself 3 entire meals a day and eat burgers and cake and nobody can fucking stop me." Elaine laughed, and Adam cocked his head and asked, "Huh? What's wrong? Burgers and cake? That's all you want?" said Elaine. "Yeah, I mean, I've never had either, and I see for them all the time." "They must be good, right?" said Adam. "Guess I'd want a car, too. Clean water would be awesome as well. Lots of clothes. Clean clothes. And let me see." Adam started to list off all the tiny little things he had wanted but had never, ever gotten. Aldrich noted this conversation in silence. He had respect for these two. Comparatively speaking, they had far harder childhoods than him. He had lived in New York, a proper neo-city, because his parents had left behind enough money in the apartment on top of being heroes that earned a decent amount. Most importantly, his parents had not chosen to abandon him like Adam and Elaine's parents had. "But at the end of the day, I also wanted friends," said Adam. He smiled broadly at Elaine and Adam. "And what do you know? I've got 2 friends already. A tech genius and a silent badass. Can't say I'm disappointed." "You don't have much room to be disappointed," said Aldrich with a faint smile. Adam's positive energy was infectious, Aldrich had to admit. "And friends gotta stick together," said Adam. He put a fist to his heart. "Especially powerless people like us. I got this feeling, but if we stick together, I feel like we'll all make it through this no problem." "Hope so," said Elaine with a sigh. "Yeah," said Aldrich simply, not knowing how terribly wrong things would get. Chapter 9: The End, and the Beginning. October 30th, 2117, 1 year later. "This game is way too hard," complained Adam as he sat in front of Aldrich's gaming ring, an immersive VR helmet on his head as he played through Elden World. Adam had chosen quite fittingly a warrior barbarian to play, but even the warrior's simple skill set confused him, making him die to a basic mob of level 20 trolls after fumbling a defensive shield-based skill. "Keep at it, you'll get there," said Aldrich as he watched from his tiny dorm bed. "Make sure to coat your sword in flame oil before fighting trolls or else their regen is going to be way too hard to deal with. But your character just goes like, boom, and then they all die," said Adam. "Because mine is a necromancer. I use death magic, and since these trolls are low level enough, they instantly die to my anti-life shell aura," said Aldrich. "That's ridiculously overpowered," I should have chosen your class, said Adam. You get confused juggling like 5 skills. How do you think you'll manage micromanaging 50 units? Said Aldrich. Yeah, you're right. Adam paused the game and took off his VR helmet before turning on a swiveling chair to see Adam. Elaine was there too, at the foot of the bed, reading something as she usually did on her iPhone, though occasionally she would look up to check Adam's progress in the game. Elaine did not play Elden World because there was only one copy to share between the 3 of them, but she was an avid gamer who had brought her own gaming rig. She mostly played other games with Aldrich where she consistently beat him no matter the genre, whether it be fighting games, real-time strategy, or RPGs. Aldrich fully believed that if Elaine had played Elden World seriously that she would have easily beat him out too in terms of making a maxed-out character. 1 whole year, huh? Said Adam. Can't believe that much time has passed. And we passed our first practical too, though right by the skin of our nuts. Aldrich nodded. It was indeed an exceptional accomplishment. The Altahuman Agency made any hero academy hold practical exams every year to make sure graduating students were qualified, and those that did not perform well enough were cut from their academies. Generally speaking, these practicals were not too hard, often involving basic combat and rescue exercises, but that was for people with powers. Duds like Aldrich, Adam, and Elaine had to work 50 times as hard to pass the same basic tests, even with the practicals having an adjusted lower difficulty for framed students. Blackwater's class system was harshly designed so that not even the majority of alters got proper training. Only those from the A to B classes got anything resembling a proper training regiment. C and below learn almost nothing, and so the gap between the top and the bottom only increased as time went. This ensured that Blackwater got their best students all the attention and care they needed, but at the same time threw everyone else under the bus. Since Aldrich and the Duds were in the F class, they were not allowed into any useful classes or nearly any training, so they were literally self-taught heroes. Everything about proper rescue procedure, combating villains with various types of powers, and maximizing their frame strengths all came from a combination of online research and self-repairs. Granted, there was a techno department on the compound that did repair the frames, but asking them to upgrade them or outfit them with any weapons was a near impossibility. The technos there would just glare at Aldrich and the Duds and tell them to fuck off, that repairs were already way better than what they deserved. At best, Aldrich and Elaine had gotten some blackmail on a techno there who smuggled in and spread illegal drugs to students. Using that leverage, they got the techno to sneak them some spare parts for upgrades, but actually installing them was done by Adam's experience as a mechanic. Aldrich had wanted to get the techno to spill who he had sold drugs to because that would give Aldrich prime blackmail on multiple students, considering that Blackwater had a strict zero drugs policy. The techno would not part with that info though, even with Aldrich threatening to end his career and get him in prison. Meant that whoever that techno was protecting had enough status that losing his job and going to jail was preferable to crossing them. There were a few notable alters in the academy, most notable of which was Seth Solar, but aside from him, of the 25 students in the A class, 10 were from established hero dynasties, though interestingly, none were the main heirs or in the spotlight of their families' actions. Aldrich theorized that it was these high-influence students that the techno was protecting. Regardless, Aldrich, Adam, and Elaine had managed to persevere as the last remaining framed students after Frank and Jake were discharged for their injuries. The bullying from alter students had been a serious issue as well, but after the first few months, it largely died down as the alters had to focus on their own performance to either stay in the A or B classes or try to reach them if they were below. In summary, they did not have time to worry about the framed kids. Every so often, Seth and his group would come by, often to vent anger at something that had gone wrong and beat Adam bloody because he would always talk back and try to fight. Aldrich was beaten the first few times, but because he showed zero reaction to them, they quickly lost interest in him, labeling him a deranged psycho who probably got off on paying. "Just 3 more years, and we'll be out of here," said Adam as he nursed bruises on his face from yet another beating he had taken from Seth's group. "Then I can eat a burger and Elaine can make her old man proud. Isn't that right, Elaine?" "Yeah, hope he'll still be around by then," said Elaine with a sigh from the foot of Aldrich's bed where she sat and read some articles on frame software and hardware on her iPhone. Sometimes, when I call him, he has trouble remembering small things. The shop's not doing too well either. I told him to get a new assistant, but he's so stubborn and says nobody else matches up to me. Your ability to work with the frames is absolutely top-notch, said Aldrich. To the point where you may even compete with or beat out some technos with sheer natural talent alone. Yeah, you're real smart, said Adam. Elaine blushed. Oh, you too. I'm not that good. She looked up from her iPhone, her green eyes strikingly wide under her round reading glasses. You two are always amazing too. Always so reliable. Aldrich, I've never met anyone that can keep their cool like you, even in the worst situations. It always seems like you can think a way out of things. And Adam, I've never met someone that was as amazing a punching bag as you. You take so many hits dash. Adam groaned. Okay, yeah, compared to Aldi, I'm a dumbass that gets smacked around all the time. Don't know when to shut up, so I always get beat by another hit or two. No, it's genuinely impressive, said Elaine. You take so many hits and you always keep coming back up. It makes you an invaluable distraction. With how loud you are and how much you can get under alter student nerves with your yelling, you're basically a tank with AoE taunts, said Aldrich. Well, guess I'm good at something at least, said Adam. He shrugged. You know, sometimes I feel too dumb or too incompetent to be a hero. I can't think quick like either of you, and in the frames where we're all the same power, thinking quick is the most important thing to have. Maybe, said Aldrich. He put a hand on Adam's shoulder. But what I can tell you is that out of anyone in this entire academy, you have the most heroic heart. You always get back up and you always see the good in things. To be honest, Aldrich envied Adam a little for this. Adam had suffered greatly in life, but his heart had stayed pure. Aldrich knew that though he was not evil by any means, but deep down, he was not truly fit to be a hero. Thanks, man, said Adam. Now, if I can just beat these damn trolls dash. Right then, the door to Aldrich's dorm swung open. Or more like it was torn open. Seth Solar was there, door frame in his hand like it was a piece of paper, and behind him was his crew, including the creep ghost. The rank smell of alcohol reeked out from them, and a few of them held half-drunk liquor bottles in their hand. They were all A-class students by now, though the only one truly deserving of the A-class was Seth. But because Seth had influence in the academy due to his mother being the head, he had gotten his 4 stooges into the A-class with no issue. Because they were in A-class, they got a hefty stipend to spend and days off which they spent at Haven, the nearby town, spending their money on drinks, drugs, and women. But why the hell were they here? Aldrich, Adam, and Elaine immediately stood up, but they felt like mice cornered by a group of cats. Without their frames, no, even with their frames, they were all just prey to this group. This group of dangerous drunks. Playing video games, huh? You cockroaches think you deserve any of this? Said Seth as he stared at Aldrich's gaming monitor. He walked towards it and slammed his fist through the screen, obliterating the rig in a shower of sparks, broken plastic, metal, and glass. What the fuck was that for, asshole? Said Adam as he reached out to grab Seth's arm. Seth immediately backhand slapped Adam into the wall behind him, rattling the room with the impact. Adam groaned as he slid down, kneeling to recover his breath. Today has been a bad fucking day, so I suggest you duds stay real quiet and do as we say, said Seth. Aldrich helped Adam up, and Adam wiped blood off a burst lip before he grinned at Seth. Shut up, man, whispered Aldrich. They're drunk. You have no idea what they'll do. I don't care. This asshole broke your gaming rig. That was one of the last things your parents bought you. I'm not going to let him get away with it. Adam turned to Seth. Why'd you come here? Was it because you got your ass handed to you yesterday? Bet you know what that feels like pretty well by now, huh? Adam was referencing news that Seth, formerly the number 1 ranked student in Blackwater, had fallen to a solid second after a relatively unknown alter called Mel had beaten him consistently in single combat. The worst of this was yesterday when Mel had officially beaten Seth to take his rank 1 spot. She had started off in the C class, but after training like an utter madman, she realized her power had immense growth potential, and soon, she overtook Seth where he had been complacent, believing the power he had been born with to be invincible. Seth began to breathe heavily, his rage almost tangible, but then he smiled. You know what? Fuck it. I've had it with you. Beating you doesn't do sh*t. You always talk back because you're too fucking stupid to learn. I'll hurt you another way. He pointed to Elaine. Get her. Take her to our barracks. We'll show her she's wasting her time with these idiots whether she wants it or not. Ghost licked his lips and stepped forwards, motioning the other 3 guys ahead. Come on, guys. Hope you didn't drink enough that your dicks aren't working. I have this entire meeting recorded, said Elaine as she held up her iPhone. If you touch me, I'll leak it to the net and the Solar family will have quite the PR mess to clean up. Everything's recorded to a private server I have. The moment I press a single button, everything gets out. Ghost and the other 3 stopped, looking back at Seth. I don't give a sh*t at this point, said Seth. He waved his guys ahead. Go get her. Break her. At this point, Aldrich began to think of a way to get out of this using Elaine's recording as leverage, but Adam reacted first. Adam shot out a punch at Seth's face, but it was like he had punched a brick wall. Seth did not even move from the impact, leaving Adam to painfully clutch at his fist. Fucking worm filth. Out of my goddamn way, said Seth as he once more backhand slapped Adam's head to push him off. This time, though, the slap was accompanied by a sickening crack, and Adam fell to the ground completely limp, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. Aldrich's thoughts completely stopped at that moment as he saw Adam slumped on the ground, his eyes wide, gurgling coming out of his throat. That was not a hit he was ever going to stand back up from. Adam was dead. "Hey, Adam?" said Elaine as she immediately knelt by Adam's side, drawing his head close to her. He looked up at her with blank eyes. She started to breathe heavily, her face twisting into equal parts fear, confusion, and shock. "Adam? Talk to me. Please tell me you're okay." sh*t, roared Seth as he looked at his hand. sh*t, sh*t, sh*t. Why are you duds so fragile? Made out of fucking cardboard. Just one tap from me and he just dies like that. Aldrich's moment of blankness, the sheer shock of seeing one of his only friends, a friend that always got back up no matter what, fall to the ground permanently, passed as soon as he heard Seth's enraged response. Elaine was still on the floor with wide, distraught eyes, her hand on Adam's neck, checking desperately for a pulse even when the verdict was obvious that he was dead. She was normal. Her response was expected for someone that had lost a close friend so brutally, and so easily like that. Aldrich, however, had calmed down. It was not that he did not care about Adam, it was simply that he needed to ensure his and Elaine's survival. Adam's death did not mean that Aldrich and Elaine had to suffer and die as well. They could and would mourn for him later. For now, they had to live. If anything, that was what Adam would have wanted. "You, one of the heirs to the Solar family, killed him," said Aldrich. "You know how bad this situation is, right? You might have been able to get away with doing whatever you wanted to Elaine even if she released it. You could have hired incredible lawyers and gotten PR firms to try and clear your image while GlobeNet firms scrubbed her recording while spreading rumors that she was lying. But this, unfortunately, is way beyond that. This is murder. We have your recorded admission of guilt and a dead body. The Frame initiative might be bare bones, but it still tallies who goes in and out of the program, and deaths, especially, it takes seriously considering the fact that the program wants good enough PR to have plenty of willing dud applicants. What do you think will happen when it gets leaked that Seth Solar not only threatened sexual assault but committed casual, cold-blooded murder? Your money could have covered sexual assault, but murder? Murder with evidence like this? There's no easy way for you to weasel your way out of this, especially not with your Solar family name on the line. Not unless you let us go. Aldrich's mind raced, thinking about the countless ways he could hold this information over Seth and his gang, making sure they never, ever raised a hand against him and Elaine again. Seth paused for a good 10 seconds, his face hard and his expression stern. In that time, his gang looked up at him hesitantly. "What do we do, Seth?" said Ghost. "The dud's right. Messing around with that girl, sh*t, we could have covered that up all right, but murder? The law might not give much of a sh*t about duds, but when it comes to murder, they won't go easy on us. We're fucked, aren't we?" Murder was a crime that was punished heavily throughout the near entirety of human history, but now more than ever it was no joke of a crime to commit. Society still had a scarcity mindset regarding lives, that any warm body, even a dud body, was invaluable in a world where there was constant war against variant beasts that at any moment could rise up and mow down countless thousands. Duds might have gotten shafted in terms of employment, and fair treatment, and almost every other basic right. But murder was one thing they did not have to worry about, at least not from alters that were not straight-up villains. "No," said Seth, his voice completely devoid of emotion. Utterly cold. "No, we aren't." Seth disappeared in a flash before he emerged in front of Elaine. His fist had smashed right through her chest, completely obliterating her heart. Elaine's eyes stilled beneath her glasses as she looked down at her bloody, fist-filled chest in surprise. Blood trickled out of her mouth in red rivulets. She blinked once, and then her life fled her, her head hanging down limp. Seth pulled back his blood-drenched arm from her chest, leaving her to fall and slump over Adam's corpse in a growing pool of red. "What?" said Ghost. His pale, sunken-in red eyes were wide, and the others in Seth's gang shared this surprised reaction. "We have to kill them," said Seth simply, spatters of blood painted across his black bodysuit. A stroke of red lay across his eyes, highlighting his gleaming white pupils, at how empty they were. Complete sociopathy. "Kill them before they can leak anything." Before Aldrich could react, Seth had sped his fist through his stomach. Aldrich felt his vision blur as he slumped to the ground, his guts and blood spilling out of a gaping hole in his chest as Seth stood over him. This was it, Aldrich realized as he looked down at his bloody stomach. He put his hands over the hole, trying to keep his guts from spilling out. This was it. This was it. This was it. He was going to die. Everything he had worked for, all those years, the death of his parents, the death of his friends' equals. All of it for nothing. Gone in just one pathetic moment. One casual punch. All for these privileged altar fucks to escape the consequences of their actions. All to escape judgment. The thought of it was so agonizing, so unfair. He had thought that when he saw his parents butchered like animals, he had lost any capability to feel strong emotion. But emotion, maybe all the hatred and bitterness that had bottled up in him over the many agonizing years, welled up for one final moment before it all ended. You miserable fucks," said Aldrich, coughing blood. It was a miraculous effort that he could even speak, that he did not just drop dead, but somehow, through sheer force of will, he did. He raised a shaking, accusing finger at Seth Solar and his group. None of you deserve to live. All of you, I swear I will make you suffer." Aldrich's breath began to wheeze, and he started to crawl forwards, his eyes bloodshot, his expression wild, deranged. Everyone in the group except Seth Solar instinctively cowered backwards even though Aldrich was a dead man walking. There was something about a corpse crawling through sheer force of fucking hatred that chilled them to the bone. "I swear, whatever hell I go to, I'll crawl my way back out, then I'll drag you all in. I will be your judgment." Aldrich stared up at Seth Solar with pure hatred, and Seth Solar stared down at him with pure, uncaring cold. The last of Aldrich's life fled him then. He slumped over in a pool of his own blood and guts. His vision tilted and darkened. He felt numb all over. His hearing muffled and faded, echoes of the conversation around him becoming near unintelligible. "Stop pissing your pants over a dead dud and clean this sh*t up," said Seth Solar. "Pack their bodies and dump them in the forest. We'll spread a rumor that they tried to run and variants ate them. You, Evan, you're a techno," Hack into any tech they have here and wipe everything out. Aldrich's senses completely left him then, burying him in complete and utter darkness. Then, Aldrich did not know how long afterwards, he saw bright white letters typing a message in plain font across the darkness that surrounded him. System initiated. The font of the letters changed, turning gold in color and becoming more decorated with swirls and ornamental curves that looked like they belonged to a fantasy game. To Elden World. Welcome, host. Choose your class. Chapter 10 Necromancer. Aldrich felt like he was in a dream. He was conscious, but not entirely there. Floating around in the sea of infinite darkness with only the gleaming golden letters of Elden World to focus on. Even then, it was so difficult to focus on those letters, as if at any moment he would lose focus and his mind would slip away permanently into the void. Aldrich did not so much consciously think as he did react on instinct. When he saw that familiar prompt from Elden World, he did what he had done when he had first started the game years ago. He chose his class. Class, Necromancer selected. As a Necromancer, death has always been by your side. It has creeped by your shadow. It has lurked in the depths of your being. It has shaped who you are. But unlike many who face death and break under its abyssal gaze, you stared back and took control over the darkness. Wielding negative energy toxic to life but nourishing to undead, you commit yourself to a path of dark magics where under your masterful touch, death is never the end. Or perhaps, to you, death is merely a beginning. Raising undead armies, summoning rotted and bare-boned monstrosities, and spreading necrotic misery and the cold of the grave all fall under your domain. Is this the class you wish to choose? Yes, said Aldrich, though in the darkness, his voice did not project. Only his thoughts. This was the class he was most familiar with. The one he gravitated towards even in this dreamlike state. Class, Necromancer chosen. Necromancy is a broad art, as all-encompassing as the dark is when the sun sets and restless spirits rise. Choose your occultation. This will determine the type of necromancy you will practice. Occultation of the shattered bone. You let negative energies surge through your own body, harnessing them to strengthen it. Where others who practice necromancy have let their forms grow pale, sickly, and weakly, you have maintained a body and bones of iron. You do not herald death with bolts and curses or undead minions, but through weapons of bone swung with your own two hands. You do not raise minions, but you modify your own body through ghastly experiments, stitching together a monstrous yet battle-ready form that will strike fear and lethal blows equally across the battlefield. Stat affinities, strength/vitality/magic. Occultation of the cold rot. Death is cold. Death is merciless. And after death, there is always rot. With this occultation, you hold great mastery to inflict death. With a single bolt of death magic, you will cull unworthy lives. With a wave of your hand, you will cast fog that numbs and drains life from those that are still yet warm and living. With a mere touch, you will impart diseases and curses of rot that will cause untold pain and suffering. Stat affinities, magic/agility/attunement. Occultation of Legion. Death is never the end. With this occultation, you ensure that those that have fallen will always have a second chance. A second chance to serve under your thrall. You take empty, lifeless corpses and breathe negative energy into them, granting them eternal undeath by your side. You may strengthen the undead, repairing their rotting flesh or strengthening their bleached bones. You may even call into the nether and summon mighty undead who have ascended from mere nameless animated corpses to beings akin to high spirits, or even gods. You are never alone. Any battle you take, you shall have the might of countless graves supporting you. You are Legion. Stat affinities, magic/attunement/vitality. Aldrich chose the occultation of Legion, confirming the selection without a hint of hesitation. This was the class of his necromancer in the game, and so in his dreamlike state, this was what he defaulted to. All selections have been finalized. Necromancer of the Legion Occult, your adventure will now begin. May the message cut off at the end, but Aldrich had barely a hazy moment to get confused by it before the darkness around him dispelled. Instead, he found himself lying down on a bed of leaves, staring up at a shadowy tree canopy above. Beyond the trees, Aldrich could make out a few stars and the large, looming full moon. Aldrich sat up, still feeling groggy, still feeling like he was in that dreamlike state, but that soon passed, and with it came the memories. Memories of his death. Memories of Seth Solar murdering the only two friends he had. Somehow, Aldrich was alive. And as long as he drew breath, he would never let that vile waste of oxygen live. Not ever. Nor his scum friends too. Aldrich balled his fists up tightly, dead leaves cracking in his grip as his deathly pale knuckles whitened even further. Wait, pale? Aldrich held his hands up to himself, and saw that they were indeed a shade of ghostly pale white that belonged only to corpses. His skin felt cold, and almost clammy. He touched his stomach and felt a fist-sized hole in it from Seth Solar's punch. Where his spine and organs were supposed to be, there was just gaping, empty space. Yet he was still alive. Aldrich blinked several times, processing what had happened. He remembered his time in the dark space where he had gone through the Elden World character selection process. He had almost thought that a dream, but had it all been real? As if to confirm Aldrich's thoughts, a status screen flashed in front of him. Current status, unburdened, +5 to agility. Name, Aldrich Young. Race, undead. Class, Necromancer, Occultation of Legion. Level 1. HP 18/18. Mana, 15/15. Stats. Strength 6. Agility 8/13. Vitality 6. Magic 5. Attunement 5. Perception 8. Attuned spells. None. Passives. Undead body. Rank not applicable. The host has become an undead. They do not require sustenance, sleep, or rest to function. Their stamina is virtually limitless. Any wound aside from a critical head injury will not compromise the host's mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be registered to the host's total HP pool. However, the host will not receive any bonus damage from being struck in locations other than the head. Necrotic/negative energy damage is converted to healing. Healing is converted to damage. Immunity to disease and sickness. Immunity to psychic damage. Immunity to poison damage. -50% resistance to cold damage. -50% resistance to curse damage. -90% resistance to piercing damage unless struck in the head. -50% resistance to slashing damage unless struck in the head. Double damage taken from crushing/bludgeoning damage. Double damage taken from fire-type attacks. Equipment. Head none. Body none. Waist none. Arms none. Legs none. Accessory none. Aldrich looked at this status in wonder at first, but then calmed quickly after. He started to analyze it, and something within him, some natural instinct, perhaps, made him understand that he was not dreaming, that this was very, very real. Aldrich did not need to rely on the frame initiative anymore. That was a program for powerless students like him to get reminded of how utterly weak and worthless they were. A program where they were given hope only to have it crushed and ground under a merciless altar boot. Aldrich finally, had the power he had only ever dreamed of. Power that was his and only his. Power that Aldrich would use for his vengeance. First, on Seth Solar, then on the Trident. Aldrich heard rustling around him, and he tensed up, knowing he was in danger. He knew that Seth Solar had dumped him in the forest surrounding Blackwater, which meant that this rustling could come from just one threat. Variance. Aldrich saw two pairs of gleaming yellow eyes with eerie, squared black pupils staring at him from the dark of the forest. Then, a low, grumbling growling. Before, Aldrich would have ran at first sight of this threat, not in fear, but because he knew there was absolutely no way he would ever threaten a variant with his basic human strength. Not even the variants in this forest, weak variants that did not go past D rank in terms of threat, were ever enemies he could hope to beat. But that was when Aldrich was powerless. Before he was a necromancer. He might have been level 1, but he knew the ins and outs of his class to the level of almost artistic mastery. He knew what spells to get, how to level, and how to fight. Meanwhile, nobody in this world knew what Aldrich could do. He was the only player in a game where the world would soon come to dance in his palm, whether or not they would dance willingly or as undead minions. Aldrich took in a breath, feeling how light and fast his body was, and he felt confident. He stared straight back at those monstrous yellow eyes and did not see a life-ending disaster, but instead the first undead for his new legion. Chapter 11 First Fight, First Undead. Aldrich heard another growl cut through the silent, deadly night, and he stopped thinking about the future version of himself. The version where he had all his spells and maxed out stats, and an army of undead. For now, he was still level 1. He could not get carried away. He had to be careful. Immediately, Aldrich analyzed the situation. Judging from the pupils on these variants along with how low their gaze was, they were the E-class threats known as strikers. They were quadrupedal, almost wolf-like creatures known for their incredible charging speed and 2 large tusks jutting from their mouths. Aldrich knew this because as a hero academy, Blackwater did have alterhuman agency, data on all known variants and how to deal with them. Unfortunately, it was up to the hero academies themselves to determine how to distribute the sensitive data, and in Blackwater, training data regarding variants, especially higher class ones, was limited as a reward to higher performing students. However, information about lower class variants was common enough because of how many of them there were that one could find a plethora of information online on how to deal with them. The practical exams that Aldrich and his friends had to take involved taking down mock variants simulated by drones and saving civilians, so he was readily prepared to deal with any lower class variant threat. One of the tests even involved distracting strikers away from civilian zones. Aldrich took a look at the screen hovering in the corner of his vision that displayed his status. He saw that the status tab was not the only one available to him. There were also tabs labeled as and. Aldrich immediately flipped to the tab where, if things were the same as it was in the game, he knew he would see the item he needed. -1x Tome of the Dark Arts. Aldrich mentally selected the Tome of the Dark Arts, and it manifested in his hands out of a shower of ghostly green particles. The book was no larger than a small handbook with a leathery cover made out of wrinkled, dried skin with the visage of a screaming face etched in the middle. This was the introductory tome that necromancers started out with that granted them 3 basic spells to use out of a sizable pool of 15. Aldrich consumed the item by mentally willing it, and the book glowed a faint green. The list of the possible spells he could use showed up in a small screen in front of him, but he barely even looked at it, only making sure the spells he already knew he wanted were there. He selected what he needed. Lines of glowing bright, ghostly green energy transferred from the book and into Aldrich's body, moving up the veins of his arm and lighting them in the dark. Spells: Chill Blast, Raise Undead Rank 1, and Anti-Life Shell Rank 1 learned. Thankfully, Aldrich had a good fundamental idea of how to use his newfound powers. All he had to do was mentally will his powers to work, as if they were just a part of his body, and because he knew how his game character worked, it was a breeze for him to start working quickly and efficiently. Aldrich shuddered as he felt cold seep into his being, permeating through his veins from the tome's energy. It felt good, the cold, like he belonged to it. The book faded into dust, and at that moment, the strikers charged out from the forest. They looked like enormous wolves with thick, gray furred coats and snarling jowls, though their square pupil eyes and tusks made it readily apparent they were no ordinary wildlife. They surged forwards with tusks jutted out, aiming to gore Aldrich. Aldrich saw them moving towards him and immediately lunged to the side, rolling over a bunch of leaves as he dodged the barreling, savage bodies. A crack sounded as the strikers slammed into trees and shook their heads, momentarily dazed by the impact. Still, Aldrich almost shuddered at how devastating their charges were. They had almost felled the enormous trees they had hit, tilting them backwards dangerously close to a free fall. Any human hit by that would have their internal organs completely rearranged from the impact alone, not to mention the sharp tusks. Aldrich was faster than the wolves, though. A good deal faster. Because he had the unburdened status, which applied only when he did not wear any equipment, he had a sizable buff to agility. As a result, he was more than twice as fast as he was before, and even back when he was an ordinary man, he had top-level athletic performance. Aldrich pointed his pale hands at the two strikers just like his Necromancer character would. He casted Chill Bolt. Mana 15/15, November 15th. Two wintry spheres of foggy white and blue surrounded his hands before twin bolts of pale blue energy shot forth. The bolts zipped through the air, cold, condensed air leaving a frosty comet trail behind them. Both bolts landed square on one of the strikers square at the head. The impact jerked the striker's head back like it was shot with a bullet, but it shook the blow off. Its head was cut open with jagged scars covered with frozen blood, but the damage was not enough to pierce right through the skull and into the brain. Noted Aldrich. These strikers were not ordinary. Normally, E-class threats like them could be dealt pretty easily with conventional weaponry, and the chill bolts would definitely have been enough to turn their brains into frozen mush, considering in the game they could make sizable dents in boulders. But these strikers had seemingly evolved harder skulls to accommodate their charging habits, removing one of their biggest weak points as the thick fur on their bodies formed a sort of natural armor. In terms of game levels, the strikers would probably be around level 4 or 5. A significant threat to Aldrich at this state. There was no doubt that if the strikers got a clean hit on him, he would instantly die with how low his HP pool was. But Aldrich trusted in his reflexes and agility to kite his way through this mini-boss fight. The other striker roared and pawed the ground once before charging again. Aldrich dodged preemptively, once more rolling to the side and narrowly evading a crushing blow to his body. He then cast Anti-Life Shell Rank 1, or, more accurately, he activated it since it was a toggled passive. Unlike Chill Bolt, Anti-Life Shell was a passive ability that surrounded Aldrich with negative energy that healed undead while draining the life force of regular enemies. There was no cost to maintaining the shell, especially at lower ranks, but in exchange, it did not deal much damage. It was more like chip damage that accumulated over time, but every little bit counted at this point. A ghostly green aura that looked like ethereal mist surrounded Aldrich in a hazy sphere approximately 10 meters in radius. Enough range to constantly cover both strikers in this forest clearing. The strikers sniffed the strange mist warily but did not register enough threat from it to run away or deal with it. Instead, they sat in the mist, circling around Aldrich from opposite ends. Aldrich took in a breath, keeping his senses sharp for the moment they charged him. He could not use Raise Undead because it required corpses, but he had willingly chosen a spell that did not work because he was confident he could one-shot the strikers with well-placed chill bolts to the head. Now, though, Aldrich had to readjust his strategy and beat the strikers with a hit-and-run method using the constant chip damage of Anti-Life Shell and chill bolts to deal frost-type damage that would slow the strikers down. Aldrich had planned to take this fight without undead, but he had to admit that having undead would make his job a lot easier. After all, what was a necromancer, especially a legion necromancer, without his minions? That was when Aldrich noticed with some surprise the presence of graves. Not literal graves, but floating cross-shaped tombstones outlined in green that indicated the presence of corpses that he could raise. These corpses were only visible to necromancers, and it was both a welcome and unwelcome sight to him. 2 graves. Aldrich grimaced. He knew who they were. He did not like using his dead friends as undead, but for now, he had to survive. He had to survive to give them the vengeance they deserved. Aldrich put his hand out and casted Raise Undead Rank 1. Mana, November 15th, June 15th. Rank 1 meant that he could only raise undead from levels 1 to 10, and though he did not know entirely how levels correlated with the real world, the presence of graves meant they were in the eligible level range for revival. 2 sets of pale arms burst from the forest ground, and the graves floating over them faded away. Aldrich frowned as he saw Adam and Elaine burst from the ground, and from rotted splotches on their skin, he knew they were zombies. They looked grotesque, Elaine with the gaping hole in her stomach and Adam with a completely twisted neck. Their eyes were lifeless, and they let out guttural groans that belonged to monsters, not humans. Necromancers were not like priests. They did not revive the dead. They simply used corpses to create monsters. Whatever soul was left in that corpse was long gone. At least, this was according to game lore. Aldrich hoped that it was right. He had never been superstitious enough to believe in souls and an afterlife, but if it did exist, he did not want to keep his friends' souls trapped. The strikers paused their circling as they saw the two zombies, assessing their threat. Aldrich could feel mental tethers linked to Adam and Elaine, and he had an instinctive sense that he could move them around with mental commands addressed to these links. He had Adam and Elaine stand behind him, covering his blind spot, and together like this, he almost felt like they were back as a team. Aldrich shook his head as he remembered the many fights they had gone through together in this formation. That was the past. Adam and Elaine were dead. They were zombies now, and Seth Solar and his gang had to pay for it. Aldrich took the initiative this time, firing off twin, chill bolts at the striker in front of him. Mana, June 15th, February 15th. He aimed not at the heart and skull this time, but at the eyes. The striker howled in pain as the pale blue bolts slammed into its gleaming yellow eyes, bursting them apart in chunks of frozen flood and eye fluid. While the striker was disabled, Aldrich ran towards the other striker, causing it to charge him. He ran so that he lured it away from Adam and Elaine, while he commanded his undead friends to attack the blinded striker. Adam and Elaine growled as they sprinted forwards, significantly stronger than they were before. As zombies, they had slightly enhanced physical stats, undying bodies that would not give out unless they took head injuries, and a poisonous bite and rot aura that made them better frontline fighters than Aldrich. Overall, both were level 3, and two of them could overwhelm a single striker easily provided Aldrich distracted the other one. Adam and Elaine tackled the striker and began savagely tearing into it like monsters themselves. They chomped down on the striker, turning it over as they started to gouge their fists and legs into its skin. They broke their fingers as they tried to tear into it, and then used their sharp, broken bones as knives to start stabbing, unable to feel pain or any sense of self-preservation. Aldrich played a tense game of dodging with the other striker, evading its lunges, charges, and snaps from its jaws with his superior agility. He did this while listening to the other striker growling and struggling before its death throes silenced. Striker defeated. Plus 10 EXP. EXP bar 0 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Level up. Level 1-2. 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich nodded to himself, feeling power surge into him. The striker leaped up and snapped at him, and Aldrich held it off with his bare hands, keeping his hands on its jaws to prevent them from closing on his face while he held it from arm's length away to evade the tusks. The striker's eye widened in surprise at Aldrich's burst of power. Stat points distributed. Strength 611. Aldrich had expected to get around twice as physically strong from going from 6 to 11 in strength, but he felt stronger than even that, even though his class did not have an affinity for strength that granted a bonus point to every stat invested into it. Aldrich tossed the striker away with an expert over-the-shoulder throw, sending it crashing into the forest floor in a tumble of cracking leaves and branches. His class primarily used magic, it was true, but that did not mean he could neglect his physical stats, especially in the real world where superheroes faster than the human eye could run a fist through him before he could even react and cast a spell. Now then, said Aldrich as he cracked his neck and knuckles, walking casually up to the striker as it slowly got back up from the heavy throw. The striker looked first at Aldrich, then behind it at Adam and Elaine shambling towards it, covered in the blood, fur, and guts of its companion. The monster shuddered in fear, its tail tucking between its legs. "It's time for you and your friend to join us," said Aldrich. Chapter 12 The Nexus. In a reversal of roles, it was now Aldrich that charged the striker, sprinting at the monster before it could build up speed for its own charge. He determined that the only way for the striker to escape its situation was to charge Aldrich and force him to dodge, thereby giving it a clean getaway path. By charging first, Aldrich removed that option, though this was far riskier for his own personal safety. Regardless, he wanted the EXP and undead from the striker. The striker snapped at Aldrich when he got close, managing to close its jaws around his shoulder. Because Aldrich had not leveled his vitality, the durability of his body was still similar, and the striker, even as a E-class monster, had bite force capable of tearing apart metal. Aldrich felt his shoulder bones shattering and his flesh tearing like paper, but he held the striker off with his arms while Adam and Elaine pounced on its back, tearing the variant away and throwing it to the ground. "Do me a favor and kill this thing," said Aldrich as he held his mangled shoulder. Adam and Elaine began to bite and claw at the striker, wrestling it into the ground where it had no escape. The striker turned and managed to bite Adam's head, cracking his skull, and Aldrich reacted by throwing out a precisely aimed, powerful kick at the base of the striker's neck, breaking the bones supporting it. The striker fell down, limp and dead. Striker defeated. Plus 10 EXP. EXP bar 0/30, 10/30. "Sorry, Adam," said Aldrich as he saw the huge tooth marks dug into his former friend's skull. "But you'll be patched up soon with my anti-life shell. Plus, like you said, it's not like you're missing out with that face of yours." Aldrich did not know why he talked to his friends as if they were still alive. He felt a twinge of hurt when he saw them as zombies. He thought he was immune to loss, and though he definitely was cold to it, there was still a part of him that grieved and tried to hold on to the memories of the two that had been his only friends in this unfair world. Or maybe Aldrich was just going crazy. Perhaps a side effect of being undead. Speaking of, Aldrich inspected his damaged shoulder and moved it around. There was no pain, and despite the fact that tendons and bone and muscle had been torn to shreds, he could still move it with no issues. He truly was an undead now, and this, he was not familiar with. In Elden World, player characters could choose from a wide variety of races, but being an undead was not one of them. He had no idea how his character would progress or whether he could evolve from being a basic undead to something like a lich. Aldrich's thoughts were broken by Adam and Elaine tearing chunks from the dead strikers and eating the raw, bloody meat. "I know you guys are hungry, but I need a mostly intact corpse to raise," said Aldrich. Adam and Elaine stopped chewing and stood up with grunts, swaying as they awaited further commands. Aldrich's current mana was at 2 to 15, and Raise Undead rank 1 cost 4 mana, so he needed at the very least 8 mana to cast 2 of it. He needed to rest and recharge. In Elden World, mana regeneration mechanics were such that there was no in-combat mana regeneration. Mages therefore had to rest out of combat to slowly regain their mana, though this would take quite some time. A full recharge on mana took several hours at the minimum. As a result, mages generally had to rely on using consumables to recharge their mana, specifically using an item called the Restorative Flask. Every single player started out with a Restorative Flask, and it was the only basic item that stuck with the player all the way from level 1 to 100. The item had a set number of charges which could be set for either healing health or restoring mana. Melee characters used skills that had a charge-based system and not spells that consumed mana, so they could set all the charges on their flask for healing. Mages, however, had to generally set aside around half of their charges for mana. This was the trade-off for being a mage who was generally safer with ranged abilities. The only issue was that right now, Aldrich did not have the Restorative Flask on him. Normally, it was given to the player at the beginning of the game when they entered a space known as the Nexus, which was a central hub that housed the fast travel system where players could teleport to various saved locations. As if to answer Aldrich's worries, however, a message popped up in his vision. New quest. Access the Nexus. Quest difficulty 1. Description. Access the Nexus using the Sign Stone item. Rewards. Plus 10 EXP. Plus 100 coins. Coins, huh? In Elden World, coins were the main currency of the game. Even though there were no blacksmiths or artificers in the real world, the Nexus did have a shop system that Aldrich could use coins for. The only issue was that it seemed that real-life variants did not drop coins, meaning the only way he could farm them was through completing quests. Aldrich switched over to his tab where he saw the Sign Stone deposited. He selected it and manifested it. A small, crystalline black rock appeared in his hand, humming with a warmth that made it feel almost alive. Aldrich knew what to do. Sign stones could be used to imbue an area with a gate sign that players could access to reach the safety of the Nexus to refill their restorative flask and run from dangers. Sign stones were incredibly rare items granted by completing difficult trial quests accessible through the Nexus, but Aldrich could not be picky with how he used this one. He needed to get to the Nexus soon, and all things considered, using the sign stone in this forest that nobody ever investigated was not that bad of an idea. Aldrich knelt down and placed the stone onto the forest floor. It flashed with a white glow for a second before dissolving into the dirt, etching out a spiral-shaped sigil. It continued to glow brightly, but when Aldrich moved away, the glow faded, and the sigil turned invisible, ensuring that it would be completely secret. Aldrich wondered if anyone else could access the sign. In Elden World, only players who were chosen to save the world could access signs and the Nexus, so he figured that other than himself, nobody else could trigger it. Which meant that Aldrich now had his own personal pocket dimension that he could hop into where nobody else could chase him or threaten him. Aldrich tapped the sign and a selection message appeared in front of him. Access the Nexus? Aldrich immediately projected his consent, and the sign flashed with a blinding burst of light, enveloping him before drenching his vision in pure darkness. The darkness quickly faded, revealing the familiar environment of the Nexus. The Nexus was a circular, temple-like room fashioned out of muted gray stone. It was sizable, easily the size of a two-story home and just as tall. At the center of the Nexus, there was a large basin of water swirling in a gentle spiral current standing atop a pillar engraved with carvings of armored fighters wielding blades and robed mages holding staffs. One half of the water glowed a bright gold, indicating liquid that restored health, and the other half glowed blue, indicating liquid that restored mana. 12 large pillars dotted the walls of the Nexus, supporting a domed ceiling dotted with large, glowing white and gold crystals that emitted light that approximated sunlight. Each of these pillars housed double stone doors at their bases, and through these pillars, a player could access trial quests of various difficulty. Trial quests were tailored for the individual player's class, and clearing them were prerequisites to maximizing and unlocking the abilities of one's class. Aldrich heard groans behind him, and he realized that Adam and Elaine had followed him here. Made sense, considering that they were counted as his units. So, how's the Nexus in real life, Adam? Though you've probably seen it too many times for it to be a surprise anymore, said Aldrich. Anytime a player died, they revived at the Nexus, though Aldrich had no idea if he could actually respawn. Until Aldrich got confirmation he could, he would assume that he only had one life to spare. Adam and Elaine both just stared blankly ahead, their minds long gone. Aldrich sighed before he walked over to the basin. It was elevated on a platform, so he had to climb some stairs to get to it. As he approached, he knew what would happen. Light from above would descend on the basin and the player and the goddess Amara, the creator of the Nexus, would materialize and float down, granting the player their restorative flask, and telling them of their purpose to save Eldenia, the setting of Elden World, from the great threat known as the Howling Dark. But what happened was entirely out of Aldrich's expectations. No goddess appeared. Instead, when he reached the basin, strange, pixelated boxes started to cluster in front of him. He immediately stepped back, wary. The boxes looked like graphical distortions, like glitches in the game, and when they faded away, it was not a beautiful, golden-haired and golden-eyed goddess that stared back at him, but a pixelated black stick figure. "Welcome, host," said the stick figure in a gender-neutral voice underlined with a hint of static. Chapter 13 Hunting. "Who are you?" said Aldrich as he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the pixelated black stick figure. It was a little eerie, staring into the plain circle that was its face, as it was impossible to discern any emotion from the being. "I am known as the System," said the stick figure. "Where is the goddess Amara?" said Aldrich. The stick figure ignored Aldrich as if it was an NPC that could only answer certain pre-programmed prompts and questions. "Here in the Nexus, You will find a safe haven where great warriors like yourselves may find rest. The Nexus is connected to all parts of Eldenia where its sign has been carved, and so through the Nexus, you may help all parts of the realm," said the stick figure. Aldrich realized that the stick figure, or rather, the system as it called itself, was speaking the exact same dialogue prompt as the goddess Amara would have. In essence, it was the goddess Amara, just different. Aldrich wondered whether it was some placeholder for Amara before she had been completed by the game developers. If so, then did that mean that Aldrich was playing the game on an earlier version? "Skip dialogue," said Aldrich, and the command prompt worked. The system paused for a second before moving on. It clasped the black pixelated boxes that functioned as its hands together, and between them, a shining golden orb manifested. The light died down, and a beautifully ornate crystal flask floated down to Aldrich's eager hands. Item: Restorative Flask obtained. "That is the restorative flask," said the system. "You may now fill it with the waters of life, granting you the ability to heal even the most grievous of injuries or restore your tired mind." Aldrich came up to the basin and stared at the flask in his hand. When his attention came to it, details about the item appeared in a screen pasted on his vision. Restorative Flask Rank 1. Rank Divine. Description: Used to consume the waters of life, healing 30% of one's total maximum health or mana or 10 health/mana, depending on which value is greater. Attune charges and refill this item at the Nexus. May be upgraded upon completion of trial quests to hold more charges. Unique. Undroppable. Unsellable. Available charges 3. Healing charges 3. Mana charges 0. Aldrich noted that the flask had 3 tick marks on it that indicated how many charges there were. He poured out the golden liquid into the basin down to the last tick, draining the flask 2/3 of the way down. He then filled the flask back up with blue water. Like this, he switched up his charges from 3 healing to 1 healing and 2 mana. "Excellent," said the system as it hovered to the side of Aldrich. "With this, the waters of life may now give you protection on your harsh journey. Now I will explain to you these 12 great pillars of creation and the trials that lie behind their doors." Aldrich listened to the dialogue just in case something had changed and the system would say anything different from the goddess Amara, but nothing changed. The system described how each of the pillars granted access to trial quests that unlocked further abilities of one's class. Each pillar had recommended levels that went up by 10 per pillar, so by the 10th pillar, one had to be level 100. The final 2 pillars were challenge quests that required highly optimized builds to clear but granted incredible rewards. Aldrich knew exactly what each trial quest held in store for him as he had completed all of them before. Through them, he could start to find strong undead monsters to raise, equipment, coin, and useful spell tomes. The first pillar required a level of 10 to access, and so Aldrich would have to grind some variant monsters out to reach that level first. After the system spoke about the trials, it then started to speak extra dialogue that the goddess Amara did not have. "Hey lad, you may also come to me for any crafting or repairing you need," said the system. Aldrich recognized that the system had taken up the tone and mannerisms of Sindri, the blacksmith god that worked at the Nexus who players could turn to for crafting. He introduced the soul forging system where rarely, monsters or enemies dropped souls that could be used to forge weapons or gear that took up their attributes. Regular drops like monster claws or teeth or whatnot had to be collected in large quantities for craft anything out of them, but a single soul alone could craft an entire piece of gear or weapon. In general, it seemed that the system took up the role of all the NPCs that were normally in the Nexus. Aldrich listened, careful to note whether the system had any extra unprompted dialogue, but it did not. It just cycled through the same things Aldrich had heard from Sindri, and afterwards, it just remained silent, having exhausted completely through the dialogue from the goddess Amara and the blacksmith god Sindri, the 2 NPCs of the Nexus. Aldrich walked down the stairs once there was just silence. At the base of the stair, there was another sign that he could access to reach signs he had placed. He knelt down, beckoned Adam and Elaine to come close, and touched the sign. As the bright white light engulfed Aldrich and his group, he heard one line of unprompted dialogue from the system. "May the hunt feed you well, host." Aldrich returned to the real world, right above the sign he had placed in the variant-infested forest. He wondered what that last line from the system had meant, but it did not seem important enough at the moment to waste time focusing on. Quest: Access the Nexus, completed. Plus 10 EXP. Plus 100 coins. EXP, October 30th, 2030. Coins 0, 100. The two striker corpses were still beside him, and when he looked down to check his wristwatch, a watch that had no net capabilities, hence, unlike his iPhone, it had not been taken from him, he noted that about 5 minutes had passed. In the Nexus, however, Aldrich had thought he had spent at least 10 or so minutes, indicating that time passed around half as fast as it did in the Nexus compared to the real world. Aldrich checked his mana. Mana, 15/15. Good, thought Aldrich. Going to the Nexus restored his health and mana to full as it usually did. His mangled shoulder had completely healed up to normalcy, but notably, the gaping fist-sized hole in his stomach did not. He figured that because he had sustained that injury before his undeath, it counted as part of his body now. He did not mind it. It gave him a striking reminder that he still had to make Seth Solar pay for what he had done. Aldrich looked down at the striker corpses and hovered his hand over them as he cast Raise Undead. "Sir," he said, though he did not know why. The word just slipped out of him, as if it belonged as a chant to the spell. The word felt fitting, though, he had to admit. Aldrich's hand glowed green, and ghostly green energy flickered around the two striker corpses. The corpses shuddered and then started to move. Their flesh rotted a little, tufts of hair falling out as they became zombified. They stood up on all fours, coming forwards to Aldrich and nuzzling their tawny, rotting heads at his hand like pet dogs. A hazy dark green aura of rot emanated from them, the same aura emanating from Adam and Elaine. Mana, 15/15, May 15th. Aldrich checked his tab. Chosen Undead, 0/1. None. Undead. Zombie Human Level 3. Zombie Human Level 3. Zombie Striker Level 5. Zombie Striker Level 5. Aldrich nodded to himself before drinking his restorative flask, restoring his mana. Restorative flask charges, 2/3. Healing charges, 1/1. Mana charges, 1/2. Mana May 15th, 15/15. Now, he had a sizable army to work with. Every 10 levels, the base number of units he could control increased by 5 and the number of spells he could attune increased by 3, though leveling the attunement stat could add even more units or spells to that. As for the chosen undead mechanic, Legion necromancers differed from other necromancers in that they could bind a powerful undead to their very souls. Normal undead did not gain levels, but chosen undead were lifetime companions that continually grew with their necromancer, and could be outfitted with equipment as well. A level 100 Legion necromancer could have up to 3 chosen undead, though the more chosen undead one had, the lower their max level cap was. At 3 chosen undead, their max level cap was at 60. At 1 chosen undead, it was a whopping level 100. Aldrich preferred to work with 1 strong chosen undead that covered his weaknesses perfectly. A chosen undead was so important that without one, Aldrich would go so far as to say that a Legion necromancer was half as strong as an ordinary warrior or mage of the same level that relied on their personal strength alone. To get one, Aldrich had to reach level 5, at which point he would obtain an item to reach out to a wide selection of chosen undead. In summary, Aldrich had 2 goals. First, to reach level 5 for his chosen undead. Then, to reach level 10 for his first trial quest. After reaching level 10 and clearing the first trial quest, he was confident he would be strong enough to beat every single one of Seth Solar's gang. The only issue was Seth Solar himself, who had an incredible set of powers that no army of ordinary zombies could ever hope to beat. Aldrich would devise a way to kill Seth Solar as well, he had no doubts about it. But for now, there was the grind. Aldrich roamed the variant forest, scouting out where he was while he hunted for more variants to kill. He figured out that he was ditched approximately 1 mile out from the single road that led into Blackwater. That road, along with Blackwater itself, was lined with anti-variant emitters that generated a specific energy frequency that prevented variants from entering it. However, as these frequencies were coded only to specific variant species, there was always the chance that variants could evolve or some unknown new species could migrate in, hence why Blackwater had walls and why the roads had auto-turrets installed in them. Aldrich had no idea whether the auto-turrets would track him and shoot, but he did not want to take the chances. He would not return to Blackwater until he was strong. About 20 minutes into his scouting, he encountered another variant. It was a huge clump of animated moss, thick, tentacle-like vines, spines, bark, and bulbous yellow eyeballs. It shuffled along the forest floor, leaving a trail of gooey, slime-like sap behind it. This was a moss beast known for its powerful lashing tentacles, and its hidden maw full of rotating buzzsaw-like teeth that ground up anything that went into it into mush. However, what it was most feared for was its ability to release a cloud of paralyzing gas from various tubes in its body. If one evaded the gas, moss beasts were not difficult to deal with as they were slow and uncoordinated. Aldrich smiled as he spied the moss beast from behind a tree trunk, mentally commanding his 4 undead to split up and circle the plant monstrosity. Because undead were immune to poison, this was going to be a breeze. He turned on his anti-life shell and stepped out of his cover, firing off a chill bolt. Mana, 15/15, November 15th. Twin bolts of pale blue slammed into 2 of the moss beast's large, exposed eyeballs, splattering them before permeating frost deep into the variant's leafy body. The moss beast gurgled as it started to slowly slither its way towards Aldrich. Aldrich commanded his undead to attack. He got the strikers to unleash their signature charges while having Adam and Elaine hold back, not wanting their bodies to suffer too much abuse. The strikers struck from behind, slamming into the moss beast's back and goring into it with their tusks. The moss beast shook as leaves, moss, and green liquid poured out of its body. In reaction, the moss beast emitted its paralyzing gas. Various tube-like plants in its body opened up, and from them, yellow gas whooshed out, filling the area in a hazy tint of noxious yellow. Aldrich waded through the gas with zero issue. He breathed it in before making a face. Smelled like rotten eggs, maybe even worse. Poison immunity triggered. The moss beast grumbled as it sent out thorny tentacles towards Aldrich and the strikers. The strikers moved backwards, dodging the slow and clumsy tentacles, before running backwards to make distance for another charge. Aldrich, who was even faster than the strikers, had zero issue dancing around the moss beast. He commanded the strikers to charge again. The strikers slammed into the moss beast again, and this time, the dual charges were fatal. The moss beast's eyes lost their yellow glow as it slumped down and started to break apart. Vines and leaves and branches split apart and scattered across the dirt as the slime-like green liquid holding its body together oozed out of its damaged form. Moss beast defeated. EXP plus 15. EXP bar 20 30ths, 35 30ths. Level up. Level 2 3. EXP bar 5 60ths. 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich noted with interest that there was not only a grave floating over the moss beast's corpse, but also a small white, flickering orb. That was a soul. Now, there was a dilemma. If things worked like they did in Elden World, if he took a soul, the moss beast's corpse would crumble into dust, making raising an undead impossible. As a result, necromancers could raise soulless old corpses, but if they took the souls themselves, the corpses would fade away, leaving nothing to raise. Aldrich decided to take the soul instead of raising an undead. The moss beast was far too slow and too large to use reliably, in any case. He reached out and grabbed the white orb, and it faded into his palm. It was far better for him to craft a cheap weapon out of it so he could make use of the moss beast's paralytic agent better. 1x moss beast soul obtained. Chapter 14 A crucial hint. Aldrich then distributed his stat points. He reviewed to himself how exactly the stats worked. Strength was a measure of physical power. Agility was a measure of physical speed and coordination. Vitality measured the total health pool and the durability bonuses a character got from wearing armor. Every point in Vitality raised total health by 3. Magic raised the mana pool and was the scaling stat for most spells. Every point in Magic raised the total mana pool by 3. Attunement was a stat that indicated how many skills, spells, or units a player could have at any given moment of time. Every 5 points in attunement allowed a player to attune an additional spell, skill, or unit. High levels of attunement were also required to even begin to access summoning stronger units. For fighter-type classes, attunement increased the refresh rate of the skill charges they could use per day, but this was not really relevant for Aldrich, who used spells that costed mana. Perception increased accuracy, critical chance, and critical damage. It also gave bonuses to skills and spells that checked another's status. This, for all intents and purposes, was the worst stat for Aldrich to level, as he generally did not rely on his own spells or melee strikes to deal damage. Now that Aldrich's strength was up to a decent level, he dumped 3 points into Magic and 2 points into Vitality. Strength 11. Agility 8-13. Vitality 6-10. Magic 5-11. Attunement 5. Perception 8. HP 21/21, 33/33. Mana 11/15, 33 of 33. Because Aldrich's Legion Necromancer had stat affinities for Vitality, Magic, and Attunement, he got double stat bonuses from investing into them. This meant that the 2 points he put into Vitality became 4, and the 3 into Magic became 6. Where other classes only got 1.2x or 1.5x boosts to affinity stats, Legion Necromancers got a whopping 2x modifier. This might have seemed incredibly good, but it was balanced out heavily by the fact that stronger undead required health offerings to raise, making it a balancing act to decide whether to use a massive health pool to create summons or tank hits. High-level spells also had notoriously high mana costs, and where other caster-type classes had passives that offset the cost of stronger spells to large degree, Legion Necromancers had no such perks. The only spell cost reductions they had were in raising and maintaining undead. As a result, they burned through their high mana pools deceptively quickly when they were pressured to defend themselves without their minions with offensive spells, exacerbating their weakness when alone even more. And most notably, Legion Necromancers needed to rely on a massive number of units. Hence why Attunement, the stat that increased how many units one could control, had to be at a high number for the class to be usable to begin with. Attunement was pretty awful as a stat considering it was mostly non-combat related, but this was because it was assumed that the Legion Necromancer would optimize their combat potential with summons. As one leveled, the quality of diversity of summons increased, and so Legion Necromancers scaled incredibly well with levels. All in all, this made the Legion Necromancer quite bad at early levels, but one of, if not the strongest class late game due to their sheer versatility with proper minion setup and control. Aldrich's strategy was therefore simple. Level the basic physical stats of strength and agility to a functional level where he could begin to keep up with alter superhumans, but then invest everything else into magic, vitality, and attunement so he could be an efficient necromancer. Already, just with a few points in magic, Aldrich nearly doubled his ability to use chill bolts. Defeating variants in this weak forest was going to be quite easy now, and he proceeded to do just that, actively looking for prey. Hunting, as the system had said. Always hunting, always reaching experience for those levels that would make him strong enough so that nothing in this world could deny him the vengeance and justice he was owed. Aldrich roamed the variant forest and killed 10 more strikers over the next hour. They were the most common variant in this area and among the most common in general, though he knew that deeper in, there were reports of larger, stronger variants. These, though, he had no data on, so he stuck in what was essentially a low-level area to kill as many strikers as possible. Over time, Aldrich had amassed 3 zombie strikers to cap out his unit count to May 5th. Using them like a pack of hunting dogs, he easily tracked down more strikers, surrounded them, and efficiently killed them with chill bolts and zombie maulings. Aldrich returned back to his sign and first checked his status after his hunt. Striker, X10, defeated. Plus 100 EXP. EXP bar, 5/60, 105/60. Level up. Level 3 4. EXP bar, 45/120. 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich distributed all of his stats to magic. Attunement was definitely important, but it was not a direct combat stat. All it did was allow him to attune more spells and minions. If he was too weak to obtain spells and minions in the first place, it was a dead stat. In the early game, like with most mage-type classes, magic was the primary stat to level for Legion Necromancers. Strength 11. Agility 8/13. Vitality 10. Magic 11/21. Attunement 5. Perception 8. Mana 3 for 33, 3 of 63. Now, at 66 total mana, Aldrich finally had a mana pool that he could work with as a mage. With that settled, he checked his wristwatch. It was 10 p.m. and the date was now October 31st, 2117. A day had passed since he and his friends had died under Seth Solar's fists. He sat on a large rock beside the sign while Adam and Elaine sat beside him. His 3 strikers curled down by his feet like sleeping dogs, though they were always vigilant for threats. "Almost feels like we're camping," said Aldrich as he looked up. As an undead, he had perfect night vision, and when he looked up, he saw stars speckling the sky, painting up the bright and vast Milky Way. "You know, that was one thing I wanted to do together. When we all became heroes. My parents took me out once and seeing the stars like this without city smog and pollution to cover it up was amazing. Glad you guys can enjoy it too." Aldrich looked to his side to see Adam and Elaine staring up but with dull eyes and open mouths. Their skin was pale, cracked, and rotted in patches. There was no sign of recognition there, just adherence to Aldrich's mental command to look up. "Though I guess it's not the same," sighed Aldrich. He balled a fist and looked down. "I swear to both of you, with this new undeath I am going to make sure Seth Solar, Ghost, and all those useless wastes of oxygen that make up that group will suffer." That was when Aldrich noticed something. The white glow of the sign illuminated a faint glint of glass under the leaves. Aldrich cocked his head and immediately investigated it. He uncovered a pile of leaves to see a pile of empty syringes. He inspected a syringe and narrowed his eyes. Its contents were nearly empty, but there were unmistakable traces of light blue liquid. This was X, a heavily addictive narcotic popular among younger, wealthier folk. He remembered the technician at Blackwater he had tried to blackmail for information about which students he sold drugs to. Looks like some of them involved Seth Solar's gang. However, it did not seem like Seth Solar was the type to do this drug. X had pretty serious side effects including weight loss, causing skin to pale, and constant jitteriness when off of it. Seth Solar had not exhibited any of those symptoms. Nor did the rest of his crew. No, wait. Then, Aldrich remembered. A thin, gaunt face. Pale skin. Lean, bony hands. Ghost. Ghost was the one that did these drugs, and it seemed like he dumped his needles here so he would not get caught. Aldrich snapped his fingers. "Here, boy," he said, beckoning a striker to come to him. He held out the syringe to the zombie wolf beast, and it curiously sniffed the object. "Find me as many of these as you can," said Aldrich. Within minutes, the strikers uncovered a massive pile of syringes buried in a shallow pit. Not to mention other drugs and the shattered remnants of his, Elaine, and Adam's iPhones. Judging by how many syringes there were, he figured that Ghosts came here basically every single weekend after partying out in Haven. Aldrich shook his head. Seemed like this was the routine dumping spot for any illegal things for Seth Solar's gang. That included Aldrich and his friends' corpses too. That was all they were reduced to. Illegal trash to be buried with used-up syringes. What a sick fucking joke. But this was a massive hint. This meant that at the very least, Ghost came here routinely to dump his needles. In fact, considering it was only 9 p.m. on a Sunday night, it was highly likely that Ghost might even be coming back tonight. Alone, too. Seth Solar might have been a sociopathic monster, but he had his own pride to consider. He and the others in his gang went out to party on Fridays and Saturdays, but not Sundays as they had training awaiting them on Monday. All of them except Ghost, who was likely too addicted to X to back out of a Sunday trip for a free hit. Aldrich immediately went back to the Nexus using the sign. He had little time to waste. He had to get everything ready before Ghost got here between midnight and 2 a.m. As the glowing light of the sign enveloped him, he took in a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders. For 17 long years, Aldrich had faced nothing but abuse. He had been beaten, spat on, called worthless, and told to die for the sake of humanity's evolution. The world had torn his parents away from him without a second thought, torturing them and breaking them apart when they were some of the only precious lights of good left in this dark world. The world had torn his friends from him under a merciless, uncaring fist. All because Aldrich was powerless. But now, he had power. He remembered his last words to Seth Solar and his gang before he died. He swore he would be their judgment. This would be the first trial. His first judgment. Chapter 15: Catching a Ghost. Aldrich entered the Nexus with his small undead entourage behind him. Gold and blue sparkles of energy danced around him, completely restoring his health and mana to full. HP 33/33. Mana 66 out of 66. What he first did was go to the wellspring, the platform and basin of ornately carved white marble where the waters of life spiraled, and refilled his restorative flask. When he saw that the clear, crystalline flask was filled with gleaming gold and blue liquid, he capped it with a diadem-shaped golden stopper. Restorative flask charges 0/3 After this, Aldrich spotted the stick figure entity standing behind a large worktable of ashen stone where various smithing tools such as a hammer, anvil, and the orange light of a lit forge surrounded it. It had an ornately carved bronze hammer in its hand, and it whacked away repeatedly at nothing, mimicking the idle motion of Sindri the smithing god. Aldrich leaped several meters down, and landed right in front of the stick figure. "Oh, good host, what can I do for you today, said the stick figure, mimicking Sindri's light and hearty tone, though its voice still had a neutral, emotionless timbre to it that made it eerie. Like it was speaking in awkward text-to-speech. "What you said to me before I left about the hunt, what did you mean?" asked Aldrich. "HM? That ain't a request I can fulfill," said the stick figure, repeating Sindri's dialogue for when he was given a task he could not perform. "All right then," sighed Aldrich. He had no idea what this stick figure was, and though it did bother him, he could not be picky about it. It seemed to be some sort of unfinished asset that was a placeholder for both the goddess Arama and the god Sindri, and as long as it fulfilled their roles properly, he did not have complaints. "I want something crafted." "Craftin', is it? Heh, you ain't gonna find anyone as good at that as me," said the stick figure. "Now, what can I do for ye?" Aldrich found a menu of options appear in front of him. Specifically, this was for crafting. By offering up dropped materials, coins, and souls, a player could have Sindri create items for them. Aldrich found the 1x Moss Beast soul in his inventory and offered it up. The glowing white orb that represented the soul appeared in his hand and then floated over to the stick figure. "I want a weapon," said Aldrich. "Specifically, a two-handed staff that acts as a catalyst." In Elden World, a player could ask Sindri for what type of equipment they wanted from a soul, whether it was a piece of armor or weapon. In Aldrich's case, he wanted a staff that worked as a catalyst, with a catalyst being a weapon that channeled magic and was thus appropriate for mage-type classes. The actual stats and effects of the weapon, though, were randomized. Sindri would bring up a menu of 3 to 6 options, depending on the player's level, and these options would have varying effects and stats. For example, giving Sindri the soul of, say, a fire drake would make him pull up 3 staff options, one that enhanced fire, one that had a fire breath type spell imbued in it, or one that simply just had high stats. Sometimes, in rare cases, a weapon would have all of these effects. In bad cases, it would have nothing. Basically, it was a dice roll system to get what you wanted out of a soul, and by spending gold, one could re-roll these options. The stick figure swiped at the soul with its glitchy black block of a hand, and the soul disappeared. You got something good here. A soul, is it? Well, here's what I can do for ya. Aldrich saw 3 options flash in front of him. 1. Staff of Grasping Vines. Rank Common. Type Staff Catalyst. Stats. +2 Vitality. +2 Magic. Effects. This staff can cast the spell, Grasping Vines, that shoots forth 6 binding, thorn vines. 2. Staff of Iron Bark. Rank Common. Type Staff Catalyst. Stats. +5 Vitality. Effects. No special effects. 3. Staff of Stilling Pollen. Rank Common. Stats. +2 Magic. +2 Perception. Effects. This staff is able to cast the spell, Pollen Cloud, that paralyzes all units in its area of effect. Operates off a charge system with 3 charges. Each charge requires 24 hours to restore. Forging cost, 80 coins. Reroll cost, 30 coins. Aldrich assessed the options. They were about what he expected. The item tiers were all at common rank, which was standard for an item crafted from a monster that ranged from levels 1 to 10. He recounted the item tiers in his head. Basic, these were items that had 0 stats or special effects. Common, these items had a level threshold of 1 to 10. Uncommon, these items had a level threshold of 10 to 30. Rare, these items had a level threshold of 30 to 50. Epic, these items had a level threshold of 50 to 70. Mythic, these items had a level threshold of 70 to 90. This was generally endgame equipment. Divine, these were top-tier endgame items that held a level threshold from 90 to 100. Gear of this tier was rare enough that it was extremely difficult to be decked out in full divine equipment, as the materials needed to craft them were too finite in number. As for the options themselves, there was only one good choice. Aldrich reached a finger out and pressed the Staff of Stilling Pollen option. This would allow him to neutralize Ghost with the most efficiency. The Alta could just phase out of Grasping Vines, and the +5 Vitality from the Staff of Iron Bark would do nothing considering the fact that Ghost was strong enough to shatter a human rib with a casual finger press. As it stood now, Ghost could probably kill Aldrich in one good beatdown of physical blows, and without the stats and minions to back him up, +5 Vitality meant precious little. It was just more health for Ghost to whittle down. On top of this, Aldrich needed to neutralize Ghost quickly. He could not afford Ghost just escaping with his invisibility and phasing. A wise choice, good host, said the stick figure. It began to hammer rapidly down, the sound of clinking resonating through the empty temple. In a few seconds it was done. A glowing golden orb with the icon of the item embedded within floated towards Aldrich. 80 coins. Coins remaining, 20. Aldrich grimaced at how few coins he had. Since variants did not drop coins, there was no easy way to farm them. He needed to find a way to get more if he wanted to use crafting and equipment system properly, and the only way was to obtain the ring known as the Ring of Avarice, located within the first trial. So, until he got to level 10, he needed to be conservative with his coin usage. Thanks, system, said Aldrich as he felt the Staff of Stilling Pollen fall into his inventory. Just curious, but can I take a look at your wares? Aldrich knew that Sindri had a list of items he could buy. Basic gear, mostly. Stuff that got outscaled later very easily. The higher the player's level, the higher the rank of the gear, but as far as gear went, they were the worst of their tier. Of course, lad, said the system. A screen flashed in front of Aldrich. It was completely empty. Said Aldrich. That'll be it then. Good luck on your journey, host. If you ever need me again, I'll be hammering away here, said System as it turned its attention away from Aldrich and went back to hammering aimlessly at nothing. Aldrich walked away back to the exit sign. It seemed that the system had no items available to sell. Not entirely a big hassle, considering the fact that Aldrich had no coin to buy anything with anyway, but it was noteworthy that that was another difference between now and how it was in the game. Aldrich stood atop the exit sign, his small group of undead gathering around him. He looked to Elaine and Adam and nodded at them. Tonight I'm taking the first step to making things right. Chapter 16 Catching a Ghost 2. Adam and Elaine grunted at Aldrich because that was all their zombified vocal cords were capable of. Light enveloped the group, blinding away the Nexus and teleporting Aldrich back to the forest. He checked his wristwatch. 10:10 p.m. Barely any time had passed. Good. Aldrich needed some time to get ready. He materialized the staff of stilling pollen in his hands. It looked like a 2-meter-long bamboo shoot that split off into 3 branches at the crown. A yellow, seed-like bulb the size of a baseball drooped from each branch, and the surface of each seed was scattered with tiny hairs and bright yellow pollen. Each of these bulbs had a cast of pollen cloud embedded within them, making them noxious gas grenades that could be remotely detonated. A near-perfect tool for what Aldrich wanted to do. Stop me here, said Ghost from the comfortably cushioned back seat of a commercial hovercar. He was the only passenger in a car that had enough seating space to fit in 6, and he abused the space as much as possible, putting his feet on the seat and sprawling out like he was in his own bed. He had ordered an Black Tier Express ride from Carrier, the best and most reliable taxi and rideshare service on the market, and he was damn well going to make the most of his purchase, especially now that he was getting jitters from coming off the high of X. Are you sure, sir? This is still quite a ways from the compound, and there may be variants out and about, said the driver from the front seat. An opaque black plexiglass sheet separated passengers from the driver, but Ghost could still see the silhouette of the driver's head cocked in confusion. Did you not fucking hear me? Said Ghost, annoyed. I want out here. As you wish, sir, said the driver. He halted the sleek black, expensive hovercar to a smooth stop. Ghost's passenger side door slid open, and he hobbled out, backpack slung over his shoulder. Next time, if there is one, said Ghost to the driver. You don't question me, got it? 200 credits a ride and you lecture me, a top-tier Blackwater recruit, on safety? Fuck off. Have a nice day, sir, said the driver, obviously used to this kind of treatment. Yeah, whatever, said Ghost as he stumbled away on the paved road. He heard the hovercar door click shut behind him and the car zoom away. He waited until the car was completely gone before he went off the road and into the dirt of the forest. Ghost grimaced. In class ranking, he was 20th, the very last of the A-class, and he was in dire danger of slipping into B-class. No, in the first place, he was B-class material. The only reason he was in the A-class was because Seth Solar was his friend and could pull string for him. But even that had limits. By training hard, Ghost could barely hold his own in the A-class, but these drugs, these fucking drugs, they screwed him up. They made him slow when he needed to be fast. They made his head go blank when he needed it to be sharp. Ghost dug his fingers into his forearm and grit his teeth. But he could not quit. Fuck that Blackwater technician for introducing him to X. It was all his fault that he was in this downward spiral. Regardless, Ghost needed to get rid of the syringes he had used. X was illegal enough that getting rid of them in Haven City was a risk because of cops finding them and tracing them with chemical dating. Granted, it was not a high risk, but any risk was too much for Ghost to handle. Blackwater's zero drug tolerance policy meant that if Ghost was caught with, even just associated with drugs, especially one like X, he was truly fucked. The best way he thought of getting rid of contraband was dumping them in the forest because nobody ever went there due to the danger of variants. Now, as a pretty strong alter himself, Ghost could easily deal with low-rank variants like strikers. But there was always the off chance that some stronger variant was there. Even in that case, though, he could just use his ability and run away. Ghost took the 10-minute or so trek to his usual dumping spot. Meanwhile, He checked his iPhone's photo gallery, a smile forming at the ends of his lips as he went through his normal de-stressing routine. He looked through pictures of bare-naked women he had snapped while they were passed out senseless from drugs he slipped them at a private room in the After Dark, the biggest nightclub in Haven. One of them was a complete smoke show, too. A solid 9 out of 10 who had just graduated from Haven High School, and her, he had gotten passed out and used all the way. He licked his lips, watching snippets of the videos he had taken of her. Ghost reached the clearing where his dumping spot was and put down his bag. He unzipped it, taking out a small bundle of syringes and a few small empty plastic boxes that once had pills in them. He laid the contraband by his side and withdrew a hand shovel. Shovel in hand, he started to dig away at the little pit that held his secrets. Until he hit something that cracked. "What the fuck?" he whispered as he uncovered some dirt. He had hit a small, golden seed. Its outer shell was lined with cracks from his shovel. No, not just one seed, there were 2 others too laying beside it. Ghost registered confusion for a split second before he started to grow wary, and this single split second costed him. All 3 seeds burst apart, releasing a concentrated gas of yellow dotted with glowing speckles of pollen. Ghost coughed violently before covering his mouth, his eyes watering, and he immediately activated phase on his upper body, making his lungs and mouth intangible. Too late, though. One breath of that concentrated gas had buckled Ghost to his knees, his entire body growing numb and still, and he fell face first into the pile of seeds. He felt stabs of pain as used-up needles in the dirt pile pierced his face. Ghost made his lungs, mouth, throat, and nose intangible as long as he could, but he still needed to breathe. The gas stayed there for longer than he could hold his breath, and he was forced to gulp in another breath of it. Ghost blinked and grimaced, his body frozen like a statue. His head, though, was not paralyzed, keeping him conscious. Paralysis from the head down was a common trait of moss beast pollen poisoning. This he knew from his training. As he grimaced, staring down at the dirt, struggling not to have needles puncture too deeply into his cheeks, his mind raced. How? Why? Moss beasts release their gas through tubes, not through seeds like this. And why had a moss beast planted these seeds in this specific hole of all things? Nothing made sense. Ghost felt his body kicked over, flipping him over face up. His pale red eyes widened near impossibly as he stared up at a pair of glowing green eyes looking down at him. Then, he recognized his face. It was a face he thought he would never see again. What the fuck? You're that dud! Whispered Ghost, finding it incredibly hard for his numbed lungs to draw breath. Aldrich. That's my name. A name you never bothered to learn. Chapter 17 Vengeance. Aldrich felt a strange feeling looking down at Ghost like this. The whole concept of looking down, this was entirely new to him. But he could not deny that it felt right. No, it was right. It was just. Yes, this was justice. Justice with consequences that this world lacked. Justice backed by actions, not idealism. Justice that Aldrich would make real. Justice he would rain down on all those deserving with vengeance. This was the first drop of that rain. That storm of vengeance and righteous purpose that Aldrich could now make real with his powers. As he looked down at Ghost, a screen flashed in front of him. A quest. New quest, vengeance obtained. The tab of his interface flashed with an indicator, and he mentally tabbed over to it. He raised a brow slightly, noting that the way the quest looked was different. The words detailing it were colored in bright, bloody red, and their font looked like disheveled scratches. Distinctively sinister in appearance. Vengeance active. Difficulty 5. Details. Hunt down Seth Solar and his crew. Enact vengeance. Enact judgment. Rewards. Death of Ghost, 200 EXP, 200 coin. Death of Evan Harker, 50 EXP, 50 coin. Death of Simon Wells, 100 EXP, 100 coin. Death of Zane Soldata, 250 EXP, 200 coin. Death of Seth Solar, 1000 EXP, 800 coin. Bonus EXP gained from absorbing negative energy from each individual. Aldrich cracked his neck. He did not exactly know how or why this quest appeared, but he did not complain. He was going to make sure Solar and his gang were all going to die anyway. If he was going to get rewarded while doing so, then all the better. The bonus EXP from absorbing negative energy was something Aldrich had not seen before, but it made sense. Undead creatures lived off of absorbing negative energy. It healed and nourished them. And recalling game lore, Aldrich knew that where positive, healing energy was associated with emotions like love, happiness, and hope, negative energy emanated from emotions like hate, fear, and despair. It was obvious how Aldrich would get negative energy ghosts. You still have a hole in your chest. I can see right through you. How in the hell are you alive? Said Ghost. That doesn't matter, does it? What matters to a selfish piece of trash like you is whether you'll be alive. No, said Aldrich. He took his staff and shoved the butt end of it into Ghost's chest. As expected, Ghost used phase, making the staff go right through him. Ghost's head was still not paralyzed, so he could will his power to work. You stupid fuck, said Ghost. He smiled, his lip and cheeks twitching and bleeding from a mixture of paralyzing agent and needle punctures. You must have gone through a blooming and awakened some kind of power that lets you live like this. How you processed moss beast pollen, I don't know. But what I do know is that you were a dumbass for using moss beast poison. It paralyzes from the head down, and as long as I can think, I can use my power. You will never, ever get to touch me, and when I can start moving again, you better be ready, because I'll finish off what Seth started. I'll fucking rip your head off your neck and use it to decorate my dorm. A blooming, is it? I guess that's what everyone will think is what happened to me, said Aldrich. A blooming was the term to describe when an individual awakened their powers. It also applied to those who awakened their powers unexpectedly after puberty. Of course, even in those cases, it was alders with dormant altar organs that bloomed past puberty. Duds like Aldrich who had no such organ had no hope for even that. Still, this was interesting information. If people found out about Aldrich's powers, they would think he had developed an altar power, and those were limited to a select category of powers. For example, augmenters usually had powerful bodies while blasters had ranged capability. Very rarely was there a blaster that was also physically tough and an augmenter that had ranged powers. People would try to cram Aldrich into specific power categories and underestimate him. Good. Let them underestimate. He would surprise and crush any opposition against him. You're lucky you bloomed to a power like that to save your ass, but you know what? You're still a useless fucking dud at heart. Eventually, someone will find me, and when they do, I'll make sure you're hunted down to the ends of the goddamn earth, said Ghost. Don't worry, Ghost, said Aldrich. Nobody will find you. Nobody but them. Aldrich withdrew his staff from Ghost's chest and snapped his fingers. Loud groaning rattled through the air while low, bestial growls hummed like the whir of deep engines. What the fuck is that? Said Ghost. He tried to look around, but he could not move his head properly as his neck was paralyzed. All he could do was look up at Aldrich looking down at him. You'll see, said Aldrich. Adam, Elaine, and the three strikers emerged from the edge of the clearing. Aldrich had hidden Adam and Elaine and had the strikers rove around the area in a tight perimeter, tracking down Ghost as soon as he got within 200 meters of this dumping site with their incredible scent-based tracking. As a result, Aldrich was alerted of Ghost's presence and also knew exactly when to detonate the pollen seeds. Adam and Elaine came by Aldrich's side and stared down hungrily at Ghost, spittle foaming at their bloody mouths as they shuddered, ready to feast on flesh. Look who it is! Our old friend Ghost, said Aldrich. Adam and Elaine snarled, with Elaine even reaching down to swipe at Ghost's face. Ghost made himself intangible, letting the swipe pass through him. The strikers circled around Ghost like hungry sharks, occasionally snapping close to his face, their putrid, toxic breath and spit spattering against his face. See zombies, said Ghost. Is that also your power? Making zombies? Aldrich put his staff over Ghost's mouth. Sure. That isn't important. What is important is that you make a fine meal for my friends. Then at least you'll have done one good thing for them. Aldrich stepped back and let Adam, Elaine, and the three strikers start mauling at Ghost. Ghost, predictably, turned intangible, and they kept swiping and biting and clawing through him. I'm fucking invincible, you idiot, said Ghost, though he was visibly panicked, unable to move. This is pointless. Let me go. Let's not be impatient, said Aldrich. He raised a hand, making his undead stop their attacks so that Ghost could hear him. It's quite rude to leave so soon after such a touching reunion, no? Plus, with how much paralyzing pollen you've breathed in, you won't be moving for him. Let's see, 3 hours? Aldrich smiled and sat on a rock, watching as Ghost could only helplessly lie there and look up at the undead, rotting faces that drooled for his flesh. Finally, there was fear in his face. Abject, utter fear as he came to increasingly realize that his power was not invincible. Negative energy harvested, plus 10 EXP. EXP bar 45, 55/120. I've analyzed your power. All of its weaknesses. I've been analyzing them and all the powers of your group ever since I got to Blackwater because one day, I figured I could make a contingency plan against you scum, continued Aldrich. But let's be real. Back then, that was just a dream. I had no power to abuse your weaknesses even if I knew them. But now? Different story. Your phasing has some safeties in it. For example, theoretically speaking, if you were wholly intangible matter, you would just fall through the ground and pop out the end of the earth. But you don't. But then you have limitations. You can phase through inorganic matter and destroy it, but you can't do it to organic matter. And the biggest limit you have, you can make yourself intangible, but it stops your bodily functions. If you make your chest intangible, for example, you can't breathe. I assume if you make your head intangible, you're also blind. You can't speak while they attack you, can you? Because you're holding your breath. Because you know that if you spend the time to draw even a single breath, your face will be torn apart into 100 different pieces. So let's see it. Let's see how long you can hold your breath, A-class student. Let's see how long you want to suffer. Aldrich clapped his hands together, and all 5 of his undead swarmed on Ghost, constantly tearing and biting and clawing at his body while he made himself intangible. Aldrich set a timer on his wristwatch, seeing how long Ghost could hold his breath. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. Ghost sucked in a breath, and the moment he did, Adam and Elaine bit into his shoulders while the strikers gored into his sides with their tusks. Aldrich raised a hand, making the undead stop and letting Ghost catch his breath. Aldrich walked over to Ghost and stood over him. Ghost's face was bloody. His chest heaved up and down as he took in desperate breaths. His eyes were wide with fear. Blood pooled from his sides where holes indicated where the strikers had jabbed him. Deep teeth marks on either of his shoulders showed where Adam and Elaine had bit him. The flesh around those open wounds started to blacken and rot, and Ghost yelled in pain as his nerves strained to the maximum extent of agony before rotting away from suffering necrotic damage he had no resistances to. Wow. 5 whole minutes, said Aldrich as he tapped at his wristwatch, causing the timer to stop. The average unenhanced, untrained person can hold their breath for 30 to 90 seconds. You, by virtue of having alter cells that enhance your body, can hold your breath for 5 entire minutes without even training for it. Fuck you, said Ghost, still defiant despite fear obvious in his face. Negative energy harvested. Plus 20 EXP. EXP bar, 55/120, 75/120. But you know what? 5 minutes is nothing. I can hold my breath for 10 minutes from all my training. I heard back before alters were a thing, the record was 24 minutes. Can you imagine? A person with no powers, a person you would look down on as a dud, doing that? Aldrich scoffed at Ghost. I'm sure you could do even better if you actually trained too. If you ever felt the need to work hard to even be fucking recognized as being allowed to live. If you weren't addicted to X and causing suffering instead of working on yourself. Aldrich stepped away and waved the undead on again. They swarmed over Ghost, savagely tearing at him, while he held his breath and made himself intangible. The ground beneath him was utterly torn up at this point, all the grass ripped off and the dirt gouged out with deep claw marks. Aldrich sat on his rock and waited, setting his timer again. This time, Ghost only lasted 3 minutes. Again, he yelled as he suffered a new round of cuts and bites. Again, Aldrich raised his hand up and stopped the undead. He strolled over to Ghost. Ghost breathed deeply, sucking in as much breath as he could. One of his eyes had been clawed out, blood streaming from the empty socket while the flesh around it rotted. "Ah," said Aldrich as he saw Ghost's red-pupilled eyeball lying on the dirt. He picked it up and tossed it to Elaine. "There you go, Elaine. Hope vengeance tastes good. You'll get a lot more of it soon." Elaine swallowed down the eyeball whole and licked her bloody lips. "Hey, Aldrich, listen to me," said Ghost. "Oh, now you remember my name?" said Aldrich. "What happened to Dud?" "I can help you," stammered Ghost. "You want Seth, right? You want his friends, right? I can lead them out here." Aldrich looked down at Ghost begging for his life and felt absolutely nothing. It was not just that Aldrich was numb to suffering, especially suffering from those that deserved it. It was something else, too. Becoming an undead had made his mind colder. He felt less. When he saw Ghost begging, it did not feel like a human being was pleading with him. It felt like a cockroach was twitching its legs, begging to be stomped and ended. It was disgusting. Ghost saw the complete disgust in Aldrich's eyes and started to beg harder. "I can tell you Seth Solar's weakness. The weakness of his whole family," said Ghost. "Oh? What is it?" said Aldrich. It's cryptic," said Ghost. "Cryptic drains the Solar family's powers." Aldrich recalled what cryptic was. It was a highly radioactive ore found in the Midnight Trench, a massive nest of variants located over the Pacific Ocean, so called because a vantablack dome covered it, leaving it a black spot of complete darkness. Cryptic was a dark, crystalline material that was extremely rare on account of how dangerous it was to obtain. It was mostly used for poisonings, with even a gram of it powdered and put into liquid or sublimated into gas form capable of killing basically anyone without incredible durability. As it was also untraceable, breaking down completely in the body, it was a favored tool by the highest-end assassins of the world. "Interesting," said Aldrich. He had no means of obtaining cryptic for now, but it was still useful information to have. "And now let me go, Aldrich," said Ghost. "I've told you so much already. If Seth Solar finds out, he'll kill me, I'm sure of it. No, the entire Solar family will be out to kill me. Please, man, just let me go. I'll run far from here, you'll never see me again. I'll hide out somewhere and live quietly, and you won't ever even hear from me. You don't have to worry about Seth Solar or anyone else finding you," said Aldrich. For a moment, Ghost's face lightened, finding some hope. "Because you die here," said Aldrich. He turned away and waved the undead forwards. This time, Aldrich did not set a timer. He let his zombies tear at Ghost without pause. Ghost screamed again after a few minutes, then held his breath again. A minute later, he screamed again and sucked in another quick breath. On and on like this, Ghost lost pieces of himself slowly, bit by bit, breath by breath, and Aldrich watched as he continued to farm negative energy from him. Until finally, it was over. And the rewards flowed in. Negative energy harvested. Total energy harvested, plus 70 EXP. Quest, Vengeance objective completed. Death of Ghost completed. Plus 200 EXP, plus 200 coin. Equals. EXP bar, 75/120, 345/120. Level up. Level 4 5. EXP bar, 225/200. Equals. Level up. EXP bar, 25/250. Level 5 6. Equals. 10 stat points available to distribute. X1 Tome of the Dark Arts Rank 2 obtained. X1 Nether Binding Amulet obtained. Chapter 18 Chosen Undead. Aldrich closed his eyes and sighed as he looked up to the pale moon above. Glowing waves of green energy flowed around him as he leveled up, wrapping him in an aura of power born from ghost suffering. He heard the sounds of ravenous chewing, flesh tearing, and bones crunching as Adam and Elaine finally had their fill of ghost. Their fill of vengeance. He let them eat up Ghost's corpse to nothingness as a well-deserved reward for their suffering, and also because Ghost had dropped a soul. Aldrich would use the soul and craft something out of it. If it retained Ghost's powers, then an item, perhaps a cloak that could activate phase, was going to be far more useful than a dumb zombie that could not reliably use the reflex and thinking-intensive phase power. In the meanwhile, Aldrich stabilized his newfound power by distributing his stat points. He started to invest more heavily into attunement now as he had obtained the Tome of Dark Arts Rank 2. The Tome of the Dark Arts were basic items that necromancers received at levels 1, 5, 15, 25, and 35 and 50 that granted them a catalog of spells to learn from, of which they could learn 3. Past level 50, one had to craft or find better spell tomes to obtain spells that scaled into higher levels. Many of those higher level tomes, though, Aldrich could find in the trial quests, so he did not worry about learning spells. He just might not have access to the absolute rarest spell tomes that required traveling about an Elden world itself. Aldrich dumped in 8 points in attunement and 2 points in vitality. Optimally, he would have spent his vitality points into magic, but this was not the game where he knew what threats he would face and how much health he needed to tank pre-coded attacks. In the real world, he needed higher health and durability as a safety net to make sure he did not just instantly die from a strong surprise attack. +2 to vitality, doubled to +4 due to affinity bonuses. Vitality, 10, 14. HP, 33 33rds, 45 45ths. +8 to attunement, doubled to +16 due to affinity bonuses. Attunement, 5, 21. Good, thought Aldrich. With this, he could increase how many spells and units he could attune at any given moment in time. For a Legion Necromancer like him who relied on minions, this was the absolute most important stat. For every 5 attunement points, he could attune 1 extra spell or minion. With a total of 21 attunement, he could add in up to 4 extra spells or minions or a mixture of both. The base number of spells he could attune was 5, and the base number of minions he could attune was also at 5. Every 10 levels, Aldrich would obtain a passive skill called the Legion's Calling that increased his base unit controlling capacity by 5, thus maxing out at a total of 55 total units controlled at level 100. However, since he was not a more ordinary mage-type class, he did not get bonuses to increasing spell capacity with levels, so he needed to use attunement for that. Yet another reason why attunement was such an important stat. Aldrich used 3 of his attunement points on expanding his units and 1 on adding spell capacity. He currently knew 3 spells, having 2 empty slots, so with 1 bonus, he could learn 6 spells total, which was all he needed for now. Unit control limit increased from 5 to 8. Equipped spell limit increased from 5 to 6. With that said and done, Aldrich walked over to Ghost's corpse. Or rather, what was left of it. Just a few bloody smears, bone shards, and tidbits of pink viscera scattered across the dirt. As he approached, his undead parted way for him. "You talk so much sh*t, but in the end, this is all you amount to, huh?" said Aldrich as he looked down at the remnants of the man who once had tormented him and his friends so. He shook his head and reached out to grab Ghost's soul. 1 X soul of Ghost obtained. "Good work, everyone," said Aldrich as he gave a thumbs up to Adam and Elaine while petting the strikers as they curled around him like giant dogs. "Now then, it's about time we added more friends to this party." Aldrich's undead heart no longer beat, but if it did, it would have beat at top speed in anticipation. He withdrew the nether binding amulet from his inventory. He held out his pale palm and dark purple curls of murky energy coalesced around it, swirling and forming into an orb that then shattered, leaving behind an amethyst diadem framed in ashen white bone. The nether binding amulet was given to Legion necromancers at level 5 and allowed them to tap into the nether, the underworld of Elden World where demons and higher-level undead with actual names resided. There, Aldrich could choose from a wide selection of power-named undead to form a pact with, making them his chosen undead that could level up and even wear equipment. A lifetime companion that essentially served as his other half, compensating for all his weaknesses if chosen well. Aldrich activated the nether binding amulet by crushing it in his grip. It shattered like brittle glass, and the purple gem shards floated in front of him. They started to form a circular orbit, and within this orbit, swirls of spiraling darkness formed, creating a portal. The trees around Aldrich swayed and groaned. The grass and flora around the portal started to wither and die and crumble to dust. Aldrich eagerly awaited his summoning options to appear in a list in front of him. He already knew who he favored. He had the most inclination to choose Valera of the Immortal Legion. This was the choice he played with in the game, and the one that best complemented him as a powerful melee fighter and tank, but he wanted to see if he got more options now compared to the game. It was also worth considering other options as they might not have been useful in the game, but they had more utility in the real world. Hadar of the Golden Bone was a skeleton with, as his title suggested, golden bones dressed in trench coat and top hat who was, for all intents and purposes, a meme option in the game. He had little combat or utility ability but could generate coins rapidly and increase coin rewards. He even had a nifty coin toss attack where he would literally shoot coins at people and deal damage in exchange for making the player lose money. In the game, Hadar was useless because coin eventually became highly plentiful, making him a useless option for mid to late game. His coin toss attack generally also sucked. But now, with coins so scarce, maybe he was useful. Justice the Eye was a wraith that possessed incredible clairvoyance spells that could scope out areas and battlefields before exploring them. In the game, this was not that useful as Aldrich already personally explored every area, rendering her ability to scout redundant. But now, it was an incredibly ability to have for utility. Gorgoth the Many was a floating ball of corpses and skeletons that could spam the battlefield with countless undead, basically functioning like a second Legion necromancer to really swarm enemies with units. In the game, Gorgoth got outscaled because his undead were all generally low-leveled, but perhaps summoning him for the potential to form a massive army to clear out variants en masse was useful in the real world. Options. Options. So many options. And yet... Ha! Aldrich cocked his head as he stared at the portal. By now, he should have received a list of potential chosen undead to summon from the nether, but he did not. Instead, the portal began to crackle with bolts of lavender energy, a signal that a chosen undead had been chosen already. Aldrich stepped back, wary at this sudden change. After all, this was not the game anymore. Chosen undead were not mindless in the game lore. They had their own names and personalities. Who was to tell whether they would be hostile or not? Whether the one that emerged from that portal was something terrible that Aldrich had to fight, not ally with? Aldrich had his undead gather in front of him, growling as they readied to defend him. From the portal, an enormous suit of black and white armor stepped out. The figure wearing this armor was easily 2 meters tall, its each and every step letting out heavy, clicking thuds as the sizable armor moved up and down. There was power and weight behind all of those steps. Pure, raw, physical power that promised that anyone that ran afoul of this knight was guaranteed to find themselves smashed into quite the crater in the ground. The knight did not wield a weapon, but instead an enormous cross-shaped shield of black and gray metal that was noticeably larger than its already sizable frame. The knight stood still as the portal closed behind it. It stared directly at Aldrich. Tension rose in the air. Aldrich immediately knew who this was. Are you Valera of the Immortal Legion?" said Aldrich hesitantly. It looks like his chosen undead had been chosen for him, and it was the same as he had used in the game. A good choice, to be sure, so he could not complain. What he was wary of was whether Valera was hostile. If she was, Aldrich had little guarantee he could beat her. She was a Dullahan Death Knight warrior specialized in defending and melee brawling, and she started out at level 10, noticeably higher than Aldrich now. Master, is that you? Came Valera's surprisingly feminine voice through her full-face helmet. Aldrich did not hear any hostility in her voice, but he kept his guard up. Yes. It's me. Do you potentially remember me? Of course, said Valera. She dropped her giant cross shield, and it thumped heavily with a metallic clang on the ground. She put a gauntlet, spiked hand to her breastplate. We went through so many adventures together. So many trials. So many lives and deaths. Valera looked down, and her voice was pained. But then, after we defeated the howling darkness together, you disappeared. I had no idea what had happened to you. For 300 years, the longest 3 centuries of my immortal life, I had thought you were gone. Lost forever. Said Aldrich. It seemed that Valera retained memories from the game to a degree. The main objective of Elden World was to beat back the evil entity known as the Howling Dark, and once that was done, players according to game lore retired and lived a peaceful life with the world returned to peace. Of course, in-game, the player could do as he liked and continue exploring areas or re-challenge bosses and events, but other than this, the story of the game was done. Anything past it was non-canon content. Aldrich had finished the main story about 3 years ago, before he even came to Blackwater. This was likely when Valera had lost memories of him, and it seemed that every single year that had passed was 100 years in Elden World time. But now I see you are here, starting a new life in a new body. Oh, my master, how my heart races to see you again! Valera rushed forward using the warrior skill, dash, turning into a blur as she slammed into Aldrich and hugged him. My dear, dear master whom I had devoted my entire soul to! Gee, good to see you too, Valera, said Aldrich with a wheeze as he suffered crushing damage. Okay then. Valera was most definitely not hostile unless she planned on hugging him to death. Which at the rate she was going, was definitely a possibility. Chapter 19 Valera. After what felt like an eternity, Valera finally put Aldrich down. She took off her bucket-like black great helm, finally exposing her face, and knelt into the grass before Aldrich. Her face was deathly pale just like Aldrich's, showcasing that she was an undead just like him. More specifically, a hybrid between Dullahan and vampire. Her features reflected this. Her sharp, ferocious eyes possessed black sclera and the pupils centered within them were a bloody, glowing crimson red. Her hair was dark black and styled in a rough, messy bob cut that went down ever so slightly to her neck. Her bangs concentrated on one side of her face, forming a sort of veil of hair that obscured her left eye. Her lips were notably black, as would her claws be if Aldrich remembered her correctly. You look as good as ever, said Aldrich. In proper fantasy game manner, Valera was modeled to be stunningly beautiful, and real life did even more justice to her looks than what rendered graphics, no matter how advanced, could ever do. Aldrich's undead mind and body stopped him from getting distracted any by her looks, and he suspected that as long as he had a purpose he was driven to, he would not suffer those kind of distractions. This was the quality of risen undead like Aldrich. Many were arisen for a single purpose like vengeance or haunting, and they tuned out any unnecessary emotions or needs for it. In contrast, natural undead like vampires or Dullahan that were born as undead could experience the full spectra of emotions without much issue, though of course, their moral and instinctive sensibilities would be quite different from that of humans. Thank you, my master, said Valera as she closed her eyes and took in the compliment with a deep, almost shuddering breath. She opened her visible eye and looked up at Aldrich. You too look marvelous, my master. Though I must wonder, why have you changed your appearance so? And you have become an undead? Also, where has your wondrous equipment gone? I could say the same to you. I look different. Does my new appearance displease you? Said Valera, worried. About your equipment, I mean, said Aldrich. Your equipment's gone. Your level's been reset too, despite the fact that you remember our past adventures. Yes, I do wonder about that, said Valera. What happened, Valera? Said Aldrich. After I left? When we slew the howling darkness together, we parted ways. I to the nether for some rest while you, my master, were to address the united council of our victory, said Valera. Aldrich nodded. He knew this part. After the howling darkness, the final boss, was defeated, the player made a grand speech to the United Council, a coalition of all races that had banded to fight against the world-ending threat of the howling darkness, and told them that the battle was over. Any summon units one had did not make it to this final cut scene, so Valera must have returned to her home in the nether. Then? Said Aldrich. Then, I do not know. I returned to my keep in the nether, and then darkness, I suppose? Said Valera. There is only darkness in the nether, yes, but this was a kind of darkness that settled over my mind. I fell into a great trance. A sleep from which I felt was to never awake. In that trance I felt time pass. Years upon years upon years. All that time, I awaited your return. When you did not return, I believed that you had also fallen into this dark sleep just like me, and so, I awaited your awakening, for I knew you would never betray me, my dear master. I knew one day, you would awaken and call out to me. In the meanwhile, I dreamed of our adventures. Our past struggles. And then I dreamed of our reunion. Valera's voice cracked as single tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. However, she did not let them fall, for she had her pride as a warrior. For years and years I dreamed of us being together. I'm sorry, Valera, said Aldrich as he knelt down and put a hand on her shoulder. I was away, too. But we're together now. Yes, said Valera as she nodded. She smiled at Aldrich. Yes, we are. I do not know why we have returned to this level of weakness, but I do not care how weak we start. That only means we have even more chances to grow stronger together. And I know this, I will never ever let you go again. Her smile grew wider, almost impossibly wide, her large, vampiric fangs showing. And anyone that dares to drive us apart, I will rip and tear their flesh from their bones, then I will scatter their bones to dust, and the lament of their women and cries of their children shall be music to my ears. Well, at the very least, Valera seemed absolutely loyal to Aldrich. Nice to see that you still have your fighting spirit, said Aldrich. He stood up, and Valera did so as well, standing by him in stiff posture and attention as a knight would. She towered a full head over him, and it was not as if he was short. He was slightly above average height at 5 feet 11 inches, 180 cm. She was just particularly tall, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, 190 cm, without her armor. That would make her a little harder to conceal, but her generally human appearance would mean she could visit cities alongside Aldrich without the need for much of a disguise. She just looked like a tall goth girl, not entirely out of place in the often diverse and colorful crowds of cities, especially larger, more festive ones. If her starting inventory was like it was in the game, then she also had a casual equipment set in the shape of a black dress to blend in even more. But you have to be careful, Valera, said Aldrich. This is a new world. It isn't like the one you knew before. Everything is different. I know how this world works, so whatever we do, you have to listen to me. I am always ready to follow your commands, my master, said Valera with a half bow. That means no blood rage, not unless you absolutely have to, said Aldrich. As a half-vampire, Valera could access a blood rage, racial ability that changed her from a shield-bearing protector into a fist-fighting berserker. Her personality in-game was described as fiery-spirited with rage that burned as hot and steady as her loyalty for the one she deemed her worthy master. Aldrich simply hoped that fiery spirit would not cloud her judgment, for after entering blood rage, Valera became a non-controllable unit that damaged anyone hostile with zero strategy. In real life, he imagined that Valera simply became akin to a monster that attacked anything that moved aside from Aldrich and his units. Of course, my master, said Valera. I will suppress my urges. Though that means if I cannot quell my thirst in battle, I must quench it outside. She looked around to the strikers and Adam and Elaine. She grimaced. I do not like the taste of lesser undead blood, but it must do. Her eyes landed on Elaine, and she raised a black brow. She pointed her gauntlet finger at Elaine accusingly. And who is that, my master? Someone you fancy, perhaps, now that you are an undead? May I tell you now as your most faithful knight and most loyal confidant that she is not right for you? I know, said Aldrich. He looked at Elaine, then at Adam. She wasn't right for me. She was right for him. I wasn't ready to make anyone happy, and I doubt I am now. But I saw the spark of happiness between them, and I wanted it to grow. I wanted to see them happy. But now, this is all they're reduced to. Aldrich sighed before shaking his head. She is, or was, a close friend, Valera. So was he. I hope you can treat them with respect. Of course, my master, said Valera with a deep nod. If they are your friends, then they are mine also. And my master, your words from before, about not being ready to make anyone happy, that is simply not true. You have made me happy beyond measure. Back then and now. No, even more so now. And I want to keep that happiness strong, said Aldrich, knowing that as Valera was now a sentient being, he had to take care to keep her in good graces to maintain her loyalty. Valera simply blushed and remained quiet, taking in Aldrich's words in bliss. Aldrich manifested the Tome of the Dark Arts Rank 2 from his inventory. Another flesh-knitted tome appeared in his hand. Ah, learning more spells? Said Valera. She looked Aldrich up and down, and since they were linked together, she could see his status. Let's see, you are currently level 6 and can attune 3 more spells. Considering that is the rank 2 Dark Arts Tome, will you be taking Negative Burst, Summon Undead, First Ring, and Negative Surge? Close, but not quite, said Aldrich. Valera remembered what he had taken when they were adventuring together. The spells she listed were the most optimal set for fighting. Negative Burst released an area of effect wave that healed undead and damaged the living. Create Undead, First Ring, allowed for the creation of undead from scratch, whereas Raise Undead required a corpse, and Negative Surge buffed an ally unit with enhanced physical stats for a brief period of time. I'll be taking Negative Surge, Summon Undead, but I won't be taking Negative Burst. Instead, I'll be taking, let's see. Aldrich's green eyes glowed as he saw a list of 15 spells he could choose 3 from. He saw what he wanted. I'll take Horror Warp. Horror Warp was a projectile spell that took the shape of a slow-moving cloud of darkness. Once the darkness contacted an enemy, it would wrap around their heads, stunning them as they inflicted a nightmare of pain and horror that would drain their life energy and cause psychic damage. Those afflicted by the spell needed to constantly struggle to escape, with greater psychic resistance and vitality helping break the spell easier. In combat, Horror Warp was not that useful. It was a good single-target stun when it landed, to be sure, but it was so slow-moving it could get parried or spell broken or dodged or blocked quite easily. Horror Warp? Said Valera, slightly confused. Are you sure, my master? It is not as effective in the battlefield as Negative Burst, which can heal all your undead and drive back the foul living from harming you. Like I said, Valera, this world is different. The battlefield isn't all there is to it. There's much more I'll have to do. Like interrogation. And there's nothing like horror and pain to break a man to speak. Ah, that is true, said Valera casually. I was no torturer, but I do know how to strike to hurt, not to kill. I can help with the torture, too, she continued enthusiastically. When the time comes for it, I'll consult your expertise, said Aldrich with a smile, her enthusiasm leeching onto him. Chapter 20 Getting Ready? We have to leave this place soon, said Aldrich. He gave a lingering look at the sign he had inscribed. He could not stay here even if it meant abandoning the sign and the safety of the Nexus. There would be investigations about Ghost's death soon enough, and this part of the Variant Forest was shallow enough that search parties would roam here. For the next several days at least, Aldrich needed to vacate this place. That meant no easy access to the Nexus. No quick refills on his restoration flask, and access to crafting. Not until he got another sign which he would get upon completing the first trial quest. You three. Aldrich clapped his hands and commanded the strikers. Scatter some of Ghost's remains here and there. Litter this place with your tracks and claw marks. Like this, Aldrich could ensure that anybody that found this place and Ghost's remains would just think he had died to variance. There would be no additional line of investigation past that. Beyond that, Aldrich had to think about where he wanted to go now. There was no way he was going back to Blackwater, what with being supposed to be dead and all. The answer was Haven City. There, he would find more information about Seth Solar and his gang. And at least in Haven, a city of 300,000, he could find anonymity. There, he could wait and gather information while hunting and leveling in the variant forest outside its walls. Wait until Seth Solar and the rest of his dwindling crew came by on their weekend party nights where he could pick them out in the city, away from the security of Blackwater. The issue was getting to Haven. Aldrich picked up Ghost's bag and tore it open, trying to find anything useful. He found packs of pills and used syringes, and these he tossed away. What was useful was Ghost's iPhone. The only problem was that it was locked to Ghost's fingerprints, and Aldrich had not raised the man as an undead, nor would he have deemed that scum to be fit by his side. But he had an idea. He snapped his finger. Here, boy. He waved the strikers over, and the massive, tusked wolf creatures came to his side. I have never seen monsters like these, said Valera in wonder. They look to be dire wolves, and yet they possess tusks like great boars. And their eyes seem to belong to squids. We truly are in a different world. You'll see things a lot stranger than this, trust me, said Aldrich. He knelt down and pointed at the ground. Vomit out Ghost's fingers if you can. The strikers all heaved their chests. Two of the strikers dry heaved out a pile of bloody and mulchy human meat mess, but one of them managed to throw up a few intact fingers. Perfect, said Aldrich as he patted the striker on the head. He took an index finger and wiped it on his bodysuit and then, after tapping Ghost's iPhone active and making sure it had enough battery, pressed the finger on the screen. The iPhone registered Ghost's biometrics but then locked, requiring additional facial recognition identification to access. Said Aldrich as he stared at the locked phone. He had wanted to access the phone for any potential information regarding Seth Solar and the rest of his crew, maybe even use Ghost's credits to access a high-end taxi service that could pass through security checks, but it looked like those options were not up for grabs yet. The key word was yet. In this era of variance, walled cities were a necessity, and Haven was one of them. However, among walled cities, there were tiers. Haven ranked at Tier 3, the lowest of them all. Still, a walled city was infinitely better than the nomadic settlements in the wastelands that constantly had to run away from variant attacks. That was where the poor went. Or villains on the run. Where Adam and Elaine had been dumped as children. Not a good place to live, to say the very least. Compared to that, Haven was, well, a haven. But because it was Tier 3, it might have had walls and enough hero presence to ward off variant attacks, but it did not have enough authority to get rid of a developed criminal underbelly. Hence why Ghost could so easily pick up highly illegal designer drugs like X. Inside Haven, Aldrich no doubt figured that there were black market technos capable of bypassing Ghost's phone locks. These same technos could also forge CIDs, citizen identifications, for Aldrich and Valera because Aldrich was technically dead and needed a new identity while Valera had no identity to begin with. As for the rest of the undead, Aldrich had to admit he had an issue at hand. There was no way he was bringing them into any remotely civilized area. Normally in the game, any non-chosen undead were just despawned after combat or upon entering friendly areas. One had to resummon them afterwards. But in the real world, Aldrich had his summons indefinitely. Granted, this was much better than it was in the game, but it presented the problem of where to keep the undead. For now, all he could think of was hiding them in the forest, but he figured he would find a better solution later. In particular, he theorized about becoming a lich. Liches could store undead within an orb inside of their being and thus continuously carry units with them. When picturing a necromancer, a lich was what first popped into many people's heads. They were the premier necromancers, and it was no less true in Elden World, where their racial abilities seemed almost tailor-made for necromancy purposes. However, in the game, player characters could not be undead, so there was no official way to become a lich or any of their higher evolutions. Lore stated that some mages or lesser undead turned into liches through sacrificial rituals, but the exact details of such rituals were not described in much detail. Regardless, this was something to think about later. What was more important was getting to Haven. Without easy transportation, Aldrich would have to go to the city by foot. That meant traveling through the forest, as taking the main road was far too conspicuous. And deeper in the forest, there were stronger threats. Most variants were at the E to D rank in the forest, but there were some reports of C rank variants moving about. The difference between E and D was not much, but the gap between D and C was highly noticeable. In a one-on-one battle, Aldrich would lose against a C rank variant 9 times out of 10, even if said variant had a disadvantage against Aldrich, such as, say, a reliance on poison he was immune to. The sheer physical stats of a C rank variant were just too overwhelming. A C rank variant could go toe-to-toe with heavy battle tanks with sheer physical stats alone. One punch from them would pulp Aldrich into paste, especially with his poor health pool. But Aldrich now had Valera, whose class and stats were entirely specialized towards taking hits and dishing them back out. He could challenge a C rank variant if he played his cards right. "What is that?" said Valera as she peered down at the iPhone. "This?" said Aldrich. "Right, you're unused to this world. In this world, technology has progressed quite far. One such product of this advanced technology is this. If I had to explain it to you, it's essentially a communication spell, information scroll, and recording crystal all combined into one." "Impressive," said Valera as she held her hand out. Aldrich gave her the phone, and she squinted as she looked at it, turning it sideways and upside down like she was a 100-year-old grandma who had no idea how to operate tech. "How do you use this artifact?" "It's called an iPhone," said Aldrich. "And we can't use it. It was locked to someone I killed. You could say it was bound to them. In Elden World, bound items were usable only by a specific individual, as they were imprinted to their souls. The restorative flask was one example of such an item. This little thing can cast communications, contain information, record events, and even bind to souls?" "Marvelous," said Valera. "And I cannot even sense even a bit of magic from it. There must be a concealment spell upon it as well." "No concealment. It just doesn't use magic. Nobody does in this world," said Aldrich. "Truly?" Valera looked shocked. Coming from a world where magic dictated basically every facet of life, this was not surprising. "Nobody?" "Yes," said Aldrich. "We are the only ones that can use magic." "Then conquering this new world shall be no challenge at all," said Valera. "Don't get too hasty. The only race that exists in this world are humans, but they have evolved. They each have unique powers that are highly unpredictable. Some of them may fly, some of them may shoot flame from their hands, some may have powerful punches, and so on. You cannot underestimate them," said Aldrich, noting that he referred to humans as them so very naturally. "And there are monsters, too. Monsters called variants that may not use magic but will have powers that can match it. These dog-like monsters are variants, but the term variant is broad. The power level of a variant can range broadly. Deeper in the forest, there will be much, much stronger threats." "I will always be on guard, my master," said Valera. She raised her enormous cross shield of bone and black metal in the air. "With this great shield of mine, I swear you will face no harm. Please, you don't have to coddle me like that. I can take a hit when I have to," said Aldrich. He nodded to Valera. "But I'll count on you to cover me when I don't want to take them. Just like old times." "Like old times," said Valera with a wide smile. "All right, then, it's about time to move out. First things first, I have to make as much use of this sign as possible while I still have access to it," said Aldrich. Create undead, chanted Aldrich as he thrust his pale palm out. Green threads of energy started to swirl around him. Create undead, first ring, allowed Aldrich to create undead creatures from several rings that were basically tiers. The higher the ring was, the stronger the undead were. First ring undead matched the caster's level up until level 10, at which point they hit a cap. So, for Aldrich now, any undead he created using this spell would be level 6. A list of undead options showed up in his vision. Skeleton Rogue, Skeleton Archer, Zombie Brute, Evil Eye, Ghast. Aldrich created a Skeleton Archer. He saw as a shower of green particulates gathered in front of him, forming the silhouette of a skeleton. The bright green energy dimmed, showing off a fully formed animated skeleton standing at around his own height. It was dressed in a cloak and loincloth of tattered brown leathers that gave it a ragged, deteriorated look. The skeleton wielded a longbow in its bony hands while a quiver of black wood hung at its back, containing rot-poisoned arrows buzzing with flies. Skeleton archers could use the skill known as Deadeye, that allowed them to make a shot with heavily enhanced accuracy and critical strike chance after a small channel. Useful for dealing critical damage in vital areas. 1 unit slot used. Unit capacity 5/8, 6/8. -10 mana. -10 health. HP 45/45, 35/45. Mana 66 out of 66, 56 of 66. Aldrich winced at the sizable cost of creating undead. Created undead were generally far more reliable than raising them since the caster always knew what their created undead were capable of. But because they were created out of nothing instead of an existing grave, they cost much more than raising existing corpses. Aldrich intended on using the sign one more time to just get a free full heal after spending his health and mana creating undead. Create undead, repeated Aldrich. He chose the Skeleton Rogue this time for it had the highest burst damage out of all the summons and functioned particularly well when there were a lot of distractions to cover it. A skeleton with a hunched back and low center of gravity formed. It held twin curved daggers in its hands. It was dressed in black robes, had a long black bandana wrapped around its skull, and a cloak that seemed to meld with the darkness around it, showcasing that it possessed Shade Walk, a stealth skill that made it temporarily invisible until its first strike. 1 unit slot used. Unit capacity 6/8, 7/8. -10 mana. -10 health. HP 35/45, 25/45. Mana 56 out of 66, 45 of 66. Aldrich chose these 2 units because combined with the Strikers and Valera, he had enough frontline distractions and protection. He needed some more burst and range damage. As for the last undead. Create undead, said Aldrich for the last time. This time, bones did not form from green particles, but instead a large floating eyeball the size of a basketball. The eyeball possessed a glowing yellow sclera with wide black pupils that darted about curiously. A large pink, fleshy optical nerve trailed behind it like a tail. An aura of smoky darkness flitted around the eyeball, constantly making it see-through. 1 unit slot used. Unit capacity 7/8, 8/8. -10 mana. -10 health. HP 25/45, 15/45. Mana 45 of 66, 35 of 66. This was the Evil Eye. It was not a zombie or skeleton, but a spirit, for necromancers could also call upon restless souls. It had no combat ability, but it did have incredible eyesight and permanent stealth. As far as Aldrich knew, nothing in this world could counter magical stealth, but he still needed to experiment to be certain of this. Regardless of that, having the Evil Eye as a forward scout would be highly useful going deeper into the variant forest where unknown threats lay. All done, said Aldrich. Valera walked over to each new undead he had summoned and inspected them up and down. She tapped the skeleton archer and rogue on their skulls. The skeletons did not really think or have any will, so they just got bonked and stood there. Good bones on you too, said Valera. She walked to the evil eye and pretended to punch it, pulling her strike back just an inch away from the eyeball. It did not blink and just looked at her blankly. And good, you will keep your eye open for the master. Valera nodded to herself. All right, you all passed to serve my master. I'm glad they passed your screening, said Aldrich. He stepped over to the sign and started to access the Nexus. I just have one final stop left before we can get a move on. Do you need something forged? Said Valera. You're right about that. How did you know? Asked Aldrich. Our souls are connected, master. I can sense your intentions and see that soul in your inventory. If we are to leave the sign for some time, then you need to get the most out of this final visit. You must be going not only to heal yourself, but also to use that soul so it is not just sitting in your inventory, said Valera. I must ask, though, how will you use that soul? Will you forge a new staff, some armor perhaps? No, what am I saying? I can protect you enough already. Chapter 21 Phantasmal Mask. Aldrich stepped onto the sign and the white teleporting light enveloped him and everyone else. In the next instant, they were transported to the gloomy innards of the Nexus Temple with its dull gray stone and towering, Gothic-style pillars. The only thing remotely colorful inside of it was the wellspring of life which, made of shining white alabaster and marble, positively sparkled with the blue and gold light projected from the glowing crystals hanging from the domed ceiling above. The Nexus. To think I would return here once more with you, my master, said Valera. She seemed happy at first, but then she narrowed her eyes. But this place does not seem right. What do you mean? Said Aldrich. The Nexus is a safe space forged by the twin gods Amara, goddess of light and life, and Sindri, god of flame and forge. There is a warmth to the Nexus that is reflected in their powers. The warmth of positive energy that is uncomfortable to undead like us, but I sense no such thing now, said Valera. It is as if this place seems dead. I got that impression too, said Aldrich. And what I theorize is that this place is not the real, original Nexus. It's just a replica. There's no true life to it, but it still retains the powers it should have. Is that so? Said Valera. She darted her crimson and black eyes around warily, as if expecting a threat at any moment. As long as you trust this place, I will too. So far, it hasn't done me any wrong, said Aldrich. He leaped over the wellspring of life to the forge where he found the system hammering away at seemingly nothing. Valera followed closely behind Aldrich and immediately raised her shield against the glitchy stick figure, standing in front of Aldrich to protect him. The system, however, did not respond to her and continued hammering away, the sound of metal clinking on metal ringing through the air despite the fact that the system held no hammer in its blocky hand. There's no point, Valera. The Nexus is a no-combat, no-kill zone, said Aldrich. Forgive me, my master. Valera put down her shield but still eyed the system suspiciously. I was simply cautious of the unknown. You seem to know what that thing is. Sort of, said Aldrich. From what I can tell, it seems to be a fusion of the goddess Amara and the god Sindri. This thing performs both their functions in the Nexus. Can you sense anything off about it? Valera cocked her head and stared at the system for a good 10 seconds. Then she shook her head. I sense no hostility. No emotion at all. I can perceive that there is divine essence within it, the same kind that built up Amara and Sindri. But, how do I put this, it seems unfinished. Gods are divinous, raw divine energy, shaped into vessels by belief. This thing is pure energy. Chaotic and unshaped. And yet still stable enough to maintain the Nexus. I see, said Aldrich. His theory that this stick figure was an unfinished game asset for both Amara and Sindri started to find more weight with Valera's words. In any case, questioning this thing has no purpose. Like you said, it's unfinished. It only responds to certain keywords and requests. And as far as I can tell, it's basically just a machine that fulfills the functions of the gods. Until we find more cause to suspect it, we have to rely on it. Understood, master, said Valera. I trust your wise judgment. Especially over my hot-blooded impulsiveness. Aldrich nodded and walked up to the system. Here for a forging request. Ah, forgin, is it? Said the system. I can do that any time. Now then, what'll it be, lad? Soul forging, said Aldrich. The crafting/forging menu opened up in front of Aldrich, and he selected the Soul of Ghost from his inventory. Ghost Soul manifested in his hand as a shimmering white orb that ever so often flickered transparent. Aldrich tossed the orb to the system, and the stick figure caught the orb and inspected it. Mighty fine material you're bringing in, said the system. Yes, fine indeed, said Aldrich, remembering the satisfaction of crushing Ghost. Now then, I want headgear. Gotcha. Here's what I can do. Aldrich found a list of 3 options projected in front of him. 1. Ghostly helm. Rank uncommon plus. Type, headgear heavy. Stats. Plus 15 vitality. Plus 5 agility. Plus 5 perception. Effects. Refraction passive. This item grants the wearer a permanent passive that reduces all incoming damage by 10%. 2. Hood of melding. Rank uncommon plus. Type, headgear light. Stats. Plus 10 agility. Plus 10 magic. Plus 5 perception. Effects. Ghost walk active. By activating this item, the wearer may enter a phase state where they are rendered invisible and pass through solid objects with 50% boosted movement speed. Ghost walk lasts for 3 seconds. Cost 30 mana. Cooldown 15 seconds. 3. Phantasmal mask. Rank uncommon plus. Type, headgear light. Stats. Plus 5 magic. Effects. Phantasmal shroud passive. The wearer obtains a permanent passive that grants them a 10% chance to dodge an incoming attack by phasing through it. Ghost walk active. By activating this item, the wearer may enter a phase state where they are rendered invisible and pass through solid objects with 50% boosted movement speed. Ghost walk lasts for 3 seconds. While this ability is on cooldown, Phantasmal Shroud is disabled. Cost 30 mana. Cooldown 15 seconds. Equals. Cost 200 coin. Reroll cost 50 coin. Equals. Aldrich put a hand to his chin, wondering what to take. He had rolled well, obtaining 3 choices of uncommon plus tier gear. The plus sign indicated that the gear was at the highest end of its tier, and since the uncommon level range of gear went from 10 to 30, the difference was quite massive between a basic uncommon piece of equipment like Aldrich's current staff and any of these 3 headpieces. Thankfully, the gear had not been at the rare tier, as though players could equip gear 1 tier above their level threshold. Anything above that made equipment unusable until they met the level requirements. The helmet would be quite useful for protecting you, my dear master, said Valera as she peered at the options. But I will protect you anyway, so maybe it isn't useful after all. It seemed that Valera wanted Aldrich to choose equipment that protected him the most while also struggling with her pride to be the one to always protect Aldrich. I trust you to protect me, Valera, don't worry about that, said Aldrich. And my class has no affinity for heavy gear. I'll suffer stat penalties for wearing a heavy helmet. That leaves me with either the hood or the mask, and it's a no-brainer to pick up the mask here. Though the Hood of Melding granted much better stats than the Phantasmal Mask, it only had one unique ability. Aldrich knew from playing the game that stats might have seemed attractive, especially in earlier levels, but additional unique abilities or passives were worth far more. As far as rolls went, the mask was quite lucky. He had gotten a horrible roll with the heavy helmet, especially because mage-type classes had a higher chance to roll lighter equipment, but the other 2 options made up for it. Craft me the Phantasmal Mask, said Aldrich. You got it! The system hammered down at Ghost's soul, shattering it, and then reforming it into another glowing white orb, this time with the icon of the item imbued within it. The orb floated to Aldrich, and he absorbed it into his inventory with a touch. 1x Phantasmal Mask obtained. 200 coin spent. Coin, 220. Aldrich immediately withdrew the mask and equipped it. A pale white ivory mask formed over his face. It was oval and seemingly latched onto his face with no need for a strap. It was completely featureless, like a ceramic plate, aside from a single horizontal line running across it to indicate Aldrich's eye line. "This will do," said Aldrich. He could see perfectly through the mask as if it was not there, despite the fact that it basically completely obscured his face. The perks of magic. "Marvelous!" said Valera as she clapped her gauntleted hands together. "Piece by piece you adorn yourself for battle," she whispered under her breath. "A shame I can't see your face, though." "HM? What was that last part?" said Aldrich, not quite catching it. "And nothing," said Valera as she briskly walked back to the sign. "We are ready, yes? For adventure?" "With you any time," said Aldrich, wanting to convey that she was a valuable protector he could always rely on. Evidently, Valera took those words differently. Her pale skin got a shade redder, and she immediately put on her helmet. "Then we must make haste. Onwards! ______. Chapter 22 A Pack Problem. Aldrich and his ever-growing entourage of undead traveled through the variant forest. He knew generally how to get to Haven, but since he had no iPhone, he had no access to a reliable map. To compensate for this, he had the evil eye float in the air, above the tree line, to track their way through. Every so often, Valera would detect danger with her Defender's Vigil, passive, and whenever this happened, Aldrich would stand behind her shield and let the evil eye scout ahead with its permanent invisibility. It did not phase through solid objects, but it could squeeze through most tight gaps, and its omnidirectional vision meant that it scoped out any threat quite easily. For the most part, Aldrich just found more strikers, for they were the most common variant in the forest. These were easily dispatched. Aldrich himself could handily beat one with just his physical stats alone. In total, Aldrich had netted himself 5 kills and 50 EXP. EXP bar, 25/250, 75/250. Eventually, after about an hour of traveling, they happened upon a full pack of them. A pack numbering up to 10 strikers with a significantly larger alpha with them. The alpha was marked by an angry red line of fur running down its forehead and up to its snout. The evil eye spotted them while they were sleeping in a clearing by a small stream, though a few of them remained awake to keep watch. "What shall we do, Master?" said Valera, speaking with Aldrich telepathically through their spiritually linked bond. "We could simply pass by them." I know. Aldrich looked behind him. His skeleton archer, rogue, 3 strikers, and Adam and Elaine stood ready for battle. I want to scale my army up a little. Get rid of a striker and replace it with an alpha. Might I ask why we do not replace the zombies? Said Valera. Objectively, they are the weakest among your army. I know you said they were your close friends, my master, but for your safety they stay with me. End of question about that said Aldrich firmly. He wanted Adam and Elaine to stay with him until he got vengeance on Seth Solar and all of his crew. Until they sunk their teeth into all of them and carved out a piece of vengeance they deserved, he would keep them by his side. Understood, Master, said Valera. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. I was just making my position clear. Aldrich took in a breath. All right, I've decided. Let's fight them. Valera shuddered in anticipation for violence under her armor. I am ever ready, my master. Here's the strategy. The skeleton rogue cripples the alpha and then you charge in with the strikers. I will stay at the edges of the clearing with Adam, Elaine, and the skeleton archer to provide cover said Aldrich. Are you sure, my master? From what I can sense, I can defeat all of these creatures by myself. After all, I am quite suited to mowing down masses of weaklings said Valera. That big one might take me a few more seconds than the rest, but they are no challenge. Unworthy to face you. I'm sure of it. I need to test out whether the rogue's invisibility is undetectable as well. Understood, said Valera. _____. Aldrich watched from the skeleton rogue's eyes as it snuck past the ring of sleeping strikers with ease. Its black robes and cloak were covered in shadows that obscured it, completely rendering it invisible. The skeleton's high agility was apparent in the way it could flip over the wolves and weave past them with such quick and coordinated movements, and in no time, it was right in front of the Alpha. The rogue took its curved daggers and sunk them right into the Alpha's eyes. The blades sunk in halfway, destroying the eyes but not reaching the brain before the Alpha remarkably reacted on pure autopilot. Its brown fur raised up in prickles as an omnidirectional force shockwave blasted outwards, knocking the skeleton rogue far back, crashing it into a tree. All the strikers woke up in an instant of alert, growling and ready to fight. Aldrich's experiment on invisibility was somewhat of a success. These were his observations. Magical invisibility was troublesome to deal with, but not invincible. The strikers could not pick up anything with their sharp sense of smell, nor could they perceive the rogue even when staring right at it. Basically, it seemed that magical invisibility functioned by placing a shell of obscurement around the user, enclosing any physical signs like scent, sound, and appearance from others. Thus, the sounds of their breathing, their heartbeat, or the clicking of bones was all hidden. What did worry Aldrich was that movements made in invisibility still gave off hints when the user interacted with physical surfaces. Footsteps, for example, were still audible. And Aldrich noted that the skeleton rogue did make imprints in the dirt wherever it stepped. However, the skeleton rogue had training as an assassin to mask the sound and noticeability of its movements, gracefully darting about only in firm patches of dirt on the tips of its bony toes so as to absolutely minimize any traces of itself. The problem was that if Aldrich, who had no such training, tried to use invisibility, others could still track him with either the sound of his footsteps or any impressions he made on surfaces. This was not an issue for the evil eye, which was a spirit that made no sound in the first place, so for now, it seemed that the evil eye was completely undetectable. Functionally invincible unless it was caught up in some wide area of effect attack. Whether alter powers that could see through conventional invisibility or sense others worked against this invisibility remained to be seen, but Aldrich heavily suspected that they would not. Most detection-based alter powers worked by sensing the unique energy signatures alters gave off. That would not work at all on magical invisibility. "Tio battle!" shouted Valera as she charged in with her enormous shield. Her rousing cry generated all attention on her. A striker leaped up to bite her, and Valera took her shield and used it like a giant battering ram to swat the striker away like a fly. The striker flew like it was launched by a cannon into a tree and slammed against it with a crack, its spine shattered. Another striker bit her leg but could not penetrate her armor. She drove her shield down into the striker's neck and decapitated the creature in one swift blow. "Dirty mutts! You think you can challenge me with this? Let alone my master!" said Valera as she pounded her breastplate in challenge. The Alpha striker was blinded, but it tracked her through her obviously loud voice and charged towards her, snarling. It seemed to possess some level of muscle augmentation as its body swelled in size, its muscles rippling and engorging with blood until it was the size of a hovercar. Valera put her shield ahead of her and blocked the striker's charge. The loud clang of half a ton of solid muscle slamming against a brick wall of metal shield rang through the night. Valera moved backwards in the dirt about several inches as she dug in her greaves, resisting the striker's powerful attack. "Ha! Now that's more like it," said Valera. In the next instant, the remaining strikers had all piled around her, snarling and clawing and biting at her armor. They did damage, to be sure, making impressions in the armor with their teeth, but nothing appreciable. "Swarming me like the weaklings you are, just what I wanted," said Valera. Her eyes glowed bloody red through the slits of her helmet. She let go of her shield and then loosed a heavy punch into the ground. A shockwave of crimson red blasted outwards from her, scattering the strikers on her body every which way. That was the skill, bloody strike, that infused her next attack with a shockwave of explosive blood. The shockwave was strong enough that all the normal strikers lay limp on the ground, their internal organs ruptured or bones shattered. Only the Alpha striker managed to stand, driven back several meters before it regained balance. Blood from the strikers Valera had killed flowed from their bodies and around her, swirling in a thin barrier that formed a spherical shell around her. "Yes, yes, yes!" she exclaimed as the blood not only flowed around her, but into her, seeping through the gaps in her armor as they healed her and fueled her. Blood rage. "Valera dash!" began Aldrich, not wanting to have her fall into madness. "Aura!" Valera heaved her shield back and then tossed it. The cross shield spun like an enormously oversized shuriken towards the Alpha Striker. Because the striker was blind, it was too late to dodge, and the giant shield slammed into it, driving it backwards and impaling it on a large tree. Valera turned around to Aldrich and removed her helmet. She gave him a thumbs up and the warmest, brightest, happiest smile he had seen. At the very least, she was still sane, just high on the thrill of fighting. Chapter 23 Raising the Alpha. "You did well." "Very well," said Aldrich to Valera. He paused and gave her a nod, hoping that this was enough to make her happy. He wasn't used to giving out praise because of how alone he had been. The only praise he had received was from his parents, and that praise had come from a place of warmth in their hearts. It had been many years since that same warmth had been snuffed out in Aldrich's own heart. "Thank you, master," said Valera with a proper bow. She nodded to herself, smiling and taking in Aldrich's praise no matter how awkward or little it was. As Valera took in Aldrich's praise, Aldrich was occupied by the experience flowing into him. Alpha Striker slain. Plus 70 XP. Striker X10 slain. Plus 100 EXP. EXP bar, 75/250, 245/250. Aldrich sighed. Just 5 points off from level 7. He hated the feeling of going through a fight and being just short of leveling up. But he could not let his mind dwell on that. "Now to raise this Alpha," said Aldrich. He stepped over to the corpse of the Alpha Striker impaled against a tree trunk with Valera's shield. He tugged at it and found it ridiculously heavy. Beyond even his current already superhuman strength to move easily. "Valera, can I get some help with this shield?" "Oh, of course," said Valera. She rushed to the shield and dislodged it with ease, showcasing the stark difference between a warrior-type character that invested most of their stat points into the physical ones and a mage-type character like Aldrich. The Alpha Striker corpse slid down and thumped limply on the ground. Aldrich was still wary, and he had his skeletons take aim and stand guard over the corpse. Variants could have any number of alter powers within them, but generally the number capped out at 5. The stronger the variant, the stronger these powers were. This Alpha Striker might still have some kind of regenerative power on top of the muscle boosting and shockwave generation it had showcased. Aldrich's worries were dispelled when he saw a floating, green-outlined grave over the wolf monster's body. To raise the Alpha, Aldrich needed to make room. His unit control was maxed out at 8/8 already. "Perfect," said Aldrich. He snapped his fingers, and one of his 3 strikers came to his side. "Your service is over. Rest." Aldrich patted the striker's head one last time, and the striker licked Aldrich's hand and nodded before crumbling away into nothingness. Units controlled 8 out of 8, 7/8. "Now then," said Aldrich as he knelt by the Alpha Striker's corpse. He took up the 2 curved daggers lodged into its eyes and tossed them behind him. "Catch, rogue. You're probably missing these." The skeleton rogue flipped in the air and gracefully caught the 2 daggers before landing on its knee, bowing a cracked skull at Aldrich. It had taken considerable damage from getting tossed into a tree from the Alpha Striker's shockwave ability. Aldrich turned on his anti-life shell rank 1. A misty green, fog-like aura appeared around him, covering his undead and healing them. Notably, the plant life around him started to wilt and die, withering as their life force was drained ever so steadily. "Ah," said Valera as she breathed in deeply. She raised her head up in closed-eyed bliss. "The scent of my master, I mean, the scent of negative energy. Its rank is low right now, but I'm on my way to fixing that," said Aldrich. "I'm particularly curious as to how alters and variants will deal with the highest ranks of it when even being in my presence requires stat and level checks to pass instant death. At the very least, you will soon not have to personally deal with weaklings like these, said Valera as she stared at the striker corpses in disdain. Aldrich thought about it for a moment. His anti-life shell was liable to kill countless innocents as well with his mere presence. But if he absolutely needed to, he would. Deep down, even though he had never done it before, he knew that he was willing to sacrifice lives for the greater good. If he had to sacrifice 100 innocents to survive another day and save countless more over time, then he would take that deal with zero hesitation. This, on top of a willingness to kill villains without a second thought, was one of the major reasons he had always failed the PYSCH evaluations for higher-ranked hero academies. He was willing to see and use lives as game pieces. He was not a villain, but he was not a hero, a hero like his parents either, that was for sure. He had lost a fundamental reverence for each and every life as sacred and worthy after watching his parents die, for their lives were sacred and worthy and ended while the lives of villains continued on. And now, as an undead, this mindset was even more prominent. But these were thoughts relevant for another time. Aldrich put a green energy-wreathed hand on the Alpha Striker's head. "Serve," he said. -5 mana. Mana, 93/93, 88/93. Tendrils of bright green flowed into the Alpha Striker, causing its corpse to shudder before it slowly stood back on his 4 legs. The gaping chest wound from Valera's shield was still visible on its stomach, splitting it open down the middle and exposing its organs. It had no eyes either, but all of these wounds would regenerate over time in Aldrich's presence. Alpha Striker LVL-7 reanimated. Units controlled, 7 out of 8 8/8. Aldrich obtained information about the Striker. He noted that he did not know the precise stats of reanimated variants. No specific status screen detailed their abilities in numbers and words. He just had a feel of how strong they were and what powers they could use. Based on this general feel, reanimated variants were given a level approximating their combat ability, but Aldrich knew that this level was not entirely accurate. It overly favored physical stats and combat powers and did not consider the utility of non-combat abilities. Aldrich theorized that variants had no status-related information aside from their level because they did not fit neatly into the game mechanics of Elden World. He imagined this would be similar with reanimated alters too. "I see. So you had a power that enhanced your muscles, shockwave generation, and alter detection smell," said Aldrich. He noted that variants above the E rank were notable for having multiple powers. He figured this Alpha Striker was solidly D rank. Good, then that confirms that most alters with detection abilities can't see through stealth. Alters, or any living being that possessed alter cells and organs, possessed a unique energy signature, and the higher their cell count, the stronger this signature was. By sequencing this energy signature by wavelength and unique flow patterns, the Alter-Human Agency could maintain a database of existing alters and their powers. Alters that used powers that concealed themselves concealed not only their physical appearance, but the emanation of this energy signature. This made them undetectable by any conventional form of alter detecting technology. The only way to see past concealment source via alter powers was to use detection source through alter powers. However, detection-based powers were far rarer than concealment-based ones, making this Alpha Striker and its smell quite the useful ability. Aldrich stood up, and the Alpha Striker nuzzled its large head into his hand for a head pat. "Valera," said Aldrich. He turned to see Valera staring at the Alpha Striker with envy. "You can drain the rest of these corpses." "Yes, master," said Valera as she gave the Alpha Striker a powerful leer that made the monster, even without eyes, shudder and feel danger, breaking off from Aldrich. Valera raised her hand into the air and closed the gauntlet fist together with a metallic click. The 10 Striker corpses around her shook before blood flowed out from them, gathering around her and strengthening the sphere of crimson around her. This was Crimson Furnace, a signature ability of Valera's. Any unit she killed had their blood drained and formed into a barrier around her. Any damage she took also transferred blood to this barrier, making her tankier and tankier over time and especially durable the lower her health was. In addition, the barrier was specialized to defend against magic and energy-based attacks, where her own body was specialized for taking physical blows, making her defense well-balanced. Offensively, the barrier could be ignited and turned into a massive omnidirectional explosion around her based off how much damage it had soaked and absorbed. In the case that Valera was at 10% HP, the damage was doubled, making it a one-time super attack. Or utility-wise, it could be drained to heal her, though at a less efficient rate than consuming blood for healing directly. "All right," said Aldrich as he saw Valera's barrier solidify, turning into a shell of deep crimson red. "We should move on." Aldrich paused, getting a danger signal from the evil eye. He immediately linked his sight with the evil eye and saw something that made him hold his breath. Chapter 24: The Geist. The evil eye stared down at a variant heading right towards Aldrich, likely drawn by the scent of blood and death. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid figure with smooth, plain white skin. Its body was highly muscular, and it shambled forwards with a heavily hunched back, dragging its knuckles across the dirt. It was nearly completely featureless, its skin having no blemishes and its fingers and toes holding no nails. Overall, it almost looked like an eerie, overly muscled mannequin. Something out of a horror movie. Its spherical head lacked any real facial features as well. Just a massive, large-lipped mouth curled up into a constant half-open smile, showcasing a set of oversized human teeth that chattered constantly. This was a Geist. Among variants, Aldrich recalled from what limited research he was able to do in Blackwater, there were 3 classifications. Natural variants. These were variants that had seemingly adapted to nature. They became parts of ecosystems and adopted the traits of the flora and fauna within them. The strikers with their wolf-like appearances were examples of such variants. They needed food and water to live, could reproduce on their own, and acted generally like wild beasts, and so could be scared off or even tamed. Geist variants. These were inexplicable monstrosities that were spontaneously spawned and very often humanoid in appearance. They were functionally immortal, requiring no food, sleep, or rest. They also did not seem to reproduce unless they possessed a power that allowed them to self-replicate. They did not have any particular set of behaviors that were consistent, with each Geist having their own unique behavior patterns that made them highly unpredictable. Some were like pre-programmed robots, and some were surprisingly intelligent. It was impossible to tell. In addition, Geists had an immense thirst for human and alter blood and flesh, making them much higher threats to civilization than natural variants. Not only that, but Geists were generally much stronger than most natural variants, with even the weaker ones usually starting out as a C-rank threat. The third category of variants were Titans. These were monstrously powerful variants that were often the size of battleships, or even larger. These were variants of near legend, formed immediately after Zahak's death and the beginning of the monstering. There were 20 Titans to begin, but after 8 of them were killed by a united humanity, the remaining 12 returned to enormous nests across the world in remote areas, occasionally appearing every few years for an attack before being driven off again. "We're leaving," said Aldrich immediately. He did not want to risk a fight with a C-rank monster now. He knew he could challenge one, but only if he had a few advantages on his side. For example, if the Geist had abilities Aldrich and his units were immune to. But if the Geist had multiple powers geared for just raw power and sustained combat, then Aldrich doubted he could fight one, even with Valera. Valera could go toe-to-toe with it in sheer stats most likely, but she would lack the damage to finish it off. Strong enemies with built and sustain. Even in Elden World, this was the type of enemy that gave Legion Necromancers trouble in lower levels where they had too few minions for large-scale swarming tactic. If the Geist also had powerful area of effect abilities on top of that, then Aldrich had no chance of winning. "What is that beast?" said Valera, seeing through Aldrich's eyes. "It disgusts me. It is a sin against nature. A sin against life. Even more so than we are as undead." "Yeah, that's a good way to describe it," said Aldrich. He had to agree the thing was not pleasant to look at. "It's called a Geist, and all you need to know is that it's above our pay grade for now. We could fight it, But there's no guarantee we would win. Valera put her helmet on. Indeed, I can sense potent strength from it. Oh, how I would want to cave its ugly skull in. But I will heed your commands, Master. Geists hunt living humans, so most likely as undead, it won't even register us. We just need to take a route around it. Began Aldrich before he paused, seeing something both haunting and interesting. Through the evil eye, Aldrich saw the Geist open its huge mouth. Its stomach expanded grotesquely and convulsed before it regurgitated out a spit-covered woman. Its barbed tongue lay hooked in her back, holding her like a caught fish. She was a hero, there was no doubt about it from the remnants of her tattered orange and red costume. He could not tell whether she was alive as her head was down with her long, dirty blonde hair covering her face like a veil. She hung limply on the Geist's lengthy, prehensile tongue like a rack of meat hung at a butcher's shop. The Geist carefully wiped away its spit on her body and giggled to itself as it patted her head gently, and moved her arms and legs around, arranging her into heroic poses like it was playing with an action figure. The Geist giggled to itself, its entire body shuddering, but because it lacked any facial expressions, it was hard to tell whether it was actually amused or whether this was some strange natural reaction. With this, Aldrich knew what this Geist was. He had seen it on the news before when it attacked Haven 6 months ago. And he knew then that he could fight it. Aldrich's mind raced as he thought of a strategy based on the information he had. Media coverage of the Geist attack had been quite thorough because Haven mostly did not get many variant attacks. The forest surrounding it only had E to D rank natural variants that generally stayed away from civilization, so the spawning of the Geist was a surprise that took the city off guard. The Geist had attacked Haven in the dead of night, charging through a half-repaired hole in one of its walls. Within the city, it released a potent neurotoxin from various pores in its body while it rapidly hunted down any human it could see. With its massive size and strength, the Geist ripped apart and devoured humans while its toxic gas killed many more. In just half an hour, it had racked up a body count of 100, including the hero Iron Soldier. The Geist used its tongue to dig into Iron Soldier and pilot his body, puppeteering the hero against the very civilians he once protected. A response team was formed to counter the Geist after half an hour. This team beat back the Geist, but not before the Geist managed to seemingly kill and kidnap Dynamite Girl, another hero. With its super regeneration, it barely escaped back into the forest, and since then, Haven was on increased alert for its potential return. From the news reports, Aldrich knew the powers the Geist had. First was its constant stream of neurotoxic gas. It was highly lethal to humans, causing brain failure within 20 seconds unless their bodies were enhanced. This was the largest reason why it had taken over half an hour for the AA, All-to-Human Agency, branch in Haven to form a response team. They needed equipment to filter out the gas. As undead, however, Aldrich and his minions were all immune to the gas. Hell, the skeletons did not even have brains for neurotoxins to work on. Next was the Geist's ability to control another creature with its tongue. This was troublesome, especially because it now controlled Dynamite Girl, a solid C-class hero known for her ability to generate explosions from her hands. Her ability was highly effective against Aldrich's undead because it dealt fire-type damage and had a wide area of effect. Judging from her body condition, she was still more than combat capable. Aldrich could see through her torn costume that her body was still muscular and toned. Very likely the Geist's tongue kept her supplied with nutrients, possibly even still keeping her alive. On top of this, the Geist had an ability to make short-range high-speed dashes and a potent healing factor that allowed it to regenerate a lost limb within seconds. The regeneration was not much of an issue. Most of Aldrich's minions dealt necrotic damage, and that rotted out flesh and directly nullified regeneration. But the high-speed dashes combined with naturally formidable strength that could tear apart humans like paper meant the Geist was a highly mobile, deadly threat even without its toxins and regeneration. With Dynamite Girl as well, the odds were considerably stacked against Aldrich. Even alters without powers that strengthened their body were superhuman by virtue of having alter cells. A C-class hero like Dynamite Girl could probably shatter concrete with a solid punch. That was more than enough to destroy skeletons in 2 or 3 hits, especially with the weakness of skeletal undead to crushing blows. But strategy could compensate for this gap in power. "What is it, Master?" said Valera. "Are we not to escape now? Or perhaps—" Valera stiffened a little under her armor before a shudder ran across her from helmet to greaves. She held her shield tight to her. "I know that glint in your eyes, my master. That thinking, focused stare that I adore so much for, you want to fight, do you not?" "Yes," said Aldrich. He nodded and started to mentally command his units to move out of the clearing and get into position. The Geist was spotted 150 meters away and would be in this clearing within the minute. He did not have much time to prepare. We will. Chapter 25 Geist Hunt. The Geist made its way into the clearing, walking Dynamite Girl in front of it to minimize risk to itself. Dynamite Girl stumbled forwards, her head still limp and down, moving with stilted, awkward movements like she was a puppet being jerked along by strings. The Geist cocked its head as it sat by the flowing stream where the strikers had slept. In front of it, it stared down at a striker corpse. It picked up the corpse in its large hand, raising the decently heavy wolf creature with ease to its face. With a gurgle, the Geist tossed the striker away once it identified that it was not a human. "Gage," said the Geist in a strange, garbled, almost alien voice, though the pitch was high and curious, almost questioning. It looked ahead at a trail of striker corpses leading into the forest. The Geist stared at the line of corpses for a second and then made Dynamite Girl walk ahead to investigate, obviously realizing something was suspicious. It sat there and stretched out its thick, muscular, barbed tongue as Dynamite Girl continued along the line of striker corpses. As Dynamite Girl walked further and further ahead, the tongue tethering her to the Geist grew thinner and thinner. Dynamite Girl stepped out of the clearing, a full 20 meters away from the Geist, and stopped in front of the very last striker corpse. There was nobody around it. No surprise attack. It was just a lone corpse. "Gay?" the Geist garbled. It started to bring back Dynamite Girl, and that was when something severed its tongue. The skeleton rogue materialized, its twin daggers down from having slashed straight through the middle of the Geist's tongue where it had been stretched thinnest and easiest to cut. Dynamite Girl fell face first into the dirt, her connection to the Geist severed. Aldrich had seen that the Geist used Dynamite Girl to investigate, and thus baited the Geist to draw her out using striker corpses. Since the Geist could not detect the evil eye, it could not detect the skeleton rogue either. Aldrich had the rogue use its shadow walk and stay still in the center of the clearing so as to minimize any movement it had to make. The Geist let loose a garbled, warped scream of pain before it used a high-speed dash to appear right in front of the rogue. The variant cocked back its huge, muscle-bound arm to destroy the rogue, but a series of arrows flew from the treetops, lodging into its arm and chest. "Gay!" The Geist stepped back and tore the arrows out of its body. In this moment, the skeleton rogue ran for its life, or rather unlife, disappearing into the cover of the forest. "Gay, Gay!" The Geist stared at the puncture wounds made by the arrow. The flesh around them rotted, the white skin turning black and festering with push. It cocked its head, wondering why its regeneration did not kick in. The Geist then tried to pick up its tongue and reattach it with regeneration. "Ora!" That was when Valera stormed out, using her own dash skill. She became a black blur as she slammed into the Geist at full force, bashing its body with her shield. The Geist was strong and fast too, though, and it reacted by holding up its arms in a guard, using them as a shield of its own to resist Valera. The sound of concussive impact rang through the forest as the Geist drove back several meters under Valera's momentum and power. "Gay!" The Geist roared and pushed back, its enormous back muscles rippling, and this time, Valera started to give ground. "Oh? A little strong, are we? How about this?" Valera used the shield slam skill and drove her shoulder into her shield. Her shield glowed with crackling red energy that exploded outwards in a shockwave as it slammed against the variant. The Geist tumbled backwards several meters before righting itself, its large fingers digging into the dirt. The creature shook its head from the impact, and then started to release its neurotoxin. Various pores in its body opened up, and purple gas steamed outwards, quickly covering the clearing in a mist of toxins. Valera breathed in deeply, mocking the Geist. Is that it? Poison! Utter foolishness! Gay? The Geist cocked its head as it saw that its toxin had zero effect on Valera. She banged her breastplate before she charged again, using this time a basic attack where she swung at the Geist horizontally with her cross shield, aiming to cut its head open. The Geist showcased its surprising agility and ducked beneath the swipe before punching Valera straight in the chest. Its fist popped through her crimson furnace, blood barrier and smashed straight into her armor. Valera skidded backwards several meters as the echo of dented metal rang through the air. She suffered damage, but nothing considerable. The blood barrier had reduced some of the damage, and she did not have any weakness to crushing damage that skeletal or lesser undead like Aldrich had. She looked down to see a crack in the armor around her torso, and she laughed. That's it. That's more like it. Hit me. Come on, hit me. Valera charged again with her shield, and the Geist roared as they engaged in another clash of blows. Aldrich acted quickly. He had waited outside of the clearing, beyond the Geist's potential detection range, and now sprinted towards Dynamite Girl's corpse. He had planned all this from the start, and everything had gone according to what he had envisioned. Bait the Geist into drawing Dynamite Girl out. Use the skeleton rogue to cut off its tongue. Place the skeleton archer in the trees to provide suppressive fire. Have Valera charge in and distract the Geist so that it could not reattach its tongue or reach Dynamite Girl. Now, the most important phase of the plan. Aldrich knelt by Dynamite Girl's limp body, ready to raise her as an undead. Two strikers, the Alpha Striker, and Adam and Elaine stood around Aldrich, acting as his bodyguards in the case that the Geist tried to dash past Valera. However, Valera kept the Geist's attention quite well. Aldrich inspected Dynamite Girl and did not see a grave marker floating above her. That was when he realized she was alive. Still breathing, though very shallowly. 6 entire months in the Geist's stomach and used as its puppet, and this whole time, she had been alive. Thank you for your service to Haven. Now I will end your suffering, said Aldrich, saying her last rites. He took his staff and stabbed it straight through her neck, killing her. He felt a small twinge of pity for her, but it was like a human seeing roadkill. A passing, cursory sense of pity that was not given a second thought. He truly was not human anymore, and he did not mind. This mindset made him stronger, and as long as it did, he welcomed it. Maybe, just maybe, someone could have saved her and healed her back in Haven. But then what? Where was the guarantee her mind was still intact? And who was going to bring her back to the city? Aldrich definitely was not going to. There was far too much risk involved bringing her into the city as he was now as a literal walking corpse with no fake identity. He would have to deal with questioning and investigation from the AA, and that was the last thing he wanted. At least like this, Dynamite Girl was guaranteed to be useful. Before he reanimated Dynamite Girl, Aldrich noted that a soul floated above her body. He shook his head, taking the soul was not the right choice here. He needed her powers now. Sir, said Aldrich as he put her hand gently on Dynamite Girl's forehead, infusing her corpse with green strands of energy. -5 mana. Mana, 79/84, 73/84. Aldrich felt as another one of his strikers rubbed its head into his hand. He patted the wolf's head gently. You did well. It's time for you to rest too, said Aldrich. With that, the striker faded into dust, giving Aldrich space to add Dynamite Girl. Dynamite Girl's corpse shook before standing up not as a zombie, but an undead. Undead, Dynamite Girl, level 12 reanimated. A necromancer could not take a soul and also reanimate a corpse. Once a soul was taken, the corpse lost its capacity to be reanimated and crumbled away. But if a corpse was reanimated with its soul intact, it became possible to resurrect higher-tier undead. Zombies might have been marginally stronger than their live counterparts, but they were slower, dumber, and lost all training that the original corpse might have had. An undead, however, could develop individuality, and retained any martial arts training they had when they were living. However, they lost all their active memories, turning them into amnesiacs that unfailingly served their new master. If needed, a necromancer could also just prevent any individuality from forming at all, essentially turning the raised undead into basically high-functioning robots that retain combat training skills but no real free will. Aldrich limited Dynamite Girl's individuality for now, wanting her to be as efficient a fighter as possible. Dynamite Girl shakily stood up, her skin turning from tanned olive to pale white, while her golden blonde hair turned platinum, almost silvery white. Her eyes were blank though, with no real sense of thought in them. The only thing she followed was Aldrich's killing intent, and her face turned into a scowl as she faced the Geist. Equals. No fair! Valera grimaced as she saw the Geist regenerate a gaping slash in its stomach from her shield. They were half a dozen meters apart now, having blown each other mutually backwards from simultaneously hitting each other. But where Valera nursed a few broken ribs, the Geist was as good as new, standing back up with almost no issue. Several necrotic arrows jutted out of its body, but there were not enough arrows to adequately neutralize the monster's healing. Valera, hold it down! Go all out! Aldrich's voice rung out from outside the clearing. Yes, master! Valera smiled widely under her helm, and if her face was visible, it would have shown her cheeks splitting apart as her smile grew impossibly, grotesquely wide, a trait of the Dullahan. Finally, she could let loose. Valera heaved her cross-shield back and then tossed it again. The Geist dashed to the side, dodging the shield projectile. The shield smashed through the trunks of 3 trees, felling them. Valera closed her fists as a bloody aura surged around her. Because she had a warrior-type class, she had both weapon specialties and combat specialties that granted her relevant skills in those areas. Her weapon specialty was in using a shield and her combat specialty was as a shielder, allowing her to use defensive skills geared towards guarding allies. But when she tossed away her shield, her combat specialty turned from shielder into berserker, and her weapon specialty changed from shield to barehanded. This significantly increased her offensive capabilities, and truthfully, aside from defending her master, there was nothing she loved better than brutalizing flesh with her own 2 fists. Oare! Valera used dash to appear in front of the Geist and unleashed a heavy right hook straight into its face. Gay! The Geist gurgled as its face caved in, its large human teeth shattering and flying as it surged backwards, slamming heavily into a tree trunk behind it. The Geist fell to the ground and rubbed its face, a fist-sized impression punched deep into it. The impression buffed out and began to heal, but not before Valera was upon it again, this time sending a kick into the side of its head. The Geist dashed behind Valera, turning into a white blur. Valera predicted this move and spun around with an elbow, smashing into the Geist's skull again. Gah! The Geist's head whipped backwards from the blow. Valera rushed forwards and then bear-hugged the Geist, pinning its bulky white arms to its sides while she exerted crushing force. The Alpha Striker and the one remaining normal striker circled the Geist, growling and waiting to pounce if it broke free. Arrows rained from above from the skeleton archer, lodging into the Geist's head. The skeleton rogue appeared from stealth, slashing rapidly at the Geist's back. Aldrich stood at the edge of the clearing, away from direct danger, with Adam and Elaine by his side. Dynamite Girl stood in front of him, growling, her eyes bright orange with energy as they had been back when she was alive. She wanted to go. She wanted to tear that monster apart. Aldrich knew that when she was alive, Dynamite Girl was known for her loud mouth and ferocity. Maybe that had stayed with her even past death. Go. Give that monster what it deserves. Aldrich waved Dynamite Girl ahead. She sprinted forwards and leaped in the air, slapping her arms onto the sides of the Geist's muscular neck. Dynamite Girl roared as her hands started to crackle. Sparks and pops rippled from them like fireworks before 2 enormous, bright orange explosions erupted outwards. The explosion was so fierce that it not only blew back Dynamite Girl, but also Valera and very nearly killed the skeleton rogue, shattering many of its ribs and skull. A cloud of smoke rose from the center of the clearing, as did the smell of roasted flesh. Aldrich linked his smell with the Alpha Strikers, and from this, He knew that the Geist was sitting completely still in the center of the smoke, the upper half of its body completely vaporized. Its regeneration worked quickly, though. Already, its upper spine started to reform, as did flesh and muscle mass. Aldrich stopped this. He stuck his staff out and spammed Chill Bolt. Because it was a cantrip, it had no real cooldown. Bolt after bolt of pale white energy slammed into the Geist, permeating frost energy deep into the variant's half-destroyed body. Like necrotic energy, frost-type damage also negated regeneration, though only when the frozen status was fully applied. Chill Bolt did not inflict too much frost buildup, but spammed like this on a stationary target, it was all too easy to turn the Geist into a dead block of frozen, destroyed cells, not a single one left whole to regenerate properly. 60 mana. Mana, 73/84, 13/84. Aldrich waved his staff from side to side, batting away smoke as he stepped forwards, revealing the Geist's deeply frozen ice block of a lower half body. Aldrich smiled at what he saw. A grave floated over the Geist, as did a soul. Geist defeated. Plus 350 EXP. EXP bar, 245/250, 595/250. Level up. Level 6-7. EXP bar, 345/340. Level up. Level 7-8. Chapter 26 The Settlements. Aldrich took in a breath as a green aura swirled around him, the experience from the Geist boosting his power by 2 entire levels. Plus 10 stat points available to distribute. Yes! Valera positively moaned in ecstasy as power flowed into her, but where Aldrich's aura was green, hers was a deep, bloody red. As a chosen undead, Valera leveled at the exact same rate as Aldrich, so she too had gained 2 levels, raising her from level 10 to level 12. How do you want me to spend my power? Said Valera, talking about how to distribute her own 10 new stat points. In strength, vitality, and agility where your affinities are. A 3-5-2 spread in those stats should work well, said Aldrich. He wanted Valera to be as physically powerful as possible to make up for his lack of melee combat prowess. Understood, Master. Valera closed her eyes and clenched her fists, taking in a deep breath as she used her stats. Aldrich saw her stats go up. Her class was as a Death Knight, and that class, like Necromancers, could choose a path that specialized them. In her case, she had taken the Oath of Blood and Bone, specializing her in blood magic and body reinforcement. Blood magic ordinarily costs both mana and health, but since Valera was a vampire, she could choose to increase the health costs in exchange for removing mana costs. Because of this, just like Aldrich, vitality was the most important stat for Valera. Her stat affinities were 1.5x in strength, 1.5x in vitality, and 1.2x in agility, gearing her towards being a tanky brawler. Chosen undead, Valera stats. HP, 120/186. Mana, 21/21. Equals. Stats. Strength, 37/42. Agility, 22/24. Vitality, 54/62. Magic, 7. Attunement, 10. Perception, 10. Aldrich saw Valera tuning her stats and he did the same. Plus 5 attunement, plus 10 with affinity bonuses. Plus 2 agility. Plus 3 vitality, plus 6 vitality with affinity bonuses. Vitality, 14/20. Agility, 8/10. Attunement, 21/30. HP, 45/45, 60/60. Units controlled, 8 out of 8 8/10. Aldrich cracked his neck as he spent his 2 new attunement points into units controlled. Soon, when he got to 50 attunement, he could upgrade his Raise Undead spell to Mass Raise Undead and resurrect corpses en masse, not to mention a significant cooldown reduction. Master, seeing you getting ever closer to your original strength makes me feel so very warm inside, said Valera as she put her hands to her face. Yeah. Soon I'll be unstoppable. We'll be unstoppable, said Aldrich. He pointed his staff at the frozen Geist corpse. Serve? -8 mana. 13/84, 5/84. Because the Geist was strong enough, Raise Undead did not cost just 5 mana, but 10% of Aldrich's maximum mana pool. Thankfully, because his mana pool was still relatively low, the cost was not that significant. The Geist corpse shook and then thawed, ice crystals shattering all around it. It then started to rapidly regenerate, growing its spine, ribs, skull, then the flesh and skin. Once again, it stood tall and muscle-bound, its eerie, permanently open, chattering smile now directed at Aldrich. Undead Geist level 17 reanimated. Units controlled 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Aldrich saw as the Geist's soul faded away, flowing back into the variant. It was odd to think that this creature had a soul. Did that prove the existence of the soul? Or were souls just a simple game concept limited only to the game itself? It was impossible to tell, and a philosophical discussion for later. Good, said Aldrich. You were just within my limit to raise. Any corpse that was more than 10 levels over Aldrich was a corpse he could not raise. But after leveling up to level 7 from killing the Geist, he was just in the edge of the threshold to reanimate it. He did not take the Geist's soul to forge an item because he only had 20 coins so far and did not want to risk bad rolls. In Elden World, monsters that had multiple powers were the worst to try and craft from because more often than not, an item would only have just one of their powers. As a result, it was better to just reanimate these kinds of monsters so that they could use all their powers effectively versus wielding a weapon that only managed to channel one of their powers. Gay, I serve you? Said the Geist. Aldrich could now understand it through the mental link between summoner and summoned. I'm turning off your individuality for now, said Aldrich as he waved his hand. The Geist quietened, becoming a fully controlled unit the same as Dynamite Girl. Seeing undead that could speak like this, Aldrich felt a pang of pain. If only he had reanimated faster, then he could have resurrected Adam and Elaine with their souls intact. Then, he could have saved them, been with them. He shook his head. What was past. And besides, even in the lore, it was explicitly mentioned that resurrected undead had their souls twisted such that they were different from how they were in life. Thus, they lost their memories, and though they could keep some core personality traits, they were entirely different beings. Aldrich looked ahead, beyond the forest, towards Haven. All he could do was look ahead. To move forward. Ever forward. Towards vengeance. Aldrich did not encounter any more powerful variants throughout the remainder of the hour-long trek to Haven. The Evil Eye spotted a few strikers here and there, a spined boar and even a big-armed grizzly, but these natural variants avoided Aldrich, running from him. Or rather, they avoided the reanimated Jest, for the Geist was likely the apex predator of this forest. To fill up his one remaining slot for units controlled, Aldrich summoned another Evil Eye. The more Aldrich used his current one, the more he began to appreciate how incredibly broken it was. It was essentially game-breaking considering basically nothing could detect it. It gave Aldrich a complete view of anything he went into and made it so that he never went into a situation unprepared. That alone was worth way more than an individual strong unit. This disgusting creature will serve us well, said Valera as she walked by Aldrich while eyeing the Geist up and down. She then turned a glare to Dynamite Girl. As she was not a zombie, her features were not rotted, retaining the rough prettiness she was known for in the hero community. But well, I will keep an eye on her. No need, said Aldrich. For the foreseeable future, I plan on keeping both of them without free will. Aldrich's evil eyes saw the end of the forest 200 meters ahead. The tall line of trees ended, sloping down into a meadow that funneled into dry, cracked earth lined with roads that hovercars zipped by on. We're here, said Aldrich. He stopped and turned around, staring at his growing army. An alpha striker, one ordinary striker, Dynamite Girl, the Geist, Adam, Elaine, the skeleton rogue, and the skeleton archer. All of you stay here. Get back deeper in the forest. Aldrich pointed at Dynamite Girl and the Geist and gave them limited free will through a command. You two, protect everyone. Especially Adam and Elaine. Keep them in the forest and do not let anyone discover you. If anyone discovers you, you kill them, no questions asked. Nobody can know you are here." Dynamite Girl and the Geist nodded and then walked away deeper into the forest, leading the rest of the undead behind them. "Now, that leaves just us," said Aldrich to Valera. "Yes, just us," said Valera. She shyly rubbed her gauntlets together like a typical maiden in love. Aldrich looked Valera up and down, inspecting her armor. "Oh? Master, why are you looking at me like that? You need to take that armor off," said Aldrich. "So forward, Master Dash." Valera blushed deeply. "It stands out too much. You still have your ballroom night dress, right? Equip that. We need to look as human as possible." "Understood, Master," said Valera with a bow, understanding that Aldrich was being serious here. "And what of that hole in your chest, Master?" Aldrich wrapped himself in a large torn chunk of Dynamite Girl's bright orange cape. "This will have to do for now. I'll find something else to wear down there." Aldrich wandered through winding streets of hastily constructed metal shacks, tents, and mobile trailers. Some of these shacks sold food, some clothing, some hardware, cheap porn holodisks, stolen data chips, and the like. People moved about with dirt and grim in their fingers and faces. Their expressions were serious and hardened, and many of them had goggles above their heads and wore hooded jackets with tears and patches littering them. More notably, many of these individuals had cybernetic parts. Mechanical hands, clicking artificial eyes, chrome plates on their skulls, and the like. These were nomads. People that survived in the wastelands because they were not privileged enough to live in a walled city, or were just flat-out criminals. Because they did not have to abide by any city laws, they often boosted themselves with cybernetics. In cities, cybernetics were heavily regulated because they tended to cause something known as technomania, a rabid insanity caused from too much cybernetic enhancement, particularly within the brain. Out here, though, outside city walls, there were precious few laws that were enforced, so cybernetics flowed freely. After all, nomads had to take any and every advantage they could get to run from and fight variants as they traveled through the wastelands, hopping from walled city to city. Nomads moved their mobile homes, motorcycles, and shacks right outside the walls, creating temporary residences known as settlements when they were not moving through the wastelands. Of course, if a variant attacked, they were the first casualties, hence why most of these homes were built so shoddy and makeshift. They were easily built and easily destroyed by design. If the time came for the nomads to run, then they could run at a moment's notice. It was a known fact that though crime was relatively well policed within the walls of cities, there was little to no regulation in settlements. In the distance, Aldrich saw Haven's 30-meter-tall walls looming, large auto-cannons sweeping from side to side at the top of the walls, searching for variants to gun down. People from Haven who wanted to buy drugs, gamble, or buy illegal tech would come here, and this time, Aldrich was one of them. He was sure he could get 2 forged CIDs, citizen identification, here. Nomads were known for being experts in black market dealings, especially with under-the-table tech. They might have looked rough and rugged, but they had a relatively strong techno-presence. Their cybernetics fell short of licensed cyberdoctors in walled cities, but it still got the job done. Not to mention that there were more than a handful of cases where highly skilled for-hire nomad techno-hackers that had managed to get valuable data even from established megacorporations. It was how they made a living in this new age of alter-power-boosted tech and data. Aldrich walked side by side with Valera through the settlements, smelling smoke, burning metal, and roasted food in the air. Without her heavy armor to weigh her down, her figure stood out in full view. Her night dress was elegant, sleek and black, and hugging her hips and straining at her sizable chest. Yet, where her skin was visible, her bare shoulders and arms in particular, it was obvious to see the outline of toned muscle from a lifetime of physical activity. In Valera's case, a full lifetime and undeath of beating people to death. Occasionally, a man would whistle at her or eye her for far too long, and she would respond with a deathly glare, immediately instilling both the fear of God and death into them and making them scram. With his mask on and Dynamite Girl's cape as a makeshift cloak, he was largely unidentifiable, and in the first place, nomads rarely bothered each other. Aldrich had his two evil eyes scan ahead in the sky, searching for an appropriate shop. In a few minutes he found one. A large trailer fitted with vent pipes and a neon sign labeled with bright blue letters that read out tech. Simple and to the point. The door of the trailer had the symbol of a bearded man with an eye patch over it. The symbol of the Odinsons, a fairly well-known nomad gang specialized in forgeries and robberies. Aldrich cracked his neck and knuckles. The Odinsons were known for oftentimes getting violent in their dealings. Valera, I know where we're going. And we might have to fight. Valera smiled widely as she clenched her fists. A small portion of her powerful aura emanated, making nomads around them tense up in fear before scattering away like cockroaches exposed under light. Then all the better, right, Master? Yeah, said Aldrich. Ideally, he would get his two forged CIDs with no issue, but if a problem ever arose, well, he was ready to get his hands bloody, for he had no sympathy for criminals. Chapter 27: The Odinsons. Aldrich and Valera made their way to the Odinsons' shop. It was a good walk away from the main streets of the settlement, taking up its own isolated territory. As he walked, he had the evil eye scout everything it could. Their shop was a large, mobile trailer home that looked somewhat like a subway car or railcar. It was long and rectangular in shape, though sizable enough that it could reliably fit in 20 people to live rather comfortably. Among mobile homes in the settlements, this was one of the larger ones for sure, indicating that the Odinsons ranked quite highly among nomads in terms of wealth and power. The home was decked out with modifications to survive traveling through the harsh environment of the wastelands where sandstorms, torrential storms, magnetic storms, and basically any storm one could think of blasted the land. There were blinking green generators at the top of the home that likely projected force fields, while auto turrets rotated around, pointing directly at Aldrich and Valera as they approached. Two large cannon barrels were fitted into the front of the home, and bright, glowing white lines streaked on the cannons indicated they were energy weapons. 12 large power bikes were parked to the sides of the trailer home, attached by cables to sockets on the home to charge their electric engines. Once, gas and petroleum were used pretty often in the world, but that had phased out completely since the monstering when rising climate temperatures and sudden environmental instability forced cleaner energies to the forefront. The home was armored in retractable layer of shingled black durasteel like the scales on an armadillo, though since the home was anchored and open for business, the armor was fully retracted. Aldrich counted 8 Odinson members outside, though likely there were just as many if not more inside the mobile home. Not bad, all things considered. He could get a general sense of power from the Odinsons, reading their levels. They ranged from levels 1 to 5. Pathetically low, but expected. Nomads generally did not have amazing powers. If they did, then they would not be living like this out here. Hence the reliance on cybernetics and conventional firearms. The only exception was wanted villains, but as far as Aldrich could tell, these guys were just low-level gangsters. Then again, level ratings seemed to favor physical strength and destructive capability. Some of them might have had confusing or unique powers that made them more difficult to deal with. Aldrich was still careful. He still took the time to formulate what to do. But he did know one thing: if things went bad, terribly bad, he would leave no survivors. Aldrich and Valera walked up to the Odinsons' base. Odinson members stood up from tables and tarps where they enjoyed the shade to talk or play cards or inspect tech and put their hands to their hips, thumbing bolter pistols. All of the Odinsons notably had an artificial blue left eye, a signature marking for their gang. Among this were tattoos that evoked the image of Old Norse runes. "What do you want, Mr. Mask?" An Odinson, a big guy, probably easily 6'2", 188 cm, came up to Aldrich and Valera. He scratched his rough blonde beard with a mechanical hand and smiled at Valera. "Or are you here to sell her? 'Cause if you are, I'd buy in a damn heartbeat. Promise I won't rough her up too much, shither. Gotta make sure you can keep her fresh to put food on your table, right?" A nerve became visible on Valera's forehead, and Aldrich immediately raised a hand in front of her, as he sensed a lethal punch coming. "No, I'm no pimp," said Aldrich. "I'm here to buy tech." "Yeah?" said the Odinson. He looked disappointed before he waved others of his gang onward. "Boys, get them checked up." Two Odinsons came by waving metal detecting sticks in front of Aldrich and Valera. "Nothing on them but the clothes on their back," said one of them. "Check AC count." The inspecting Odinsons took out two scanners that fit over their eye like a shade. The scanners were red in color, and projected a small web of holographic red light that washed over Aldrich and Valera. "AC count 0? said the Odinsons in confusion. "0? The fuck?" "Scan them again." Another round of scanning commenced. "Yeah, it's 0. No doubt about it. You two are duds?" "Well, I'll be damned," said the bearded Odinson with the mechanical hand. "Haven't seen one in a long time. Thought your kind was extinct or some sh*t, heh? But guess you all won't pose any threat." The Odinson turned around and talked into a radio transmitter in his hand. "Two clients, boss. Lookin' for tech. No weapons. Both duds. Pretty sure they ain't cops or undercover heroes. You can see 'em through the cameras, too." He put his hand to his ear and heard commands from the other side. He smiled as he looked at Valera again. "Got it." The Odinson nodded to Aldrich and Valera and waved them forward, suspiciously friendly now. "Go ahead. Look around and buy what you want if you got the creds for it." The door to the mobile home slid open with a heavy click, and Aldrich and Valera stepped in while two Odinsons walked behind them, almost corralling them into the home. The insides were dimly lit with neon purples and dark blues like a nightclub. The walls were just bare, solid metal with zero concern for home decoration. There were tables and chairs and furniture scattered around haphazardly with Odinsons smoking up a drug-fueled storm, some passed out, some fondling half-dressed prostitutes in their laps, and others watching telescreen broadcasts. The dank smell of green, the newest and most concentrated strain of marijuana, wafted through the air as did the acrid smell of regular smoke. The heavy sliding doors clicked closed behind Aldrich and Valera, and as they did, a silence descended on in the room. All of them stared at Valera. A few whistles came out. "Look what we have here," said one of the Odinsons as he eyed Valera up and down while sprawled out on a couch. Valera just stared straight ahead, not meeting eyes with any of the Odinsons. "Master, when can we bash their skulls in?" said Valera telepathically. Patience, Valera. Let's see how this plays out. Aldrich immediately mentally commanded his two evil eyes to scout this room and the others, getting a full read of the home's layout. "Yeah, we got customers, Bjorn. Keep it in your pants for now," said the Odinson with the mechanical hand. "Brant here will lead you to the tech room. Have fun." He motioned to an Odinson that was heavily decked out with cybernetics. His skull was completely chrome-capped, and both his arms were entirely mechanical. Brant smiled at them and ushered them forwards with a head movement. Aldrich and Valera followed, but by now, Aldrich knew everything that was going to happen. The mobile home was roughly split into two. Right now, they were in the living quarters. Deeper in, the other half of the home comprised of a tech room where a duo of goggle-wearing technos moved about in rolling chairs, maintaining weapons, detached cybernetic parts, and most importantly, creating forgeries. They forged works of art and identification cards. They also checked the authenticity of various things the Odinsons had stolen from supply convoys or heists in walled cities using fake IDs. Jewelry, mostly, for in today's society where consumerism still ran high to keep human morale high, useless and petty things like jewelry still had high value, especially in walled cities where there was enough wealth and stability for people to find something, anything, to prove they were richer and better than others. But this was not all. Behind the tech room, Aldrich saw 5 Odinsons with shock batons armed and ready. They had expectant, hungry smiles on their faces. It was obvious what they wanted to do. They wanted to knock out Aldrich and Valera, especially Valera, and then do what they wanted. Probably kill Aldrich and force Valera into sexual servitude. They did this because they thought that Aldrich and Valera were duds. Completely and utterly powerless. This was why they did not even care to ask Aldrich to remove his mask. They did not think he was any threat at all. It made sense for these pieces of trash to do this. They had lived by the motto of stealing from the weak their entire lives. Why would they change now? When they saw two seemingly helpless prey stand right in front of them? "Master, do you see what I am seeing?" said Valera. "Well, yeah, you're seeing what I'm seeing," said Aldrich. Oh, right, I forgot, tee. Sometimes I feel we are so close that your eyes are mine, and mine yours. Anyways, Master, do I have permission to fight? To kill? To rip and tear? Yes, said Aldrich. Just remember, no survivors. My master, you do not have to tell me that. I know, Chapter 28 Gang Wipeout. Just a little more, and you'll get what you want, hee, said Brant as he kept ushering Aldrich and Valera forward. They were now at the end of a dimly lit hallway, just a few steps away from the brightly lit tech room. The two technos notably had been ordered to stop working and hid under their counter and work tables until whatever it was that happened blew over. There, just across that door, said Brant as he pointed to the open entrance into the tech room. The boss is there, too. He's a real nice guy. You can deal with him. Bet he'll treat you real nice, too. Come on in. We don't bite. We got a bad rep cause of our robberies and all, but we got noble hearts, you know. We only steal from rich pricks in walled cities. To fellow nomads like you two, we only got generosity, said the boss, marked as the head of this gang because he wielded a mechanical spear energy gun that was supposed to be the stand-in for Gungnir, the mythological spear that the Norse god Odin wielded. He stood several meters behind the door with a surprisingly welcoming smile, positioned like bait so that he was visible, but none of the 5 baton-wielding goons at the sides of the door were. One evil eye was positioned in the tech room, watching everything that happened. Another was positioned outside, keeping tabs on the rest of the goons. Yeah, go on in. Brant smiled hungrily, waving Aldrich and Valera in. How about you lead us in? Said Aldrich. We can all go in together. Huh? No can do. Boss likes to keep his meetings private and real personal, heh. He likes to get first dibs on clients, you know. I wasn't asking. Aldrich casted negative surge on himself. Green strands of energy infused into his body, covering it with a thin, visible aura. For 10 seconds, Aldrich now received 20% of his magic stat into strength, agility, and perception. In his case, this was a 6 stat bonus. 15 mana. Mana, 55 of 84, 40 of 84. Author's note: Aldrich drank 2 charges of his mana flask prior to this. Strength 11, 17. Agility 10, 16. Perception 10, 16. Aldrich reached out and grabbed Brant's chrome-plated skull. His fingers dug into the metal, warping it with moaning cracks. The fuck, man, shouted Brant. I go left, you go right, said Aldrich. Understood, master, said Valera as her eyes lit up red and her fists closed. Aldrich leaped in and held Brant up to the left as a human shield. 2 Odinsons with shock batons yelled as they slammed their batons down but only hit their fellow Odinson. Brant convulsed and foamed at the mouth as the electricity savaged him. Aldrich threw Brant towards the baton-wielding Odinsons, turning him into a human chrome bowling ball that knocked his fellow gangsters down like bowling pins. Aldrich glanced to Valera's side. Valera had just taken the baton hits right to her shoulders. The blue electricity cracked through her body, but all she did was just smile. 3 Odinsons just kept beating and whacking at her with the batons with shock-ridden impacts. Is that it? Is that it? You can't even make me feel pain. What the fuck? How's she still standing? Said an Odinson as he swung his baton again, this time in fear. Valera grabbed the Odinson's wrist and snapped it like a twig. Fuck! The Odinson went down on a knee as he let go of his baton. Get off of him, said the other 2 Odinsons as they let go of their batons and tried to pry Valera's hand off of their brethren's wrist. None of them could make Valera even budge. Pathetic, said Valera with an utterly bored expression on her face. You want me to let go of him? Fine. Another scream of pain rang through the air as Valera tore the Odinson's arm straight off. Blood arced and trickled from the dismembered limb, and Valera patted it in her palm before using it to smash the other two Odinsons in the head, completely crushing their skulls and instantly killing them. Their blood circled around Valera, fueling her crimson furnace shield. Aldrich in the meanwhile disabled the Odinsons on his end. Where Valera overwhelmed with enormous stats, Aldrich used his comparatively lesser stats to their maximal extent, using his extensive martial arts training. He weaved expertly between baton strikes and then struck their throats, collapsing their windpipes, or gouged out their remaining eye with finger pokes before dropping them with precise, quick liver punches. This left 3 Odinsons including Brant disabled and groaning on the ground. Though Brant was dead, the chrome capping on his skull caved in from Aldrich's grip. Aldrich killed the remaining disabled Odinsons by stomping on their necks, breaking them to make sure there was no way they could regenerate or suddenly blindside him with a power. All this in a sequence of just 1.5 seconds before the Odinsons could even draw their bolter pistols or use their powers. Experiment success, said Aldrich. With negative surge and my martial arts, I can beat armed altars even as a caster. Though I guess this trash doesn't count for much of a challenge. Indeed, said Valera as she stomped her heels down on a downed Odinson's skill, shattering it and splattering her pale legs with blood. The blood quickly drained away, absorbed into Valera's body. She made a disgusted face. Even their blood is utterly foul. I was so excited to taste fresh human blood, but theirs is tainted. It tastes like rust. Like metal. Too many cybernetics. Noted Aldrich. How? Altars. How did you avoid the scanners? Said the boss as he aimed his spear gun at Valera and fired off a bolt of plasma. The plasma scattered against Valera's energy-resistant blood shield, turning into nothing but smoke and crackling electricity. Valera turned to the boss and glared at him, her black and red eyes monstrous, inhuman, and utterly lacking anything resembling human mercy. What? The boss stepped backwards while his knees trembled. He clenched his fists, and his one remaining eye glowed white. A barrier of translucent white energy formed around him. His altar power. Who are you two? Heroes. He looked down at the bloody and brutalized bodies of his men. No heroes would ever do this. No, not heroes, then, villains. Do you work for another gang? God, it isn't about the money, is it? We'll pay it back, I swear. The Trident will get what I promised them. Aldrich immediately stiffened. The Trident? He heard shouting and footsteps echo behind him as Odinsons were alerted to the scuffle. Valera, take care of everyone outside this room. Remember, no survivors, said Aldrich. I'll take care of things here. Valera's dullent smile showed. Her cheeks split apart as her smile grew from ear to ear, bearing rows of sharp, bestial teeth and large, blood-sucking fangs. As you wish, my master, said Valera. Her voice had a throaty, inhuman reverb underlining it now. She sprinted off as a black and white blur, and as her quick footsteps echoed down the hallway, screams rang through the air as she tore her way through the gang. Chapter 29 Gang Wipeout 2. The Trident, is it? Said Aldrich as he made his way towards the Odinson boss. The Trident. A name that Aldrich would never forget. The criminal organization that had killed his parents. One of the largest international crime syndicates on the planet, whose web of influence spread from North America all the way to East Asia. Some of the most famous and feared villains worked for it. Ending that organization was going to take time and power, but thankfully for Aldrich, he had time, and soon, he would have power that nobody could question. Now why would the Trident be dealing with a low-level nomad gang like you, said Aldrich. You aren't Trident? Then what the hell do you want with me? Why would you kill my boys like that? For what? Said the boss. For what? Let's be real here. What were you going to do otherwise? Knock me out and kill me? Do whatever you wanted with my female companion who is now gleefully ripping your men's skulls from their spines? said Aldrich. He manifested a coin from his palm. I wanted to barter and trade fairly. You attacked me. I defended myself. And now you pay. Aldrich took a bolter pistol and shot 3 rounds into the Odinson boss's shield before it clicked empty. The bullet's large bolt-fired rail slugs slammed against the shield and pinged off harmlessly. Fairly impressive. Bolters were crude in terms of design, but their miniature magnetic rail bolt shots, though notoriously inaccurate and prone to jamming, packed a massive punch. You can't hurt me, said the boss. He put a hand behind him, resting it against the wall of the tech room. Various wires sparked around him as electrical energy fed into him, fueling the shield. And I got enough power here to put this shield up for hours. Other nomads are gonna come knockin', and when they do, you better be ready for a fucking war. Trust me, it won't come to that, said Aldrich. He analyzed the fact that the boss was still breathing. Oxygen still passed through that barrier. He got up real close to the boss, right in front of the barrier, and put a hand in front of it. Horror warp, said Aldrich, chanting the spell. There was no direct need to chant the name of the spell, but he realized that it made it easier for him to focus on it, thus increasing his cast time. A dark, wispy cloud of shadowy particles gathered around his hand, and within this black cloud were glowing red eyeballs that stared hungrily at the boss. Hope you have nice dreams. When you wake up, I'll make sure you're in a better mood to talk, said Aldrich as he walked away. The horror warp passed through the boss's barrier. What? Said the boss. His eyes widened in terror as the spell enveloped his face. He started to choke for a second before he fell to his knees and planted on the floor face first, drooling. He shivered and shook every so often, blinking rapidly and growing pale and whimpering as if caught in a nightmare, and indeed, he was. Now you too. Aldrich looked over to the counter where the technos hid. They were still cowering under the desk. Get up before I put a bolt through both your skulls. The 2 technos stood up with arms raised in surrender, trembling in terror. They were skinnier than the other Odinsons with visor goggles and mohawks. Notably, they had sockets in their skulls which they could use to jack into technology and interface with it directly with their brains. Please, we'll give you anything. Anything you want, man, we got it, they said. Equals. Valera made her way through the dark hallway like a specter of bloody carnage. She spied 3 men aiming their strange ranged weapon at her from several meters away. Before they could fire, she dashed behind them. Teleportation! One of them exclaimed in surprise before Valera took his head and smashed it into a pulp against a wall. And super strength! How many powers does she have? Just shoot! Shoot! Valera punched a hole straight through one man before he could fire, and used his body as a shield to tank bolter shots. The corpse shuddered as bolts blew off large chunks from its back. Peek-boo, said Valera as she lowered the corpse skewered on her arm, her gleaming red and black eyes wide in excitement as they settled on the remaining gunmen with hunger. Help! I need help! He began the man before his head blew apart from a powerful punch. Valera activated her blood sense, detecting the presence of warm flesh and blood bodies all around her through the walls. She shuddered in ecstasy at how much pain and terror she would inflict. She ran through the hallway and entered the living room where the Odinsons were just now beginning to get out of their drug-induced stupors and get their bolter pistols ready. Valera's eyes darted from side to side. 6 more prey. She disappeared in a flash, appearing right in front of the nearest Odinson. The Odinson's eyes widened as he saw her hands dug into his guts. Bye-bye, said Valera as she tore the man straight in half. She closed her eyes in bliss and bathed in the blood and gore, all of it fueling her crimson furnace shield. Shoot! Shoot! Kill her! Bolt after bolt fired at Valera. They pierced through her blood barrier as they were physical damage, not energy attacks, but when they reached her body, her bare, pale skin, they crumpled up and bounced off like they had hit a wall of indestructible metal. What kind of fucking altar is she? She's so goddamn strong. Doesn't matter. If you want to live, you keep fucking firing. Eric, use your power. Beat her ass. Oh? Someone is going to challenge me? Valera's ear-to-ear, grotesque smile flashed as she looked around. One of the men, Eric presumably, shuddered and convulsed before his shirt ripped apart. His flesh turned red as he swelled up to a size of 3 meters, dwarfing everyone in the room. He had to hunch his head so as to fit in the room, and his thick muscles made it obvious how much power he had. Yes, that's more like it, said Valera. She threw the 2 halves of the man she had split open at 2 of the other Odinsons, killing them with the high-speed impact throws aimed expertly to cave their skulls in. Equals. Yeah? You'll do anything? Aldrich tossed the Elden World coin he had manifested over to them while pointing the bolter pistol at them. You guys are masters at forgery and theft, right? Especially jewelry. Appraise that. I want to know what it's worth. One of the technos shakily took the coin and stared at it, tapping his visor goggles. The goggles whirred as they focused on the coin. Holy sh*t, where'd you get this, man? Said the techno. The coin shone a sheen of mystical gold and the size of a man's entire palm. The circumference of the coin was grooved and the face of the coin carved with the face of a beautiful woman's face with flowing locks of wondrously patterned hair. The way this face is carved in the hair, man, the hair, you see the patterning on this sh*t? Said the techno as he held it up for the other one to look. Pure artistry. Who made this? And solid gold, too? Aldrich got the information he was looking for. Looked like coins were worth something in this world. He waved the technos forward. Give me back my coin. Why yeah, you got it, boss, said the techno as he flipped the coin over. Aldrich nabbed the coin in his palm and disappeared it into his inventory. Now for what I really want, said Aldrich. One of you decrypt this. He reached into Ghost's bag that he had carried with him and slid his iPhone over. Why you got it? A Model X is it? We can break through this in a couple min. A techno took the phone and took it to another table where he connected it via cable to a computer screen. He jacked into the computer with the socket in his head. And you? Aldrich pointed to the remaining techno. You sell CIDs, right? Show me everything you have. I need them for myself and my companion. You got it, man, said the techno. You think you can spare us that coin for it? Some of our CIDs are real fucking expensive. It ain't easy or cheap to get around net securities. How about a bolt instead? Said Aldrich as he raised the barrel of the bolter pistol right at the techno's face. Never mind a coin. If you want to get out of this with your lives, you do what I say. Get to fucking work. Gee, got it, man. The techno hurried over to the back of the room and opened a locked cabinet where countless license cards sat neatly arranged in black drawers. He took a whole drawer and put it down on the counter in front of Aldrich. Take your pick, man, said the techno. We got Class 3, 2, and 1 CIDs. We got private investigator CIDs, police CIDs, even CIDs for the big fucking mega corporations. We need them when we gotta sneak into headquarters and steal sh*t. Just take what you need, we snap your pic, upload it to the ID, and you got a whole new identity. sh*t would cost 10,000 credits minimum, but for you, on the house. Long as we stay alive. Impressive, said Aldrich. Citizen identifications had classes depending on what class of citizen one was. The higher class of citizen, the wealthier and more influential they were. Class 3 comprised mostly of manual laborers and bottom-rung society, while Class 2 consisted mostly of white-collar job workers and heroes. Class 1 was the real gold where the wealthiest corporate executives, politicians, and the top 100 heroes existed. I got a real good suggestion for you here, said the techno as he took out a pair of CIDs. This was for a young couple that got rich off inherited trust funds. It's Class 1, meaning you'll be able to go anywhere, and it's got the least baggage. Your supposed money comes from a private fund, so there ain't no corporation you're supposed to be working for that people can trace you back to. If you want to live a real quiet, real nice life, this is the best. I'll take them, said Aldrich. And these. He took out 10 CIDs for himself and Valera. Each one was linked to a large corporation and would allow them to infiltrate their headquarters when necessary under forged identities. He did not necessarily need these for now, but he had no idea if he would in the future. And it was better to always be prepared. T10 more? Please, man, we run a fucking business over here. Some of these were promised to some real big shot clients began the techno. You won't be running this business with a bolt through your head, no? Said Aldrich. You've seen what I've done to your friends. I won't hesitate to leave your brains smeared on these walls. Why, yeah, I get it. The techno begrudgingly took the CIDs to a computer. Can you bring your lady friend here? Need her picture. Aldrich mentally looked through Valera's eyes. She was soaked in blood and guts. She was outside the mobile home atop the corpse of a giant, red-skinned man with an exposed skull and various fist-shaped dents in his chest. All around him were the blood-drained corpses of Odinsons. She had wiped out the entire gang. Valera smiled as she sank her clawed hands deep into the red-skinned Odinson's throat, draining his blood straight through the jugular. Valera, I need you here, said Aldrich. Valera immediately nodded. Understood, master. Aldrich only had to wait 3 seconds before Valera appeared. She smashed through the ceiling of the tech room and landed perfectly beside Aldrich with her head bowed. I have eliminated all of these filthy humans, said Valera as the blood drenching her pale skin entirely red faded away, absorbed into her. She flashed a stare at the two technos, causing them to shriek. Now, shall I dispose of them? No, we need to take pictures, said Aldrich. Pictures? Said Valera. Right, you don't know what cameras are, said Aldrich. They're like images of us stored in recording crystals. Oh, to commemorate this slaughter, is it? Said Valera. Of course, my master. Valera shyly leaned on Aldrich's shoulder and looked ahead, waiting for their image to be recorded. Pictures taken separately, said one of the technos. You dared to ruin this moment, began Valera, her voice rising and killing intent radiating off of her. Take a picture of us together as well. Print it out, said Aldrich. Then take the separate pics for our IDs. You got it, said one of the technos. He snapped a pic by staring at Aldrich and Valera and tapping a button on his visor goggles. Now we take separate pictures, said Aldrich. Yes, master, said Valera as her ear-to-ear smile faded away into one more normal and regularly happy. The technos snapped their pics individually, and then took Aldrich's CIDs. He placed them on a tablet linked to a computer that he operated by jacking into it via head socket. How long will this take? Said Aldrich. And don't even think about calling for help. Never mind about time. If this takes over 20 minutes, I'm shooting both of you. Holy sh*t man, we're working as fast as we can, said a techno. Up to you to work faster then, said Aldrich simply. Equals. It took 20 minutes, but the technos got things done in 15 minutes. They handed over Ghost's unlocked phone and Aldrich's new CIDs. Aldrich put them all in Ghost's bag and zipped it up. We good now, right, man? We did so much sh*t for you, said one of the technos. Aldrich shot him through the head, dropping him to the ground. Meanwhile, Valera hummed to herself happily through the violence, as she stared at a framed photo of her and Aldrich together, blushing and holding a hand to her cheek. What the fuck? You said you would let us go, said the one remaining techno. Aldrich pointed the bolter pistol at him. I never guaranteed your lives. And you two talk too easily. We didn't do nothing to you, said the techno. All I do here is just work on tech. I was just following orders, you know. Orders, huh? Said Aldrich. Real convenient that when sh*t turns sour, you pin it on orders. But you were so willing to just stand there and let us die or get enslaved. It's so easy to follow orders when it's good for you, no? But you know, I'm curious, how well will you take orders when they're bad for you? So here's my order to you. Die. Aldrich shot the last techno through the head. The bolt blew his head up completely like a bomb had been set off inside of it. Time to burn this place down, said Aldrich as he spied various exposed, sparking wires and crates packed with live ammunition, both shrapnel and incendiary grenades. Perfect for blowing this place up and making sure no surveillance or data was left behind of them. Chapter 30 Loot. 16 Odinson gangsters defeated. Plus 80 XP. EXP bar, 5/500, 85/500. Now, shall we get to raising this base? Said Valera. Not yet. I'm going to loot this place as much as possible first, said Aldrich. He went over to the nightmare-wrapped Odinson boss and patted him down, finding an iPhone, cigars, a lighter, wallet, and most notably, a set of car keys. Aldrich took the keys and phone for himself before motioning to Valera. Take a tarp from outside and wrap him in it. We're taking this guy with us for questioning. Questioning, is it? Valera smiled. I do love some questioning. Especially when pain is involved. Valera grabbed the Odinson boss by the collar and leaped up through the hole in the ceiling she had made. Aldrich looked around and scrapped together any valuables he could. He took as many credit chips as possible from drawers in the tech room. These were sleek black chips made by Credit Union, the largest credit banker in the world, and when inserted into a credit machine or personal device along with the CID, could transfer credits directly to the owner's bank account. He found a larger bag to carry things in, and in it, he dumped in a few bolter pistols, grenades, and a box of ammunition. He also packed a signal generator and 2 laptops owned by one of the technos. Sir, said Aldrich to the first techno he had killed, the one with his head still intact. A soul hovered over him, as did souls for everyone else he and Valera had killed. Mathematically, a drop rate of souls like this was near impossible. A drop rate for a soul was 5%. But it seemed that every single human that died so far had dropped a soul. Gave more credence to the idea that souls did exist, and they existed in every human and, interestingly, some variants. This would make Aldrich's level-up journey much faster, as souls did not have to be crafted. They could just be consumed for half the experience that their original owners gave. Aldrich watched as the mohawked, visor-wearing techno stood up from the pool of blood he was slumped over. A gaping hole in his chest matched him with Aldrich. -5 mana. Mana, 20/84, 15 of 84. Aldrich made room for the techno by letting go of his one last remaining normal striker. He would have liked to say goodbye to the undead personally, but it was not possible here. Aldrich analyzed his power. As expected, the techno had a fairly common power that let him interface with technology with his mind via a plug on the body that linked with major nerves that further linked with the brain, though usually hardcore technos had plugs etched directly on their heads. Although undead resurrected with a soul lost their previous identity, they did not lose their powers. This meant that hopefully, Aldrich could use the techno for more tech-based needs, as his ability to use technology was based off the usage of his power. With this in mind, Aldrich had taken the laptops and a signal generator for net connectivity in the variant forest. Everything else was not especially valuable. Drugs, more weapons, and the like. Aldrich harvested the rest of the souls and moved on, planting multiple timed incendiary grenades around various key points in the base for a clean demolition. Plus 15 Odinson souls obtained. Equals. Aldrich left the Odinson base and saw Valera standing with the bagged-up Odinson boss on her shoulder. Where to now, master? Said Valera. Back to the forest. I've gotten what I came here for, and I want to lay low for the rest of the day. Aldrich walked behind the Odinson base and saw the boss's personal ride, an ARMA-AP, all-environmental purpose, armored car. ARMA was a renowned megacorporation that focused on selling peacekeeping military tech highly accessible for the common consumer, though they did have a higher-end line for supplying police forces with. The consumer-grade equipment was classified as green-grade while the police equipment was blue-grade. The boss's armored car was blue-grade, ordinarily meant for police, but of course, there were no rules in the black market. It was a solid 4-wheel drive that could maneuver through the variant forest quite well with its sturdy construction and ability to enter a sleeker hover mode that, though slower, could float freely through narrow tree gaps with its smaller surface area and maneuverability. Aldrich unlocked the car with the keys he had taken from the boss and popped open the trunk. "Put that guy in there and close the trunk when you're done," said Aldrich. "Understood, master," said Valera. She thumped the boss down and slammed the trunk door over him before staring at the armored car with her head tilted like a curious cat. "What is this, my master?" "It's called a car. People use it to get around. Think of it like a mount, except it's pure machinery," said Aldrich as he got in the front seat. He had the techno open up the seat beside him, waving Valera in like a chauffeur. Valera stepped in and sat beside Aldrich, marveling at the various screens and buttons and controls and blinking lights around her. "How quaint and wondrous! It almost reminds me of dwarven magitech with the metal and the buttons, but even that used magic. Truly, there is no magic here? None at all? If you can't sense it, it's not here," said Aldrich. "It is still unbelievable," said Valera. "I have always hated the smoke belching and loud roaring of those dwarven metal beasts, but I suppose there are some benefits to this technology." Valera looked down at the framed picture of her and Aldrich. She was leaning against Aldrich and smiling widely with a few blood spatters on her face shoulders while the limp bodies of Odinsons were blurred out in the background. She blushed as she looked at the picture. Aldrich smiled at Valera before he jammed the keys into the car and got the engine humming. "All right, time to move out. Equals. Aldrich parked as deep into the forest as he could, but at a certain point, even the armored car's hover mode could not fit through the thick growth of the forest. "Incredible," said Valera as she left the car. "The ride is so smooth, not at all like the galloping of a horse. And there are so many of these cars, too. On the road, I must have seen hundreds of them moving about, and in such orderly fashion, too." "Yeah, traffic lights and laws will tend to do that," said Aldrich. The quaint thing was that although settlements were pretty lawless zones, the roads leading in and out of walled cities were maintained directly by the Alterhuman Agency and Panopticon, so they were fairly heavily policed. This deterred nomads from blocking roads and stealing from drivers and supply convoys, though the key word here was deterrence. It was no guarantee of safety, and especially in more remote road stretches, the threat of nomad attacks was quite high. Aldrich's undead came out of trees and bushes, surrounding his car, and he waved at them, finding comfort in being with his small but growing army again. "I'm back," said Aldrich, nodding especially to Adam and Elaine. "And one step closer to getting back at Seth Solar." Later that night, with the moon rising high above and shining its silvery pale light down on the forest, Aldrich sat in a small, watching as the techno he reanimated worked with a laptop. The laptop was plugged into the signal generator, a rectangular black box with blinking green lights, and also plugged into the techno via cables. Aldrich smiled. The experiment on whether the techno could use his power even as an undead had been a success. Technos could still use their power to operate tech. This gave even more weight to what was known as the Cassandra Principle. It was a well-known phenomena that techno-alters, especially the much higher-end ones who could create technology that seemed to belong centuries ahead, could not actually articulate how they made this technology, or share the principles or construction behind it. When they worked on their tech, they did so almost in a trance, and often, this trance was highly addictive, like being in an euphoric dream. As a result, the strongest technos were often known for extreme passion and protectiveness over their technology on top of an inability to share their ideas. The extent to which a techno was affected by the Cassandra Principle varied greatly. Some could actually share their technology and explain how it was made, but it was a known rule that the more advanced tech was, the less accessible it became. One thing Aldrich noted was that he could not see through the techno's eyes or mind when he neurally linked with the laptop. He was blocked out while the techno worked, and that meant Aldrich had to give the techno individuality to function on his own. "Alrighty, that's done," said the techno as he handed Aldrich his forged CIDs. All the credits he had stolen had been transferred to his new fake identity as a Mr. Bruce Vane, netting him with a total of around 10,000 credits to his balance. That was not a lot, especially considering he was supposed to have inherited a multi-million credit fortune, But then again, Aldrich did not really need that many credits. He just needed enough to get into and out of places he needed to in cities. Onto the phones. The Techno plugged Ghost's iPhone and the Odinson boss's iPhones into ports in the laptop. The Techno's visor glowed a tint of blue as lines of text, images, and codes sprawled across the laptop screen in near unintelligible fashion to someone not as tech-savvy as Aldrich. The Techno scanned the content of the phones for any information relevant to Aldrich. Meanwhile, Aldrich nodded at the success of the second experiment, one regarding individuality of undead and how it affected their performance. Even with individuality, the Techno was utterly subservient to Aldrich. He had wanted to experiment how much individuality an undead could exhibit, and whether it would inhibit Aldrich's command over them. Thus, he had also formed a hunting party consisting of the Geist, Dynamite Girl, and Valera to roam around the forest, hunting down natural variants to farm EXP. In this party, he gave Dynamite Girl and the Geist individuality with the key order to follow Valera's orders. The Geist and Dynamite Girl had an instinctive dislike for each other, but they put that aside for Aldrich's orders and worked surprisingly efficiently. By consuming all the Odinson souls for EXP, with each of them offering 3 EXP, and the hunting party taking down several more variants, Aldrich had gotten to level 9 simply by doing nothing himself. He began to realize that once he hit a critical mass of undead, he could farm experience from anywhere across multiple locations because his undead had no range limiter nor time limit. His growth was exponential, and this was the start of the curve up. He dumped his 5 extra stat points into attunement, netting him 2 extra unit slots. Plus 5 attunement, plus 10 with affinity bonuses. Attunement, 31-41. Unit limit, 10-12. Aldrich commanded Valera to save the corpses of a alloy wing eagle and big arm grizzly to add to his undead army. The eagle, especially, was of interest to Aldrich as it was large enough for him to use as aerial transport. "All right, I've finished scanning through these phones, unlocking locked files and folders, you name it," said the Techno. "So, what do you need, boss?" Aldrich thought about what info he needed for a second before he was interrupted by a groan. The crinkling of a tarp sounded in his ear as he turned to see the wrapped-up boss rolling around as he moaned and groaned in pain and fear as he awoke from his nightmare. "You know what, he'll know what to look for better than me," said Aldrich as he walked over and put a foot on the boss's chest, holding him still. "It's time for some questioning." The Techno put a thumbs up for Aldrich and said, "Good luck, boss. I'll be here when you need me." Chapter 31 Investigation. Aldrich kicked over the Odinson boss so that he faced upwards. He could not move on account of how tightly wrapped up he was in the brown tarp Valera had rolled him in, but his mouth was already moving. "Anything you want, I'll tell you." "You need something? I'll get it to you," said the Odinson boss, his one biological eye so wide that it looked like it was damn near ready to pop out of his skull. "Just don't put me back to sleep. Not there, not back there, not the nightmares, God, no." "Well, that was easy," said Aldrich. He jotted down a mental note that Horror Warp was no longer just a simple 10-second stun if it landed. Against those with no mental resistance, it locked them in a prison of nightmares for almost 8 entire hours. Regardless of how willing the boss was to talk, Aldrich still put his staff right on the man's throat, pressing into it with just enough pressure to let him know that at any given moment, the staff could pierce right through and end his miserable existence. "The Trident. Everything you know about them. Tell me," said Aldrich. He spoke to the Techno as well. "And you, listen to what he says and bring up any relevant info on his phone." "You got it, boss," said the Techno. "Fisk, is that you?" said the boss, perplexed and betrayed. "You're working for him now?" Aldrich allowed the Techno, Fisk, his name was, to respond, curious as to whether there would be any recognition of his former boss. I don't know who you are, but yeah, I'm working for him. But you know, if you asked me, I think you ought to get talking instead of chatting with me," said Fisk. "You heard him," said Aldrich as he dug his staff deeper into the boss's throat, making him wheeze. "Oh, okay," coughed the boss. "We started working with the Trident a year ago." "In Haven?" Aldrich narrowed his eyes. I've done my fair share of research on the Trident, and I was fairly certain they had no presence in Haven. Why, yeah, you're right, said the boss. It wasn't in Haven. They got in touch with us for a heist. We had to snatch something from an Imugi convoy further down south, around the S-48 highway. After the monstering, the United States highway and road system had been completely overhauled due to the threat of monsters, and vast swathes of land rendered uninhabitable. 2 sets of roads were developed. Secure roads numbered from S1 to S50 that were reserved for transfer of crucial supplies, and commercial roads numbered from C1 to C100 that mapped a web of traffic around the states. The U.S. government managed the commercial roads, but the Panopticon, a multinational peacekeeping and technological development organization that worked with almost every world government, and the Alterhuman Agency to fend against variants, managed the secure roads. Thus, S-roads had a ton more security, surveillance, and hero presence. A ragtag, 20 or so member gang like the Odinsons managed to hijack an Imugi convoy? On AS road? Fucking ridiculous, said Aldrich as he began to press the staff into the boss's throat again, suffocating him. Imugi was a megacorporation based in Korea that stood at the absolute top of any military tech and development. ARMA was more commercial and widespread, where Imugi was absolute razor cutting edge, creating top-notch technology tailor-made for select elite clients. Any Imugi convoy would have been guarded heavily. No, heavily guarded was an understatement. There would have been absolute top-of-the-line autonomous defense systems, battle drones, force fields, and probably high-end mercenaries guarding it. This was on top of auto turrets, cannons, and maybe even a hero or two that would have guarded a S-road. He's right, said Fisk as his red-tinted visor flashed and glowed. Got some comms and credit transfers that prove it. Said Aldrich as he eased the pressure on his staff. You have to believe me, said the boss. We didn't do it by ourselves. The Trident helped us. They sent out a guy to help us. Villain called the Vanisher. He helped us. He just sort of flew over the convoy, and then anything that could shoot at us just disappeared. It was real easy to just bust in and take what they needed after. And what did they need? I don't know. Aldrich glared at the boss. I really don't know, said the boss, panicked. They wouldn't tell us, and why would they? We're just nomad thugs. But I do know that it was a case of some kind. Real secure and fancy looking, that case was. They made us transfer it too. Where to? Said Aldrich. To Haven. We got a real strong presence in Haven, and we're reliable unlike them crazy-ass boltheads or fiends, so I think that's why the Trident chose us to carry that package. We got it over to that nightclub, the one with real classy cocktail party theme, the Red Circle. Aldrich thought about this for a moment. It was true that the Trident had no real presence here in Haven. Their North American branch operated largely in New York, the largest Tier 1 walled city in the States, not in a Tier 3 city like Haven. It made some sense that if they wanted something delivered to Haven, they would hire local help. It was not uncommon for larger criminal syndicates to hire nomads like the Odinsons or, as the boss mentioned, other gangs like the Fiends or Boltheads, for dirtier work, especially where their influence was limited. After all, nomads had no real citizenships, were largely untraceable, and could easily be abandoned when anything went wrong. But why at Haven? Something as sensitive and important as a case from Imugi, too. And to the Red Circle? A random nightclub? Any info on this? Aldrich asked Fisk. Sorry, boss, said Fisk. I got correspondence with a guy called Mr. X that set this whole heist up, but after the heist was done, there's nothing more. So that's it, Aldrich shook his head. You Odinsons are just too low level to know anything useful. I've reached a dead end about the Trident with you. It's time to find some answers at the Red Circle. Aldrich raised his staff up, ready to pierce the boss's throat, but then he shouted. Wait! What? Said Aldrich, the staff still raised and ready to kill. The guy, Mr. X, the guy that connected us to the Trident, he also told me to bring my boys to Haven as often as I could. Why is that? Said Aldrich. He wanted me to sell our drugs, especially the good and expensive SH*T like X, to a list of dealers he approved, said the boss. Dealers that aren't nomads like us, you know, classier guys that deal SH*T in the city, inside clubs or bars and stuff. And did you? Asked Aldrich. Why yeah, it was a no-brainer. He paid us way more than it cost to get the X. I have no fucking idea why, but that's why we keep coming back and back to the settlements around Haven, said the boss. Very, very interesting. Bring up that list of approved dealers if you can, Fisk, said Aldrich. Here. Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich. He scrutinized a list of 20 names and did not recognize any of them except one. Davis Shane. The Blackwater technician and engineer that Aldrich had blackmailed for selling drugs to students. Aldrich knew that Davis sold drugs inside Haven when the A and B class students went out, but now he knew where this all happened, the Red Circle. Aldrich began to realize there were threads tying together the Trident with not only the Nomads, but Blackwater and its students. The Trident was peddling drugs to Blackwater students indirectly through a supply chain comprising of the Odinsons, and then select dealers in the city. But why? He started to formulate thoughts and suspicions. Bring up info from Ghost's phone, said Aldrich. Find any mentions for the nightclub called the Red Circle. There's a SH*T ton of M, boss, said Fisk with a whistle. Text messages, group chats, location tag pictures, don't know where to start with this dash. Any correspondence with the Davis Shane? Said Aldrich. Yeah. Good amount. Looks like this Ghost kid was a junkie. Real deep in it, too. Bought from Davis at the Red Circle every week, said Fisk. You know anything about this? Aldrich asked the boss. No. And nothing at all, said the boss. I just peddle the drugs. I don't actually deal M. Don't know who they go to and never needed to. I see. Aldrich looked down at the fearful boss's face and came to realize that the man would have no more useful information. He was just too low level for this. All he had been for the Trident was a mule to carry drugs and that one stolen case from a mutie. Well, looks like your usefulness has come to an end. Take a break down in hell. W8-, began the boss before he choked on his words as Aldrich's staff tore through his throat, killing him. Plus 80 XP. 1 X Odinson soul, boss, obtained. 1 X Odinson soul, boss, consumed. Plus 40 XP. EXP bar, 88/650, 100/650. Current level 9. Aldrich kicked the boss's corpse over for Adam, Elaine, and the Alpha Striker to start tearing away at to sate their hunger for brains and flesh. Meanwhile, he sat behind Fisk. Show me all the correspondence you have from Ghost related to the Red Circle, said Aldrich. You sure, boss? That's a lot of stuff, said Ghost. I have time, said Aldrich as he made sure Valera's hunting party was doing well. They were doing excellently, ready to track down more natural variants. Soon enough, he would hit level 10 and then access the first tutorial quest, at which point he would gain a massive boost in power. Chapter 32 Investigation 2. Aldrich spent the next several hours just poring through all of Ghost's communications about the Red Circle. His focus was unbroken, his mental stamina just as infinite as his physical stamina from being undead. Ghost and the Odinson boss all talked on private chat rooms located in what was known as the Darknet. The regular net was formed by the Panopticon after the monstering and was considered an evolution of the World Wide Web. It accommodated techno-alters who could now literally dive through virtual space with their minds, providing a universal, unified space that the Panopticon and various net cybersecurity companies could regulate and secure. However, there were many that did not like the feeling of having the Panopticon's ever-present eye watching over them, and so the Darknet was formed. An evolution of the dark web, just as the net was an evolution of the Internet. The Darknet required specific software, configurations, and authorizations to access, and any data on it was encrypted so heavily that many technos generally considered it nigh impossible to forcibly crack into it from the outside. However, With the darknet surfer's fully cracked phone or personal device, this became a different story. With access to their personal device and information like passwords and personal account information, it was relatively easy to access user data on the darknet. Ghost's darknet conversations were largely held between himself and Davis Shane, the Blackwater technician and drug dealer. There were many conversations lasting through a range of a year, almost the entire time that Ghost had been in Blackwater. Most of these conversations were about Ghost buying drugs. Drugs not only for himself, but for others, and more repulsively, to slip in the drinks of unsuspecting women. Aldrich remembered the way that Ghost had looked at and touched Elaine, and once more, he was grateful that he had ended Ghost with the pain and suffering he deserved. What Aldrich noted was that in these communications, Davis Shane talked to Ghost with a subservient tone, always asking him what he needed, telling him what the best things to buy were, giving him discounts, and so on. The technician even tried to stop Ghost from taking more X personally, warning him of addiction, but of course, Ghost had ignored him. Davis Shane was not trying to push drugs onto Ghost. He was trying to keep Ghost and the Blackwater students he dealt with happy, even at the cost of profit. Aldrich found an especially interesting conversation dated back to around the same time when the Odinsons had made their heist and carried the Imugi case to the Red Circle. It was a request by Ghost asking when the special package was getting here, that Seth Solar personally needed this, and that it was urgent. This was no coincidence. Seth Solar needed whatever was in that case. To which Davis replied that he knew it was on the way, but he had no idea exactly when it would arrive as he could not directly ask the Trident. Davis further stated it was better to ask Casimir for details. A search on the word Casimir through Ghost's phone indicated that he was the owner of the Red Circle nightclub. Ghost did not have any virtual communications with Casimir, but he and Seth Solar's crew routinely talked about the club owner in good light, appreciating the owner's hospitality and willingness to always set up a private room for them. And perhaps most interestingly, Casimir gave Seth Solar's crew access to connectors. Connectors were individuals that, as the title suggested, connected another to a criminal organization. They were largely responsible for managing job listing for mercenaries and villains that needed work, but for the largest criminal syndicates like the Trident, they gained even more responsibilities. Connectors for these larger organizations were also responsible for contacting and keeping in the good graces of the strongest villains, pampering them with gifts, parties, and luxuries in exchange for a few favors here and there. They also reached out to potentially recruit independent villains and mercenaries into working full-time for the organization, listing out comprehensive job benefits and securities to working for them. In essence, they were job recruiters. The HR department of criminal organizations, so to say. Seth Solar and his crew, no, not just them, messages and group chats implicated almost the entirety of Blackwater's A-class, went to the Red Circle for not only VIP service, but also to get in touch with connectors for the largest criminal organizations. The only A-class student that Aldrich could not find a mention of was the current rank 1 Mel Morales. In the Red Circle, the connectors would promise the top-performing Blackwater students permanent high-end positions in their organizations, recognizing the talent and potential that the A-class students had. Aldrich came to the realization that Blackwater was not truly a functional hero academy. It trained either corrupt heroes who would use their position in the AA, Alterhuman Agency, to function as moles, or if they were in the A-class, funnel into the highest ranks of criminal syndicates as villains. It all made sense now. Why Blackwater was so isolated and so hidden. Why there was so little information about it. Hell, when Aldrich had tried to research the academy, he could not even find a list of past alumni, no doubt because they all now worked as villains or mercenaries. It explained why the academy had such good equipment and facilities despite being so obscure and ranking so low. It explained why they did not give a damn about psych evaluations. It explained the brutality of the academy where only the strong survived. It also implicated the Solar family as the academy's current head was Selena Solar, and of course, Seth Solar attended it. The fact that this had not become a PR nightmare for the Solar family indicated only one thing. The Solar family was working with criminal organizations to keep any information about their involvement highly hidden. Aldrich had done some research on the Solar family in trying to create his contingency plans against Seth Solar, and knew that he and his mother were not part of the main branch of the Solar dynasty. They were an illegitimate branch, with Selena Solar being the product of a one-time fling from the previous head of the Solar family. Quite likely, Selena Solar was the daughter of the previous Solar head and a villainess, hence why Selena had such strong connections to the criminal underworld. That made Seth Solar also illegitimate. He could never step into the fold of the main Solar family, and don their golden costumes to bask in their glory and public game. He could share their last name, but his existence would forever be a tightly controlled secret kept within the confines of Blackwater and its criminal web. This was a significant amount of information to organize and mentally order, but one thing was clear to Aldrich: he was not just going to take down Seth Solar and his friends, but also Blackwater, the academy that had thrown nothing but abuses to him and his friends. And by take down, he meant destroy. It was not enough for him to just leak this information to the public. Very likely, any leaks would just get taken down or smeared as fake news by the wealth of both the Solar family and various crime syndicates with vested interests to keep their villain and fake hero factory up and running. No, Aldrich had to destroy Blackwater. Break it down so that it could never, ever produce villains. The very same kind of villains that had killed his own parents. Aldrich had the information he needed. He just needed to act. He knew Seth Solar and his crew made a visit to the Red Circle every Saturday. That was the perfect time to take them all down at once. Taking them out one by one would leave far too much time for suspicion to grow. But the problem was, yet again, power. Storming the Red Circle was no joke. If there were connectors there, there were likely bodyguards, mercenaries and decently rankings villains. And also the majority of Blackwater's A-class. Aldrich would have to take down all of them. It was conceivably possible for Aldrich to do this after reaching level 10 and clearing the trial quest. After clearing the trial quest, he would gain a full set of new equipment, Elden World monsters to raise as undead, a powerful passive skill, and even more spells. The issue was Seth fucking Solar yet again. He was just too strong. Far, far stronger than the rest of the A rank. It was almost a miracle that Mel Morales could even consistently beat him to take the rank 1 spot, and even then, she did that through unique applications of her portal-based power, not through sheer brute force. Seth Solar might have been an arrogant asshole, but his power was the real deal. Even now, he could just fly through Aldrich's undead army and burn everything down in a few minutes. He was just that strong. Ghost and the rest of the A-class were like ants compared to Seth Solar. And it was not because the A-class was necessarily weak, it was just because they were young and had undeveloped powers. Altar powers needed time and training to develop, and it was said that an altar's power fully maximized and matured as late as the age of 30, with some even taking longer. However, Seth Solar was a genetic anomaly known as a starter child. His power was high from the beginning. That meant he had less growth potential over time, but that mattered little when he had overwhelming power to start off with. Super strength, super speed, flight, near invulnerability, and high-temperature solar beams for fire damage. The man was a living, walking, flying counter to Aldrich and his army. And if Aldrich wanted to strike on Saturday, he only had about 5 days to prepare against Seth Solar. During that time, he needed to get as strong possible. Vine Beast X1 defeated. Plus 25 EXP. Moss Beast X3 defeated. Plus 45 EXP. Big Arm Grizzly defeated. Plus 40 EXP. Tunnel Centipede X12 defeated. Plus 360 EXP. Red Carapace Great Centipede X1 defeated. Plus 80 EXP. Plus 550 total EXP. EXP bar 100/650, 650/650. Level up. Level 910. EXP bar 0/1200. Plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Trial Quest 1 available. All the experience from the variants that Valera's hunting party killed throughout the hours of Aldrich's investigation poured into his head. He had tuned them out to focus on the investigation and because he trusted Valera, but he did not know that they had hunted so efficiently that he had already leveled up. Evidently, the hunting party had encountered a nest of giant centipedes and had dealt with them quite well. With Dynamite Girl there, any bug-type natural variants would have been no challenge at all, especially since they were all immune to poison and because bug-type natural variants tended to clump up, making them perfect targets for high-heat explosions. Aldrich stood up. "That gonna be it, boss?" said Fisk. "For now." "Good job," said Aldrich. "Get some rest." "Thanks a bunch, boss, but I don't need it. I'll be playing some games if you don't mind," said the techno as he booted up a rhythm game plastered with images of anime girls. Aldrich thought about taking away the techno's individuality, but he could not see how playing this game would be of much risk, especially since it seemed to be offline. "Sure, go ahead," said Aldrich. "If you see or hear anything suspicious, you reach out to me." "Understood, boss," said Fisk as he started to rapidly tap at his keyboard, playing the game with expert skill honed from years and years of practice. It stood to reason that if martial arts training stuck with an undead raised with a soul, then so would these skills. Aldrich made his way towards the deeper end of the forest where Valera was. He mentally commanded her to stop hunting and meet him. It was now time to clear the first trial quest. Chapter 33 Ghastly Preparation. Aldrich distributed his 5 new stat points as he sped his way through the forest, weaving through trees and thin gaps with expert agility. He was not as fast as any alter with powers that boosted their physicals, let alone ones that specialized them for speed, but he was fast enough that he could run circles around altars with no such powers provided their AC count was not extremely high. As Aldrich reconvened with Valera, he distributed his 5 new stat points. +2 attunement, doubled to +4 from stat affinities. +3 magic, doubled to +6 from stat affinities. Attunement, 41-45. +1 attunement point available. Magic, 21, 28, 27, 34. Mana, 20 out of 66, 84, 32 of 72, 90. After this, Aldrich commanded one of his evil eyes to scout out the area around the sign. He wanted to see to what extent the investigation for Ghost's death had progressed. It was currently early in the dark hours of dawn on Tuesday, and Blackwater would have started searching around Monday afternoon after giving Ghost the benefit of the doubt that he was just partying in Haven until Sunday. Only a day had passed. It was likely that any search for Ghost had not yet gone beyond the boundaries of Blackwater campus. The search outside campus would probably start at first light today, meaning Aldrich did not have too much time. Aldrich reached Valera's hunting spot and found a large pile of blasted tunnel centipede corpses blackened and smoking beside a series of holes dug into the dirt. Valera sat on top of it, humming to herself while swinging her legs to her tune. The Geist and Dynamite Girl stood down below, eyeing each other warily. "You know, I don't know what it is, but I don't like you. Don't like how ugly you are or why you disgust me so damn much," said Dynamite Girl. "Gay." The Geist shrugged and turned around. "Huh! You want to repeat what you said in front of my face?" Dynamite Girl started fuming, evidently very easily prone to anger. "Interesting," noted Aldrich. From Dynamite Girl and Fisk, the techno, he realized that giving individuality to undead with souls retained personality traits from their past lives, though they had no memories of them. Each tunnel centipede was sizable, almost as large as a bear. Easily big enough to wrestle a man, wrap around him, and devour him. "Quiet, you two, Master is back," said Valera. She jumped off the pile of centipedes and landed on a knee, elegantly bowing as a knight would to her lord. "Gay hey." The Geist waved a hello to Aldrich. "Welcome back, Captain," said Dynamite Girl with arms crossed. Aldrich nodded at them. For now, he did not turn off their individuality. Leaving them with some had been incredibly useful as they could make their own decisions and fight far more efficiently, especially since Dynamite Girl had training in working with groups. Plus, Aldrich somewhat appreciated the extra noise and conversation. Valera gestured to the side with her gauntlet, pointing at a much, much larger centipede. From the crimson-red carapace on it, Aldrich recognized this as a red carapace great centipede. Likely the leader of this swarm of centipede variants. It was 6 meters long and wide enough that it could plow through an ordinary man and snap him in half in two with its golden, bladed mandibles. A massive dent in its head and several patches of raw, broken off and burnt carapace indicated that it had died to a mixture of severe blunt force trauma and explosions like the rest of its kin. "That was one real tough bastard," said Dynamite Girl. She spat at the corpse before raising her arm up, showing a huge cut in her side that exposed her internal organs and shattered off ribs. "Fucker got me real good, too. Blew it off the face of this goddamn earth and pay back, though." "Gage," said the Geist. Dynamite Girl sighed. "I know I didn't literally blow it off this planet. Christ, do you not understand what a figure of speech is? Gay?" The Geist shrugged again. Aldrich stepped over to the great centipede and put a hand over its shattered head. "Serve. -5 mana. Mana, 32/90, 27/90. The great centipede reanimated, its many sharp, blade-like legs skittering before it flopped around back on its feet. "Gross," said Dynamite Girl. +1 zombie, red carapace great centipede, LVL 11 reanimated. Units controlled, 10/13, 11/13. "And the eagle and bear I asked you to save?" said Aldrich. "You present the master with the prey he requested," said Valera as she pointed at the Geist. "Gay." The Geist opened its large mouth wide and its stomach expanded before caving in with strong flexion. It made a vomiting sound as it spat out the corpses of the big-armed grizzly and aloe-wing eagle. They were drenched in spit that preserved them well, likely the same way that Dynamite Girl had been preserved alive inside of the Geist's stomach. "Even more gross," said Dynamite Girl as she shook her head at the Geist. "Good," said Aldrich. He went over to the bear and eagle and chanted again. "Serve." The grizzly reanimated, and then after the cooldown for Raise Undead passed, he casted it again, raising the eagle. -10 mana. Mana, 27/90, 17/90. Zombie, Big Arm Grizzly, LVL 8 reanimated. Zombie, Aloe-wing Eagle, LVL 7 reanimated. Units controlled, November 13th, 13/13. Aldrich looked up as the zombie Big Arm Grizzly stared down at him. It was massive, as large as the Geist was, though of course, considerably weaker. Its main power lied in its overly sized arms that dragged on the ground. These blows could store kinetic energy, and unload them in explosive bursts that could even outdamage the Geist in short bursts. The Aloe-wing Eagle was an oversized eagle sizable enough for Aldrich to comfortably ride on. Its wings were metallic in texture and color, possessing a shining gray sheen and yet still being pliable enough to flap and maneuver the creature through the air. Aldrich had the eagle fly up in a test run, and it managed to lift him off the air quite easily. It could even seat Valera too, he guessed, but any more than that would make flight for it uncomfortable. "Superb." Valera clapped her hands together. "My master takes to the skies once more. It is no frost dragon, but it will do for now. I hope there are dragons in this world, seeing you ride upon that majestic mount did on me so." Aldrich remembered his old mount from Elden World. His level 100 character rode a frost dragon, the strongest undead mount there was. "There doesn't have to be," said Aldrich. "Remember our trial quests? There are dragons in the later ones. Which is actually why I needed to meet back up with you. It's time to clear our first trial quest." Valera squealed in delight before she regained her composure, putting down the visor of her helmet and grasping her bone shield firmly. "Then onwards to battle we shall go!" Equals. Aldrich took all of his undead, including Fisk, with him to his sign. The Evil Eye had scouted the area and a significant perimeter around it, and had found anything noteworthy. The sign was free to use for now. He commanded the Evil Eye to move out to Blackwater and scout the campus directly. Around the sign, Aldrich looked around at his ever-growing and incredibly varied undead army. He pulled up a list of them. Chosen Undead, Valera of the Immortal Legion LVL 15, Zombie Adam, LVL 3. Zombie Elaine, LVL 3. Zombie Alpha Striker, LVL 7. Zombie Big Arm Grizzly, LVL 9. Zombie Allowing Eagle, LVL 8. Zombie Red Carapace Great Centipede, LVL 11. Evil Eye LVL 7. Evil Eye LVL 8. Skeleton Rogue LVL 7. Skeleton Archer LVL 7. Undead Geist LVL 17. Undead Dynamite Girl LVL 12. Undead Fisk LVL 3. Aldrich waved his hand forwards, bringing the skeleton archer kneeling before him. You've done well for me. But now, it's time to rest. Aldrich released control over the archer, dismantling it into piles of bones that then crumbled away into dust. Create undead, said Aldrich. Before accessing the trial quest, he wanted to be as strong as possible. He intended on resummoning undead that matched his current level at 10. It was not possible to cast spells in the Nexus, so he needed to create them now. However, he only had 17 mana, and create undead cost 10 mana. He did not intend on wasting mana creating undead once he got into the trial quest if he could. Aldrich knew exactly everything that happened in the trial quests because he had played through them all. He knew every single secret pathway and hidden piece of loot there was. As a result, he knew what units he needed to use as well. Because of this, Aldrich summoned a gas, for it had incredible utility in the first trial. A cloud of smoky darkness sputtered in front of Aldrich, swirling around a single, stony gray orb. The orb cracked and chipped, sloughing off chunks of rock until it sculpted itself into a floating skull of rock. Dark smoke flickered around it as it hovered in the air, emanating an aura of strangely cold smoke. 1x Ghast LVL 10 created. The ghast could not attack. What it was actually useful for was its ability to generate an aura of smoke around it that obscured undead within it. Obscuration was different from invisibility in that anyone that came close enough to the smoke could see the undead within it, but outside a certain range, the obscuration functioned like invisibility. It also had an active spell known as the Spirit Boundary. It would root itself in place and its smoke would form into a force field that significantly enhanced resistances to elemental attacks from the outside while inside. Undead gained both a stone flesh passive that made them extra resistant to physical force. Huh! Fisk tapped his visor as its red glow sputtered and turned off, leaving just a dull piece of red-tinted glass. He looked down at his iPhone where he had been playing a game, and saw it start to drop its frame rate horribly. What's going on? I was close to breaking my damn record. You dare to amuse yourself like this in the presence of the master? Valera clenched her fist, but Aldrich raised a hand, preventing her from dashing over to Fisk and bashing his head in. Wait, said Aldrich. He looked up at the ghast floating above him, and sent it closer to Fisk. The closer the ghast went, the more Fisk's phone malfunctioned until it eventually just turned off. I see, said Aldrich. In the lore, ghasts were known to be restless spirits that appeared when tombstones and grave markers were destroyed or stolen. They became like spiritual tombstones that provided a boundary of solace for undead that had their graves desecrated. Thus, it obscured undead within its boundary from the outside, granting the undead the privacy they deserved in their afterlives. Evidently, this also meant disrupting any technology that had camera capabilities or likely any form of recording, whether auditory or visual. Aldrich had not used the ghast beforehand because it was so squishy. Only at level 10 did it gain decent durability in the form of a passive known as Sturdy, that allowed it to survive a single fatal blow. But this new, unforeseen ability, an ability that was only known in the lore and had zero gameplay implications, was useful beyond measure here. In the modern world where almost every corner of civilization had some form of surveillance. Aldrich noted this down for later. Anytime he would make an attack in a city, he would always bring a ghast with him. For now, there was the trial quest to worry about. He put a hand over the sign and the light from it burst outwards, enveloping Aldrich and his undead. Chapter 34 Trial Quest 1. Aldrich found the environment around him changed from forest to the dull gray stone and Gothic architecture of the Nexus. He felt his HP and mana restored to max, and the first thing he did was go up to the wellspring of life and restore the charges on his flask. "Huh, where's this, boss?" said Fisk as he looked around in pure wonder, staring first at the imposing gargoyle-crowned pillars surrounding the nexus, and then at the ceiling full of golden and blue crystals. "Looks like a place straight out of a game. All this cool glowing crystal ceiling stuff and dark fantasy temple aesthetic. I totally dig it. Reminds me of that game, you know, the one with rollin' and dodgin' and dyin'? Dark Sins?" "I know it," said Aldrich. "Yeah, I agree," said Dynamite Girl as she looked around with crossed arms. "Huh, you play games?" said Fisk. "Never thought you the type. Jay, just a little. Make no mistake, though, I ain't a complete nerd like you," said Dynamite Girl. "You two remember playing games?" said Aldrich. He did not know exactly to what extent an undead risen with their souls knew of their past lives. He knew that according to game lore, they lost all memories, but that did not seem entirely to be the case. "Yeah, don't remember which games exactly, but some," said Dynamite Girl. "I was stressed and angry a lot. Help cool down sometimes." "Gay," said the Geist. "What? I'm still stressed and angry all the time." "Huh!" Dynamite Girl balled her hands into fists and leered at the Geist. "Keep that up and I'll show you stressed for real." "All right, calm down," said Aldrich. "I just have a question. How much of your past life do you remember?" "Nothing much at all, really," said Dynamite Girl. "My name, mostly. Stella. Though I remember being called Dynamite Girl as well. Everything else is kind of a haze, almost like a fever dream. Haven City. Does this name ring any bells to you?" said Aldrich. Dynamite Girl nodded. "Yeah. Think I used to live there or something. Nice and tidy city center, ugly-ass streets everywhere else. Don't know much of anything else. Though I kinda get the sense if you told me or prompted me, I might remember a thing or two." Aldrich realized that fully arisen undead had not wiped their memories. They retained them, but they were deeply locked, so to speak, and would not emerge unless specifically prompted. This made some practical sense. If the arisen undead had zero memories at all, then they would just be like helpless, clueless infants that had zero idea how to function. This gave Aldrich worries about whether triggering memory returns would cause a risen undead to rebel, but at the same time, Aldrich could at any given moment just turn their individuality off. For now, he let everyone have their individuality. If anything, retaining memories might be especially useful, especially in the case of people like Dynamite Girl who had the potential to hold valuable information by being a hero. "Quite talkative to the master, aren't we?" said Valera as she stepped past Dynamite Girl and shoved her aside. She put a hand to her breastplate and raised her shield up. "I am ready for battle, my master. I will prove to you through this trial quest that I alone am truly worthy to be by your side." "Yeah? Who was it that torched those bugs, huh?" said Dynamite Girl. Valera turned around to glare at her. "Let's stop with the arguments. Any more and I'm turning off your free will," said Aldrich. "Got it, Captain," said Dynamite Girl. She sighed. "I can be a little rough around the edges. Speak my mind out a lot. But trust me, when it comes down to the fightin', you can always count on me to have your back." "Humph. You will have to prove yourself to me beyond words," said Valera. "Didn't we already fight together?" "Well, whatever, looks like we're gonna be fightin' soon, ain't we?" Dynamite Girl looked to Aldrich. "Yes." Aldrich stepped over to the first pillar of 12 that supported the walls of the Nexus. The first trial quest. The pillar was shrouded with green light, indicating that it was active. The gargoyle above it had its empty eye sockets filled with green as it gazed down at Aldrich, inviting him forwards. The massive twin double doors of stone carved into the pillar were open, showing a swirling portal of azure blue, almost like a whirlpool on the surface of water, leading into the quest. Aldrich looked at his tab. Trial Quest 1: The Search. Difficulty 4. Description: by reaching level 10, you have shown great strides into mastering the dark art of necromancy. But now, it is time to truly test yourself, to truly prove that the power over the dead that you wield is worthy. This trial will be a test of how well you are capable of controlling the dead that you have bound to yourself. You will prove that these souls whose undeath you bind to yourself serve a truly capable master. In the accursed rotted great woods where precious few living souls dare to tread, you must find the lost eye of Azoth. None know exactly where it has fallen in these cold and foul woods. It may be within the twisted woods itself. It may be lost in the depths of the murky swamp that festers within. Or perhaps it is within the belly of some mighty beast. It is up to you, O Necromancer, to wade through the dark and the cold and the rot, elements you are well accustomed to, and find the long-lost eye. Time limit, 1 hour. Objectives: find the Eye of Azoth. Rewards: -1x Eye of Azoth, -3x Restorative Flask Charges, -1x Science Stone. Passive, Corpse Barrier. Passive, Death Sense. Spell, Grave Consumption. Tome of Dark Arts Rank 3. -500 coins. -500 EXP. Aldrich analyzed the quest. It read the exact same as it had in Elden World. If everything was the exact same, then this trial quest would be an easy breeze to deal with. Once we go in, we don't waste any time. You do as I say and you work efficiently. Understand? Said Aldrich. Yes, master, said Valera. Roger, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Sure thing, boss, said Fisk. Gay. The Geist nodded. Good. The place we are teleporting to will very much be like a game. A game set in a high fantasy setting, if that gives you any hints about what types of challenges and enemies you'll face. But just listen to me, and you shouldn't face any real difficulties. Aldrich nodded and then stepped through the portal. Aldrich found himself now in the rotted great woods. He stood at the edge of a great forest full of rotted, leafless trees. Despite lacking leaves, the trees had curled their bare branches around each other in twisted contortions, and knots forming a massive canopy of tied-up branches that made trying to look down through the trees from above impossible. Behind Aldrich were massive, towering mountains that functioned as impassable terrain in the game. In front of the mountains was a moat of foggy, pale water that, just as they did in the game, generated a force field that made them impassable. The skies above were dark and cloudy with a pale, full moon shining down whenever it could through its veil of clouds. To aid in your trial, your control over your legion has improved. Call of the Legion rank 1 obtained. +5 to units controlled. Units controlled, 13/13, 13/18. Aldrich nodded. At the start of every successive trial quest, the Call of the Legion passive skill would rank up to a total of rank 10, with each rank granting +5 units. By the 10th trial quest, that was 50 bonus units to work with. Totally cool, said Fisk as he adjusted his visor and looked around. So, there's like monsters and sh*t here? Dragons and stuff? A dragon would incinerate you with a mere look, said Valera dismissively. Oh, but there are dragons? Damn, that's awesome, said Fisk. He rolled his shoulders. VR games never did it for me, but for this, I'm willing to get off my computer for once and kick some monster ass. What are we beating up, boss? Orcs? Goblins? In your case, nothing. You, Adam, Elaine, and the Ghast will stay here, said Aldrich. Huh, said Fisk. He looked at Adam and Elaine. I mean, I appreciate the company, boss, but none of you are strong enough to keep up with us, said Aldrich. In the case of the Ghast, it will be here to protect you. Don't step outside of its spirit boundary. Damn, I can't even use my damn phone in this, said Fisk as he stared down sadly at his turned-off phone. The Ghast looked at the phone and shook its head, chattering its teeth and disapproving of the recording device. We're going to separate, said Aldrich. The gist of what we have to do is simple. We have 1 hour to find an object called the Eye of Azoth. If things are how I think they are, I know exactly where this eye is and what type of enemies you should expect to face. However, I get bonuses for clearing some hidden objectives, and that requires me to split this group up. Aldrich began to strategize. The Eye of Azoth was located at the very end of the forest, and it was not that hard to get to. You just needed to take a straight path ahead through the forest which would lead out to a cave, and there, you had to fight a giant slime holding the Eye of Azoth. Upon death, the giant slime would also drop the headpiece of the Grave Reaper item set. Overall, a very simple quest that took at most 30 minutes. But then why was the time limit an hour long? That was due to hidden objectives and loot that one could search for. However, Aldrich knew exactly where everything was. First, there was a sizable camp of trolls on the western side of the forest. They guarded 2 treasure chests containing the body and waste pieces of the Grave Reaper item set. Then, to the east was a swamp filled with dormant giant mud crabs. They guarded chests containing the arm and leg pieces of the Grave Reaper set. Valera and Dynamite Girl, you two pair up and go straight. Just straight ahead. You'll find a cave at the end of this forest. There dash. We will face the great slime, said Valera. But master, without your frost magic to make the slime's body brittle, I have no means of destroying it. Slimes are even weaker to flame than they are to frost. Dynamite Girl can handle it, said Aldrich. Like I said, when it comes down to fightin', I got your back, said Dynamite Girl. I suppose this is an apt way to prove your resolve. Valera started off into the forest. Come on then. Now will also be an excellent time to have a conversation about exactly where you stand in your relationship with Master. Just because he trusts your abilities does not mean he feels anything for you. Valera continued on her warning rant with Dynamite Girl sighing as the 2 of them disappeared into the forest. Now all of you will assault the troll encampment. Aldrich waved his hand over and mentally commanded the appropriate units to gather in front of him. This group was comprised of all the zombies made from natural variants plus the skeleton rogue. Now that the rogue was level 10, it obtained a bonus active skill called Rotting Stab, that infused a blow with a concentration of necrotic energy that negated regeneration. Particularly useful for countering troll regeneration. There are 5 trolls and 1 troll chieftain. Once you get there, surround the encampment but do not engage. I will direct combat after I am done with my own things. Go. The veritable zoo of zombie variants and the skeleton rogue moved northeastwards, disappearing quickly into the thick of the forest. Aldrich left the alloy-wing eagle behind and got on its back and made it hover in the air. Now that leaves you with me, said Aldrich as he looked over at the Geist. Gay? Just us? I'm taking you for dirty work at the swamp. Now get on. Aldrich got the eagle to hold out its talons, and the Geist reached out and grabbed them. The eagle squawked as it flew in the air with heavy flaps of its wings, obviously straining a bit with the Geist's muscular weight. But the eagle adjusted, and soon, they were soaring high through the air. Soon enough, Aldrich flew over the surface of the murky, muddy green and brown swamp. He could see large brown circles, patches that looked strikingly like small islands of dirt to rest on, but he knew that these were in reality dormant giant mud crabs. At the center of the swamp, where a particularly thick ring of 6 crabs gathered, was a patch of glowing water. This was where the treasure chest was. But anyone that tried to get that chest was bound to get viciously assaulted by 6 giant crabs. I'm dropping you down there, said Aldrich. Gage, do you have to? I'll be all alone too, said the Geist. You have super regeneration to survive an initial mauling, and the crabs are weak to poison. Your neurotoxic gas will disable them quickly. I chose you to do this for a reason, you were the best suited for it, said Aldrich. Gay, okay. Alright then, off you go. Aldrich tapped the eagle's back and it squawked before dropping the Geist. Gay! The Geist sped downwards and curled up into a cannonball as it crashed into the muddy swamp, right in the throng of mud crabs. Chapter 35 Clearing the Trial Quest. Aldrich stood atop the back of his giant eagle and watched with a hand to his chin as he observed the Geist. The Geist plowed up a geyser of muddy swamp water when it landed in the swamp, and almost immediately, the 6 giant mud crabs became active. They were easily the size of a large hovercar with pincers large enough to slap a fully gowned adult man into pulp wholesale. A flurry of angry pincer jabs and smacks assaulted the Geist. All things considered, the Geist did not take that much damage. After all, among the units Aldrich had, the Geist was at the top considering raw physical stats, even beating out Valera overall when considering agility. Pincer jabs tore out chunks of flesh while clubbing blows smacked against the Geist's pale flesh with impact that broke the skin, but any damage it took, it smoothed over with its super regeneration. In the meanwhile, the crabs started to attack the Geist slower and slower as the neurotoxin infiltrated their bodies, stiffening them up and paralyzing their muscles. It was then that the Geist followed its instincts to kill. It used its high-speed mini-dash to escape from the ring of crabs, positioning itself behind one. Yay! The Geist hammer-fisted down on a mud crab's head, completely caving it in with a cracking, shattering impact. It then leaped on top of the crab's body and used it as a stepping stone to get to another crab. For this one, the Geist grabbed the crab's eye stalks and ripped them out before eating them. One by one, the Geist hopped around the paralyzed and poisoned crabs, smashing their heads or ripping out their eyes until it was done slaughtering all 6 of them. 6x giant mud crab defeated. Plus 240 XP. EXP bar, 240/1200. Gauge. The Geist stared up at Aldrich with its constant, eyeless smile. Good job, said Aldrich. He snapped his fingers, and the eagle brought him down to where it was now safe. Now go dive in there where you see light shining. You should find a treasure chest. Bring it up for me and your job here is done. The Geist nodded and dove right into the single clear patch of water in the swamp. A few moments later, and it emerged with a wooden chest slung over its broad shoulder. Aldrich used his staff to tap the chest, and it opened up, revealing 2 orbs with the arms and leg pieces of the Grave Reaper item set. Aldrich absorbed them into his being. Grave Reaper bracers obtained. Grave Reaper base obtained. Aldrich then looked over to the dead crabs and chanted, "Serve!" He waved his green energy-wrapped hand, and one of the crabs reanimated. He waited the cooldown for Raise Undead, and casted the spell again, raising another crab. -10 mana. Mana, 90/90, 80/90. 2x Zombie, Giant Mud Crab, LVL8 reanimated. Units controlled, 13/18, 15/18. Aldrich commanded the crabs to hold their position here because if they tried to swim out, they would just get swarmed by the other crabs lying dormant throughout the swamp. When he left the trial quest, any summons he had would just come back with him anyway. He raised the crabs because they had the ability to easily travel through water, and he did not raise more of them as he wanted to raise other monsters from this area. "All right, get back on," said Aldrich as he waved the Geist forward. The Geist shuddered and shook, flinging mud off of itself like a dog shaking to clean itself. It latched onto the Aldrich's eagle mount's talons, and with that, they were off in the air again, the eagle once more squawking in protest at the Geist's heavy weight. "Gay, am I that fat?" mumbled the Geist as they flew off. == Aldrich soared over to the western edges of the forest where the troll encampment stood within a large clearing in the forest. It was marked out by smoke trails from various fires as well as roughly made tents anchored into place with stakes of large bones adorned with skulls. Around the fires sat 7 trolls. They were large humanoid creatures with pot bellies but thickly muscled arms, legs, and shoulders, looking like strongmen whose bodies were built for power, padded equally in insulating fat and powerful muscle. Each of them stood at around 7 feet tall, 2.1 meters, and wielded either large wooden clubs or just their bare claws and jutting tusks. Their skin was gray and riddled with warts, scars, and the occasional tumorous mass, and these imperfections liberally dotted their face, making them horrendously ugly in a conventional human sense. These were great trolls. Trolls were a highly adaptable species on account of their regenerative ability, and so they could over quick periods of time and generations attain attributes suited for their environments such as fur for the cold and fire-resistant skin for volcanic areas. However, these adaptations came at the cost of heavily reducing their regeneration, and so fire trolls and ice trolls did not have a strong healing factor. Great trolls, however, were the baseline troll whose regenerative abilities were top-notch to the point where to try and kill them without some form of negating their healing was a waste of time. Hence why there were large fires around. By game design, the player was meant to use them against the trolls, lighting their weapons on flame or driving the trolls into them. These trolls would not be much of an issue. Aldrich had more than enough undead to just dunk the trolls forcibly into their fires. The only issue was the presence of a troll chieftain. It was level 14 and located within a large tent at the edge of the camp. It was sleeping by default, but fighting too close beside its tent would draw its aggro. It was significantly stronger than the other trolls and had multiple troublesome skills to deal with. The point of this encampment was not to storm it and kill everyone. It was a test of stealth. The sleeping troll chieftain's tent held the treasure chest holding the Grave Reaper set pieces, and the player was supposed to use a skeleton rogue to carry it out without drawing much attention. But Aldrich and his undead army were strong enough to defeat everyone here for experience. Normally, the player's undead army did not generally exceed level 12, and they did not have access to minions with fire at this point in the game. However, with the Geist and Dynamite Girl, Aldrich was overleveled for this. The only real challenge was the chieftain. Aldrich put a hand to his head and focused, sensing that all of his variant and skeleton undead were hidden in the edges of this clearing, awaiting his order to pounce in and strike. Aldrich mentally communicated his plan. There are 7 trolls there, each of them level 8. There is one level 14 troll chieftain lying asleep in the largest tent. Take out the chieftain first, and the rest of the trolls should be easy pickings. Here's how this will get done. The Great Centipede will bury underground and ambush the troll chieftain along with the skeleton rogue. Poison does not negate troll regeneration, but it does slow it down some. The Great Centipede has a power to harden and strengthen its muscles and carapace when it wraps around prey, and with that, the troll chieftain should be immobilized. The rogue will then assassinate it with a stab to its brain. Once the chieftain is dead, everyone else can swarm in and overpower the rest of the trolls with force. I will drop the Geist at this moment, and its poison will again slow the trolls' regeneration, but I advise you all to try and shove the trolls into fire. Take care though, as zombies, you are also vulnerable to fire. Aldrich felt a wave of understanding coming from all of his units. He nodded to himself. He knew that most natural variants were surprisingly intelligent. Experiments with tamed natural variants like strikers showed that they were capable of registering emotions, self-awareness, long-term memory, and understanding orders with layers of complexity. This was one of the reasons why there were multiple variant awareness groups that sought to end the practice of indiscriminately hunting down variants, but that was a long shot considering how much damage variants had done, their often unpredictable wild instinct to murder humans, and how lucrative a business it was to hunt them for their parts. Aldrich watched through the skeleton rogue's eyes as it evaded the trolls lounging around their campfires with Shadow Walk and headed down to the chieftain's tent. Under it, the Great Centipede tunneled underground, synchronizing their ambush together. The skeleton rogue used its thin, skeletal body to slide underneath a tiny gap in the tent's entrance flaps so as not to draw more attention. Inside the round tent, it spied the troll chieftain snoring and unconsciously scratching its belly. A large axe of roughly hewn cursed rock lay beside it, though if things went right, the chieftain would never even have the chance to use it. The rogue tiptoed behind the chieftain, its curved daggers upraised. Kill him, Aldrich set his plan in motion. The Great Centipede emerged from the ground in a burst of cracked earth and dirt. It immediately wrapped its armored, serpentine body around the troll chieftain with frightening efficiency. All of its many golden legs sank into the troll's body like hooks, goring into its skin and tightening the hold to near inescapable status. Guh! The troll chieftain loosed a battle roar of pain as the Great Centipede sunk its mandibles into its throat, injecting its potent flesh-melting toxin. The roar reverberated around the camp, alerting every single troll. Before the troll could say any more, the skeleton rogue stabbed its 2 curved daggers into the troll's eyes. The daggers were coated in purple necrotic energy, and when they sank through the soft eyes and into the beast's brain, The necrotic energy rotted the brain out entirely, incapacitating the troll and soon killing it. In Elden World, the combat system did factor in vital strikes. An attack struck directly through the head or critical weak points such as cores were instant kills, or in the case of regenerating monsters, a completely incapacitating blow until it was healed. Of course, if a blow that negated regeneration was struck into a vital area, then it was an instant kill regardless of how powerful the target's healing was. Everyone else, attack Aldrich clapped his hands, and from the clearing, his zoo of undead variants emerged to attack the trolls before they could help their chieftain. Chapter 36 Clearing the Trial Quest 2. The big-armed grizzly loosed a bellowing roar as it charged into the encampment on all fours, barreling forwards in a full ton of raging claws and jaws and fury. Ahead of it ran the Alpha Striker. The 7 trolls pointed at the grizzly and striker and grunted and roared before charging against them. They surged forwards with confidence, seeing that it was 7 against 2. Time to help your friends out. Aldrich strategically dropped the Geist in the middle of the trolls as they charged. Yay! The Geist rolled up into a cannonball again to minimize damage done to itself from the fall. It smashed straight down against the troll, squashing it. Several other trolls scattered backwards, surprised from the sudden drop of a massively muscled freak of nature right into their midst. The Geist's drop separated the trolls right down the middle, so discounting the troll that got squashed, there were now 3 trolls facing the Geist and 3 facing the big-armed grizzly and Alpha Striker. Aldrich did not help. He wanted to conserve his health and mana as much as possible. The big-armed grizzly smashed into a troll with a mighty shoulder bash, sending the troll hurtling backwards. The grizzly then stood up on its hind legs and wrestled another troll, savagely chomping down on the troll's head and crushing its head like a watermelon under a hydraulic press. The Alpha Striker stood between the grizzly and the 3rd troll and unleashed its shockwave ability, knocking the troll back and stopping it from helping out against the grizzly. While the troll was downed, the Alpha Striker leaped on top of it and started to tear into its throat. Gee-hee-hey! The Geist echoed its chattering laugh as it dodged clumsy troll club swings and claw swipes. Yay! The Geist punched a troll hard into its chest, shattering his sternum and sending him flying into a campfire where he burned to death. The troll screamed as its flesh cauterized and melted at accelerated rate. The big-armed grizzly saw this and used its oversized arms to carry the now headless corpse of the troll and toss it into a fire. The Alpha Striker squealed as the troll it fought managed to grab it and tear it off from its throat. Before the troll could crush the striker, the big-armed grizzly lunged forwards and swiped at the troll's head. Its oversized arm and club-like paw smacked the troll's head and twisted it a full 360 degrees, shattering and twisting the neck twice over. The troll let go of the Alpha Striker while it gurgled, its head slowly untwisting and regenerating. The big-armed grizzly and the Alpha Striker both worked together to drag the troll by their teeth into a fire where it joined its brethren in a funeral pyre before it regenerated. The Geist utterly decimated the remaining 2 trolls. After all, it outleveled the trolls by almost 2 to 1. The Geist unleashed a hammer fist straight down onto a troll, sinking his head into his neck cavity before tossing the troll into fire. The one remaining troll of the group struck at the Geist with a club. The Geist used its mini dash to appear behind the troll. The Geist punched straight through the troll's chest and carried the flailing troll into a fire where it burned the monster into a crisp using its arm like a kebab skewer. The Geist withdrew its own burned arm and stared at it for a few seconds. The burned flesh sloughed off, replaced with fresh white skin within seconds. 7x Grey Troll defeated. Plus 280 XP. 1x Grey Troll Chieftain defeated. Plus 100 EXP. EXP bar, 240/1200, 620/1200. Good work, everyone, said Aldrich as he had the eagle bring him down into the camp. The smell of putrid, cooked flesh filled the air. The trolls are dead. Eat them if you want. Their meat probably tastes better cooked. The big-armed grizzly, Elwing eagle, and the Alpha Striker all took out the burning troll corpses and started to devour them piece by piece after snuffing out the flames. Aldrich made his way into the Troll Chieftain's tent with the Geist behind him. He saw the Troll Chieftain lying limp in the ground, His head rotted as the rogue continued to stab him in the brain over and over again, while the great centipede kept its tight hold on the monster. "Okay now, I know undead are tireless, but he's already dead," said Aldrich. "Get off the corpse. This one's strong enough to introduce into our fold." The skeleton rogue nodded and bowed before moving away. The great centipede unlatched from the variant and crawled over to the side. "Serve," said Aldrich as he snapped his fingers. The troll chieftain's body convulsed before getting on a knee first before standing up. It was a sizable unit, this one, slightly taller than even the 10-foot-tall, 3-meter Geist. 1x zombie, Grey Troll Chieftain, reanimated. Units controlled, 15/18, 16/18. Aldrich hoped the chieftain would have dropped a soul to perhaps craft an accessory that held its regeneration, but no luck. Seeing the loot he wanted behind the troll chieftain, though, made him feel a lot better. Another wooden chest. Aldrich went over and opened this one and received the body and waste pieces of the Grave Reaper set. One other thing, though, Aldrich looked at the cursed stone axe the chieftain was supposed to use. Ordinarily, the item did not drop from the troll and faded with his corpse. Yet there it was, just lying on the ground. It seemed that the weapons that monsters wielded did not just disappear as they did in Elden World. They were always dropped. Aldrich tapped it with his staff and realized he could take it. The axe dissolved into green particles that flowed into his inventory. 1x cursed stone axe obtained. Now this was an excellent find. Aldrich himself could not use it. He did not have the necessary strength stat requirement, but Valera could. Her offensive capabilities were limited using her Bone Vanguard cross-shield, but the axe would let her spec into pure damage when she needed to. Not to mention the axe's interesting property of inflicting a execution curse on those it struck, casting an instant death effect on those below 10% maximum health. This instant death effect could be resisted with a high enough magic stat, but who else in the real world had magic except Aldrich? Didn't that mean absolutely nobody was resistant to this effect? Aldrich could now start to formulate a strategy against Seth Solar. Aldrich's anti-life shell reduced health by a current health percentage. After clearing the trial quest, the anti-life shell would rank up as well, granting it an active usage that increased the rate of life drain. Seth Solar was extremely durable. It was said that he could take a barrage of armor-piercing artillery rounds to the face with just a slight bruise. None of Aldrich's units could deal reliable damage to him. But maybe if he could stall Seth Solar somehow, let him drain his health, and then execute him with death magic, then maybe it could work. Still an incomplete plan, though. How was Aldrich going to trap him? Or, for that matter, trap the piece of scum in such a way that he did not just kill Aldrich? These questions, Aldrich would try to find a workaround to later. For now, thinking of Valera made him check up on her. He started to see through her eyes. Valera and Dynamite Girl stood outside the pitch-black, gaping entrance into a cave of dark rock. "Let me guess, that's where the final big baddie is, huh?" said Dynamite Girl. "Well, don't we have quite the genius on our hands?" said Valera sarcastically. "You know, I have a limit to my patience, too. A real low limit, too," said Dynamite Girl as sparks started to crack from her fingertips. "You wish to fight now?" Valera readied her shield in front of her. Dynamite Girl stared at Valera for several tense seconds before she shook her head. "No. We'll just be wasting our damn energy. And I know why you got such an attitude towards me. You think I like the captain, huh? Humph. You think you can read my mind?" Valera crossed her arms. After an awkward pause, she added on. "Well, do you?" "Sure." Valera's hand tightened against her shield, and the strength of her grip was such that the groaning screech of metal scraping against metal echoed through the air. "By that I mean I like him as a captain. As a leader. Not that I know a lot about him, but I ain't got nothing to complain about, anyhow," said Dynamite Girl. "Nor will you complain ever. The Master is perfect. He has led me through countless battles against odds and enemies the likes of which you could not comprehend. He is intelligent, strong, and his moody silence draws forth his inherent charisma so very well. Never mind me. You like him, don't you? Like him. Beyond the whole follower-to-leader relationships, said Dynamite Girl. What? How could you suggest that? A knight is always loyal to her master, and a relationship in such a professional relationship is forbidden, said Valera, though she squirmed and blushed under her armor and helmet. Yeah, sure, said Dynamite Girl with a smile. I'll just tell you now I won't be butting heads with you over him or anything like that. You got here first, after all. Gotta respect seniority and whatnot. Anyways, ain't we here to fight this slime thing? Come on, let's go. Ahem, yes, said Valera. She took in a breath and calmed herself. Now that I have your word you are not a threat, we can proceed. First, however, I must know your capabilities better. Sure thing. Dynamite Girl raised an open palm up. The pale skin of her palm started to glow orange as sparks cracked out from it. The orange glow was not limited to her palm, however. Strands of glowing orange streaked through her arm and localized around her chest where her tattered costume still retained a glowing white circle surrounded by a ring of metal. Is that a core of some kind? Said Valera. You can kind of call it that, but no, it doesn't power me. It's designed to control my powers, said Dynamite Girl. I got a power called Dynablood. My heart's like an engine and it pumps special blood that's got explosive properties when it's exposed outside my body. This chest piece is supposed to help me get my heart pumping and my blood flowing better. But I can do without it. I just got less control. Quite interesting, said Valera. I have never known a spell or power like this in my world. And one that does not operate off of magic either. The master had already told me that some humans like yourselves had unique powers, but seeing it firsthand is eye-opening. Yeah, and I'm real interested in all your powers, too. All that mana and magic crap, didn't know it even existed. Anyhows, I'll go into more detail. See here, Dash. Dynamite Girl pointed to her arm. The strands of glowing orange energy shone through her skin in a veined pattern. My explosive blood travels from heart through the veins. When I concentrate it on my palm like this, the blood, what was that fancy science term again? Yeah, it sublimates. Turns into gas particles that travel out of my hand and gets exposed to the air. I can control how many particles move out, so I can go from this dash. Dynamite Girl's palm started crackle as several sparks shot out. To this. She raised her hand in the air, away from Valera, and created a small, fiery explosion. Aha, said Valera. And you do not get harmed by this? Nah, said Dynamite Girl. My whole body's super resistant to heat and my skin's explosion proof. That utterly neutralizes one of your weaknesses as an undead. Fire immunity and undeath is a combination that is most rare. You will be a valuable asset to the master, said Valera. Don't like being called an asset, but guess as long as I'm useful, I ain't complainin', said Dynamite Girl. I have some limits too. Like I said, my blood pumps through the heart. If I pump it too much, it really strains me. Symptoms range all the way from feeling lightheaded to straight up having a heart attack. Not to mention if the explosion's big enough, it hurts me too. I'm heat-proof, sure, and my skin can neutralize shockwave-type damage, but that's only up to a point. A big enough explosion's gonna have a shockwave that'll knock me on my ass too. Here's an example. I have this attack I named the Bunker Buster. It's like my total max safe output. As strong as a conventional bunker buster, around 4 tons of TNT in yield. TNT? Said Valera. Oh right, you must be from a fantasy world that don't have TNT. Well, let's just say the explosion's pretty damn big, said Dynamite Girl. But I can't use the bunker buster more than once, or else my heart's at risk to stop. Plus, the shockwave usually breaks whatever limb I shoot the explosion out of. But you are undead, no? Heart failure alone should not matter to you, said Valera. Broken bones, too, mean little. Dynamite Girl blinked several times. Huh, you know what? You're right. You're goddamn right. All of a sudden, she smiled widely, grinning like a madman towards the cave entrance. You know, I have a feeling I kept this a secret before, but don't see a point now. I really like blowing sh*t up. And I got the biggest urge to do just that with what you've told me. Ah, the urge to cause carnage. I can very much relate. Perhaps we will get along better than I thought. Valera also smiled. Chapter 37 Clearing the Trial Quest 3. Cool. I can see through the dark now, said Dynamite Girl as she walked through the narrow trails of the cave. Within, there was no light, and the only sounds audible were the drips and drops of water falling from stalactites hanging low from the cave ceiling. Don't even need night vision goggles. See to it that you thank the master for your newfound body, said Valera. I do wonder how you humans wander about in your weak prisons of human flesh. A little stab in an organ here and you keel over dead, leaking life blood like and deflating like a pierced balloon. A small broken bone prevents you from moving at all unless healed or, gods forbid, you wait days upon weeks upon months to heal the tiniest crack. So fragile. So weak. Hey, don't knock us down too much, said Dynamite Girl. Back before humanity evolved, sure, we were like that, but with the altering, it's all different. Some of us can go on with huge holes in our chests. Some of us can heal the worst injuries in seconds. But will you not agree that these powers, especially this power of yours that strains the heart, is one best shown potential in a body of undeath? Said Valera. A body that never hungers, never tires, and never fears? Dynamite Girl thought about this for a moment. Yeah. Guess so. Can't really think of much a downside. Precisely, said Valera. And to enter into the eternal embrace of the Master, and to take his commands, no knight would want anything else. Forget just leaking him, you really like him, huh? Said Dynamite Girl. You excuse me? Valera stopped in embarrassment. **T, watch out! Dynamite Girl rushed in front of Valera and put her hands out in front of her. Her palms glowed orange and sparked briefly before unleashing a cone of explosive and fire-laden power that lit up the cave in light. The sound of liquid sizzling and evaporated filled the air as Dynamite Girl's explosion collided with viscous green slime tendril. Spatters of the slime scattered around cave rock, boring into it, and melting it like acid. Where is this thing? Said Dynamite Girl as she looked around and found only the narrow path around them. There was no space for a slime to be around. A high-pitched, ghostly wail echoed through the cave walls, but because of the echo, it was hard to pinpoint where it came from. There. Valera pointed at a hole in the ceiling where the slime had bored through with a tendril to throw out a surprise attack. I have a passive skill that allows me to sense threats, but I was too distracted to fend for myself. She raised her shield in front of her. I apologize. Nah, it was 'cause I'd brought up your master in the first place. You know where this slime thing is? Said Dynamite Girl. Yes. I know exactly which paths to take to reach it. It lies deeper in the cave within a main cavern. The longer we spend in these paths, the higher the chance the slime will strike us from odd angles, said Valera. Then here, let me make it up to you. Lead me to this slime ball, and I'll give you a front row seat to blowing it up to fucking smithereens, said Dynamite Girl. I do like the sound of that, said Valera. Yeah? Dynamite Girl cracked her neck and smiled. Then let's get going. Valera sprinted ahead, and Dynamite Girl followed. A few slime tendrils attacks shot out from here and there, but Valera defended against all of them with her shield. In a minute, the two breached the main cavern, a wide, circular arena, and at the center, there was the slime. It was a huge mass of bubbling green liquid with several round yellow eyes suspended in the fluid. They looked like googly eyes, but despite how silly the slime looked, it was obvious that it was not a joke. It was easily 6 meters by 6 meters in size, large enough to swallow an entire car whole, and then some. It reacted to Valera and Dynamite Girl's intrusion by shooting forth a wave of acidic slime. Behind me! Valera slammed her cross-shield in front of her and casted the skill, Bone Guard. Bones grew out from her shield rapidly, interlocking and creating a large domed barrier. The acid wave flowed past the bones harmlessly, but the giant slime did not relent. The slime gurgled as it shot forth a volley of acid tendrils, constantly wearing away at the shield and bones, not to mention the heavy impact of high-density liquid slamming into the shield at formidable velocities. Valera trudged forwards against the constant barrage of slime blows and acid. The closer I get, the more it'll pay attention to me. I can't hurt it with physical attacks, but you dash. Yeah, I get you, said Dynamite Girl. She accelerated her blood flow to her maximum safe output. Her heart started to beat rapidly, and as it did, the circular miniature reactor on her chest glowed a bright white. Her veins lit up with orange energy, concentrating light and heat around her hands and feet. The blood vessels in her eyes also glowed orange, completely covering them in a glowing sheen. Moment you open up, I'm wiping this bastard off the face of this planet. Now! Valera took a few more steps until the bone guard was on its last legs, the bony barrier melting and shattering all around. Valera broke off the bone guard, and the moment it did, Dynamite Girl jumped up, dodging a wave of acid. She emitted several small bursts of explosion in her feet to air walk over to the slime. The slime reacted by throwing out several more tendrils at Dynamite Girl. Dynamite Girl swung her arm out in an arc, scattering a cloud of sparkling orange dots. When the slime hit the dots, they acted like triggered mines, exploding and incinerating the acid. Through the layer of smoke they emitted, Dynamite Girl emerged, and this time, she was right above the giant slime. Bunker Buster! Dynamite Girl slammed her hands down towards the slime and unleashed her strongest attack. Valera instinctively sensed danger and raised her shield and hunkered behind it. A massive burst of blinding light first engulfed the cavern, then the explosion erupted with an ear-rattling crash. The whole cavern shook, stalactites breaking off from the ceiling in a rain of rock. Valera felt the shockwave of the explosion slam into her, and even as she dug in her greaves into the dirt with all her prodigious strength, she still skidded back a good dozen meters. She peeked through her shield and paused in admiration. There was a sizable, blackened, and smoking crater bored into the ground where the slime was. Dynamite Girl was lodged inside a crater in the ceiling, blown back as she had been by the force of her own massive explosion. Yeah, let me see you flinging that acid on us now, huh? Said Dynamite Girl as she dislodged herself from her crater bit by bit. She was bloody and bruised all over, but despite her injuries, she had the widest smile on her face. She fell onto the ground, breaking her fall with a small explosion burst. She peered down into the several-meter-deep, smoke-filled crater she had bored out. Valera grabbed Dynamite Girl roughly by the shoulder and shoved her back, sending her hurtling back several meters. The hell was that for? Said Dynamite Girl as she stood back up. The slime is yet to fall. Valera blocked a few tendril shots of slime with her shield before she reached in and withdrew a watermelon-sized, crystalline emerald rock, the slime's core. She threw the core down to the earth and then split it in half with her shield. The glowing green core dimmed down in light, and the acid surrounding it faded away. Inside of the core was a dried purple eyeball, the Eye of Azoth. Damn, thanks for saving my ass, said Dynamite Girl. Thing coulda messed up my pretty face. Pretty? You think too highly of yourself. But yes, you saved me, so I save you. I must commend you though, your power is formidable. Enough to destroy a level 15 giant green slime in just a single strike. And when I think about how much carnage you will loose among our enemies with that attack, I am starting to like you more and more, said Valera. Think I broke both my arms and a couple ribs though, said Dynamite Girl. She put a hand to her chest and deactivated her power, causing her veins to lose their glow and her heart to stop shining white through her chest. And I just might have suffered a heart attack. But you know, none of that bothers me anymore. You're right, being undead has its perks. I think I can start taking my power up to the next level. Not to mention an eternal life. Imagine being able to spend an entire eternity with the one you serve. There is no greater blessing. Valera flicked acid off her arm before she picked the eye up. And now, my master's search has ended. Excellent work, you two. Aldrich walked into the cavern with his undead army in tow behind him. Here, master, the Eye of Azoth. Valera knelt before Aldrich and offered up the eye. Aldrich looked at the baseball-sized, wrinkled up and dried out eye in Valera's palm expectantly. With this, he could craft a powerful weapon that could carry him all the way to the second trial quest, potentially even the third. Thank you. Thank you to all of you, said Aldrich. All of you have far exceeded my expectations. Aldrich grasped the eye and dissolved it into his inventory. 1x Eye of Azoth obtained. Giant green slime defeated. Plus 150 XP. EXP bar, 620/1200, 770/1200. Then, while his hand was on Valera's, he grabbed her hand and lifted her up. We still have another fight to go, remember? Said Aldrich. He checked the timer on the quest. 30 minutes. No kneeling just yet. Aldrich then headed over to a chest in the corner of the cavern and tapped it with his staff again. There, he obtained the headpiece for the Grave Reaper set. 1x Grave Reaper hood obtained. Aldrich looked over to his undead. His natural variants were waiting for his order to move out. The Geist, too, stared at him expectantly. Dynamite Girl had her arms crossed, waiting for an order. Valera stared longingly at the hand that Aldrich had grabbed. Generally speaking, everyone was ready to fight, and Aldrich's anti-life shell was healing the damage they took. This last fight is the hardest fight of this quest. A secret boss fight, said Aldrich. And the reason why I conserved my mana and health. Ready yourselves. Chapter 38 Secret Boss. Aldrich headed back to the very beginning of the trial quest. He was now fully decked out in the Grave Reaper set. A dark green, almost brown hood with golden trim covered his masked face, granting him the ragged yet sinister appearance of the typical necromancer. The set covered his body in a mantle and cloak of the same dark green, covering him in loose robes marked embroidery and insignia of gold shaped in streaks with a skull emblazoned at the chest. Tatters were a common sight around these robes, but instead of detracting from the look of the robes and the hood, making Aldrich look right in place among the broken and dead of the graveyard. He looked like a malevolent spirit, a haunting presence that roamed the land of the dead. Fitting for him. The only bright colors on him were on his arms. He wore golden bracers carved into the shape of various interlocking bones. The bracers shone with power, and within them was stored a spell called Unleash Vengeful Souls. By striking the bracers together, Aldrich could release several skull-shaped vengeful souls that sought out his enemies and dealt damage to them with a 10% chance to inflict instant death. The attack was utterly unavoidable without some kind of magic barrier with the spirits tracking and homing onto enemies, and the neat thing was that each spirit rolled the 10% instant death effect. The number of the released souls increased for how much of the set pieces Aldrich possessed. At its base, the spell released 3 souls, but with the full 5-piece set, the spell unleashed 13 of them, and they could be targeted at a single unit. The instant death effect could be resisted with a high enough level or magic stat, but if Aldrich rolled enough times, he could craft the Eye of Azoth into a weapon that could completely negate instant death resistances. And with instant death, Aldrich could kill Seth Solar even if the man could face an attack that could blow up the entire fucking world. Cool new threads, boss, said Fisk as Aldrich and his undead approached the starting spot for the trial quest. Really rocking that evil mage look. Comes with my class, said Aldrich, knowing well that most Necromancer sets looked rather stereotypically evil. Aldrich commanded the gas to stop its spirit boundary ability, releasing the dome of smoke that protected Fisk, Adam, and Elaine. And another thing, boss, the moat behind us, it made this big-ass rumbling noise, and then dash. Fisk stated to gesture wildly behind him. Aldrich raised a hand. I know. Aldrich stepped over to what was previously impassable terrain. Specifically, the moat of water separating the trial quest from the giant mountains. The water in the moat was entirely drained, leaving soggy mud and rock and, most notably, a circular rock trapdoor with a symbol of 3 eyes inscribed into it. Hell yeah! Fisk looked at the trapdoor with a grin. Some secret boss sh*t up in here, huh? I get why you wanted me here. You were savant me. Now it's my time to shine dash. You stay here again, said Aldrich. Now more than ever. You're right, this is a secret boss. And this secret boss is a serious challenge. Stay here, no questions asked? All right, boss, said Fisk with a shrug. You can use your phone now. I'm taking the Geist with me, said Aldrich. Well, I'll do well by myself so long as I got my phone, said Fisk. He saluted Aldrich. Good luck down there, boss. And you dash. He pointed a gloved hand to the ghast's skull head. I ain't gonna miss you, that's for sure. The ghast protested by chattering its teeth before floating over to Aldrich's side. Valera, get in front of me. You remember this guy, right? Said Aldrich. Valera took position with her shield raised right in front of Aldrich, ready to defend him at a moment's notice. Yes, master. The Mind Eater with the powerful flame magic. Good. Then our strategy is the same, said Aldrich. The gas uses its spirit boundary, and you combine it with Bone Guard. That way, we block the initial spell from the Mind Eater, and then we can swarm him pretty easily. All right then, let's do this, said Dynamite Girl as rotated her arm to warm herself up. Gay. The Geist nodded. Valera, open the trapdoor, said Aldrich. As you command, master, said Valera. She stepped down to the bottom of the drained moat and dug her hands into the stone door. She heaved and lifted the heavy slab of rock upwards before tossing it away. Let's go, said Aldrich. Equals. Aldrich and his undead moved through the tunnel unearthed from the trapdoor. The tunnel got wider and wider as they progressed until finally, they reached a large door made entirely of thick fog. This was known as a boss gate, and, as the title indicated, held a boss-level monster behind it. Boss monsters were different from ordinary monsters in that their stats, health, and mana pool were generally higher than ordinary monsters of the same level. In addition, they possessed immunities to mind control, instant death, and other status effects that could cheese a boss fight into a one-shot. This was partly why, as a player, Aldrich did not see much of a reason for using instant death magic. There were just too many monsters at bosses that had resistances or outright immunity to it. But now, he had to think about specializing in it much more. He also had to think about how this would impact his ability to work through future trial quests where, unlike in the real world, he would have to face creatures with these instant death resistances. For now, he could easily make up for power he had lost with variants and altars he reanimated in the real world. Once we pass through the boss gate, you'll find the Mind Eater immediately charging up a massive pyro bomb. That will one-shot us all except Dynamite Girl with her heat resistance. That's why we have the Geist. It will use Spirit Boundary, and this combined with Valera's Bone Guard will protect us, said Aldrich. Afterwards, it is absolutely imperative that we do not let it channel a pyro bomb again. Understood? Understood, Master, said Valera. Yeah, got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Gauge. The Geist chattered its teeth as its muscles flexed, ready to fight. Here we go, said Aldrich. His cold undead heart did not beat much anymore, but he felt excitement rush through him as he felt the thrill of facing a boss fight once more. He stepped into the fog of the boss gate. At first, he saw nothing but dense white fog, and then a few more steps in, everything cleared up, revealing the boss room. It was a circular room of black rock lit up with lanterns and bunches of mashed candles jutting from the walls like they were tumorous growths. At the end of the room, hunched over a large desk of roughly crafted rock littered with papers and tomes and vials and strange glowing crystals, was a black-robed figure. From behind, the figure looked to be a hunched human, but when it slowly turned around, it revealed a face that was purple and octopus-like with wriggling tentacles for a mouth and 3 red eyes. Its hands were long and spindly. In one hand it held a black lantern holding a ghostly red fire within it. In the other hand, it grasped a gleaming red orb inscribed with unreadable sigils. O life, O my eternal life! I knew you would be here for it. But you will not have it, said the tentacled Mind-Eater, his voice raspy and undulating like it was underwater. Flaregun the Zealot was this boss's name. He raised his lantern up, and an enormous fireball in the shape of a burning sun formed almost instantly above its head. Just by the sheer size, heat, and magical power surging from the fireball, it was obvious that once this hit Aldrich, it would explode into a nova that would leave everyone as a melted smudge, especially with their fire weaknesses. The guys shivered, knowing with its instincts that if it was melted away wholesale, it could not regenerate. "I can fucking take this tentacle freak," said Dynamite Girl. "Blow that fireball back with my own explosion." "Hold position and remember what I said," shouted Aldrich. "Wait and save your firepower for later." "Behind me." Valera slammed her shield down as she took defensive stance in front of everyone. She used Bone Guard, creating a wall of bones in front of her. Then, the gas floated in the air and remained still while it casted Spirit Boundary. A thick dome of smoke covered Aldrich and his undead, encasing them in a barrier resistant to elemental energy. This was the entire reason that Aldrich had summoned the ghast in the first place. "Perish in flames, unholy usurpers," said Flaregon. He waved his lantern in front of him, and the miniature sun fireball flew downwards before crashing against Valera's bone wall and the gas smoke barrier. Chapter 39 Secret Boss 2. Aldrich saw nothing but blinding light as the fireball exploded. He stared at the bright white light of the flaming explosion with relief. The fact that he could even see this light meant that his consciousness had not been totally incinerated away. The light dimmed down from white to orange as the temperature of the fire dropped, and Aldrich found himself unconsciously not breathing as the oxygen in the smoky confines of the Spirit Boundary burned up. Thankfully, he had no need to breathe, so he stood there tensely, waiting for the flames to fully die down. Within a few seconds, the light dimmed substantially as the explosion died down. Flickering flames now lit up the arena with a red and orange glow. In some areas, these flames concentrated and roared high, turning into pillars of fire-type damage to avoid. Aldrich looked up to see the ghast's smoky skull form lined with many cracks, liable to disappear with just a light breeze. The ghast itself did not benefit from the barrier it created, making it an easy target to snipe. However, its sturdy passive had made it survive the powerful pyro bomb with a single hit point. "Now! Swarm him!" Aldrich stepped out of the Spirit Boundary and saw Flaregon raise his lantern high in the air. Several red magic circles formed above his head as he gathered power for another pyro bomb. "Do not let him channel that attack again! With me!" Valera rushed forwards with dash, turning into a black blur as she appeared right in front of Flaregon. She thrust her shield forward in a shield bash, aimed to crush Flaregon's head. Instead, Valera slammed straight into a force field projected all around Flaregon. The force field was tinted a dark orange, and by hitting it, flames gushed out and counter-attacked Valera, forcing her back as her armor started to melt and smoke. "Flaregon is a level 20 boss. Each of his spells are capable of dealing severe damage to any of you," said Aldrich. "But if you exhaust his pyrokinetic barrier, his main body is fragile." Flaregon was a member of the Mind-Eater race that was known for consuming brains and mental energy to fuel themselves. Their bodies were not physically strong, and so they relied on their mental powers that involved telekinesis and mind control to attack. On top of this, they generated a force field around themselves for defense. In Flaregon's case, he was unique in that he practiced pyrokinesis, changing his psychic attacks from dealing mental damage to fire-type damage super effective against undead. This made Flaregon an exceptionally difficult boss to clear for the first trial quest as a necromancer with minions all weak to fire, not to mention that he was level 20. "Alright, I'll blow that barrier up," said Dynamite Girl. "No." Aldrich pointed his staff at Flaregon and casted a volley of chill bolts. They struck against Flaregon's barrier of pyrokinetic mental energy before sizzling and evaporating. "Any fire-type damage against that barrier will do nothing. Save your attack for when the barrier is down." "Accursed insolence!" Flaregon looked all around him. He was seconds away from getting dogpiled by a dozen plus undead. "Burn away!" He shook his lantern, and a red magic circle appeared in front of him. "Retreat!" said Aldrich. Most of his undead managed to stop their attacks and move backwards, but the big-armed grizzly was too slow. An omnidirectional shockwave of flames emerged from Flaregon. This was an attack that he casted when he felt too many units were around him, and it had a long cooldown. If it meant sacrificing the big-armed grizzly to bait this spell out, then Aldrich was fine with it. "Yay!" The geist stood in front of the big-armed grizzly and shoved it away. Flames scorched the geist's back, bubbling its skin before liquefying, revealing its bare spine and half-torched internal organs. The geist fell forwards, disabled. It was not dead, however, and it clenched its teeth and focused on its regeneration. Flesh bubbled up and grew again, starting to regrow the muscles and tissue around its bare and burned spine. Aldrich commanded his units to attack again. He waved his owl-wing eagle towards him and hopped on to get an aerial advantage. "So what? I just gotta sit on my ass until that thing's shield goes down?" complained Dynamite Girl. "No, tank attacks for others when you can," said Aldrich. He looked briefly back at the ghast. Inside of the smoke barrier was Fisk, Adam, and Elaine. Fisk looked at Aldrich staring at him, and raised his arms in surrender, all his previous bravado gone at the sight of Flaregon's might. Sorry boss, but if you want me fight that, well, I don't think I can do much dash." "I know. Just stay put. Defend Adam and Elaine with your life, even if it means taking a hit for them," said Aldrich. He flew ahead to survey the battle better. "Burn! Burn! Burn!" Flaregon madly shook his lantern and waved it at the units approaching closest to him. He fired firebolts, and though it was a basic cantrip, it easily had the power to 2 or 3 shot his units. Valera led the offensive charge and blocked the firebolts with her shield. Behind her, the Alpha Striker and the big-armed grizzly leaped ahead, closing the distance to Flaregon. They bit and swiped and tackled at his flame barrier, but each time they did, flames retaliated from his cryokinetic barrier, damaging them. The damage was not light either. Each attack the variant undead made cost them a limb in terms of damage, torching their skin and flesh into black and liquid messes. "Quick attacks and quick retreats," said Aldrich. "Do not take too much damage from attacking, it simply isn't worth it. Protect the mud crabs instead." "Gah!" Flaregon flew backwards as the troll chieftain smashed into his barrier with its broad shoulder, tackling him backwards. Using this moment of distraction, the mud crabs pointed their pincers at Flaregon and fired off 2 streams of pressurized water. The water sizzled against Flaregon's barrier and dealt super effective damage. "Water! You dare!" Flaregon immediately aimed at the mud crabs that stood a dozen meters away and threw out a fire bolt barrage. 6 balls of flame spiraled out towards them. "Protect the crabs," said Aldrich. "I'll take the left crab." Valera stood in front of a crab with her shield and blocked 3 fire bolts. "And I'll take the right." Dynamite Girl defended the other crab and punched away the fire bolts, letting them explode on her body without dealing any damage due to her fireproof skin. "I swear I will incinerate these accursed crabs." Flaregon ignored the undead swarming around him and just fired more fire bolts at the crabs. Once again, Valera and Dynamite Girl defended against these. Aldrich commanded the Troll Chieftain and Great Centipede to attack. The chieftain punched Flaregon's barrier while the centipede unburrowed its tail from the ground and whipped at the Mind Eater. "Pests! Take your time burning yourselves upon my barrier. I will deal with you later." Flaregon ignored them and started to charge a swirl of orange energy into his lantern, ready to cast a flamethrower, to throw out an unbroken stream of fire that was much harder to block than individual fire bolts. Aldrich raised a brow of concern. Flaregon was smarter than in the game. He had some recognizable behaviors from his game AI, such as casting Flame Wave when there were more than 5 units around him, but usually other than that, he was pretty dumb. Anything that hit his barrier would draw his aggro, so Aldrich's strategy was to just have his undead perform hit and run attacks to draw Flaregon's attention until the crabs recharged their water gun attacks. This way, He estimated he would lose maybe 1 or 2 units at max until Flare Gun's barrier was down from water guns. When the flame barrier ended, Flare Gun would become much stronger offensively with more intense flame spells and more aggression to boot, but at this point, Dynamite Girl could just rush him and one-shot him. Flare Gun, like other mind-eaters of his kind, had a weakness to fire. He covered this weakness with his lantern that granted fire resistance, but it only made him take neutral damage to fire. A full-force attack from Dynamite Girl, especially now that she knew how to go all out beyond her body's limits, would blow up Flare Gun instantly as his barrier was 70% of his maximum health. But Flare Gun was not acting like his AI. He was not taking easy bait from short hit and run attacks. And once those crabs are done with, I will burn you, accursed summoner of the dead, said Flare Gun as he eyed Aldrich above. Flare Gun was conscious. Aldrich could see it in the Mind-Eater's 3 bulbous eyes. There was thought in them. Deranged, insane thought, but thought nonetheless. This made Flare Gun much more dangerous. Chapter 40 Secret Boss 3. Thankfully, Aldrich had left 2 undead slots empty so that he could react to sudden difficulties like this. Aldrich immediately casted Create Undead and formed a second ghast. He had the ghast float over to the crabs and emit a spirit boundary. The moment the boundary went up, Flare Gun's flamethrower shot out, and a cone of continuous fire washed over the smoke barrier. Ha! I knew you would do that! Flare Gun suddenly changed the course of his flamethrower to Aldrich's other units, specifically the Troll Chieftain. The Troll Chieftain roared as he took the attack, his gray and rotted flesh burning and sloughing off rapidly. Valera and Dynamite Girl were still with the crabs at this point, so there was nobody to help the chieftain. At this rate, the chieftain would die in a matter of seconds as he took quadruple damage from fire due to possessing dual weaknesses from being both a gray troll and a zombie. Gay, get away from him! The Geist mini dashed forwards and landed a mighty punch against Flare Gun's barrier, sending him flying backwards and breaking his aim with his flamethrower. Ugh! Pest! Such healing magic I have not seen the likes of. Fine, you wish to die properly, then here. Flare Gun's mouth tendrils swayed angrily as he pointed his lantern at the Geist. The Geist sidestepped the flamethrower with another mini dash and then went back to the Troll Chieftain, raised the troll up on its shoulders, and tossed the troll over to the other ghast at the back of the arena. Such coordination! It is you! I must sever the head of this army! Flare Gun stared up at Aldrich and breathed into his lantern, casting Homing Will-O-Wisp, a spell that created 10 tongues of flame that homed in on a target. When the orbs of flame reached the target, they would explode and deal significant damage. This was Flare Gun's strongest Phase 1 spell and a guaranteed one-hit kill on a level 10 player character even if they took just 2 or 3 of the orbs. It was also a massive pain to dodge. In the worst-case scenario, a Necromancer had to sacrifice 10 units just to survive this hit. I'm prepared for this, said Aldrich. He crashed his Grave Reaper bracers together. Green ghostly sparks showered out from the impact, and then 13 vengeful spirits emerged. They were glowing green skulls covered in a flickering aura of black, and this aura flowed into wispy tails as they surged forwards, pained moans of torture echoing from their fleshless mouths. 10 vengeful spirits clashed with 10 will-o-wisps, exploding on contact and neutralizing Flare Gun's attack. This left 3 vengeful spirits to strike into Flare Gun's barrier, reducing it now to the 60% mark. What? Flare Gun exclaimed. And now you've wasted too much time. Aldrich felt rage simmer from beneath him. He felt it burning through the close bond he had between himself and Valera. You think you've won already? All I have to do is defeat those crabs and dash. Flare Gun turned his gaze to the crabs but instead found a massive cross shield thrown into his barrier, crashing him back to the wall of his arena. You dare! You dare to even try and strike my master! Valera roared as she charged, changing her combat style from shielded to berserker. Negative surge. Aldrich nodded at Valera, infusing her with a burst of negative energy that reinforced her strength, durability, and speed even more. She sprinted forwards as a veritable behemoth of speeding, hulking armor, and she was upon Flaregon in a second, raining down a flurry of punches. Ora! 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 Valera rained down punch after punch, and each one was loud enough to be compared to an artillery shot. All this while, Flaregon shot out a flamethrower against Valera. Die! Die! Why won't you die, you brute? Yes! Burn me more! Give me even more of a reason to crush you! Valera kept slamming her fists into the top of Flaregon's barrier, gradually sinking him into a crater. Valera took double damage from fire, and by all rights, Flaregon's attack should have severely injured her. But as a berserker, she had a powerful passive known as Berserker's Rage, that reduced incoming damage by a tremendous 50% in exchange for receiving that same damage over time. However, the reduced damage she took over time could not be fatal, so Valera could tank the flamethrower for a surprisingly long amount of time. Gah! Away with you! Flaregon did not use fire but a more typical mind-reader spell in the form of Force Blast. His spindly fingers glowed blue before a blast of telekinetic force pushed Valera a dozen meters backwards. Valera knelt down, her armor dripping melted metal. She fell down to one knee, breathing heavily as smoke puffed out from her helmet visor and other gaps in her armor. Once Valera was done taking the damage over time from the amount she mitigated from the flamethrower, she would be near 5% health, maybe even lower. She was done here. Yay! The Geist once again went on rescue duty. It stuck out its prehensile tongue and wrapped it around Valera's waist before tossing her into the safety of the Ghast in the back. Valera had bought enough time now for the crabs to refresh their water guns. Both crabs aimed at Flaregon again. You think I do not know what you are planning? That brute of a knight's sacrifice will be in vain. Any water you cast upon me, I will counter with combustion, said Flaregon. His 3 red eyes narrowed as he focused. Combustion created spontaneous explosions in the air and when timed properly, could scatter projectiles and split-stream type attacks like water gun down the middle. The crabs fired their water guns. As the 2 spiraling streams of pressurized water sped forwards, Flaregon raised his lantern up high, readying his combustion spell. The great centipede and skeleton rogue at this moment emerged out of nowhere. The great centipede from underground where it could not be sensed, and the skeleton rogue from stealth. What? Flaregon casted a double cast combustion, but the spell, though instant, required an unbroken line of sight with its target. With his line of sight broken from the water guns, he could only hit what was in front of him. Twin explosions erupted from the skeleton rogue and the great centipede. Both of them blew apart, destroyed, but their sacrifice gave time for the water guns to slam into Flaregon's barrier. Flaregon's barrier flickered and sputtered before fading away. Valera's berserker assault had reduced Flaregon's shield from 60% to 20%, and now it was down to 0%. You've cast down my barrier, is it? Said Flaregon. He started to float in the air, fire swirling around him. But you have merely forced me to channel more of my power. Aldrich shook his head. You should have channeled that power from the start. You're done for. What do you mean? Said Flaregon. Your brutish knight is fallen. Your minions nurse their burned, rotted flesh. And your crabs must wait for their water spells. I was getting real fucking tired of waiting around, said Dynamite Girl as she stepped out of the spirit boundary protecting the crabs. Her entire body glowed orange, all of her veins visible as her heart beat 1,000,000 miles per minute. Insolent little girl! You are undead, no match for my purging flames! Flaregon waved his lantern at Dynamite Girl, sending a flame lance at her. A huge spear of fire slammed into her. Dynamite Girl flipped her hair as flames roared around her harmlessly. She stared up at Flaregon with a lip twisted in rage and a nerve of anger popping on her forehead, contorting her pretty face into pure anger. That it, huh? Fucking bastard, you think you're the only one that gets to throw fire and explosions around, huh? Don't steal my sh*t. Completely immune to flame. As an undead. How? said Flaregon. Dynamite Girl jumped in the air, releasing 2 mini explosions on her feet to give her speed and lift, and tackled Flaregon, pinning him into a wall with her arm. I will have your brain! Flaregon's mouth tendrils extended forwards and opened up, revealing a buzzsaw-like beak maw. Before the tendrils shot out, Dynamite Girl shouted, Bunker Buster! In the next instant, the entire cavern turned white, and then an explosion that ruptured Aldrich's eardrums rocked the arena. Chapter 41 Flergon the Zealot, You'll Also Like. Aldrich could not hear or see until his eardrums healed and his eyes adjusted from the intense blinding light, like a flash bang had been set off right in front of him. Seemed like though undead had night vision, blinding effects still worked on them provided they still had eyes. Nothing could tell him how the battle ended except a message from his status screen. Boss, Flergon the Zealot defeated. Plus 800 EXP. EXP bar, 770/1200, 1570/1200. Level up. Level 10, 11. EXP bar, 370/1400. 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich breathed a sigh of relief. He was 99% sure Flaregon was dead, but when he saw those messages, he felt absolutely confident. He waited a good 20 or so seconds until his blinding faded and his ears healed up with his anti-life shell. He saw Valera and Dynamite Girl standing in front of him, squabbling while the Geist looked awkwardly between them, trying to resolve the conflict but not knowing how. You blinded and hurt him, said Valera as she pointed an accusing finger at Dynamite Girl. What? You wanted me to hold back on blasting that squid-face freak? You think that's what the captain would have wanted, huh? Said Dynamite Girl. Enough, said Aldrich. Both of you did well. All of you, in fact. Aldrich looked around with appreciation at his undead. Valera was still shaky on her feet, weak from taking so much damage. Dynamite Girl's arms were both mangled with cracked bone jutting out through the skin of her arm while she bled from the mouth, her heart ruptured from exerting herself. Most of his undead suffered significant burns that they now slowly healed under Aldrich's anti-life shell. Really only the 2 crabs got out of this fight untouched, and that was because they had been protected. All in all, though, Aldrich felt that he had cleared Flaregon with moderate difficulty. He initially thought the fight was going to be an easy cakewalk by abusing the boss's game AI, but he was sentient, or at the very least somewhat sentient, letting him make decisions outside of Aldrich's awareness. Where is he? The boss? Said Aldrich. Nothing left of that freak, said Dynamite Girl proudly as she pointed over to a massive blackened crater. It looked like a high ordnance missile had bored into the ground and exploded, gouging out a blackened crater the size of a small house at the end of the arena. Aldrich sighed. I wanted some part of him left to see if I could resurrect him. Normally in Elden World, it was not possible to reanimate boss-type monsters or beings. But maybe now it was different. Aldrich had wanted to find out. Sorry, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. No, it's fine. You couldn't have held back anyway. We either finished him in one hit, or we didn't. Good job. Aldrich walked over to the crater and spied the rewards from this boss fight. Flaregon's lantern floated in the air in the deepest center of the crater. Aldrich picked it up by tapping it with his staff. 1x Firekeeper's lantern obtained. There was also an item orb containing a silver ring designed in the shape of 2 coiling serpents. The Ring of Avarice. Aldrich absorbed this too. 1x Ring of Avarice obtained. With the Ring of Avarice, Aldrich would receive a set amount of coins every 3 days. The amount of coins he received for this changed depending on what level he was. From levels 1 to 10, he received 100 coins. In increments of 10 levels, this coin reward increased according to these values: 150, at level 20, 225, LVL 30, 300, LVL 40, 500, LVL 50, 700, LVL 60, 1000, LVL 70, 2000, LVL 80, 2500, LVL 90, 4000, LVL 100. Hopefully, This would give Aldrich enough coins to last, as he did not start receiving coin drops from monsters in trial quests until the second one onwards. But beyond this, Aldrich noticed something, that Flaregon did not drop his soul. Ordinarily, bosses always dropped their soul. What changed now? What Flaregon did drop was something he never dropped in the game. The crimson-red orb he held in his hand that was part of his visual design, but nothing more than that. Aldrich knelt down and picked the orb up. It was the size of baseball, not particularly large, but it was surprisingly heavy. On it were inscribed several lines of sigils glowing in eerie green. Within, he saw the faint flicker of a familiar white, the flicker of a soul. Flaregon's soul. That was when Aldrich noticed that he could see the bright green of a grave marker inside the orb as well. Flaregon could be resurrected using this orb. Aldrich started to recall game lore. Mind-eaters like Flaregon were obsessed with knowledge, and because the pursuit of knowledge was never-ending by its nature, they required immortality to continue amassing knowledge throughout Elden World and its realms. Mind-eater immortality was thus quite simple. A large brain-shaped, tendril-covered supermass known as the Elder Mind spawned mind-eaters to roam and absorb knowledge, and then mind-eaters grew too weak or old, they returned to the Elder Mind, whereupon they would get absorbed. The mind-eaters' knowledge would transfer to the Elder Mind, and then their biomass would get reused to birth another mind-eater. Mind-eaters ordinarily had undying loyalty to their Elder Minds via mental control, but some broke from this control. Those that broke free still hungered for knowledge, and thus still needed long lifespans for this pursuit, and so they sought other means of immortality that did not involve sacrificing themselves. The path to becoming a lich was one of the more common ones among these mind-eaters. Flaregon was one such mind-eater that sought to become a lich. Hence, his backstory was that he had locked himself in this underground study for decades, growing mad trying to become not only a lich, but one also utterly immune to fire, to become an invincible undead. Then, Aldrich thought as he stared at the orb in his hand, this was a phylactery. An object, often an orb, that a mortal being imbued their souls in to take the first steps to turning into a lich. Their flesh bodies rotted away to skeletal forms upon casting their souls away, but in exchange, these skeletal bodies became highly attuned to magic, death, curses, and most importantly, were disposable, capable of reforming so long as the phylactery holding the main soul remained intact. In Elden World, the player character Necromancer came from a line of mortal necromancers that reviled becoming a lich and actively hunted them. Becoming a lich meant abandoning one's humanity and binding themselves to the original lich known as the Death Lord, one of the evil gods of Elden World that allied with the Howling Dark to destroy all life. The Death Lord's end goal was to destroy life so that all souls entered into his own realm of death, where he would rule over all creation infinitely. Typical big bad evil god stuff. As a result, the player characters Necromancer and other mortal necromancers fought against the Death Lord, as where the Death Lord believed all creation should die and serve him, mortal necromancers believed the boundary between life and death should be respected and maintained. It was said that part of the ritual to become a lich involved not only forging a phylactery, but also communing with the Death Lord to take a shard of his power. This shard would then fuel the ritual and make the phylactery complete, finalizing the steps to become a lich. Those that were too weak-willed who faced the Death Lord lost their minds to him, and became his lich slaves. Those that were strong enough, however, took the Death Lord's shard of power for themselves and became independent and mighty liches. This was all Aldrich knew of the process to become a lich. How to craft a phylactery and all the steps in between making one and communing with the Death Lord were not explained in the game, as player characters could not become undead. But what if Aldrich could find someone that knew all of this? Someone that would serve him and guide him through the process. And that someone was right here in the palm of Aldrich's hand. Aldrich put down the orb and chanted, "Serve?" He felt an immense strain on his body as his magical energy roared around him in a raging green aura. He felt life and magic leave him, draining him rapidly. All of this sacrificed life and mana flowed into the phylactery in twin strands of green and crimson. "Master, you are taking too much damage," said Valera. "I'm fine," said Aldrich as mana and life continued to drain from him. This was far more than the 10% maximum health cost he sacrificed for raising monsters that were much higher leveled than him. This was the cost of raising a boss-type monster, it seemed. A continuous mana and health sacrifice. A type of being that Aldrich had never been able to raise in the game. He was thankful he had saved his mana and health so conservatively throughout the fight, but as he felt himself getting drained second by second, he wondered if he had enough. Eventually, Aldrich reached 10% of his maximum health and mana, and at that point, his spell stopped draining his health and mana. He breathed heavily as sweat trickled from his forehead. He looked down at the phylactery. A green aura enveloped the crimson orb before it rapidly shook and oscillated. All of a sudden, a burst of energy blasted outwards in a shockwave, knocking Aldrich back. Valera caught him and kept him on his feet. Green and red particles swirled in front of the phylactery, forming into Flaregon's form. Aldrich waited tensely, wondering if Flaregon was hostile, especially with his mental insanity, and was ready to take away his individuality or, if needed, dispel him at a moment's notice. But Flaregon did not fight. Instead, he knelt down and closed his 3 red eyes in reverence. "Your wish is my command, O Elder. I thank you for granting me the eternity I have always searched for." Chapter 42 Becoming a Lich. Aldrich did not respond immediately to Flaregon, still wary about whether he had the potential to be aggressive. He felt out the mental connection he had between Master and undead familiar, and as he did so, he saw status messages appear in his vision. Trial quest, the search completed. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 500 coins. Learn passive, corpse barrier. Learn passive, death sense. Learn class spell, grave consumption. Obtained, tome of enhancement. Obtained 1x science stone. Obtained 3x restorative flask charges. Equals. EXP bar, 370/1400, 870/1400. Aldrich breathed in deeply, feeling power flow into him. Bit by bit, he was getting back to the power of his original player character. Death Sense allowed Aldrich to sense the presences of any units under 10% of their maximum health, which was particularly useful considering that this was generally the max health range for most instant death type spells to work as executes. Grave Consumption allowed Aldrich to take a grave marker and consume it, healing 5% of his maximum health. It could also be used on resurrected undead, destroying the undead and absorbing its negative energy to restore 10% of maximum health. Corpse Barrier was particularly useful. It gave Aldrich a bonus shield that consisted of 30% of his maximum health, and the neat thing was that this barrier could regenerate very quickly by adding corpses into it. Of course, if Aldrich used a corpse to pad his barrier, he could not raise it to become an undead. The Tome of Enhancement would also grant Aldrich access to upgraded versions of his current spells. Overall, this was a massive boost in power. "Is something amiss, O Elder?" said Flaregon. Aldrich looked at Flaregon and the thought immediately struck him. He could get even stronger. "Nothing," said Aldrich as he made sure he felt no hostility from Flaregon. "Tell me, you seem to have been sentient. What do you remember about this place? About what happened to you in the past few decades?" Valera perked up, highly curious for the same reason that Aldrich was. They wanted to know what exactly happened to the game universe of Elden World. "Everything ended for me," said Flaregon. "I had holed myself in my study for my pursuit to achieve eternal life. It was many years I threw myself into this search, but at one point, I do not know when, I felt as if I was in a haze. Walking in a dream from which there was no waking. During that time, I was conscious and not conscious. I acted only in my search for immortality. But I did not feel as if I was in my own body. I simply was. Like you were sleepwalking," said Aldrich. He turned to Valera. "This sounds exactly like what you went through. He also went into a sort of eternal sleep." "Indeed, my master," said Valera. "And you remember nothing else?" Aldrich turned back to Flaregon. Flaregon shook his mouth tendrils. "No." "I see," said Aldrich. "I notice you do not seem nearly as, well, committed to your search for immortality. You mean he's not fucking batch asterisk T insane anymore? Said Dynamite Girl bluntly. Yes, I was trying to be polite here, said Aldrich. I tell you, Master, whelps these days have no sense of decorum or manners, said Valera as she shook her head. Huh? I'm young, is that it? Doesn't that mean you're some sorta old hag? Said Dynamite Girl. Valera immediately stood up, her armor clanking, and she strode up to Dynamite Girl and stared her down, towering over the hero. What was that? Said Valera. Just sayin' what you admitted, said Dynamite Girl. Gage, what a pointless argument, said the Geist. What did you say? Valera and Dynamite Girl shouted in complete union, synchronizing angry head turns to the Geist. Gay! Nothing! The Geist raised its muscular arms in the air in surrender. Calm down, all of you. No point in arguing among ourselves. And you, Valera, you should be thankful for the Geist. It saved you, said Aldrich. I suppose, grumbled Valera. She bowed her head slightly to the Geist. I thank you for your service, good creature. She paused awkwardly. And I apologize for thinking of you as a foul abomination of nature. Gay. The Geist rubbed its head and nodded, taking the apology gratefully. Hey now, ain't we all just freaks of nature at this point? Said Dynamite Girl. No, we are perfect beings now, said Valera. We may not fit into the normal cycle of life and death anymore, but that is precisely why we are ascendant. Guess that's a good way of looking at this whole undead thing, said Dynamite Girl. She speaks truly, said Flaregon. For decades I sought undeath, for it was the purest form of transcending the limits of the body. Mindless undead are little more than aberrations, but higher undead such as ourselves with our minds still intact are truly transcendent. Flaregon nodded to Valera. And as for your question, O Elder, my madness was cast upon me not only from my quest for immortality, but also from the sleep from which I fell into. That sleep kept my drive, my madness strong. But now that I have been freed from that sleep and also granted immortal undeath, there is nothing that clouds my judgment any longer. Good, said Aldrich. If you were even just a little bit unstable, I would have kept you a mindless slave. To you who has granted me the gift of undeath, I serve gratefully, said Flaregon. Let's keep it that way. Now then, this dash. Aldrich picked up Flaregon's phylactery. Explain this. Can this still be used? Certainly. And it is yours. I have no use for it, said Flaregon. If indeed you wish to ascend even further from risen undead into a proper lich. Then how does this work? Said Aldrich. The process of becoming a lich, that is. Aldrich had no hesitations about turning into a lich. It would massively enhance his power, and this was not an understatement. In Elden World lore, mortal necromancers had to band up with parties of warriors and mages and priests, and whatnot just to beat a single lich. Any lich, even a lower-leveled one, was a boss-type monster. A lich was simply far more attuned to death and magic than a mortal. They could control more dead, raise more dead, cast stronger curses, stronger death magic, possess higher mana pools, and so on and so forth. Mortals could only dip their toes into the well of power that was necromancy. Liches could dive into the dark arts full body and harness the class's power infinitely better. All Aldrich needed was the knowledge to become one. And here was Flaregon who had devoted literal decades into turning into one. There are 3 major steps to completing the ritual, said Flaregon. The phylactery is simply the first step. It is a construct of the rarest magic-capable ores and enchantments. Crystal of orichalcum, dust of fairy wing, dragon tooth powder, flame demon fire dash. Yes, and you've assembled all of that into this. Aldrich nodded at the phylactery. And you said it was still usable. Usable for me? Certainly, said Flaregon. Then the other 2 steps? The second is to excise any mortal chains you have, said Flaregon. Mortal chains? Fuck is that? Stop speaking in goddamn riddles, said Dynamite Girl. Must I tone down my diction to match the understanding of an addlepated simpleton such as this? Flergon waved his lengthy purple fingers dismissively at Dynamite Girl. Huh! Dynamite Girl started to get aggressive, and Aldrich raised a hand. Stop. I will be the only one to talk to Flergon. You keep quiet, said Aldrich as he leered at Dynamite Girl. Got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Now then, mortal chains. What does this entail? Said Aldrich. Personal bonds. Emotional attachments. These things bind your soul to the physical plane. It makes it difficult to sever your soul from your mortal shell and place it within the phylactery, said Flergon. I see, said Aldrich. This step he was good on. As far as he knew, he had no emotional attachments anymore. His parents were dead, and Adam and Elaine were only zombies now, their souls forever gone. Then the third step? To obtain an obelisk from the Death Lord, said Flergon, his voice deathly serious. I see. I know about this one. You challenge the Death Lord and take a shard of his power from him. And this shard is called the obelisk. Yes. And let me guess you stopped at this stage, said Aldrich. You have a completed phylactery and you could move your soul into it, meaning you had no strong personal attachments to anyone. And yet you aren't a lich yet. This means you couldn't challenge the Death Lord. No. I tried, but the trial she forced upon me was far too difficult to overcome, said Flergon. I barely escaped with my free will, and all these years I studied for a means to overcome the Death Lord's trial with new power to no avail. And what was the nature of this trial? Said Aldrich. That you will find out. Aldrich widened his eyes as he heard a deep, rumbling voice emanate from the phylactery in his hand. The phylactery glowed brightly, and smoke started to ripple from Aldrich's hand as the orb burned him. Master, drop that accursed object! Valera trudged forwards, but a shockwave blasted out from the phylactery that knocked everyone except Aldrich backwards. This trial quest, you call this a trial? Pathetic. You have overcome it so very easily. I can sense your desire. You are so easily willing to cast away your humanity to become a lich. But do you think this makes you special? Unique? You are just one of many, many mortals who were desperate enough to cast away their humanity. Humanity means nothing. It is worthless. No, I will judge your worth myself. With a trial of my own. Chapter 43 The Death Lord. Aldrich braced himself before feeling the familiar sensation of his body warping to a different location. It was a brief moment of weightlessness that ended when his surroundings shifted in a blurred instant. No longer was he in the dilapidated underground study of Flergon. Now, Aldrich found himself in the midst of a throne room that somehow perfectly merged both royal grandeur and the decay of time. Dark and gray stone layered with dusty white ash stretched out everywhere, building up a massive hallway and 20 pairs of towering pillars. Atop each pillar stood majestically carved statues of knights and mages, and by their spiked armor and skull-patterned vestments, it was apparent that these were practitioners of the dark arts. Hanging from each pillar were dark green, nearly black banners etched with a coat of arms consisting of a skull attached to a bare spine. The throne room was massive. Large enough that it could fit 2 football stadiums inside of it at the very least. And at the very end, in the distance, was the throne. A throne of bones. Bones of every kind. Human, monster, dragon. If it was a creature that once lived, its bones were here, fused together to form a seat of honor for no less than the Death Lord itself. Master, is that it? The Lord of Death? Said Valera, and Aldrich nodded both in understanding and relief. He could sense that all of his undead were with him, standing behind him. They had thankfully all been transported here with him. Yeah, said Aldrich. But different. More dangerous. Aldrich said this because the Death Lord seemed to be sentient as well. And if it could think for itself with all its immense power given to it not only by its level 100 status and the immense strength that the game lore said it possessed, then it was probably the most dangerous threat that Aldrich could think of. Far more dangerous than Seth Solar. No, forget that. Not even the Protectorate, the top 10 heroes across the entire world, were as much of a threat. More dangerous? Than that foul thing already was? Valera weakly leaned against her shield, still heavily damaged. We are not strong enough, Master. We have barely triumphed over the first trial quest. And we are now to face the Death Lord. The final and 12th trial? To think we would face the Death Lord now dash. Flaregon trembled before shaking his head. O Elder, I will bring forth the greatest extent of mind strength, but know that it will be like bearing forth a single ember before a wildfire. Yeah, that armored monster's got me feelin' real small. Like I'm just an ant looking up at a massive steel-toed boot, said Dynamite Girl. When will this end already? Said Fisk in a panic. Gay. The Geist hid behind Valera and Dynamite Girl like a child, but because it was so massive and muscled, it looked ridiculous in its efforts. Aldrich remained silent and wary, but he knew everyone was right. The 12th trial quest for the Necromancer class was the final and hardest one. A Necromancer had to be level 100 to challenge it, and even then, they had to fight it with a full party of 8 fellow heroes. These heroes came from a list of AI companions the player could bring together, but every single hero was level 70 at the minimum. And all of that to face the Death Lord and its army. Lore-wise, the final trial quest was meant for the Necromancer player to defeat the Death Lord and usurp its vast power, taking away one of the evil gods supporting the Howling Dark. Defeating the Death Lord also destroyed all of the enslaved liches under its control, eliminating a sizable portion of the Howling Dark's final army. In other words, Aldrich was horrendously outmatched. Welcome to my abode, Death Walker. The Death Lord's voice boomed through the entire hallway. It stood up with the heavy clanking of metal. It appeared to be a 3-meter-tall hulking behemoth of an armored knight with dark gray, spiked armor and a menacingly horned helmet. The Death Lord's armor seemed to be hollow inside with a green glow of energy, the very same kind that adorned Aldrich, shining through gaps in the armor. The armor's torso was shaped like a pair of metal ribs, and one could see through the gaps in those metal bones that inside was not a flesh body, but just an orb of pure green, flaming energy. The Death Lord jumped and easily cleared the near entire length of the hallway in a single leap, standing right before Aldrich with a heavy crash. So, Death Walker? How does it feel to stand before the presence of a true master of death? Said the Death Lord as it stared down at Aldrich. I wonder what you're still doing here alive, said Aldrich, not intimidated in the least. Last I remember, I beat you and absorbed your soul. Ha! I remember that too, said the Death Lord. But I am back again, as strong as ever before. And you, my little Death Walker, are nothing compared to what you were. And your friends? Your fellow heroes? Gone. And your undead legion? The Death Lord waved an arm towards Aldrich's undead. What has happened? This is what you bring forth to challenge me. Pathetic. The Death Lord turned around dismissively and crossed its arms. You dare to call my master pathetic? You! A mere ghost that hides in this realm of yours, said Valera. It's you again, the Lady Knight who only knows how to throw a punch. The Death Lord turned to Valera and looked her up and down. What of it, you brute? Said Valera. I hate your type, all you meat-headed heavy armor muscle maniacs, the most. I suppose you've already taken that look for yourself. The Death Lord shrugged and gestured towards Valera's own bulky suit of armor. The Death Lord does have a point, said Flaregon. Dynamite Girl smacked the tentacled monster on his head. You forget whose side you're on. Arg! Flaregon rubbed his lightly dented, soft purple head and glared at Dynamite Girl and Valera. Gone are the days of proper, quiet, and gentle women, I suppose, he grumbled, thoroughly speaking like a disgruntled old man. Quiet, said Aldrich. You know, I don't want to use a look that this boorish Death Knight has already taken. Plus, you've already seen and fought me like this. The Death Lord took its gauntlet hand and tapped its breastplate. With that, its huge metal body glowed bright green before dissolving away, leaving just the orb of glowing green energy housed within the armor. The orb then turned into the silhouette of not an enormously muscled man, but a woman. A woman of Aldrich's height, actually. She stood confidently with a hand on her hip, clothed in flowing green robes, a majestic gray fur coat with a gleaming green fringe, and a long skirt adorned with bones with a slit that showed off pale, shapely long legs. The Death Lord flipped flowing locks of long white hair behind her head and stared at Aldrich with a confident, sharp-toothed smile and gleaming green eyes with reptilian pupils. Draconic horns jutted from the sides of her head. "So? How is it, gazing upon my true form? The last we met, the goddess Amara had weakened me so greatly I was confined only to my battle armor," said the Death Lord. "Unexpected," said Aldrich with some level of confusion as he stared at the Death Lord. He knew the Death Lord's true form was hidden, and he knew that according to the lore, before the Death Lord became a lich, it had been a dragon. He had no idea of the Death Lord's gender, but he had always thought by default it was male. "People expect a certain image from a Death Lord, hence how you perceived me before. But to you, my dear, who wishes to become a lich just like me, I will not hide behind threatening armor. I will meet you in my true and proper form," said the Death Lord. "Master." Valera looked at Aldrich staring at the Death Lord, and then she slammed her shield down, drawing the Death Lord's attention. You wish to tempt my master, is it? You think he will fall for the likes of you? You snake!" "Quiet, musclehead," said the Death Lord. She stretched her arms up, puffing out her sizable chest. "You are standing in the presence of a true lady here. Or lord, if you prefer that." "So?" said Aldrich, unimpressed. "What is it? If you wanted to kill us, you could have." "Oh, of course," said the Death Lord. "But that's not the point. This isn't like when we last met, when you fought me to kill me. No, you're reaching out to me this time for my power, are you not? You want to become a lich. And for that, you need an obelisk forged from my own essence. And? Are you going to give it or not?" said Aldrich. "Oh my, so forward, asking for my essence just like that." The Death Lord crossed her arms and smiled, licking her lips with a forked, snake-like tongue. "No. I welcome any and all who wish to become a lich. All I require is that you pass a trial of my own. Ah, and it looks like you have one of my rejects among you already." The Death Lord waved a green-clawed finger towards Flaregon. "He made quite the beautiful phylactery, that one, but like all empty-headed academics and mages, he might have had the brains, but he didn't have the stones to make it through my trial." "He doesn't remember your trial," said Aldrich. "But I'm assuming it's impossibly difficult, is it?" The Death Lord put a finger to her lips and cocked her head innocently. "I don't think so. I like to think I mete out rather fair trials. And why would I not? I would love to see more of my kind. Those too weak that end up becoming my slaves, well, that's that, they simply weren't worthy. But you, Death Walker, you have already proven yourself worthy by defeating me before. And yet here I am getting the sense that you'll still be giving me a trial," said Aldrich. "Well, I don't give out my power for free, even with our past together." The Death Lord nodded to herself. "Ah, I know what to do." The Death Lord put a hand into her chest, and it sunk into it like it sunk into a pool of water, rippling into some interdimensional inventory space. She withdrew a green sign stone and tossed it to Aldrich. "You will start at the bottom of my great royal tower, my beloved necropolis. Clear as many floors as you can. You go high enough, and you will receive my obelisk. And I will be generous, too. Any treasure you find, any monsters you raise as your own, any levels you extract, you keep. Plus, you get 3 tries. 3 lives. But you only get to keep the rewards from your best try. Ah, and this too. Last you faced me with an entire party of heroes. If you can cough together your friends again, then I'll let them form a party with you again. And that's all I'm giving you. Now go." The Death Lord clapped her hands together, and Aldrich and his undead found himself teleported away again. This time, in the midst of a dark, spacious crypt packed with shattered tombstones. A message flashed in his status screen. Necropolis, Floor 1. Aldrich found himself fully healed with his mana restored, and the same happened with everyone else in his undead. New quest, Ritual of Eternity obtained. Attempt 1 started. Aldrich sighed as he heard groans and moans from zombies rising from the tombs around him. Everyone in his army tensed up, ready for battle. "Here we go," said Aldrich as he cracked his neck. Chapter 44 Ritual of Eternity. Aldrich and his undead moved through the necropolis floors with utter ease for the first 5 floors. These floors lay in the multi-story crypt located at the very bottom of the Death Lord's royal tower, and here, only low-level zombies came out to fight them. The difficulty of these lower levels was in the sheer number of zombies. They came out in small waves at first, but then their numbers increased until it seemed like there was an infinite amount of them. The point of these floors, Aldrich realized, was to find a dimensional exit gate up to the next floor before the zombies hit a critical mass. However, no matter how many zombies there were, they were no match for Aldrich. Dynamite Girl and Flare Gun wiped out the zombies with utter ease. Flare Gun, especially as a level 20 boss that retained all his heightened stats, annihilated weak zombies with his powerful fire magic. During this time, Aldrich obtained more information about the quest to obtain the Death Lord's obelisk. He needed to reach the 15th floor to obtain the obelisk. Aldrich never knew what the necropolis held in it. In the game, the necropolis had been destroyed by the goddess of light and life Amara before the player character came to it. And, as the Death Lord stated, Amara had isolated the Death Lord in a pocket dimension that was the 12th trial quest for the player to defeat. But so far, Aldrich was not impressed. The zombies of the first 5 floors did not exceed level 10. However, on the 6th floor, the crypt fed out into the first proper floor of the necropolis, and here, the enemies upgraded from zombies into Death Knights. Death Knights were at the minimum level 15. At max, they could hit level 40, though thankfully, he did not see Death Knights at this high of a level range. Again, Aldrich relied on Flare Gun heavily to abuse undead fire weaknesses, but the fight became increasingly harder and harder until by the 10th floor, Aldrich found himself walking into a room full of level 20 Death Knights headed by a level 30 vampire Crimson Knight. Seeing that, Aldrich used the Science Stone he received from the Death Lord to exit the necropolis, manifesting back into the Nexus. Aldrich had not expected to clear the trial as he was now. He simply used the first attempt he was given maximally to analyze and observe how much stronger he needed to get to reach the 20th floor. He estimated about level 30 to 40. This made sense. In the game, liches that were not mindless started out at level 30 at the minimum, indicating they too had been around the 30 to 40 range by the time they were strong enough to obtain an obelisk. But Aldrich was just level 11 for now. He needed to get much stronger. Or he needed to find a strong enough party to join him. Aldrich's first instinct was to immediately rule out the idea of a party. His power was a secret known only to him. Trying to recruit some top hero to help him would blow his secret wide open. Yet he felt that it was a massive waste not to use all the resources given to him. But how? Aldrich mulled this over for later and went up to the system in the Nexus. The system sat at its crafting table, awaiting Aldrich. "Crafting," said Aldrich. "You got it, lad." "The system. Specifically a fusion," said Aldrich. He looked through his inventory and selected Flare Gun's lantern. The Lantern of Old Flame. The lantern granted significant fire resistance, enough to completely neutralize Aldrich's weakness to fire. It also granted Aldrich massive bonuses to fire-based spells, but he could not learn any. However, by upgrading the lantern by fusing it with certain materials, it was possible to change the properties of the lantern to better suit Aldrich. "Fuse the Eye of Azoth into the Lantern of the Old Flame," said Aldrich. "Got it." The system received 2 orbs, one containing the icon of the purple Eye of Azoth, and another containing the red and orange icon of the lantern. He stacked the orbs atop each other, and smashed them together with a strike of its stick figure hand. Eye of Azoth plus Lantern of the Old Flame equals Lantern of the Accursed Eye. Unlike crafting weapons and equipment from scratch that functioned off a role-based system, fusing existing equipment with materials yielded far less variability. For example, if Aldrich obtained, say, the skin of a fire salamander, and he wanted to fuse it with his Grave Reaper's mantle, then he could know with near 100% certainty that he would get bonus fire resistance. The only downside to this was that items could only be fused up to a limit of 3 times. 1x Lantern of the Accursed Eye obtained. Rank Uncommon plus. Stats, plus 10 Magic. Plus 5 Vitality. Plus 5 Attunement. Effects. Protection of the Old Flame passive, the wearer receives half damage from all fire-type damage. Eye of the Watcher passive, any unit revealed or targeted by this item continually attains stacks of a debuff that reduces resistance to curse-type damage. The debuffs stack up to 10 times, requiring a total exposure time in this light of 30 seconds. This debuff lasts for 3 seconds after the unit escapes the light of the item, at which point the stacks will rapidly decay. In addition, any unit suffering this debuff is revealed, preventing them from entering stealth. Gaze of the Accursed active, the eye within this item fully opens, shooting forth a cone of destructive light that deals a strong burst of disintegrating type damage with a 5% chance to instantly kill. The higher the affected unit's vitality, the higher their resistance to this instant death effect. If this skill affects a unit with 10 stacks of the Eye of the Watcher passive applied to them, it is guaranteed to instantly kill unless the affected target possesses a minimum of 80 vitality. If they possess more than 80 vitality, they will still be maimed, losing a body part, and taking significant damage. Thanks, said Aldrich as he absorbed the Lantern of the Accursed Eye into him and then equipped it, for it was far better than the Staff of Stilling Pollen he used. In fact, this item was so good that Aldrich was willing to use it all the way up to level 50 using the rank upgrade function. Rank upgrade allowed the player to upgrade the rank of their equipment by sacrificing 5 pieces of the same equipment type of a higher rank. This normally was too costly to consider most of the time, as it meant losing 5 higher rank pieces of gear just to bring 1 piece up. However, for rare pieces of gear like this lantern, which had multiple passives and good skills, it was highly worth it. 500 coin. Coin, 520. Aldrich ate the massive coin cost for the fusion because this lantern was worth it. It covered his fire weakness and made instant death magic massively better. And instant death magic mastery was what he was building towards. I have failed you, master, but we are almost there, said Valera. She clenched her fist as she remembered their failure to get to the 15th floor. We must reach the 15th floor of that hideous snake's den, is it? All we need are a few more levels. Levels, yes. That's a simple solution. We could find more variants to hunt. Move around to variant nests in the wastelands and clear them, said Aldrich. Or alternatively, we could clear the quest with party members. The only issue is getting party members that won't ever reveal the secret of my powers and are also strong enough to make it worth recruiting them. But at that point, why don't I spend the time to just level up and raise stronger undead? Indeed, said Valera. Aldrich tapped existed the Nexus, and when he entered the real world, he heard Flaregon murmur in wonder. Where is this? Said Flaregon. His 3 red eyes were wide with surprise. I had heard you talk of a new world. Is this it? An entirely new realm of existence? Truly? Yes, said Aldrich. How is it? Must feel nice to be free from however many decades you spent in that study. Flaregon breathed in deeply and curled his mouth tendrils in disgust. The air here is tainted. Smoky. Unclean. And here I thought global anti-pollution policies were doing well, said Aldrich. Anti-pollution policies? Global? The peoples of this realm are united across the entire world? This is a wonder, said Flaregon. His mouth tendrils wriggled excitedly as he rubbed his hands together. There will be an abundance of new knowledge to absorb. Knowledge that has never before been analyzed. That's right, said Aldrich. He stared at Flaregon. He was a mind-eater. He had basic racial abilities that included mind control and memory absorption. He came to a realization. You will be the key to this quest. Aldrich stared at the new quest he had registered. Quest: Ritual of Eternity. Difficulty? Time limit: none. Attempts remaining: 2. Description: You have begun the path to become a lich. To undergo the Ritual of Eternity, you must fulfill 3 objectives. Objectives: 1. Construct a phylactery, completed. 2. Sever all personal bonds, incomplete. 3. Obtain an obelisk by reaching the 15th floor of the necropolis, incomplete. Rewards: 1x obelisk. Variable EXP. Aldrich realized immediately that step 2 was not complete. Sever all personal bonds. He thought he had done this already. Adam and Elaine were no longer truly here, and his parents were long dead. What more was there left for him? However, Aldrich did not have much time to think about this. The evil eyes he had left behind to scout the forest and Blackwater picked up on movement heading towards them, towards the clearing where he had killed Ghost. He saw through their eyes and saw a search party. An entourage of hovercars roving up the main road. Chapter 45: Planning. As the squadron of sleek black hovercars with Blackwater's insignia painted on their doors got closer and closer, Aldrich motioned for his undead to leave. "We have to go," said Aldrich. He sprinted away into the depths of the forest, making sure to clear up any humanoid tracks. If the search party for Ghost saw human tracks, there would be immediate alarm and suspicion of foul play. However, Aldrich did not bother covering up the more monstrous tracks because he wanted the search party to see them when they got to the clearing. The team would dig up Ghost's used-up needles and find bits and pieces of his body that Aldrich had strategically left behind. Then, they would see variant tracks and rule out the possibility of murder. They would instantly rule that Ghost had died to a variant attack while too high off his mind to defend himself. And if all evidence pointed towards Ghost dying to variants, and indeed, there was already plenty of evidence to point towards that conclusion, then Blackwater would rest their search case on Ghost soon enough. In the off chance that they actually searched even harder, Aldrich was willing to move out of the variant forest and establish a second sign closer to Haven City to escape back into the Nexus until things fully blew over. Aldrich and his undead party moved out as discreetly as possible. The Geist and the crabs carried anyone with humanoid footsteps to minimize tracks. While he and his undead moved into the forest, he checked back up on the 2 evil eyes he had positioned. Aldrich kept a close look on the hovercars using his evil eye. He could not look through his evil eyes while he was in the Nexus or another dimension, but he could keep them strategically positioned and ready in the real world. One of his evil eyes tracked the search party of hovercars approaching while the other one roamed around Blackwater campus. From the evil eyes, Aldrich knew that Seth Solar and his crew were not in their dorms in Blackwater. They were in one of the hovercars approaching the variant forest. The hovercar stopped and parked on the side of the main road, getting out along with several powerful faculty members. A search squad consisting of 22 men in sleek black power armor and high-tech firearms with flashlight attachments streamed out. 2 technos opened laptops and powered on several search drones to fly over the forest. By the way they parked almost right beside Ghost's dumping spot, Aldrich could tell that Seth Solar knew where Ghost put away his drugs. Thankfully, with the 30 minutes advance notice, Aldrich was far away from the search party by the time they reached Ghost's drug drop site. Aldrich stopped and rested by sitting on a fallen tree trunk. He talked to Flaregon while he multitasked and kept his sight linked with the evil eye spying on the search and rescue group. "You told me there were 3 steps to fulfilling this ritual of eternity to become a lich," said Aldrich. "I've fulfilled one of 3 conditions, and that's just because I have your phylactery in my inventory. And obviously I need to get that obelisk. I assume then that you desire my counsel on how to fulfill a severing of your mortal bonds?" said Flaregon. "Yeah," said Aldrich. "You see, I have no close bonds." "Not any? Are you sure, Master?" said Valera. "The keyword is mortal bond," said Flaregon, soothing Valera's worry that Aldrich was not bonded to her. "A bond with immortal undead such as we falls outside of this delineation. That's the thing. I am pretty sure I have no mortal bonds." Aldrich looked to Adam and Elaine, and they stared blankly at him with their cloudy eyes. They used to be my close friends. But that's the thing. Used to. They aren't anymore, and I know they aren't truly here by this point. They're just zombies. I was close to my parents, but they died years ago. I had no other attachments. No friends. No loves. Nothing. No loves? Valera shuddered in anticipation as she hugged herself. You have yet to have your first? My. Aldrich ignored Valera and let her fantasize while he continued talking with Flaregon. So that means I should have no attachments. But apparently I still haven't severed my mortal bonds, said Aldrich. Oh, Great Elder, perhaps you are envisioning the concept of mortal attachment too narrowly, said Flaregon. Now that the insanity induced by his dream state was gone, his voice was calm, oozing the wisdom of an intellectual that had spent over a century studying and absorbing knowledge. You believe attachment as love or friendship. A bond of warmth that keeps you connected with others. But what of hate and vengeance? They are just as strong a bond. No, they can be even stronger. Chains that can lock you with even greater hold than friendship. Vengeance. Aldrich repeated this word as he saw through his evil eye Seth Solar hovering over Ghost Clearing. He saw Seth Solar's friends behind him with their arms crossed and shaking their heads. He felt fire in his cold, dead heart. He felt vengeance. He felt a twinge of satisfaction knowing that those miserable maggots had lost one of themselves, but that satisfaction was not nearly enough to quench the fire within Aldrich. I see now, said Aldrich. Vengeance is what's keeping me here. He put a thinking hand to his chin and narrowed his eyes. Of all the people to have an unhealthy vengeance fixation on, it had to be Seth Solar, one of the toughest targets to take down that I know. Together we can triumph over anyone, said Valera hopefully, ever optimistic. Hold up, Solar? Said Dynamite Girl. I think I remember him now. You're going to try and fight the Solomon Solar? No, Solomon Solar is a proper, public top hero. Trying to target him would be a logistics nightmare and an impossibility to do secretly, said Aldrich. I'm taking out another member of his family. An asshole that comes from an illegitimate line. Weaker than the main guy and hidden from the public's eye. But even then, you're right to be surprised. Anyone with the Solar surname will be strong. How strong could this mere man possibly be? Said Valera as she saw through the evil eye with Aldrich. She spied him hovering a meter or so in the air, scanning his surroundings. He can fly, it seems, but I sense no other power emanating from him. Because his power isn't dependent on magic or levels, said Aldrich. You have to get used to never underestimating anyone in this world. Anyone could have a powerful power, and you would never be able to sense it. Not unless you got a scanner like me, said Fisk. That reminds me, hand over your scanner, said Aldrich. You won't be seeing too much direct combat. Your scanner will be much more useful on me. Here, boss. Fisk tossed Aldrich his red visor. Aldrich caught it deftly and experimented, attempting to put it into his inventory. He found he could not. Only magical items could go in there, it seemed. He put the visor over his eyes and watched as little numbers and screens in the periphery of his red-tinted vision started to flicker and calibrate. You don't need this for diving? Said Aldrich. Diving was the term for those that used a head jack to deep dive into the virtual world of the net. Nah, I use my eye for that. Fisk pointed to his mechanical blue eye as it clacked and whirred. I mainly wore that to look cool cause that's ARMA blue grade. The kind that those ARMA police agents got to look all tactical and sh*T. I see, said Aldrich. He wondered how he looked. A man in loose necromancer robes holding a lantern made of burnt bone with a glowing red eyeball suspended inside of it. On top of all this, he had on a futuristic red visor. Something about these two aesthetics did not line up. You look wonderful, master, said Valera. Well, at least he had one supporter. Power that is not based off magic nor levels nor spells nor skills. Flaregon rubbed his slimy purple hands together. How quaint. How very, very interesting. I must find more knowledge about this. You dash. He pointed a long finger at Dynamite Girl and stared at her with wide-eyed desire for knowledge. You must have one of these powers. Will you consent to my experimentations? I promise they shall not be uncomfortable. Geez, at least you ask for consent, but I'm gonna have to say no, Squid Face. I know how experiments with tentacle freaks like you end up, and I ain't about to be part of it, said Dynamite Girl. What experiments did you have in mind? Said Aldrich, curious. What? You're gonna take his side, Captain? You. Dynamite Girl narrowed her eyes at Aldrich. You're not a perv too, are you? There is nobody as upstanding and dutiful as my master, protested Valera. She blushed slightly. Though, if he does have that side to him, I would accept him too. So? Said Aldrich, ignoring both women and pressing Flaregon for an answer. Whether it is possible to mesh the abilities that those of this world seem to harbor within their bodies with the powers vested unto us through mana and magic, said Flaregon. Among many other topics of interest, of course. I'm rather curious about that too, actually. But you'll have to let go of Dynamite Girl as your experiment. I assume I'll be needing her for quite some time. I'll find you another altar to work on soon, said Aldrich. Altar? So that is what these strange new humans are called. Flaregon hungrily twitched his mouth tendrils. So be it, O Elder. I shall look forward to when I can begin my experimentations. I must warn you, though, my investigations may perhaps cause some distress within subjects. As long as you get results, said Aldrich. I'll provide appropriate subjects deserving of distress later. For now, I need to figure out what I want to do. He looked down at his watch. It was now early into the dusk of Wednesday. Just a few more days until Saturday, when Seth Solar and his crew all gathered together at the Red Circle. Now, was there a way he could face all of them, including the mercenaries and villains in the Red Circle, by himself at that point in time? Just 3 days from now? No. Not unless Aldrich became a lich and received the massive upgrades that came with the transformation. But here was now the issue. To become a lich, he had to kill Seth Solar first. Aldrich had been banking on turning into a lich before facing Seth Solar, but now that was flat out impossible, and without turning into a lich, even with luck on his side, any fight with Seth Solar would be one of extreme difficulty. So how? Chapter 46, Planning 2. As Aldrich thought of this bigger question, he went ahead and enjoyed the final piece of rewards from completing his first trial quest. Specifically, the stat points he got from leveling and the Tome of Enhancement. He first distributed the stat points from leveling up and distributed the attunement points he got from wearing a full set of equipment. Equals. Equipment stat bonuses. Plus 25 magic. Plus 13 vitality. Plus 25 attunement. Plus 5 perception. Equals. Aldrich invested 2 points into magic and 3 into attunement. Plus 2 to magic, plus 4 with affinity bonuses. Magic, 27/27, 31/31, 56. Mana, 81/81, 93/93, 168/168. Plus 3 to attunement, plus 6 with stat affinity bonuses. Attunement, 45, 51, 76. Base attunement at 50 equals Raise Undead spell upgraded to Mass Raise Undead. 5 attunement points available. Spells attuned 6 out of 6, 6/7. Units controlled 16/18, 16/20 seconds. He then materialized the Tome of Enhancement, awarded from clearing the trial quest from his inventory. It was a far less morbid book than what the flesh-knitted covers of his necromancy tomes suggested, being a more conventional leather-bound green book. He absorbed the tome into his being. A Tome of Enhancement could be used to upgrade 3 spells, and in this case, he chose Anti-Life Shell, Create Undead First Circle, and Grave Consumption. Anti-Life Shell Rank 1, Rank 2. Anti-Life Shell has now obtained an active function that drains 5% of max mana per second in order to enhance the life drain and greatly enhance the undead healing. In addition, all non-undead units within the shell are slowed. Create undead first circle. Create greater undead first circle. All undead that can be summoned from the first circle are upgraded. Undead level cap for the first circle raised to level 20. Grave consumption. Mass grave consumption. Grave consumption may now be cast at all graves within a 20-meter radius of the caster. With that done, Aldrich started to piece together a plan. First thing was first, if he wanted to assault the red circle, he needed to know its defenses inside and out. Create greater undead, said Aldrich, raising his new lantern of the accursed eye into the air. He shook the lantern by its chain, and the clicking of the metal followed the creation of an upgraded evil eye known as a grave ward. A triple cluster of basketball-sized eyes materialized in front of Aldrich. Unlike the evil eye, which was made entirely of floating, invisible flesh, the grave ward was mostly incorporeal. Its eyes seemed to fade in and out of a cloud of darkness, much like the ghast. Like the ghast, the grave ward was incorporeal, granting it a defensive passive that made it highly resistant to physical attacks but much weaker to elemental or energy-based damage. Also, unlike the evil eye, the grave ward could change its mass and dimensions so that it could squeeze through gaps half a meter wide, though it could not entirely phase through barriers or walls. 10 mana. 10 health. Mana, 168/168, 158/168. HP 30, 99/99, 89/89. Units controlled, 16/18, 17-20 seconds. Go to the red circle, said Aldrich, and the cluster of 3 smoky eyeballs floated away. It was twice as fast as an ordinary evil eye, flying out at the speed of an ordinary person going on a light run. Not particularly fast, granted, but still noticeably much better than the regular evil eye. Aldrich then sat in place, staring through the evil eye, watching Ghost's drug-dump sight. He felt hot hate grow and fester inside of him as he grit his teeth watching Seth Solar and the rest of his trash friends mull about, completely free and healthy. The search team investigated the dumping site and found Ghost's needles and scraps of his body. They also found the striker, monster, and variant tracks that Aldrich had intentionally left behind. There was some discussion, but Aldrich could not hear through the evil eye, for it had no ears. All he could do was watch. He could see Seth Solar talking to the security team, shoving one of them hard into a tree in minor anger. For a moment, Aldrich wondered if Seth Solar felt even the smallest bit of pain that Aldrich had felt in losing friends. Another of the security team soldiers picked up Ghost's torn finger from the ground with a pair of extended forceps, showing it to Seth Solar. Seth Solar stared at Ghost's finger with zero emotion on his face as the sociopath registered the confirmed death of his friend. He shrugged before firing a small beam of white energy from his eyes, disintegrating the finger of his former friend with zero remorse. He then just shrugged casually and dropped the security team member he pinned against the tree. He waved the rest of his crew forwards and left, getting into a hovercar that started driving back towards Blackwater. Good. That meant that Aldrich's plan had worked. He had convinced Seth Solar and Blackwater that Ghost had died to variants. As the search team packed up, calling back their drones and getting into their cars, Aldrich locked his fingers together and rested his chin on his hands, thinking. He thought. Then thought some more. To become a lich, Aldrich had to sever his mortal bonds and obtain the obelisk. To sever his mortal attachments, he had to fulfill his vengeance against Seth Solar and his crew. To obtain the obelisk, he needed to clear the 15th floor of the necropolis, which he was too weak to do now. These seemed like two mutually exclusive objectives, and it was obvious the order in which Aldrich should go about clearing them. First, Aldrich had to grind and obtain the obelisk. Then, with the levels and rewards from clearing 15 floors, he would devise a way to kill Seth Solar using a trap involving instant death magic. But he could not shake off the feeling that there was an easier way to go about this. It did not take much longer before he came to a striking realization. There was a way to destroy Seth Solar and obtain the obelisk at the same time. Fisk, said Aldrich. Yes, boss? Appointments at the Red Circle can be set up online, no? Said Aldrich. Contact them. Get in touch with the manager, this guy called Casimir. Tell them a certain Mr. Bruce Vane wants to meet about investing some of his multi-million credit inheritance. Tell them Mr. Vane is also thinking about hosting a nice private party this weekend as well. Tell them to meet privately. And of course, this goes without saying, but make sure you aren't traceable. You got it, boss, said Fisk as he took his laptop out of the bag Aldrich had taken out of the Odinson base. Fisk plugged himself into the laptop via his head jack, operating the tech mentally. Oh, and check the AA bulletin for any variant nests in the wastelands, said Aldrich. Give me a thorough list of all variant nests within a 2-mile radius of here. I don't want to waste all of daylight tomorrow just hiding in this forest. I need to hunt for levels. And this forest is running out of variants strong enough to raise my levels fast enough. On it. Fisk raised a thumbs up to Aldrich. The rest of you, do as you want for now, said Aldrich to the other undead. Train, talk, or hunt more variants. With this command, all of Aldrich's variant undead scattered out into the forest to hunt. The troll chieftain and the 2 mud crabs also followed. Wanna train? Said Dynamite Girl to Valera. Pure hand-to-hand combat, you know? 'Cause I can't be starting a fire here or anything. Plus, I think my martial arts is getting real rusty. Certainly, said Valera. But do not cry when you feel utterly powerless before me. Heh, we'll see about that, said Dynamite Girl as they squared up against each other. Meanwhile, Flaregon now hovered around the Geist, poking at the variant with his long, slimy fingers. A creature such as this I have never known. How quaint. How odd. How very interesting. Gay, you're creepy, said the Geist. In the name of progress and knowledge, I have cast away any consideration for how others judge me, said Flaregon. Come, let me see if you can learn magic, child. Gage, I guess. The Geist followed Flaregon away. Aldrich waited for Fisk to do his work. In the meanwhile, he had Adam and Elaine sit by him on the fallen tree trunk. We're so close, said Aldrich. South, close to taking down Seth Solar. When it happens, I will make sure that you two have a chance to tear into him. It's the least you deserve. Adam and Elaine groaned and growled in response. Yeah, that's the spirit, said Aldrich with a smile. He wondered if he was going insane, talking to mindless zombies like this. Or maybe he had always been insane. Hadn't he asked himself this before already? Well, it didn't matter much now. He was what he was, and he accepted it. Equals. An hour and a half passed before Fisk spoke, looking up from his computer screen. All right, boss, I sent your message to the Red Circle. Bet we'll get a response soon. As for variant nests, well, I pulled an official map from the AA website. Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich and pointed at a big chunk of map on the east coast of the United States. He tapped the area and zoomed into a forested batch of land before circling it in red. That's where we are. And here are all the variant nests in a 200-mile radius like you said. Fisk zoomed out a little, and 5 red dots appeared indicating the location of variant nests. Variant nests were, as the name suggested, nests of variants that did not pose an immediate threat to human civilization. In fact, these nests were actually welcomed as they became self-sustaining ecosystems for variants where they could populate without having to encroach on human territory. So long as the nests were not attacked, the variants within did not attack. When roads had to be made near them or new cities planned and built, the AA would send heroes to wipe the nests out. But otherwise, they were largely left alone. These were the perfect spots for Aldrich to hunt for levels and new undead. Nobody would be around here. Any minor remote surveillance that was here, some satellite imaging or whatnot, he could block with a ghast. He looked over the 5 red dots and discounted going to 3 nests that would involve having to cross over public roads where his undead could get spotted. Instead, his eye caught on 2 nests located right outside the southwestern edge of the forest. There was little to no human development here as the land was littered with huge canyons and fissures where roads could not be built. This area was called the Shatter Zone because of how the earth looked so utterly fractured, and apparently, This had been the site of a battle between the greatest hero Vanguard and a powerful giant villain called Megalodon during the Age of Villains. "I know where we're going now," said Aldrich as he stood up, getting ready. Us? I'm going too. Can I get a gun or something?" said Fisk. Chapter 47 Variant Nest. Aldrich gathered all of the people coming with him on this mission to clear the Variant Nest. Valera, Dynamite Girl, Flaregon, and the Owl-Wing Eagle. He would have liked to take the Geist too, but he planned on driving down to the nest location and the Geist was simply too big to fit inside a car. After comforting the Geist that no, it did not have to lose weight, Aldrich set off at 3 in the morning. He drove with Valera in the front seat and Flaregon, Dynamite Girl, and the Eagle in the back. "What is this?" Flaregon marveled at the insides of the car as Aldrich drove. Flaregon looked around like a child in a candy shop. His 3 eyes all looked in different directions as he drew his face close up to the car seats, the windows, basically everything. He in particular was mystified by a screen behind the middle console that showed GPS imagery of where the car was as well as some menus that indicated environmental information like the temperature and weather. The car could also connect to the net, but Aldrich had Fisk disable that option on the car to prevent people from tracing it. "Don't touch anything," said Aldrich as he looked through the rearview mirror, keeping an eye on Flaregon. "I will contain myself, Elder," said Flaregon. "Yet I find it so very difficult to believe that this is all the creation of mere technology. Of metals and ores and materials created and woven together in such a way that these lights, these movements on this screen, all of this simply happens. It is indeed a wonder," said Valera. "I doubted that man so weak and frail and mortal could ever stand without magic, but look how far they have come. They do not need beasts of burden anymore, they simply ride these beasts of metal. And look at how clearly they can capture images with their trinkets dash." Valera proudly showed the picture of her and Aldrich standing side by side, covered in blood from killing the Odinsons, to Flaregon and Dynamite Girl. "Aha, real nice, yeah," said Dynamite Girl, visibly uncomfortable. "My, the quality of this image is superb." Flaregon inspected the picture intently. "I can discern that it is colors etched upon paper stiffened with some form of varnish. Yet it is on par with the quality of an image imbued into a magic crystal or memory globe. And now I can gaze upon these captured memories with my master at any time I desire." Valera took the picture back, looked at it, then hugged it to her breast like a baby. Flaregon continued to look around. "What I would do to break apart all of this and study it from its base components up dash. Watch it, Squiface, don't want you burning down this car," said Dynamite Girl. "Is all that you can think about simple destruction?" scoffed Flaregon. "All right, let's stop this argument there," said Aldrich. "But you do bring up an interesting point. You were an academic and scholar, were you not? I do not mean to be prideful, but I was a decreed member of the Arcanist Order," said Flaregon, "before they cast me out for pursuing the dark arts." Aldrich nodded in recognition. The Arcanist Order was a society of scholars that stood as an independent research organization in Elden World. The scholars there came from every race and faction and did not discriminate across race or borders. All were united in not only the pursuit of knowledge, but the maintenance of history. To be decreed in the Order meant one exhibited a superb level of dedication and intelligence. At the very minimum, Flaregon was well practiced across multiple magical fields. Some of these included alchemy and even dwarven magitech, meaning very likely, Flaregon could pick up the scientific concepts of machine working and chemistry extremely well. "You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea," said Aldrich. "When we get back, talk to Fisk about this world's technology. He can introduce you to it. I am utterly honored to receive an opportunity to absorb such knowledge." Flaregon bowed his head. Aldrich gave Flaregon another nod as the car drove out of the last stretch of the Variant Forest. Outside of the forest was just a vast stretch of dry, cracked earth. Where before there was overwhelming green and life, there was now bleak oranges and reds without a single tree in sight. This was a consequence of the monstering. The creation of Titan-class variants immediately following the monstering caused enormous meteorological and environmental changes throughout the entire world, making the entire planet unstable, as if Mother Nature herself had decided to wage war against mankind. Earthquakes and typhoons rocked every single continent. Water levels rose dramatically in some areas and dried down to nothing in others. Large swathes of land became completely dead, unable to support any sort of life. These stretches, dead zones as they were called, caused mass global instability through refugee crises, food shortages, water shortages, every damn type of shortage. What Aldrich drove through now was a dead zone. Just a vast stretch of dried out and dead earth. However, once the Titans were driven back to dormancy or destroyed, the planet stabilized. Granted, it stabilized in a damaged, utterly changed state nearly completely different than how it had been at the start of the 21st century, but stability was stability. It took an hour and a half of driving through the dead zone to make it to the shatter zone where Fisk had marked out the 2 variant nests. "That's a stunning view, gotta say," said Dynamite Girl as she looked out the front window. There were canyons standing hundreds of meters tall carved out into the dead zone. This was the power of Vanguard, a man whose fists could change how maps were drawn. Of course, it helped this whole landscaping project that Vanguard's opponent Megalodon had been a 100-meter-tall behemoth who could create giant craters just by falling. This landscape was not carved by time, by winds and waters breaking apart rock little by little over thousands of years, said Flaregon. It was carved by battle. This is what the strongest altars can do, said Aldrich. Their power nears that of the gods themselves, then, said Valera, concerned. Entire mountain ranges formed and felled. Destruction of this scale is possible only with a spell of the 9th or 10th circle. Yes, and we are far, far from that level right now, said Aldrich. Take this as a reminder of what we need to work towards. Aldrich got out of the car and looked down at his iPhone. Specifically Fisk's phone. Fisk had given it to Aldrich with all information about the 2 variant nests, including not only their locations and appearances, but also the type of variants seen in them. Aldrich stepped to the very edge of the canyon and looked down at a steep, 100+ meter drop. He spied a large growth of twisted black branches and rock jutting out like a tumor about halfway down below. That was the first of 2 variant nests. The other one should have been very close by, but Aldrich could not see it, even with a thorough AC scan and zoom-ins using Fisk's visor. The last time information about these 2 nests had been updated on the AA database had been 6 months ago. More than enough time for a nest to have faded away for any number of reasons. Sometimes variants simply left their nests, sometimes an earthquake busted apart, sometimes a storm washed it away, sometimes a lightning strike hit it, whatever. At the very least, Aldrich did not feel particularly worried that one of 2 nests were gone. In fact, it just made it easier to decide which nest to take on. Aldrich waved his hand and casted, Create Greater Undead. He chose to create another Grave Ward. -10 HP. -10 mana. HP 99/99, 89/99. Mana 183/183. 173/183. Units controlled 18-20 seconds, 19-20 seconds. When the 3-eyeballed undead formed, Aldrich sent it down to scout the nest to make sure there were no surprises. Aldrich snapped his fingers and the owl-wing eagle by his side. He hopped on. Valera, get on. Neither of us can fly, said Aldrich. He pointed at Dynamite Girl and Flaregon. And you two fly down. Don't want to weigh the eagle down too much. Got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Understood, Elder. Flaregon began to float in the air for he knew the flight spell. Aldrich watched Flaregon fly and wondered whether it was possible for the Mind-Eater scholar to devise a way to teach Aldrich the useful spell. After all, it was said that in the game lore that scholars of the Arcanist Order recorded and created spell tomes. Valera plopped on behind Aldrich on the eagle's back. The eagle squawked in protest at the sudden weight increase, especially considering Valera's heavy full-plate armor. Dear Eagle, are you implying what I think you are implying? Valera cocked her head and stared down at the eagle with a blood-chilling smile. The eagle shivered and put its head down. Seeing that, Valera nodded before nervously looking at Aldrich. "What is it?" said Aldrich. "And may I hold you, master?" "To stay safe on this eagle, of course," said Valera. "It's a 10-second flight down dash," began Aldrich before he saw Valera looking at him with big pleading puppy eyes. "All right." Valera squealed in delight as she wrapped her arms around Aldrich, crushing his breath out of him. Chapter 48 Clearing the Nest. Aldrich and his undead flew into the entrance of the Varian nest. When Aldrich and Valera hopped off the eagle and landed in the dark, subterranean entrance tunnel, he waved the eagle away. "Wait outside. In a confined space like this, you won't do well. When I signal, come down here and pick us up," said Aldrich. The eagle bobbed its head in a nod and then flew away. Aldrich stared ahead into the depths of the nest. The path ahead led through a dark, winding tunnel that sank deeper down into the cliff. He tapped his red scanning visor and checked any recent heat signatures. Nothing. The whole place was cool, almost cold. A good respite from the hot sun above. A natural place for variants to gather and live. Aldrich kept his eyes tuned in with the grave ward that he sent to scout ahead. He did not want to move into this unknown nest without having mapped out where he wanted to go beforehand. While the grave ward scouted, Aldrich looked down at Fisk's iPhone, making sure to keep the brightness down way low so as not to attract attention. He refreshed his memory on the few reports the AA had made about this nest, the latest of which was dated 6 months ago. Beings that possessed alter organs and cells emitted a natural energy signature that could be traced, especially when the powers were active. However, if there was a large enough density of dormant organs, such as in the case of Varian nests, it was possible to determine a rough average estimate of energy emissions. With that, the AA determined how strong a Varian nest was and categorized them into letter ranks that ranged from E to A to S. Broad AA guidelines suggested that 10 alters of the nest's rank were required to fully destroy it, but of course, this number was highly flexible depending on what type of variants there were and the layout and unique characteristics of the nest itself. As for this nest, Aldrich read that it was ranked a solid D. The variants recorded here seemed to be largely reptilian with a few arthropod types, specifically ants. Not particularly threatening. However, aside from these few reports, there was precious little information about the nest. Aldrich figured it was because as a D-rank nest, it was simply not that important. "Dynamite Girl," said Aldrich. "Call me Stella," said Dynamite Girl. "That was the name I remember having. And the name I remember using with people closer to me." "Close?" Valera leered at Dynamite Girl suspiciously. "Close as in trust," said Dynamite Girl, or Stella as she wanted to be called. "How strong do you think we are?" said Aldrich. "In terms of how we compare to variants and heroes. What rank do you think we are?" Stella crossed her arms and stared at everyone for a good minute or so, nodding to herself. "All right, here's what I think. Mind you, I'm not some kind of expert on all this. I think Valera is high up on the C rank. So C+. Only C+? Are you sure you are not miscalculating, said Valera. "No, I think I'm fairly right. Come on, don't complain. I was on the lower end of the C rank. Maybe now in the middle now that I can surpass my limits," said Stella. "Squid face is like, I dunno, low to mid B rank. You gotta understand here, there's a huge gap between the E/D ranks with C. Then there's a huge jump between B to A, then an even bigger jump from A to S. Then what about me? How would you class me?" said Aldrich. "You, Captain?" Stella cocked her head. Well, I guess if you were working as a hero, maybe like low C? You dare to suggest the Master is that weak? When he is the very reason you enjoy eternal life now?" protested Valera. "That's what I was going to say," said Stella. "The Captain's powers ain't really suited to this whole hero thing. If he joined the agency, I don't think they'd let him use his powers, all that raising the dead and stuff. But say he was a villain, then I'd say he's already way up at high B. In terms of just straight-up individual strength, he's around or slightly below us, but the simple fact that he can do all this necromancy stuff means he'd get classed as an insanely high threat. Maybe already a low A, considering the fact that the AA places a threat premium on villains or variants that are considered self-replicating or capable of creatine minions and more threats. I see, said Aldrich. Well then, we're 4C to be rank threats taking on AD rank nest. This should be no issue at all. Yeah, I figure, said Stella. Good. Aldrich figured out where to go via the grave ward. It's time to start hunting. Aldrich spun his lantern around by the chain, a ghostly red light flickering around him from the glow of the iron trapped within. The light lit up his surroundings, showing more than a dozen pairs of gleaming yellow, reptilian eyes staring at him. Below these eyes were rows of sharp teeth. Up ahead, Aldrich could hear Valera's shouts of, "Die! Die! Die!" in the distance, accompanied by regular explosions and bursts of light from Stella. "You do not wish for my interference?" said Flaregon as he walked beside Aldrich, his arms behind his back. "No. I want to see how well I stand up compared to D-rank monsters on my own. You're here as insurance in case anything surprises me," said Aldrich. "And I'll repeat this again, do not interfere." "Understood, Elder." Flaregon nodded and watched. "Come on." Aldrich waved his free hand towards himself, egging the blurred lizards onwards. Each of them were the size of large dogs with gray and brown color patterns on their scales that shifted, making them blur and camouflage into their environment. The blurred lizards loosed shrill screams as they rushed forward. Aldrich casted Negative Surge on himself, granting himself 10 seconds of massively enhanced stats. He gained 12 strength, agility, and perception along with a strong aura of green. 15 mana. Mana, 183/183, 168/183. Strength, 11, 23. Agility, 10, 22. Perception, 13, 25. Aldrich backstepped, evading 2 lizards from chomping down on him. He swung his lantern forwards in a swiping arc that broke both lizards' necks. He immediately had to retreat again as several more lizards rushed forward, trampling over the corpses of their dead brethren to try and maul Aldrich. Aldrich activated his anti-life shell. A foggy green mist emanated from him, and inside, all of the lizards were slowed, their life force sapping away. Their camouflage did not matter because the light from the lantern of the accursed eye revealed them constantly. And now that Aldrich was considerably faster, and the lizards slower, he outmaneuvered them with ease. He swung his lantern forward with expert handling, shooting out the head like a wrecking ball that caved in skulls with each strike. "All right," said Aldrich. He put down his lantern. "Time to test my hand-to-hand." He squared up in a shoulder-width stance, raising his arms in a guard. A lizard lunged at him, and he unleashed a straight kick upwards, smashing his bare foot right into the variant's chin and launching it into the rocky ceiling above. Another lizard came forwards, leaping up and snapping at his arms. Aldrich spun around and launched a downward elbow strike that broke the attacking lizard's skull and then used that lizard's corpse as a shield to prevent 3 more lizards from swarming him. The 3 variants instead sunk their teeth into the corpse. Aldrich pushed and tossed the corpse away, making the lizards fall backwards. "Good, Aldrich." His skills were not gone, and training like this helped to keep him sharp. "Now for my magic!" Aldrich deactivated the active portion of his anti-life shell to conserve his mana. Mana, 168/183, 123/183. He had only kept it up for 5 seconds, but the 5% maximum mana per second drain was hefty. But expected. Anti-life shell S active was not that useful for its mana cost until higher ranks, when it obtained a stronger slow stat debuffs, an instant death effect, and heavy buffs to undead. "Time for my magic!" Aldrich picked up his lantern and wielded it in one hand while he kept his other hand free to cast magic. 6 lizards surrounded Aldrich now, making it difficult to fight them hand to hand. Aldrich activated his lantern of the accursed eye, and shone it in front of him. A cone-shaped laser of crimson light blasted forth, illuminating the 3 lizards in front of him, and making them shriek as their flesh started to turn into ash and disintegrate. He then dealt with the 3 other lizards behind him by casting chill bolts with his free hand. 2 chill bolts per lizard. 1 to stun them, 1 to freeze and smash their brains. 24 mana. Mana 123/183, 99/183. 12 blur lizards defeated. Plus 480 EXP. EXP bar 870/1400, 1350/1400. All done. Aldrich patted his hands together, content. Excellent work, Elder, said Flaregon. Such competency in the dark arts along with exceptional physical abilities. It does remind me of my younger days, but now my lower back ails me far too much for such wild movement. Yeah. Aldrich cracked his neck. But my weakness as a Legion Necromancer stays the same. I don't have an issue defending myself, but when I do, I have to eat through my mana rapidly. It's far more efficient to let my undead do the real heavy lifting. HM. Aldrich looked at the dozen grave markers floating above the lizard corpses. His health was completely full. He did not even have to replenish his corpse barrier. In fact, he did not even have to manifest the barrier in the first place. He could choose to keep it dormant or spontaneously generate it, but obviously, generating a barrier of corpses made it difficult to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Maybe it was better for him to be riskier in combat. Take more damage, especially when facing larger enemies, and then use his grave consumption to restore lost health. Aldrich noted this down for later. More experience funneled into him from Valera and Dynamite Girl practically speed running their way through the lizard-infested tunnel, blowing up or punching through anything they saw. 30 blur lizards defeated. Plus 1200 EXP. EXP bar 1350/1400, 2550/1400. Level up. Level 11-12. EXP bar 1200/1600. Plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich nodded. Now this was more like it. Mass EXP farming. The kind that Aldrich theorized would skyrocket his levels up. Aldrich started to invest points back into his physical stats more. In the game, he did not invest much of anything into his physical stats, but that was because he knew the enemies he would face. He needed to be more self-sufficient in the real world. Plus 5 strength. Strength 11-16. Aldrich figured that getting his strength, agility, and perception up over 20 would make him strong enough to handle AC rank hero or villain reliably. He noted that the first few stat points he invested into his physical stats made a massive difference. Just 5 points got him almost twice as stronger and faster than a normal man. But stats, or at the least the physical ones, did not seem to increase multiplicatively. Every 5 points did not make him twice as strong or fast. It was difficult to quantify in numbers exactly how much stronger he got with each stat point. The only thing that mattered was that he did. He figured that the 20 to 30 stat threshold for his physical stats would keep him self-sufficient, especially with Negative Surge, and later, its upgraded version, Death Surge. Aldrich then felt a mental signal from Valera. Master, you should be here. There's a monster here that will be to your liking when we have slaughtered it. On it, said Aldrich. Chapter 49 The Bloodspitter. Aldrich and Flaregon stepped up to the precipice of a ledge leading down into a large nest scattered with blackened scorch marks. Charred and torn apart lizard corpses and destroyed eggshell shards lay strewn about everywhere, the remnants of Valera and Stella destroying everything in their path together. They might not have gotten along in other circumstances, but in battle, in killing, well, they were best friends. Good to see you, Master, said Valera as she raised her cross shield as Stella hunkered down behind her. A much larger lizard, almost twice the size of the other ones, hissed at Valera. It did not have the blurring camouflage effect on its scales, and indeed, it seemed that its scales were meant to be shown off. They were spiked and oriented in thick plates like armor. Two noticeable, large red glowing horns jutted out from the sides of its head. The lizard's yellow eyes turned bright red before firing off a twin stream of highly pressurized blood. The blood slammed against Valera's shield with a crashing impact, but she dug her greaves in and held her ground. The blood crashed and splattered behind her, and anywhere the blood touched, it ate away at, melting the rocky ground with ease. Aldrich did not know what the variant was. Because Blackwater thoroughly neglected the dud students, Aldrich had no access to classified AA information about variants. The more common ones, he could find info on through the net, but stronger and rarer ones like this, nothing. "Can I get some help here?" said Stella. "Squid face." "Shall I?" said Flaregon. "Go ahead." Aldrich nodded. Flaregon floated in the air and clasped his hands together. "I suppose you young ones do require the assistance of a true master." Stella was about to say something, but she heard Flaregon's words and stopped. Bright orange magic circles formed around Flaregon's hands. "And I am eager to see how the creatures of this new world deal with proper magic." Flaregon cast Flame Lance, shooting out a concentrated spear of bright orange and red flame. The blood-shooting lizard stopped its blood spray and looked up before the fire slammed into it. The magically condensed flames acted like a spear, too, stabbing into the lizard's stomach with piercing damage. The lizard just sat there as the flames exploded over it, taking 0 damage. Aldrich noted this development with interest. He saw that the lizard's spiked scales were distorting, and not just because of the heat waves from Flaregon's flames. They were doing something to nullify the damage. "This thing's a blood-spitter lizard," said Stella. "Its hide's resistant to practically any damage. You gotta hurt it internally." "You tell me this now," said Flaregon. "Well, I kinda wanted to see you making a fool of yourself after actin' all cocky." Stella smiled a little before she grew serious. "But yeah, now that you know, go ahead and toast this thing from the inside if you can. These things are practically indestructible, but they're slow, and they need to breathe. Burn up the air here and cook this thing out. A surprisingly apt strategy coming from one such as yourself." Flaregon prepared to cast Flamethrower, and constantly generate flames to fill the area with smoke to drain it of oxygen. "Wait." Aldrich raised his hand. "I'll do it myself." Aldrich jumped up and landed behind Valera. "Give me some protection," said Aldrich. "Understood, master." Valera stood firmly in front of Aldrich with her shield up. "One last thing I wanted to test out," said Aldrich. He took out his lantern and flashed its eerie red light at the lizard. He did not fully open the eye of the lantern for its disintegration effect. Instead, he just kept the foggy passive light on the lizard. The lizard cocked its head and blinked its eyes, wondering what the light was supposed to do. Unless Aldrich opened the eye held within the lantern, it did not do damage. It just stacked the Eye of the Watcher passive. 3 seconds of exposure under the light for one stack of the passive, with the stacks applying up to 10 times. Each stack reduced resistances to curse-type damage, and there was one type of magic that Aldrich knew that fell under curse-type damage that he was very curious about. Instant death magic. The bloodspitter lizard growled, still a little confused as to why nobody was reaching out to attack it. After 5 seconds, it grew impatient and decided to shoot out its acidic blood streams again from its eyes. Valera raised her shield again while Aldrich actually moved out of the shield and strafed to the side, content in knowing that the lizard had distracted itself firing its initial blast at Valera. He lost his cover against the blood, but this allowed him to cast the light continually on the lizard without Valera's shield and the splashing of blood to obscure him. The lizard ignored Aldrich and just kept its blood spray on Valera and Stella, obviously registering them as far more of a threat. Aldrich waited as he cast the light on the lizard. He had expected to dodge the blood or an attack or anything hostile, but the lizard simply did not care about him. It could not feel pain, so it ignored him. "It appears the creatures of this new world do not understand the concept of debuffs," noted Flaregon. "Or this variant is simply stupid." "Most likely a combination of both," said Aldrich. Regardless, it's time for me to begin my instant death experiment. 30 seconds passed, stacking the Eye of the Watcher debuff on the blood-spitter lizard fully. A shimmering red haze flickered around the lizard, signifying that it was fully debuffed, its resistance to instant death neutralized incredibly low. Even more so against the lantern's active disintegration attack. Let's test how your invincible scales deal with this. Aldrich opened the eye of his lantern, casting disintegrating gaze. When the eye suspended within the lantern opened up, it was horribly bloodshot with a dark purple iris and blazing red, hateful pupil. The normal foggy red light the lantern cast transformed into a solid, conical beam that washed over the lizard. Aldrich was careful only to let the beam hit the lizard's head as he wanted to preserve its body. The lizard managed to let out one confused shriek before its head turned solid white before breaking apart into a pile of ash. The creature slumped over, dead, its neck stub utterly cauterized so that not even blood pooled out. Looks like alter powers, or at the least this one, can't defend against instant death. Good to know. Aldrich walked over to the lizard's headless corpse and waited to see whether a soul appeared. None. But a grave marker did. Aldrich had wanted to see whether he craft an item, specifically an accessory like a ring, to give him some of the lizard's invulnerability. But unfortunately, no soul popped up. Bloodspitter lizard defeated. Plus 300 EXP. EXP bar, 1200/1600, 1500/1600. Serve? Aldrich put a hand over the headless lizard corpse. Strands of green energy trickled into its body, making it shake and stand up. However, it immediately just collapsed back down again after the initial jolt of negative energy had reanimated it. This was because its brain was destroyed, preventing it from processing any thoughts. Unlike skeletons that did not need brains to move at all, it seemed that zombies and higher undead still required their heads to function. Hence why Aldrich could get put down if his brain was blasted apart. Aldrich could, however, manually manipulate the lizard to move, and this he did now until his passive, anti-life shell, healed the creature back up over time. 5 mana. Mana, 99/183, 94/183. Bloodspitter lizard LVL 14 raised. Units controlled, 19-20 seconds, 20-20 seconds. He checked the lizard's powers. It possessed 3 powers like the Geist. First, its scales were essentially completely immune to damage. They distorted space to prevent any harmful matter from breaching them, hence the heat wave-like distortions. This did not, however, apply to areas without scales such as their eyes, nose, or internal organs. Secondly, it could fire highly acidic blood streams from its eyes. The blood was acidic enough that if it hit an average man, it would reduce said unlucky bag of flesh into nothing but a gooey puddle within a second. Third, it possessed a heightened form of kinetic vision that allowed its eyes to track targets with extreme accuracy on top of zooming in across a distance of 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers. Overall, the lizard was quite powerful. Very likely one of the strongest variants within this nest. Good work, everyone, said Aldrich. But there's more. The Grave Ward has scouted another series of tunnels leading further down. Next, we'll be fighting ants. Bugs? I hate them, said Stella. I must agree with you on this, said Valera. How their many legs skitter and scatter, it is truly grotesque. Bah, this is why it is not prudent to have women in a party, said Flaregon. They are so dainty and clutch their skirts over such little things. Valera and Stella both gave Flaregon a death stare that made him go quiet. Flaregon truly was like an old grandpa, complaining about his painful lower back, young people this, women that, and whatnot. Enough distractions, said Aldrich. I want to clear most of this nest out fast. Enough to get as many levels as possible but without destroying it fully, otherwise it might attract attention. Chapter 50 Sudden Attack. For the next 30 minutes, Aldrich and his undead traveled through tunnels that grew smaller and narrower. Here, oversized ants the size of dogs crawled about en masse. The tunnels were a tight enough fit that the group had to travel in a single file line, making it impossible for everyone to fight at once. Aldrich created an easy formation to get around this issue. He placed Flaregon ahead of him, and Stella at the back. Those two had the strongest area of effect abilities, and so Flaregon just had to torch his way forward and Stella could blast whatever ants tried to swarm from behind. Meanwhile, Aldrich and Valera leisurely walked between them, letting the two barbecue any threats that came their way. "Rock giants," explained Dynamite Girl as she finger-flicked a small cloud of sparkles out, her sublimated blood, and detonated it, annihilating a group of cluster of 10 ants. "So called because their mandibles can shatter rock. They eat the minerals or something inside of them." "Do they have a queen?" said Aldrich. Information about ant variants was widespread enough that it was relatively well known that they largely tended to reproduce asexually, creating egg clusters on their abdomens after absorbing enough nutrients. However, in rare cases and under circumstances that were as of yet not researched too well, ants could form a large colony under a queen that took over the reproductive process completely. These colonies became incredibly dangerous extremely quickly, for in short generations, they could create ants with a variety of alter powers. Information about this was so prevalent because 15 years ago, there had been a massive, unchecked ant colony in South Korea that killed over 100,000 people. The disaster had required the intervention of the country's two S-ranked heroes to eliminate. A similar incident had struck the west coast of the United States as well, and that had taken a team of 15 top A-class heroes to deal with. Nah. They're rogue ants. Look at their behavior. Zero coordination. And if there was a queen, we'd be fighting soldiers with powers by now. Good. Aldrich knew that if this was a proper colony, he was ill-equipped to deal with it unless it had formed very recently. But since these were just rogue, nearly mindless ants, he and his undead breezed through the ant-infested tunnels. Over 30 minutes, Dynamite Girl and Flaregon had killed over 100 ants, easily giving Aldrich enough EXP to level up. 140 Rockjaw ants defeated. Plus 700 EXP. EXP bar, 1500/1600, 2200/1600. EXP bar, 600/1800. Level up. Level 12-13. Plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich invested 5 points into agility. Agility, 10-15. He then looked ahead as Flaregon casually used his flamethrower spell to annihilate ants before they could even get within 20 meters of the group. Because Flaregon retained his boss stats, his mana pool was incredibly large, and in addition, he knew spells that he did not use back in the game. In particular, he had a useful spell called Clarity that restored 10% of the caster and any friendly unit's maximum mana. Flaregon used this whenever he could, topping up not only his mana pool, but Aldrich's as well. Mana, 99/183, 183/183. The only issue with Clarity was that it had a long 1-minute cooldown, but that was long only in terms of the game. In the real world, 1 minute was nothing. As a boss, Flaregon only had a pre-programmed moveset, but as a real-life being, he knew spells he should have known as a studied scholar who had knowledge of many magical fields. "How much more magic do you know other than fire magic?" said Aldrich. "I have dabbled in arcanism," said Flaregon. Arcanism was the magical field where utility spells like clairvoyance, divination, status checking, and metamagic fell in. Clarity fell in this field too. But I am a mere amateur in the field. I only studied enough to enhance my fire magic," said Flaregon. "I was always more of a researcher, you see. I preferred the comfort of my study in a laboratory over the thrill of weaving magic circles and manifesting grand, instant effects. Thus, I am most versed in alchemy. I have earned recognition in all both subfields of potionology and metamorphics. Alas, I fear my knowledge utterly useless now in this strange new world. With no magic and mana in the air, none of the flora, fauna, and ores I am familiar working with are present. I assume that's why you are so interested in researching whether you can teach magic to the Geist," said Aldrich. "If you can get magic to work here, then you won't be lacking in raw materials for your alchemy anymore." "You think correctly, O Elder." Flergon's mouth tendrils quivered in anticipation. An old scholar friend of mine, before I was cast out of the order, was an accomplished artificer and enchanter. I requested a spell tome from him with the construct base spell imbued within it. I further tailored that spell so that it could conjure a small copy of a working alchemical laboratory. Yet without raw materials, that laboratory is nothing but a study desk. I require raw materials or living creatures with magic imbued within them for my experimentations. Aldrich knew that in the game's lore, mages could technically learn multiple magical fields. However, due to the constraints of game mechanics, a mage could only specialize in up to 3 different subfields of magic. For necromancers, they were even more limited to just practicing the dark arts. "Is it possible for you to create spell tomes for me?" said Aldrich. "Certainly," said Flergon. "But to create a tome, I again require the appropriate materials. Enchanted vellum. A binding fashioned from some magical creature. Ink with the essence of mana crystals imbued within it. All of these, I am thoroughly lacking." Aldrich put a hand to his chin, thinking. "Maybe you're not thinking wide enough. There's a chance that your alchemy still works. If you can create a laboratory, then you should still try to process materials from this world and see whether they can be used." "You are correct, O Elder. And that was most certainly my intention," said Flergon. "I simply require a more permanent location to set up this laboratory of mine, for I possess only 2 charges of create base to utilize. That forest is too open an area to construct my laboratory within. I would like a space more private and defensible. In time, I'll see to it that we settle down somewhere outside of that forest," said Aldrich. "Settling down with Master, oh, how wonderful that does sound," said Valera. Flergon stopped channeling flamethrower, and his 3 eyes narrowed down to slits. "What is it?" said Aldrich. "There are no more ants," said Flergon. "Or rather, they have fled. This is quite the ominous development." "Yeah." Aldrich immediately put a finger to his temple, checking in on his grave ward. He could not look simultaneously through every single undead he had at once. At best, he could multitask and look through 2, maybe 3 different pairs of eyes. However, he placed specific triggers on his undead to link his sight to them, such as if they encountered an alter-human, or if they faced significant danger. Thus, while Aldrich was distracted talking with Flergon, he was not linked with the Grave Ward. However, he was confident the Grave Ward would notify him if anything was out of the ordinary, and yet, when Aldrich checked in now, he could see that his Grave Ward was in fact dead. It had not died long ago. It had fallen literally the second before Aldrich checked in on it. Units controlled, 20 seconds, 19 seconds. Whatever had killed it had done so very recently, and most likely, it was coming for Aldrich and his group now. That was when Aldrich saw the tunnel around him start to shift. The entire place started to quake as the rocky ceiling and floor undulated like waves on water. "What is this phenomenon?" said Flergon. "It appears similar to a teleportation spell, and yet the exact amplitude of spatial distortion that I observe does not align with any form of magic I know." "Master, with me!" Valera stood right beside Aldrich, her shield ready to protect him. "I don't know," confessed Aldrich. "This isn't magical, to be sure. This is altar-based warping. *T. I can't believe it," began Stella as she looked around with quick, alert head motions. "What is it?" said Aldrich. Out of everyone here, Stella had the most knowledge of variants, and if she was worried, Aldrich was worried too. "Everyone, stick together! Grab a hold of each other!" shouted Stella. Her voice was urgent enough that Aldrich did not question her, he just followed her. Everyone grabbed each other, and at that moment, the tunnel's surroundings rapidly warped away.